Can one remember the day they were born? And if they would be thankful for overcoming that amount of pain and wouldn't throw their lives away for nothing. One of the killer's subordinates, who calls him Mr. Bobby, says that the money is nowhere to be found. He instantly kills the subordinate and urges the others to find it. If not, they will suffer the same fate. A surviving man gets asked by the system if he wants to go back and that all of his abilities will be reset. The system asks for the date, and he says February 28th, 1985, the day he was born. He wakes up in his mother's belly when she's just about to give birth. He thinks that this pain is something he has never felt before, as he's feeling like his head will pop at any second. He hears his mother's cries and pushes through, noting that she will be in danger if he doesn't. With that, he has obtained the Overcoming Adversity achievement, and he has obtained the Man Who Overcame Adversity trait. This trait activates the moment he's unable to fight, as all of his skills and stats will go up a rank, and all pain will be negated during activation. He notes that this trait is the one that made the first evil the strongest. It's a horrifying trait, able to turn the tide in mere seconds. His quest for becoming healthy begins, and the system rewards him amply when it is completed. He thinks that these rewards must also be why the first evil was so strong in the first place. There were 8 evils and 8 virtues. The 16S classes awakened those that were considered the strongest. The 8 that were loyal to the system were called the virtues, and the 8 that rejected the system were called the evils. But despite being called evil and virtues, they were not that different, as they were all self-centered before anything. They stood up against them for monopolizing items and dungeons with their power, but they were no match. The strongest was the first evil, and while other awakeners were confused about his powers, he already had a perfect understanding. He would have never thought that another awakener like him would be created thanks to his casual chatting about his memories as a fetus. He desperately tries to speak, and his first words are status window. He manages to do it, and the system congratulates him for becoming the first awakener. His reward is a challenger box, and he notes that this is the box that allowed him to go back in time, so he didn't think he would have the chance to open it again. From it, he gains Odin's Wrath skill, and he knows about it because it is the skill of the 6th virtue, a powerful ability. But he can never forget the day when half of his guild was wiped out at the mere flick of a hand. With this, he can surely fight back, but he needs to prepare for the day of beginnings. He begins crying, and his parents wake up. He didn't want to cry, but because of his feeble body, he couldn't hold himself back. His mother assures him and says that her only wish is for him to grow up healthy, free of any sickness. With that, they fall asleep, and he notes that the main reason he wanted to go back in time was to protect everyone. He will not lose a single person, no matter what he has to give. In the past, while he was just walking randomly and talking on the phone, disaster struck, as beasts were pouring from the sky, prepared to feast on anyone's flesh. Rightly horrified, he tried to run away, but that's when the system transported him to the testing site, among other seemingly randomly chosen people. This was called the Day of Beginnings, when monsters poured from the spaces of ripped dimensions endlessly. The selected awakeners were pulled into the testing site, where some people spent months, while others spent decades. The returned awakeners did not come back to a peaceful place, however, as they were pitted against monsters in a battle to the death. Seeing all of this, human leaders were forced to use their strongest weapon, a nuke. But sadly, it failed, and the whole nation collapsed, and the 8 virtues and the 8 evils indulged in their own self-interests, with no punishment. He sits while watching TV, and it seems that they are in the Cold War era. He thinks that conflicts like this won't matter in a few years. His parents see him as so serious and play with him for a bit. He thinks that they are both alive now, but an unbelievable situation will happen soon. He cannot neglect his preparation. At night, he wakes up and walks away, but falls down and snoozes for a bit. He gets back up and succeeds in taking his first 10 steps, so the system rewards him with vitality and a few other points. It also congratulates him for overcoming the growth condition independently, so it gives him a bronze box. He thinks that these rewards are just insane, as the bronze box was something he had to suffer a lot for just to have the chance of getting. But with this, he's certain. He will find the first evil and eliminate him before he can gain power. He will not let this walking disaster live. While sitting outside, he gets a quest to converse with a target for 10 or more sentences. He thinks that it's quite easy, but who can he talk to? If he were to speak to his parents, they would be rightly horrified. He looks at the calendar and notes that Thanksgiving will take place soon. On that day, he meets Jia, who is 4 years old and quite good at speaking for her age. He thinks that she passed the bar exam and was also an incredible beauty. But unfortunately, she also went missing that day. Maybe if he exercised more than she studied, he could have saved her that day. She hugs him, and that's when he begins talking. Sunhoo begins talking to her, and the parents look at them, noting that they are already close. He says that she should keep all of this a secret from the adults, and she agrees. With that, he had completed the chain quest for human life. He has completed all the available quests in the tutorial, and this surprises him, as he didn't think this was just a tutorial. Now, he has the option of skipping the remaining tutorials, as there are no quests available for them. The system asks him if he wants to skip infancy and childhood. He thinks that he would love to spend more time with his parents, but there's a big chance he would do something surprising and scare them. He skips the tutorial and steels himself, as he must prepare for that eventful day. The year is 1997, and he starts fighting a buff person, which he easily takes out. This seems to be a pit fight, and the man who set it up notes that this guy wins every time, and he even destroyed the Mappo district. He congratulates Sunhoo for a job well done, but he is not interested in that. Instead, he wants more opponents. The man says that though it's kind of late, he's not meant for this, as his skills are those of a world-class pro. Sunhoo glares at him and says that he won't repeat himself. Either he finds him more people, or he will find someone else too. He opens his status window, and it seems that his stats have grown quite a bit, with 87 total points still waiting to be used. Sunhoo thinks that this body is already adult-like, and his strength as well as his perception are above those of most athletes. He takes his cap off and looks in a mirror, noting that due to him being an awakener, his wounds heal much faster. He used to be average height as a student, but now he stands at a giant 180 centimeters tall. He is quite certain that the stats he increased during the tutorial affected this, and while his physique is incredible for a 14-year-old, he still wouldn't pass the testing site, so he needs to raid some dungeons in order to level up. He already scouted a place on a small mountain located in Hwaseong City, as there's an F-rank dungeon there. There's a lot of stuff he needs to prepare for a raid. The first would be to buy the mountain and blockade it, as well as prepare defenses in case a monster somehow escapes. The mountain is about 1.3 million currently, and taking the defensive facility into account, he needs extreme amounts of cash. But that's not all, as there are dungeons hidden throughout the world, so he needs to monopolize those too. He scratches his head, and thinks that he needs to go a step further. He knows the future, so making money is easy, and he can earn a fortune in an instant. But he is still a minor, so he can't do anything. What he needs is a proxy. Suddenly, the teacher puts her hand in front of his face, and urges him to focus on his studies. But focusing on middle school lessons is just not something he can do right now. He thinks about the past, where 2 of his guild members betrayed him, and with a desperate look on their faces, they apologize. Sunhoo grabs the spears he was impaled with, and that's when he raises the betrayers, including the ground in front of him. He notes that all of this was because of a damn box, and that's when a man comes out of the shadows and notes that what he used just now was the insignia of destruction. Sunhoo thinks that this man named Jonathan had come to also betray him, but instead, he heals him, using the insignia of healing, and says that with this, his debt has been repaid. Sunhoo is relieved that there is still compassion in this world, and they get out of the cave, where Jonathan begins talking about Wall Street and the financial market. Sunhoo notes that his country was in the midst of a crisis, so he was young, but could never forget the 97S. Jonathan was a trader who had his prime in Hong Kong during the Asian currency crisis. While they rest, he says that his nickname was the Wolf of Wall Street, and that he misses the time when money was everything. He achieved A-rank stats, drawing the envy of everyone, but he was too lost in the past to care. Being 25 years old, Jonathan would be working at Wall Street right now, and he also mentioned Wolf of Wall Street a lot in his stories, because the finance company he was working for had Wolf in its name. Sunhoo attempts to find him by looking for the company name, and he manages to do it. He notes that his face is not burdened with despair, but he could recognize him in an instant. Sunhoo writes him an email, asking if the Thai bot is currently overvalued. Around this time, Jonathan had been speculating that hedge funds were planning an attack on the Thai bot, but he was never fully certain. If he were to make ambitious investments with his knowledge of the future, the tales of his prime would be more than just self-gloating. Jonathan finally responds, noting that the Thai bot is not overvalued. Sunhoo smirks and knows Jonathan is just acting like he doesn't know, so he writes a response. What he meant by the Thai bot being overvalued was, couldn't someone just leverage that? That's how it started. And almost as if he was waiting for his response, Jonathan's next email came quick. He asks Sunhoo to reveal his identity and who he's affiliated with. Sunhoo notes that this is just what he needed, and begins writing numerous emails in which he says that Asia is a prime target for the hedge funds, and he expects the Thai bot to be attacked in around a month. But Thailand is not their goal. It is only the beginning. Jonathan is left surprised by his answers and thinks that it's true that Wall Street is in a dangerous state right now. And the fact that this person used the word leverage means that he's in this line of occupation. He thinks of this as a test, and writes an email saying that his office is open anytime, and also giving his contact information. Sunhoo thinks that he knew he would respond this way, and Jonathan wonders what this is, as this mysterious person is acting like they know all the answers and want him to guess. Sunhoo thinks that with his good senses, Jonathan will not pass this up, and soon enough, there is going to be a declaration of war in the financial market. In the month of April 1997, the hedge fund attack on the Thai bot began. In 1992, it took around 50 days for one hedge fund to destroy the UK pound. Due to this, all of Wall Street felt it was natural that Thailand would also collapse within 50 days. While training, Sunhoo thinks that the Thai bot did not fall that easily, and they strongly resisted, and even dealt a serious blow to the hedge funds. For over 3 months, but in the end, Thailand collapsed on July 2nd. After the attack on the bot had started, Jonathan sent him more than 10 emails, the subject being the investment goods obtained through betting on the fall of the bot in May. Sunhoo responds back and says that if he has a good investment from betting on the increase of the bot, then they will talk. Jonathan thinks that the investment goods he sent were ones that would only be supplied by VPs. So how could the bot increase? On top of that, this guy wants 51% for an investment proposal. He tidies his desk and notes that this is just a scammer. What could he expect in this day and age? He picks up the phone to contact other VIPs, but thinks for a second and puts it down. He asks Sunhoo how he came to the conclusion that the hedge funds would lose and gets a reply in seconds. Sunhoo notes that he doesn't mean that the hedge funds will lose, but the Thai banks have a myriad of methods to defend themselves. So his conclusion is that the bot will increase in the short term. Jonathan chokes on his drink while reading this. He thinks that Wall Street is betting on the bot falling in May, and since they are so confident, they are using this as an opportunity to grow connections with VIPs. But if the bot doesn't collapse in May, there will be hell on Wall Street. Does he have to make the possibility of the bot increasing known? He tries to do so, but his boss just bashes and belittles him for having such a stupid idea. He clenches his teeth while picking up his research and emails Sunhoo, noting that the Wolf Corporation has no intention of developing something like that in the first place. Sunhoo says that's why he's suggesting that he go independent. Jonathan, now tired, replies that giving him 51% is like giving him the key to his money and future. Who would realistically agree to a contract like that? Sunhoo tells him to think carefully and that this proposal will be available until the end of May. With that, he stops responding, and Jonathan is almost going crazy. He does not know what to do, and everyone belittling him does not help. But one day, the Asian Central Bank utilized a bilateral agreement with a $12 billion aid to Thailand. Wall Street is now in shambles, and Jonathan can't believe it. That guy was right. The bot really increased. He sheds a tear, and that's when the boss calls for him. The boss introduces him to a few VIPs, and he notices that they are furious about the increase in bot. So his boss is probably planning to introduce him and avoid any sort of danger. Jonathan hands them his card and says that starting today, he will be leaving Wolf Corporation and establishing a new investment company. His number will be the same, so they should contact him in their free time. His boss is surprised, but Jonathan says that he knows he wanted him gone, so he's just doing as he wishes. And he's also bound to get sponsors, as he's the only person who managed to evade this disaster. Sunhoo gets a reply while training, and he smiles. He tells Jonathan to come to Seoul right now. At school, Sunhoo doesn't feel that sentimental about it, and most people choose to ignore him because of his stature and physique. But it is easier for him this way, as he doesn't want people to approach him in the first place. The hallway clears out of people, but this brings back memories. The scenes of a city where everyone dies brutally still linger in his mind. The teacher looks at him from a distance and suddenly begins crying, wondering why she's like this. Later, he meets with Jonathan in an airport, and while going to sit down somewhere, he thinks that a clean-looking Jonathan is quite weird. They sit down, and Jonathan notes that this guy is taking his time, even though they should meet as soon as possible. But his skill in writing emails also wasn't ordinary. So what could he expect? Sunhoo says that he was the one who wrote the emails, and he also thanks him for coming here. Jonathan gets up and asks how old he is, maybe 19 or 20. He came here with everything on the line. Does he even understand what he has just done? Sunhoo notices his glare and asks if he judges someone by their age on Wall Street. But he also won't stop him if he wants to go, so he will at least gift him something for coming a long way. Jonathan grabs it, and after reading it, his eyes widen. Sunhoo urges him to sit down and asks if the Asian economic crisis wasn't predicted the moment the USA lent them the dollar without limit, saying that the 21st century will be Asia and raising up the four dragons of Asia. All that the hedge funds did was put their spoons on it, so how's the report he gave him? Jonathan says that he must be thinking Thailand will collapse, and Sunhoo asks what his thoughts were before reading that report. He thinks that he won't be able to answer easily, as this is Wall Street's current atmosphere. This was after the hedge funds took a beating from the Thai government, as no one was able to predict the outcome of this battle that was considered a one war. This sort of atmosphere continued until July 2nd, when the Thai government put up the white flag and surrendered. Jonathan says that the attackers will win in the end, but this report is missing something very important. Sunhoo says that he will be the one to answer that, but he will need to answer whether he will work for him or not. Jonathan thinks that he won't tell him until they are working together, and underestimating him because of his age would be a big mistake. He says that with his money and record, he has everything, so what does he have? Sunhoo asks if this opportunity isn't enough, as he could have just chosen someone else. Even in this moment where they are talking, money is being lost. Jonathan notes that if he bets on the downfall of Wall Street, the total amount of money he would gain would be gigantic. He says that he needs some time to think, as all of this is too unexpected. Sunhoo sighs and says that he will wait until June 3rd. Jonathan asks why such a specific date, and he analyzes the information, spotting an increase. He asks if this is June 2nd, and Sunhoo says that now all they need to do is calculate how much they will be losing in the remaining days. Jonathan says that unless he's a god, he can't predict the date. He thinks that all of this information is too precise to be accurate, and Sunhoo turns his back away. He will wait until June 3rd, and if he can't make a decision until then, that will mean the end of their relationship. If he really is the Jonathan he knows, he would make the right choice here. A few days later, Jonathan caves in and asks what the company name should be. While meeting, Sunhoo asks Jonathan if he regrets doing this. He says that he does, but it's too late now, as his report has too much value to ignore. He can understand how one could predict the downturn, but how did he predict the exact date? Sunhoo just says calculations. Jonathan wants to say something, but he won't doubt him any longer. Sunhoo says that he will give him the ingredients to succeed, and Jonathan asks what happened to the recipe. Sunhoo smirked, causing Jonathan to blush and give up, saying that he would trust him. He also asks him for his name, as he should at least know that from his business partner. Sunhoo replies, and Jonathan says that the company should be named Jonathan and Son Investment. Sunhoo asks to be left out of the name, and Jonathan says it's fine, and that he also has $400,000 in funds, all the money he has. Sunhoo thinks he's a bit sick in the head to give a stranger 51% of that, and Jonathan asks him if he has any money he can add in. Sunhoo says that he doesn't, as this is the reason he called him to Korea in the first place. Jonathan asks why he chose him specifically, and he says that he just found him on the company website. Sunhoo asks if he's disappointed, but he's not, as opportunities come in the strangest ways, but never when you ask for them. Sunhoo thinks that he heard those exact words from him before. He was originally going to save up his points until he could open a challenger box, but the reason he used his points to open a master box instead was because he intended to sell that item and finish life while surrendering to carnal desires. Yet he's got a skill that you'd only see in a challenger box. The probability of a box containing items of a higher rank than they are is nothing short of a miracle. But that miracle was given to a man who had already given up on everything. After that, he set off for revenge, despite Sunhoo's advice otherwise. That was his final memory of Jonathan, and he heard about his death sometime later. Jonathan asks why he's looking at him that way. Is it perhaps because he called him an opportunity? But since he has won, he should give him a godly calculation. Sunhoo asks if he will follow him, no questions asked. Jonathan agrees and urges him to sign these documents, also asking if he's brought his ID. Sunhoo pulls out a paper and says that this is the only way for him to identify himself now, and the 13 digits written on it are the equivalent of an American Social Security number. Jonathan reads the paper and finds out Sunhoo is only 13, leaving him quite shocked. Sunhoo says that there's no time to feel shocked about things, as they should start talking about the business. In the second week of June, from the 9th to the 13th, the market will fall by 10%. Jonathan asks if he thinks Thailand will give up then, but that's not what he meant. It will take a bit more until they surrender. Sunhoo asks if he remembers what he told him earlier about Thailand being only the beginning. When the Thai market falls to 10%, fear will be felt across Asia, and the hedge funds attacking the baht will gain supporters. Jonathan thinks that their final goal will be Hong Kong, but he's wrong. It's actually Korea. Jonathan notes that foreign funds can't enter Korea without authorization, and Sunhoo says that he's right. But what attacks Korea won't be hedge funds. Instead, it will be fear. The fear that will make the foreign funds in Korea pull out. Jonathan says that something big is coming, so what does he plan to do to stop it? But no matter how genius he is, he can't stop that tide. Sunhoo says that he knows, but his only goal is money. This war will be waged by an alliance of hedge funds, but when the war is over, they will realize who really profited from it. Sunhoo notes that they will bet with 50x leverage, and this crashes Jonathan's whole world. Even if it decreases by 10%, the graph doesn't fall in a straight line. It goes up and down until a fear arises, and it plummets. That's why the higher the leverage, the more important trading techniques become. If your leverage is 50 times, just a 1% loss becomes a 50% loss, and at 2%, you lose everything. This is a risky venture, but as long as Jonathan trusts the data, he will have unimaginable results. Sunhoo says that he shouldn't doubt the trend, and that everything is in his hands now. Jonathan sits in his office, tired and hungry, but with an unshakable determination, he plans to see this plan through. Later, he arrives back in Korea, and Sunhoo sees him as handsome as in the past, but this time, he has brought back a grander prize. Sunhoo asks if he exchanged the money into dollars, and he confirms this, but also says that it's not just 700%. He shakes, and while crying, he notes that they 700 timed 400k. In the past week, they have made 280 million. They are filthy rich. From a hotel, Sunhoo calls his mother, noting that he will sleep at a friend's place. With that, he checks out what Jonathan did to get so much cash, and it's nothing short of incredible. Jonathan is celebrating to the max and says that he can't believe what they just did. They just went major in one try and are now a major hedge fund, made up of only 2 people. Sunhoo says that if he's not going to sleep, they should talk about their next strategy. Jonathan wonders what type of magic information he's going to get now, and Sunhoo says Thailand might implement a floating exchange rate system. So if they pick that as a sort of D-Day, they will use all of their funds and bet it to the max. There will be no rally during the crash that day. A one-directional decrease, nobody will really be buying the dip. Jonathan says that it's obvious because, with the implementation of the floating exchange system, Thailand is basically giving up. Sunhoo asks how much 200 million will become then, and Jonathan asks if he really wants to go all in with 200 million. Does he really think the hedge funds will sit still with this? If 200 million is bet on the fall of the bot, it will be chaos. Sunhoo says that they will leave them crumbs, and like he said before, they will be the ones really waging war. Jonathan notes that if his D-Day scenario is wrong, they will lose everything. It's crazy enough already that he wants to use all of the money. He can't do something like that, not unless he's a god or something. Sunhoo smirks and pats him on the shoulder, noting that there's data they need to put together starting tomorrow. They need to check what percentage of the Thai foreign exchange reserve they ransacked, among other things. Jonathan says that data of this magnitude is not easy to get, but can he even make calculations with it? Sunhoo thinks that he just needs it to compare with the situation on July 2nd, recorded in history. And just in case, they will lower the leverage rate and set it to July 1st. He tells Jonathan that $80 should be enough to create a point of contact with the head of the Central Bank of Thailand. Jonathan asks if he's really 13 years old, and Sunhoo says that he should go on a trip to Bangkok. Jonathan notes that if he makes a mistake, he might be gunned down at this point. Sunhoo says that Thailand knows their defeat is close, so they will have to take it to prepare for the aftermath. 1997 will become their payday, so they should go all in. The next day, Jonathan anxiously boards a plane, but his eyes looked like those of an awakener, ready to conquer a dungeon. While Jonathan goes into enemy territory and extracts information, Sunhoo prepares for other things. He goes to fight another street battle and breaks the arm of the guy he was fighting. The guy screams in pain, while the planner says that this guy is dangerous and that he warned him. The guy says that it is so and will not let any of this slide. Sunhoo smiles and says good, and that same night he meets with a lot of gang members. They are pretty spooked that this guy came willingly, knowing that he would be fighting multiple people. Sunhoo notes that it's too hard to raise stats with one-on-one combat, and it's about time he verified something. The gang begins their attack, and Sunhoo takes 3 down without taking a single hit. That's when one takes him by surprise and almost hits him, but Sunhoo swiftly pushes him away, and one still manages to hit him from behind. The man who hit him throws the weapon away, thinking that it's over, but it's not, as Sunhoo grabs him and drops him to the ground. Sunhoo notes that this is the feeling he wanted. He can see the openings amidst the attacks, and the system is almost shouting at him to use his abilities. But he can't use Odin's wrath here, not after what he saw it do. Some guy on a bike looks at them while smoking and notes that they are making a movie at this point. He revs up the bike and charges straight for Sunhoo. With not enough time to dodge, he gets hit and thrown across the pavement. The man orders the other guys to continue beating him, and they do so. The guy with the broken arm says he wants the last hit, and Sunhoo tries to get up, causing the guy to prepare a kick. That's when Man Who Overcomes Adversity activates, and all of his stats change to E rank. The guy gets his knife and wails it around, scared of what he just saw, but Sunhoo instantly knocks him out. He notes that this trait is quite powerful, but difficult to get used to, as all of the stats are suddenly rising. The bike guy looks at the others intimidatingly, and they charge Sunhoo as a result. He turns around and punches one a few good meters away. The other looks at this, and Sunhoo just reaches his hand forward, with the guy reluctantly giving his weapon away. Sunhoo hits him in the head and turns his attention to the bike guy. He activates Odin's wrath, and the guy explodes in a flurry of lightning. With that, the battle is over, as the others look at him, wondering if he is actually human or not. At the hotel, Sunhoo thinks that his trait doesn't activate through self-harm. It only activates through external attacks, and only when he's unable to fight any longer. He needs to get used to it, but it's certain that it's extremely powerful. This is his key weapon to fight monsters, and the 8 devils and virtues after the day of beginnings. He gets a call from abroad, and he accepts it. It's Jonathan who says that he was right, and they were basically waiting for them. From what he noticed, the amount of money they took was a bit over 20%, so it's close. Sunhoo thinks that he wasn't talking about Thailand's current situation when he said close. Rather, he meant that Thailand still possessed more foreign currency than he thought, so he couldn't be sure whether the funds were really going to win the war. He asks Jonathan if he has objections to going all in, and he says no, as he already paid $80 million just to read the documents. But regardless of the outcome, what he's doing now is just plain crazy. Sunhoo says that D-Day will be on July 2nd, and they will bet with maximum leverage. Jonas notes that he's going crazy, and if his calculations are correct, he already knows how hedge funds like Dragon will react. Sunhoo says that he does, and thinks that once a representative hedge fund like Dragon makes a move, others will naturally follow. In a sense, they are like the 8 virtues and evils, because once the former starts fighting on the front lines, their supporting factions follow to create chaos. Jonathan notes that if he's correct, they will get all of the investment funds in the world with one single incident. Sunhoo says that he's stronger than he thinks, so he should stop worrying and prepare for the attack instead. July 1st was the day Hong Kong returned to China, and history seems to repeat itself, as a modern version of the Opium War was being repeated in Asia. The Western Investment Fund shoved thousands of dollars in instead of opium to weaken their economic system and attacked by pouring in that country's currency instead of ships' cannonballs. The real reason a civil war broke out in Asia before the regression was because of an S-rank dungeon that was sealed in there, and it was led by one of the 8 virtues and his followers. Sunhoo constantly clicks to check his inbox and laments that pagers haven't been invented yet. The amount of foreign currency they can trade with the 200 million they own is about 10 billion. Even if they bet everything on the fall, the opposite faction will still need to accept it for the trade to go through. But the bot market isn't that big. The amount of bot traded in the futures market for foreign currency is less than 10 billion per day, so he's slightly worried that there won't be enough funds to trade with. His inbox suddenly lights up and Jonathan tells him that attack preparations are complete. Sunhoo notes that this feels like he's going into a dungeon with a bag full of supplies. He always used to throw himself into dungeons, even though survival wasn't guaranteed. But now he's trembling for a whole different reason. He is now sure that the jackpot is coming without needing to risk his life this time. The points he earned through hardship aren't thrown away on bad luck any longer. He calms himself down and says that he shouldn't be relaxed. Although it's been less than a year since his return, it already feels like the grueling and fierce life of his original timeline was a long time ago. He writes to Jonathan that his preparations are also complete, and with that, they will be clearing out a huge dungeon. While taking a quiz at school, Sunhoo notices that it's 12 o'clock, and that there's a 2-hour time difference between here and Thailand. In the next 30 minutes, the Bank of Thailand is going to announce that it will start using the floating exchange system, and that's when it will really start. According to what happened in his past life, there will be a group betting on Thailand's surrender, and another group that does the same, but thinks that they will give up in mid-July. And another group bets Thailand will win. Today, for these groups at least, heaven and hell will be split. But with him waddling in, there won't be any other groups betting on Thailand surrendering. The money that everyone else is betting on the other outcome will end up in their hands instead. The teacher comes up to him and asks why he's looking at a clock rather than his quiz paper. Sunhoo smiles and apologizes, saying that he will focus on the quiz from now on. The teacher walks away laughing, saying that he talks like an adult. Sunhoo scratches his head and notes that he doesn't remember her at all in his original timeline. The clock hits 12:30, and he swiftly gets up, noting that it's time to move. He goes to the teacher and says that he wants to go home early as he's feeling quite sick. She notes that this is not the first time he has done this, but how can a boy who grows so much like him feel sick? She notes that he also got 100% on the test, so he could leave early, right? He usually misses a few things to avoid getting full marks. She knows he's working hard, so he trusts him and sends him home. But while leaving, she asks if he's not being treated as an outcast, as he's always alone at school. Sunhoo says that it's in his nature to be alone. That's all there is to it. He thanks her for taking notice, and with that, he rushes back home. Most people realize that he's not normal, including his homeroom teacher, who lets him go home early without asking many questions, and his parents, who don't say anything about the $150 phone bill. He sits patiently and watches the computer screen, but laments these extremely slow internet speeds. Jonathan spots him online, and they begin talking about the situation. Sunhoo notes that the information site is frozen, but by now, there will still be some left over. Jonathan takes a while to respond, and he says that they have made it 300 times already before setting. In short, $60 billion, Sunhoo feels like he's just been shocked, and his heart rate skyrockets. Jonathan says that the opposition is growing in resistance, and it would be wise to take out this much profit. Sunhoo notes that he's acting like he's doing an analysis for their boss, probably because of the overflowing emotion. He also needs to start focusing, and says that they will settle when he chooses, as agreed, so he doesn't have to worry about resistance. With today's announcement, the tide will be completely turned. Jonathan reports the decrease, and Sunhoo can't help but shake at the amount of money being lost. But they need to push through. With that, he tells Jonathan to begin settling the profits. In the bot war, the hedge fund union's main force is the spot market, a sort of futures market. Future marketers that don't have a guaranteed chance of success just play an auxiliary role in dispersing the risk of spot marketers, and they put all of their money on the futures market, with a leverage of 50 times. Jonathan reports that their settlement has changed the atmosphere of the market. Sunhoo notes that the timeline changed, and that the bot is rising extremely fast. $31 going to 33 until it drops again, and both of them are extremely tired by it. Jonathan notes that 80% has been successfully settled, and they should keep the rest in place until it expires. Sunhoo notes that it would be a wise move considering, but with what he knows, that can't happen. He tells Jonathan that the war is officially over, so he should clear all positions and come to Korea ASAP. While Jonathan arrives, the news spreads throughout the world as the bot has crashed to a record low, and it can be felt throughout Asia. Jonathan seems more dead than alive, and he sits down with Sunhoo. He notes that the expected return was reduced somewhat, but Sunhoo already anticipated this, so how much did they make? Jonathan puts his hand up and says, $50 billion. Sunhoo almost faints, and Jonathan says that he feels the same. He barely got here. Sunhoo says that they need to pull back and work together, as this is just the beginning of the Asian financial crisis. Malaysia and Indonesia will not take part, but Hong Kong sure will. Jonathan's face lights up when he hears this, and Sunhoo says that he needs a favor from him. To start, there is some land in Korea that they need to buy. While sleeping, Jonathan dreams of getting snatched by a giant Sunhoo, so he wakes up screaming. A steward is surprised by this and notes that they arrived at their destination, America. While taking a drive somewhere, Jonathan thinks that the dream he had was childish and thinks of what he talked about with Sunhoo. He asks why he would want to buy land. Is he perhaps going to get into the real estate business as well? Sunhoo says that real estate is just the start, and from this day forward, they will venture into many types of markets if it's something that can earn them good money. Jonathan wonders how this guy can be so chill, as 50 billion is no small number. He asks if nothing will happen to them, and Sunhoo urges him to eat, as he is very tense right now. First, he should use his share as collateral to split up the company, and if he wishes to also join in, he can insert however much he wants. Jonathan asks how many companies he wants to split into, and Sunhoo notes that the more complex the structure, the better. This is so that nobody could trace it back to the original owner. It has to be to the point that the people working for the company themselves don't even know what they are dealing with. Jonathan says that with him basically making a ton of ghost companies, it almost seems like he's conspiring to commit crimes. Sunhoo says that working alone must be difficult, so when they get to Hong Kong, he should prepare a team. Jonathan thanks him for appreciating him for working so hard, as he didn't have time to even go to the bathroom at one point. Sunhoo says that skills don't matter. They only care about trust and loyalty. Jonathan says that if that is the case, he has a couple of ideas already. Sunhoo says that after they get results from Hong Kong, they should purchase 2 average-sized investment companies, places like the ones he worked at. He tells Jonathan to go after the best experts, someone like Jeffrey K. Jonathan is surprised he's aiming so high but doesn't mind, as he would like to have that guy under him. Sunhoo says that they will give them as much cash as they want, but not allow them to see the inner workings of the company. And once the company split is completed, one of them should be named Janil, and for it to enter this country, he will also use it to purchase things here. Jonathan asks why Janil specifically, and Sunhoo says that it's his father's name, and that he will have a grand time telling him about it one day. Sunhoo notes that they should focus on work for now, and that the time will come when all of the money in the world will be in their grasp. Jonathan thinks that he's right, and while walking somewhere, he thinks of what Sunhoo said. The first company should be named Jonathan Investment, so he will take all of the fame as a sort of repayment. Jonathan opens the door to a room, and some people are waiting for him. He says that now they have made it to the major leagues. Welcome, one and all, to Jonathan's Investment. Sunhoo thinks that there is a monster by the name of the Abyss Ant. It travels in armies of thousands, devouring everything in its path. They are constantly hungry, and hedge funds and their supporters are basically their equivalent today. While reading an article, he thinks that the money they should have originally earned ended up in his possession instead. And it seems that history changed to become more visceral. They must have caught on already that a group came along and monopolized on the bot drop, taking all of the profit for themselves. Someone calling him president interrupts his thinking, and he asks if there were any changes to the contract conditions. The man notes that Chairman Choi said he would go through with the conditions, and that he is famous for becoming rich through ownership of buildings, so he can be trusted. The man begins showing him around, and Sunhoo thinks that he has a condition for renting an office space. A 2-year contract, for the price of paying off the whole down payment in cash, will not be done with his name written on it. All of this is illegal, obviously, but it's a win-win since the money will go into President Choi's slush funds. The man presents him with the place, and notes that it has already been cleaned, so he just needs to bring in his belongings. Sunhoo notes that renting this office had 2 simple reasons behind it. Tight security, and this, an ADLS terminal, so he can finally get rid of extremely slow internet speeds. He says that he will pay the rent now, and if he takes away 2 boxes, the amount should be perfect. With that, Sunhoo is left alone, and thinks that until Jonathan returns to Korea, he should try decorating. He puts up a drawing of a dog hybrid, and notes that this will be the first outpost. Jonathan has already started reporting how it's going, and he left the separation to the startup companies, with 8 groups selected to proceed to the next level. Every time he achieves something, he switches companies. That way, the groups that are talking about the last company's separation won't know what they're dealing with. All he really cares about is paper and work. There are almost 1,000 taxes counted. This commission is just unexplainable. But right now, it seems that he will have to do the fund distribution plan himself. He asks Jonathan what happened with Jeffrey K., and he confirms he's in. Sunhoo says that prediction is the priority, but he should stick with CEO Donald Finn until the end. Jonathan asks if it's not just a simple investment concept in order to catch Donald. Sunhoo thinks that he's right. It's not just a simple concept. The dot-com bubble burst, resulting in massive market capitalization, but that isn't really the main reason. The database language they created was already established as an industry standard in the 1980s. That's including the dungeon, monster, skill, characteristics, and so on. But among all, the most important data program was the one that was related to the main company, Lee Sun's Guild, a database of revolution. If he ever had the chance to take just a small peek into that database, the war against the 80s would have been different. He thinks that his intervention will surely change history, so it's important to keep the range of fluctuations as small as possible. He tells Jonathan that their priority is prediction, so he can give Donald the highest recognition for his salary and stop options. But he also just might decide to leave, so they wouldn't be able to do anything in that case. Sunhoo thinks about things, and he vows to take all of the powers the 8 virtues had. While getting ready to go somewhere, Sunhoo spots his mother watching the news, and it seems that they are talking about one of his ghost companies. But he shouldn't worry about it. He says that he's leaving, and his mother says that he should bring this Jong-ho character here sometime, as he has heard of him many times but never seen him. Sunhoo fiddles with his hair and says that he will. The mother also asks if he's going to keep boxing, and he says that if she's worried, he can stop. She caresses his cheek and says that's not what she meant, as she's proud he's doing something hard, but he can do whatever he wants. With that, he leaves, noting that he needs to get some pocket money now. He goes to the building where he rented the floor and stops because some people from the public bank are also waiting for the elevator. He rented the first floor of this building and built the latest online network, the #1 bank in Korea. It seems that this elevator is for customers and employees. Something catches Sunhoo's ear, as it seems that these guys are talking about their endeavors and how much money they made. While in the elevator, they wonder if they are gods to make that sort of prediction. And another notes that there is no activity in the Philippines, Malaysia, or Singapore, leaving only Hong Kong on the table. A man thinks and orders another to get the morning files, as they also need to aim for Hong Kong if they ever want to catch up to those 2 strangers. Sunhoo just smirks and, when leaving the elevator, thinks that they will never be able to, as they have already split into a lot of ghost companies. Later, Jonathan arrives in his office and notes that it looks more like a gym than anything else. He tries to punch a few things and work out, but manages to hurt himself in the process, much to Sunhoo's disappointment. He also spots that Sunhoo has several swords in his office and asks if he even knows how to use them. Sunhoo asks for the material he wants, and Jonathan gives him the list of paper companies. He notes that they are pretty complex, and there are more than 1,000 ghost companies here. Jonathan says that if they were to lose this book, they wouldn't know how much money would be in it, and Sunhoo notes that if they were to lose it, there wouldn't be a problem with messing up the flow of funds. Jonathan says that if anyone sees that list, they will surely be imprisoned for life. Sunhoo says that he will just use money to deal with everything, and everything that is being done now is to create that money. He asks if he can keep the original list, and Jonathan agrees. Sunhoo opens up a vault and tells him that from now on, he should never use a corporate card and instead use only cash, like a true billionaire. Sunhoo tells him to rest, as they will see each other tomorrow morning. Jonathan asks why not this afternoon, and Sunhoo says that he can take it as a small vacation. That's when he spots the drawings behind Sunhoo and smiles, noting that these drawings prove that he's still a kid. At DP Crump, one of the big 4 banks in North America, Emily from Jonathan Investment meets with a representative from the bank to make a deal. He notes that this must be the new kind of swap transaction everyone must be talking about, and he will review it as well as the others, but he doesn't want to waste any time, as who would realistically accept this offer? Emily says that he should take a closer look, as Jonathan's investment is party B in it. The representative is shocked for a second before trying to hold in his laugh. He says that this deal is not for him to decide, and he will get the person in charge. Later, the guy in charge begins preparing the proposal, and notes that if they take this, Hong Kong's interest would skyrocket, while Jonathan Investment's revenue would start going downhill. He asks how much they want for it, and she says 500 million. The man also begins holding in his laugh, and she thinks that it is, in fact, really funny. It's crazy enough to raise the interest rate to 100%. How can one even make a profit that way? The man tidies up the papers and says that they will sign the contract, while thinking that he reviewed the contract multiple times. But there's no fraud, and 500 million is no small number. They shake hands, and both think that they should never meet again. Jonathan sits with Sunhoo and says that the attack preparation is complete, and he bets $5 billion, all in. Sunhoo says that when debenture is over, it will be his turn. 2 months ago, in October, Sunhoo arrived at Jonathan's office, looking worse for wear and with a lot of trash next to him. He asks how much he lost, and Jonathan says that he must already know and that he can't figure it out. With the different dates and sizes, betting on the global stock market without getting notices is quite difficult, and the stock market, excluding Asia, has maintained a slight upward trend. Sunhoo notes that even if he has to, it will be quite hard to watch the damage that will happen to the stock market. Jonathan looks at the screen with a depressive expression and thinks that he didn't expect to bet everything on Sunhoo's words. He told him in the past that the interest rate was raised to 300% and that Hong Kong would collapse its own stock market. Jonathan doesn't even want to consider such a thing, but knowing Sunhoo, he's probably right. He asks why Hong Kong would ever do such a crazy thing, and Sunhoo notes that this is the only way to get rid of the traitors. Jonathan asks if they will just give up like that and thinks that Hong Kong as well as Japan are Asia's financial fortresses. The place he wants to charm is Japan, but if he were ever to mess with them, the Japanese authorities wouldn't just sit idle. So the only target left is Korea. Sunhoo confirms this and thinks that at that time, Korea implemented a financial policy that completely blocked off foreign investment and intervention. This is why the trade war hit Southeast Asia and spread fear, and they also attacked Hong Kong, which had no chance to win against Korea and peaked in fear. Korean investors, frightened by this, tried to withdraw, forcing the foreign banks to collect their money rather than giving out loans to companies. And this is why Korea collapsed from the inside. Fear increases the chance of a country going bankrupt. And that's when the traders pull out their investments that have been sitting there a long time. But this time, it'll be a whole lot different. Sunhoo sits down, and Jonathan is quite surprised. Sunhoo says that they should go into the Hong Kong stock market and put some gas on it. 100 million, 1 billion, console, network, heavy industry. It seems that Hong Kong stock prices are decreasing across all sectors. Except for the bank, that is. So they need to reassure them somehow. Jonathan notes that there are a bunch of investors catching up to them, and Sunhoo thinks that if they really get caught, this whole round will be over. He says that it's too early for a conclusion, but he has to defend the New York company now. Jonathan jumps out of his seat and rushes somewhere, and Sunhoo thinks that there are two possibilities. They are either followed by traders attacking Hong Kong, or by people who also want in on what they are doing. Jonathan says that the trade is starting right now, and Sunhoo congratulates him, noting that now they will see who's really following them. Individual traders will halt at any minute, but it is much different for trading firms. But now, which side will it be? Sunhoo puts his hand over his mouth and hopes for the best. If they collapse Hong Kong with their own hands, history will be changed, and it will be impossible to predict the future then. A green light comes from the screen, and they both sit down, extremely tired from this whole ordeal. Jonathan curses and says that the Hong Kong stock market almost went into the gutter. Sunhoo says that they should organize everything according to the market end time, as today's stock market trade made them sweat a whole river. Sunhoo dresses up to leave and thanks God that nothing happened. With that, they just need to wait for the Hong Kong authorities. That's when Jonathan screams out for him and falls on his knees. He was wrong. Sunhoo was wrong. The DP Crump people sit at a table and laugh their asses off at what Jonathan Investment just did. A 100% interest rate? Who would come up with that idea? The guy in the purple suit asks how much they asked for, and the bald guy says 500 million. They are both quite shocked at this and congratulate him for making such a deal. This guy is the general manager at DP Crump, Clive. He thinks that he anticipated that he would be fired because of the loss in Thailand. But right now, he's quite motivated, and also thanks Jonathan for his investment. The news about Hong Kong is coming out, and they all look at the screen with anticipation. Clive's expression worsens and worsens, until only despair can be read across his face, as Hong Kong's interest just went up by 400%. The whole office is now in complete chaos, and Clive looks at this while thinking of the deal they made. With the deal they made, Jonathan Investment should have clearly lost money. But if the interest rate goes up to 400%, like it did just now, it's $500 million, times 4. In Seoul, Jonathan and Sunhoo celebrate this achievement, as not just Hong Kong, but stock markets all over the world are collapsing. The spot chart, and even the future chart are all going down. Sunhoo notes that they are earning tons of cash right now, and thinks that the spread of the Asian financial market crisis is like a domino effect. The second Black Monday, where stock markets all over the world are nosediving, including Europe. So, once again, they have hit the jackpot. They both celebrate instantly, and in this era, the sword of adversity and fortune was called fraudulent, but the power of money they hold is much greater than that. Jonathan becomes an extremely popular figure in the trading business, and people are even calling him the god of investment. While training, Sunhoo gets called by Jonathan, who says that they got put on the billionaire list, where they can just write anything they want, but they almost guessed their real worth. Sunhoo asks if they are a part of the IRS, and notes that their identity needs to remain unknown. Jonathan says that it would be a travesty if they ever found out about him, but they only know that 51% of Jonathan Investment's stake is owned by an unknown person by the name of John Doe. Sunhoo asks if that means everyone in the wall knows about this, and Jonathan assures him that he will try his utmost to protect his identity, and he's already hired experts. Sunhoo asks how close the IRS is to them, and Jonathan says that they monopolize Thailand and won bets against the biggest world banks, so nothing is impossible. He calculated the New York company to be valued at around 22 billion, so currently John's wealth is 11.2 billion, while his is 10.7 billion. This puts them 18th and 20th in the billionaire rankings. Sunhoo says that the goddess of luck is really on their side, and Jonathan also notes that if they counted the money he's drained off ghost companies after inflation, they would be in first and second place, respectively. While walking on a street, Sunhoo spots the countless tired businessmen and thinks that a week after the Hong Kong situation, the Korean government asked the IMF for a bailout. This was also about 2 weeks earlier than the previous incident. He sighs and notes that the homeroom teacher was the only one to mention such a thing. But of course, none of the youngsters really listened. But he also used to be like that, so who's he to judge? While going into a building, a man wishes him a good morning and says that he looks a lot like his colleague. Sunhoo thinks that this must be one of the foreign exchange members from the People's Bank. He hasn't recognized Jonathan even though they've been running into each other these last few months, which is understandable considering how hectic things were. Sunhoo thinks that it's best not to get involved right now and outright ignores the guy, much to his distaste. In the building he walked into, a woman sits down to read a newspaper, with a few men taking glances at her while blushing. Sunhoo goes up to her, asking if she's Miss Jamie, and she in turn asks if he's the interviewer, as she's been waiting for him. They sit down at a table, and Sunhoo gives her a business card with the name Ethan written on it. She asks if it's her appearance, or is he perhaps in a position to care about his competitors. Sunhoo says that if this was just an interview, he wouldn't have given her his business card, as they have already decided to hire her. While she thinks on it, he says that her past doesn't matter in the slightest, as they've focused on her history and appearance in Wilshire Land, as they need a beautiful Asian woman that's also quite good in real estate to present them. And she will soon understand why her appearance is such an important factor. Wilshire Land had previously used Jamie as the chief investment officer in Asia, a strategist, and a bullet catcher. A person who can change the negative views towards the company into positive ones. But what's important here is that she was willing to make illegal transactions for her own success. Her crime record is extremely repulsive in the office, as she was a CEO and a major shareholder. But after sitting on the sidelines and stealing from her previous employers, she got caught and imprisoned for a while. He's been looking for someone just like her since August. She says that she hasn't heard the company's name yet, and he says Jonil. Jonil Investment. That's the name of her company. Much later, at a news outlet, a story about how the regime change between the government and opposition parties took place for the first time in history. It's a monumental event, yet the presidential candidate has a huge responsibility to bring their economy to life. The news about the press conference held at the Blue House came out, and the presidential candidate told Jonil Investment that she had attracted a large investment of up to $15 billion. Sunhoo watches with a smile and thinks that the presidential candidate basically invited them to overcome the foreign exchange crisis together. Jamie comes into the room from the fire exit, dressed quite well to hide her identity. Sunhoo congratulates her and says that she has become the #1 person everyone wants to meet in this country's political and business worlds. Jamie pulls down her disguise and demands he not even talk about it or mention it. He gives her the company card and says that she should always keep cash in her linked account, as he won't be able to get a separate report on where she used it. She just smiles at this obvious embezzlement, making Sunhoo think that he really picked the right person. He asks how she will go about hiring new employees, and she asks if it's okay to do anything. Sunhoo notes that they said they would also put in free management within the capital limits, and the only part he's actively involved in is the special orders. Jamie says that her former colleagues will be arriving this evening, and she has also negotiated with real estate advisory companies in this country. And also, Samu Accounting and Kim and Park Law Firm will bring people into this country, and most problems are solved through those two. Cho Dae-won will be the accounting director, and Park Chung-sik will handle legal affairs. Sunhoo thinks that all of these are high-class individuals in the business world, and says that they are both good choices. Jamie says that all she needs to do now is find an office, and that this building is also on sale, and the price will keep falling. Sunhoo says that it's because more than half of the rent was withdrawn, and he thinks that not long ago, Jamie had a meeting with the Blue House to fulfill the special orders he gave, and as a result, the real estate market opened up a lot earlier than before. This could be considered a fire sale, and it refers to a case in which a house burns and sells leftover property at a bargain price. But in this situation, it was a little worse than that. Jamie says that her real specialty is real estate, but she can't get rid of the thought that investing in just real estate is foolish, as this kind of opportunity won't come again. She asks Sunhoo if his clients are interested in real estate, and he says that the only thing he needs to see from her is the rate of return. He doesn't care if it's from real estate or otherwise, but this also comes with a lot of responsibility. Jamie says that the return will be big, as in this country, even a child can become a chairman, if they have dollars, that is. She notes that they will also understand that they can expand their field towards other companies, and Sunhoo thinks that a large stake in the nation's biggest company will fall into the hands of foreign eagles in the first place, so it's not worth it. She looks at him and says that this country is amazing for business. She already knew this, but now she likes it even more. She thanks him for giving her this opportunity, and says she will show him something that doesn't go against his wishes. Sunhoo silently stares at her, and that's when she remembers that she also went over the special orders when she had the time. It was the real estate that he wanted to buy first, but the earning rates from most of them were far from what he anticipated. She tries to talk more, but Sunhoo interrupts her and says that it's nice that she is trying to impress him and all, but she needs to stop right now. He will rarely be involved in Janil's investments, and also believes she will live up to the customer's trust. But all she needs to do is follow the special orders, not examine them. Jamie begins shaking because of his stare and apologizes for getting too excited. Sunhoo understands, but if she wants to expand business with company investment, he recommends she take the people from the company loan team. The special order he gave her was simple to purchase. Money is good, but those things are much more. Korean dungeons. Sunhoo goes to a hill and thinks that it took quite a while to buy and find the dungeon because it looked way too different when he first came here. In his original timeline, it was like a military installation, as the government was quite powerful at the time. The hills and their respective dungeons were also under government control, and martial law, which seemed to be a thing of the past, had been put in place again. Like him, those who came back alive from the examination room were called reservists, and they were taken to a government research facility and thought they would just simply become lab rats. However, when he first looked at the entrance of the dungeon, he realized they were way worse for wear than lab rats. A car suddenly comes from behind him, and a man by the name of Choi Chulman comes out of it. Sunhoo says that he's from Jonil Investment and gives him a card with another fake name. They continue to drive up the mountain, and Choi asks where the construction site is. Sunhoo says that from the entrance of the hill, this whole area is their work site. The construction should start at the entrance, and he wants the restoration work to be as original as it can be. Choi thinks that it's been 20 minutes since they came up to this place, and they get stuck as the truck can't climb any further. They get out of the car, and Sunhoo asks if he can also build buildings, with Choi responding that he can do anything as he's not picky. Sunhoo asks if he can also build a road, and if he can really do all of this, as work needs to start right away. But he knows it's winter, and the scale is quite big. Choi thinks about this. Destroy a whole mountain, build a road, and even build a building. But in this current economy, he can't find any work, so he will not miss this opportunity. He says that he will do it, and while getting in the car, Sunhoo says that he should give him the completion time as well as the estimate of the cost as soon as possible. He will also get an estimate from other companies, but he really wants him to do all of this. Choi asks why he would want him specifically, and Sunhoo looks at the pictures of his daughter, saying that it's a difficult time for fathers all around. Choi begins tearing up and thanks Sunhoo for his kindness. At night, his father comes home drunk, and Sunhoo notes that this is the last day of the year. And even in the past, his dad came home drunk, as this was the day he was basically sentenced to death by honorary retirement at a young age. But this time, it's different, as his father says that he's going to move to a super popular company, Jonil Investment, and he also bears this name. Sunhoo scratches his cheek and thinks that he didn't expect this in the slightest. In the past, it was his father's influence that got him into the world of finance when he gave him a bank book containing $1,000,001, which was quite a lot for a high school student. Not long after the IMF ended, even animals could make money, and before he knew it, he became a successful high school trader. He had such luck that he asked his father for additional investments, and he lent him some money. But it didn't take long for it to go downward, and as soon as the US.com bubble burst, half of his money disappeared. Around that same time, his father also asked for the money, at least by the next week. This caused Sunhoo to cry after losing his father's money, and his father said that he could borrow from his mother and pay him back, as he really needed that money, which seemed quite cold at the time. Sunhoo asked how he can do that, and his father says that if he doesn't, he will have to take it from his allowances, as well as his CD player, phone, and computer. But all of that will still be extremely short of what he lent him. He says that he will still have to talk to his mother, even though he thinks he's grown up, and if he's obedient, she will surely lend him some money. He also wished that he knew why he was fired, and he hopes he's as interested in the economy as he was in stocks. But he must understand that his situation is not even a quarter of what he felt on the day he was fired. After one's career path has been decided, their goal is clear. So naturally, his father's first stock certificate became his lucky talisman. Construction starts, and it seems that President Choi got the construction job, making him very confident and patient, which was nice. But all is not well, as the locals are quite worried about this sudden change. While they leave in the car, Sunhoo says that he wants to make a meeting hall for the village to comfort them. Choi says that it's not necessary, as he already had quite a good talk with the village head. Sunhoo says that the villagers used to pick mushrooms and keep bees in the mountain, and Choi notes that they were doing that without permission anyway. Sunhoo says that they are going to stop access by putting wire mesh around the entire bottom of the mountain. Choi is surprised he would do that, and Sunhoo says that nobody but the villagers will be able to enter the mountain. This is just in case someone comes across the dungeon. He notes that the company is foreign, so there are some parts that aren't really flexible, so he asks Choi to handle the public sentiment of the village. Choi reluctantly agrees, and Sunhoo notes that when someone does something this big, it cannot be forced and needs to be greased up properly. At another place, Jonil Investment's accounting director, Jo Daewon, and the judicial affairs director, Park Chung-shik, share drinks while discussing the company's future and their place in it. Daewon says that they mustn't take breaks, and that he should have come directly to him if he were to go through with this. Park laughs, and Daewon says that they are in the same boat now, and Park also agrees. They cheer for their Jonil Investment. Daewon notes that Kim Chailmin is the chief, so it would be a waste to leave him as a card to throw away. Park says that the yellow hair brought by the late chick, the representative director, has been blocked, so can they not do it their way? So even if they drag Chailmin into this, it's a high-risk, low-reward venture. If they were to wait just a little longer, they could give Chailmin some results, and it's also going to be something that suits the tastes of the Westerners. Daewon looks at the key of the car and notes that if things go well, it could become something like that. Park asks if there were cases where that happened before, and Daewon says Daehu. Did he not know that they are completely rotten on the inside? So there's nothing that they can really do in the first place. Even if the VIPs continue acting this way, they can curse as much as they wish, as he will give them one exemption. He will split the ball with the chief and stuff the Westerners' pockets with cash. They cheer once again and note that they should have all of this guaranteed by the next term. In the year 1998 in January, many companies went bankrupt, and the announcement of restructuring plans by large companies resulted in mass unemployment. Sunhoo thinks that stuff didn't change much, but the fine things did. For example, the DP Crump and German bank didn't come in until the second quarter of this year. But it's obvious why, as these are all places where he lost the bets he made. They became desperate due to the amount lost, and they plan to come in the first quarter of the year and extract as much as they could because the entire country is on a bomb sale. He can predict this much, but he never thought he would succeed, and it seems that Daeho's chairman has been arrested. The top 3 biggest conglomerates in Korea are Daehyun, Daeho, and Il-sung. Daeho was ranked number 2 in the financial world, which is better than Il-sung. They were also very recognized in the financial world overseas, compared to Daehyun, the number 1. They have about 400 local companies in different countries, and it's a large corporation, with 100,000 employees in Korea and double that overseas. Jamie asks Sunhoo if he knows about the Daeho group, and he confirms it. She notes that an arrest warrant will be issued for its chairman, and this takes him by surprise, and he asks what happened to cause this. Daeho's dissolution of groups wasn't just because of the IMF, and the implosion of all the problems that they had from all over will only occur 2 years later. But why would they mess with the Daeho that's just functioning normally? Why and how? Jamie explains that the first 2 directors that were hired after he became CEO, Cho Dae-won and Park Chun-sik, are now in politics. They were placed there to work for him, and both of them can be considered popular politicians. It took her a while to get used to what was happening, but now she knows how things work in this country. But thanks to this, they could put the Daeho group on the list. Sunhoo notes that corruption exists in every country, and what North America did was legalize lobbying and bring it out in the open. But fundamentally, it's the same. So she shouldn't be biased. However, it is true that this country is a bit different because of the term conglomerate, which is used frequently in it. He apologizes for interrupting her and says that she should continue, as his clients will also be happy to see Daeho on the list. Jamie says that it was the idea of the 2 directors to make Daeho the scapegoat of the IMF, as there were 0 cases that took responsibility for the world's criticism against Daeho directly. Sunhoo says that he didn't think the authorities would just sign this off so easily, and Jamie notes that's precisely why she's getting involved as well. Soon, they will be able to meet with the leader of the financial world. Sunhoo smirks and thinks that this must be the moment that caused Daeho's dissolution. The rate of survival of the educated upper class used to be pretty high in the trial because, even in an era of peace, there were many people who thought about how they needed to attack for their own benefit and how to bring down those who were much stronger than them. Everything just makes sense when he looks at these people. He says that both she and the directors are quite amazing. Jamie says that the material on Daeho that the government holds has been handed over to the court, and Sunhoo asks what their demands were. She notes that they want an investment of at least $500 million and the undertaking of the Daeho group as a whole, including their liabilities. However, if they were to put in a bit more effort, it would be possible to just take out the main subsidiary. Sunhoo thinks that Jamie still needs some time to fully understand the political and financial world of Korea, and that the next authority would be the Democratic Cabinet. If they are the only ones that benefit after things have gone this far, they will surely have problems with the authorities, and once the financial crisis has started to be resolved, they will surely perform a more thorough tax investigation. The 2 Korean directors aren't after assets or sales. Their true objective is to keep Daeho in the top 3 of the biggest conglomerates, not to be recognized as one, but to the whole infrastructure. Sunhoo asks if she can really handle the Daeho group, and if she was planning on hiring management specialists from overseas after she succeeds in taking them over. Jamie is a bit surprised by his words, as she was most likely going to do just that. He says that she should investigate the new group chairman, starting with the board members that are currently available, and also starting with the chairman's closest aides, excluding his family, of course. Jamie thinks that's precisely what the directors said too, and she asks if this means he permits the start of the takeover. Sunhoo notes that she shouldn't rush, as they are the clients here. She doesn't need to worry about the additional investment money or the business direction, so she should make sure she's very aggressive on this. Does she truly understand? He looks at her with a fearsome glare, and notes that whether it's land, buildings, or the very company itself, she shouldn't let any of them get taken away. Jeonil Investment will and must monopolize Korea's crisis. Jonathan gets off a plane, and countless reporters swarm him, and he's extremely tired from all of the lights and flashes. They all ask him many questions before one asks where he should invest his money, as he wants to get rich too. The other reporters bash him for a question like that, but Jonathan quite likes it, and says that if he were to invest in only one thing, it should be fear. Sunhoo holds a paper with this quote from him, and starts mocking him because of it. Jonathan demands he stop being childish. Sunhoo notes that his welcome was quite amazing, and Jonathan says that he barely managed to get out of that place, but he didn't think that they would treat him as a state guest. Sunhoo hands him a beer and says that this just shows how desperate this country truly is, making Jonathan say that things are still hopeful, as the financial assistance from the IMF is in, and he's pumping thousands of dollars in. Sunhoo says that he's correct, and that Korea will most likely overcome the IMF crisis quickly. Jonathan asks if he's really going to go through with that, And Sunhoo thinks that he's talking about the Daewoo situation. He notes that it wasn't his plan, but it's something that they are slowly working on. Jonathan asks if the they is Junil's investment, and he confirms this, noting that he just put the blade in their hands and they started slashing. Jonathan asks if he's really planning on taking over the whole Daewoo group, and Sunhoo notes that they might, but they will have to restructure and take care of the subsidiaries right away. Jonathan says that the sequence is quite reversed. But why is he doing it like this, where many risks appear? Sunhoo notes that the dollar won't hold the economy with its power forever, and when this country gets out of the IMF crisis and quickly normalizes, this is in preparation for when that happens. Jonathan notes how much he treasures this country, and in the end, money doesn't seem to be the only reason he plans to take over Daewoo. He says that he will find out what he's after eventually, and Jonathan says that he doesn't need to be embarrassed for being so patriotic, as he has already earned a lot. So naturally, he can do as he pleases. That's when Sunhoo says, $1 billion. He demands an additional billion in addition to the original $1.5 billion that was to be moved. They are going to move a total of $2.5 billion into this country and align it with the dates that they will take over Daewoo. Jonathan begins sweating and asks that he think carefully about this, because at this rate, he might really be sentenced to 1,000 years of imprisonment. They mustn't allow any more trust in what they have already done, because if the tax wants to, they will find what they need to sentence him. Sunhoo interrupts him and notes that the Korean government is in a rush, not them. He gets up and notes that this is their chance to make those $2.3 billion totally clean. Jonathan asks how the Korean government will just do that to them, and Sunhoo notes that it's their problem to deal with, and they just need to show them the numbers. Jonathan smirks and drinks some beer. How did he think of using a damn country to do his laundering? The Daewoo group went into a debt workout after the thorough investigation of their tax returns ended. There was also no grand CEO resignation that would usually take place in this situation. Except for the family of the chairman, the rest of the employees kept their positions. At school, Sunhoo asks Jamie how the takeover is going, and she notes that they have some competitors, but not to worry, as soon as they will be windscreens. He notes that she learned quite a big word, and she says that they should also talk about the allocation of liabilities. But he denies this offer, and says that they should talk at a later date. He thinks that they are almost done with this whole Daewoo business and demands that the guys he beat to a pulp get up. They do so instantly, and he says that he won't interfere with what they do, but only if they don't bother him at all. Is that understood? They all respond, and Sunhoo lets them go, thinking that he can't train on guys like this in the first place. He scratches his head and thinks that he needs to take care of school, but what excuse should he give this time? That's when the homeroom teacher comes out of a window and urges him to come in. Inside, she explains that the other kids aren't hateful toward him, but rather scared. He thinks that all of this is quite strange, as this teacher was definitely someone else during this time period, and he ignored it because it wasn't a big change, but he's starting to feel concerned about her attitude recently. She says that if he were to approach them first, he would realize that school is a fun place. This complete lie aside, she notes that he should promise her that he will at least graduate from middle school. This surprises Sunhoo quite a bit, and he thinks that now he definitely needs to look into this. While in class, Sunhoo notes that he hired a few professional detectives to look into his homeroom teacher for the last few days. Her name is Woo Yeon-hee, and she's 22 years old. Born in Seoul, she's the eldest daughter of a rather plain family. She is also not interested in dressing up and doesn't have many social activities, to the point that she doesn't have a friend that she would contact on a regular basis. Up until this point, she just seemed like a regular old teacher, who was also not that social. But there were 2 points that were quite interesting. The first would be that she already knew of him beforehand, and was also suspiciously interested in seemingly random people. Although it's not that creepy, it's still quite eccentric. The real problem is that he's one of the people she has an interest in. She knew about him since she was a teacher, and after she passed the employment test, it seems she worked quite hard to become his homeroom teacher specifically. And secondly, she has a history of receiving psychiatric treatment. The prescription that she got was just general stuff, used to treat depression or anxiety, but she still complained of the same symptoms, and that's why she slowly lost contact with her family. The medicine she was prescribed wouldn't do anything, even if she were to keep consuming it, because her delusions and illusions, which are seemingly crazy talk, are actually real. Sunhoo didn't think he would meet an awakened person this way, and a rare mind healer at that. That night, he sits in his office and thinks that mind healers aren't rare just because of their abilities, but also because many don't survive after they awaken. They are able to influence another person's mind just with their abilities, which don't require talking. But after experiencing the trial, most were driven into a metaphorical corner, and they also experienced the tired minds of the awakened who survived. So naturally, they couldn't withstand any of this. In Yeonhee's case, it was much tougher due to her early awakening. He is also sure that there is a dark reason he didn't hear about her name in this era. That's when he gets a call from Jonathan, who notes that it's done and that he's a Texas man, so he must know how bullheaded he is. With that, they close the call, and Sunhoo thinks that he's glad Jonathan came through with this. A few days ago, Jonathan gave him some papers, which he wasn't too happy about. as it seemed to be more of a retirement plan than anything. Jonathan asks what's wrong with it, as they need to look at stable plans instead of charging aggressively right now. Sunhoo notes that investing in the Dow index isn't that bad of an idea, but it's not that great either. And this portfolio that they made is just $1 billion, and he already knows how much they have, so he earned at least $3 billion, right? He was wondering what plan he came up with, since he said he wanted to split the shares and operate on his own. Sunhoo thinks that if he calculated that he earned this much, he's way off. Jonathan says that the total should be about $6.5 billion, and even if they stopped now and started spending it with no remorse, this money would just keep growing. Sunhoo wants to say something to him but stops himself, as he doesn't need to mention that person right now. Jonathan starts wondering if his real objective is the god of finance, with estimated assets up to $50 quadrillion. He also founded a country, and is all around a legendary person who changed the direction of the World War. Sunhoo thinks that the reason he chose to regress into this time period wasn't because of the stats. If it were all about that, he wouldn't have needed to go that far in the past. He tells Jonathan that he doesn't have any objectives, and is just hungry for more. He notes that hungry for more is a pretty cool line, and Sunhoo notes that he should store this away and use it for a client when the time comes. Jonathan wonders what client he's talking about, and Sunhoo asks if there isn't a merger of smaller investment companies. Jonathan just sits in silence, and this makes Sunhoo scream at him, saying that he should reject all interviews or events, as if he overdoes it. He will be distracted. Jonathan says that he's not making an excuse, but he just doesn't like having people who are much better under him. And that's why he's also avoiding them, because he's afraid that they will come to realize this fact. He also demands Sunhoo be at the front, but he denies this, as he already knows why he can't do such a thing. He should just be confident in himself for once, as even if they hadn't met, he would have surely been successful. Jonathan notes that not on this level, and also apologizes as he's been stressed out recently, but he should know, right? Sunhoo notes that this is precisely why he told him to exercise, as his belly is much bigger, and that a healthy body brings a healthy mind. He shouldn't just cower any longer. He should use this opportunity to show others what he's really capable of. Sunhoo says that once the company expands, he will come to realize it. The beast that he holds within Jonathan still feels sorry for himself though, so it will take quite a bit longer. Sunhoo asks if he knows that the most important people at Bluestone are in Korea, and Jonathan thinks about that company, which is the biggest private placement investment company in the whole world. He asks if he also plans to take them over, but Sunhoo denies it, as if they were ever to take a hit from them when the Asian financial crisis occurred. Things would have been fine, but now there's an opening. Bluestone Capital Partners, BCP3 Fund. Jonathan says that he must be a genie to know everything and confirms that Bluestone is putting everything and anything into growing their product. Sunhoo notes that without the members that came into Korea, Bluestone's new fund product would be plain useless, so he should start shaking their foundations from the bottom, and he can surely do it. With that, they ended up joining Jonathan. While the Bluestone group in itself is quite attractive, what he wants the most is their subsidiary company, Blue Rock. 20 years from now, Kim Chung-soo, Gillen, and Jessica will work together and make this plain asset management company grow into something beautiful. In their prime days, they will also manage funds that surpass $4 trillion. Sunhoo smirks and notes that Blue Rock is now a nobody and will continue to be so because the owners of the shadow bank that influences the world's economy from the dark will be occupied by someone else entirely. While on a plane, he thinks that his parents are thinking he went to Bible school, but he's actually using this as an excuse to go over to America and take care of some affairs. Firstly, to recruit Gillen and Jessica before they join Blue Rock, and secondly, to search for the analyst genius, Kim Chung-soo, who is beginning to be suppressed and buried. At a private investigation firm named Zopi, Sunhoo meets with the investigator in charge, John Clark. They shake hands, and Sunhoo hides his real name with a fake one, Eden. They sit down, and John says that he heard that he's the manager of a trust fund and is looking for a beneficiary. Sunhoo confirms this, and thinks that if he wants to look into missing people, he needs to prove that he's related to the person he's looking for by blood. And if he wants to pursue a wanted person, he needs to prove that he's somehow related to the case. But it's also not that hard to find a beneficiary for the trust fund. He thinks that it would be best to keep it legal for now, and notes that the person he's looking for is Bobby, born in Brooklyn, and around 12 to 15 years old, who is also most likely living in New York now. John asks if he has any additional information he can give them, and Sunhoo says that he does have some information on how he looks, but all other information was lost. John notes that all of this is quite limited, and it would take a lot of time and money with only this little information. He also says that he's basically requesting the whole of North America. Sunhoo knows that he knows all too well, but money is no object in this. The money given to the beneficiary will also be more than enough to cover the costs, so he shouldn't worry too much about money and use as much manpower as needed. He clenches his fists and thinks that he needs to find that guy at all costs. The leader of the 8 evils, the man who will be called the first evil in New York. At Jonathan Investment, Sunhoo presents Gillen to him and says that he will entrust some offshore funds to him, around $1.5 billion. Jonathan thinks that this is quite unexpected. Even if he's from a good group, he must be amazing, right? Sunhoo notes that he will see for himself soon enough that he's qualified enough to lead the front lines. He also hands him a laptop and says that this is just a present. Jonathan looks at the screen and notes that this is an autobiography, but also has some investment study materials. He's shocked and thinks that the process that has helped analyze all of their investments so far is here. He asks Sunhoo if he has a doctorate or something of the sort. He thinks that it's only natural for Jonathan to be shocked, as he's packaged some of the theories that aren't available in this world just yet. He says that he's not the author, and also left the introduction empty on purpose. If he gets a book published in his name, then nobody will be able to doubt his abilities ever again. Jonathan is surprised and doesn't know what to say, but gives in, noting that he will enjoy the fame that will be received from this. However, he also wants him to stop speaking so formally, as age doesn't matter and they are no longer just partners. So, they should be friends, both of them. Sunhoo is a bit surprised, and thinks that there is no room for friendship between the awakened. Jonathan shared loot and points with him because they were colleagues. But this Jonathan is different from the one he once knew, and it's okay for him to have at least one friend, right? They fist bump each other, and so begins their friendship. Much later at school, a teacher informs everyone in Sunhoo's class that Yeonhee will be taking a break due to personal reasons. Sunhoo thinks that after the spring holiday ended, there was some disturbance with her. Her own mother came to the school to complain about them hiring a mentally ill person, and he had to postpone his plans to confirm whether she really is awakened or not. And today is a very important day, as it is the only place he can increase his stats before the trial opens, and he needs to prepare to enter it. He arrives at the building he constructed and thinks that in this gated place is the entrance of the dungeon. A perfect defense facility that's disguised as a mental hospital. While entering, he notes that Choi did a great job, and at the rate he's going, he could turn the company into Ilju Construction. If he makes it back alive, that is. He enters a room, and a portal appears in front of him. The system asks if he really wishes to enter, and he thinks that even though this is a low-tier dungeon, he's going in without a single stamp of escape, which is nothing short of suicidal. But this is the only real way to increase his stats, so he presses yes, and a staircase appears, which descends into the ground. He gets a flashlight and points it at the entrance, and sure enough, the light seemingly stops, as electronic or firearms have no functionality in there. All he can truly rely on is the sword he made in Namdaemun, a little dosage of painkillers and rations, and a backpack that can't compare to what he used to have. But right now, there's just no other choice. He steps in, and a ray of light appears. With that, he has officially entered the dungeon. Jonathan notices he got an email from Sunhoo and wonders what kind of masterfully crafted plan he has this time. However, his face drops when he sees the contents of the email. A will. Inside the dungeon, Sunhoo tries his best to survive, but these dog beasts are relentless and don't allow a moment of rest. One manages to bite his shoulder, but this allows him to stab it in the eye. Still, his problems haven't come to an end, as another lunges at him, ready to rip him into bits. He tries to pull his sword out, but due to his injury, he falters, and the beast pins him to the ground, ready for a meal. However, he manages to stab it in the last second, and it appears that he has only killed 3 of these scouts. Sunhoo gets the scout out of him, and thinks that this is category number KF07, a Declan soldier, because they were easy to deal with. They bore the nickname of the Hound. Although he has expected this much, it's much more difficult to defeat 1 or 2 hounds with mere F-rank stats. He notes that this dungeon is a labyrinth. The place where the 3 hounds appeared was in the path in front of the entrance room. However, the structure changes every time, so there's no way to know what comes next. And there are a total of 3 dungeon quests that need completion. The first is a boss quest, and the second is a hunting quest, and the third is a duel quest. The only way to get out of the dungeon is to either complete all of these or use a stamp of escape. The reason he chose this specific dungeon is simple. He knows how to kill the boss. And additionally, the stamp of escape is given as a reward for completing the hunting quest. But he's quite pathetic now, as he's struggling to do a simple hunting quest that's basically the easiest quest out there. That's when he stops, as a dungeon box stands in front of him. A lot of Awakened were deceived at first because it looked like a bronze box, and if one were lucky, they would be given the rewards from a bronze box. But if they had no such luck, the box would curse the user with either fear or confusion. He won't be able to make it back alive if it were to give him a curse, and frankly, he's not feeling lucky now. Sunhoo finally arrives at a door and drops his bag to the ground. He slowly reaches for the handle and prays to anyone who is listening that there be only one scout beyond this door. But it seems that fortune doesn't favor him, as countless hounds stare at the door, ready to attack. He laments having to use his skills this soon, and imbues his sword with Odin's fury. With that, he breaks down the door and valiantly charges in, while the countless hounds start making their way to him. He starts butchering through them, and the system notifies him of how many he has left to kill. However, one manages to grab his sword, and he notes that with F-rank strength, he can't do much of anything. The others also start to swarm him, and only blood can be seen coming from him. Sunhoo is laid down, accompanied by the hounds he killed. He's clearly passed out, but he wakes up shortly after, and can only scream and cough. He tries to get up but shakes while doing so, and wants to see his list of attributes. It seems that he had used Man of Adversity, and slept for 23 hours afterwards. He can't believe he had to use that attribute in the first room. But it's a relief that he at least healed from it, as his hand would have certainly come off if he hadn't. He activates the list of quests, and he has only 4 hounds left to kill while also holding a total of 204 points. He thinks it's 2 points for each soldier, and a box of bronze is 300. He notes how generous the tutorial awards were, and thinks that he only needs to kill 4 more for the escape tramp, and then finally escape. That's when 2 hounds come out of the doorway, and he gets ready to defend himself, presuming that these things came by because of how much blood was spilt. However, they do not attack outright, and instead wait for something else. A hound with 2 heads. Sunhoo notes that this is a great contest quest, but such a powerful enemy shouldn't be here in the first room. It immediately swings at Sunhoo twice, and he barely manages to dodge both times. He thinks that this thing is at least an A, and can't handle it now, even with the Man of Adversity activated. It throws one of the swords at him, but manages to hit another hound instead. It gets to follow him, and with no other feasible choice, he dashes towards the dungeon box, and while dodging another attack, he grabs it. The hound manages to grab his leg, and he demands that the box be opened already. Fortunately for him, the box rewards him with an escape stamp, and he uses it while being thrown. He falls down at the entrance of the dungeon, and he gets up instantly without even realizing what just transpired. He calms down and begins laughing, as the escape stamp was inside the dungeon box all of this time. This must be why the 8 virtues and 8 evils went crazy about the system. However, this is just a taste of how terrible it can really be, as it makes people struggle to really give up until the very end. He picks up his phone, and notes that he was quite crazy to go inside the dungeon by himself. That's when he notices he has 30 missed calls from a very worried Jonathan. He thinks that he will call him later and calls Yeonhee his teacher. He says that she probably didn't go to the hospital, and she's more than surprised to hear his voice. She eventually makes her way to the hospital, and is extremely shocked to see Sunhoo in his sorry state. He says that there's nothing to be worried about, and that she should come inside. But she's quite hesitant to do so, as this place is labeled as a mental hospital. Sunhoo says she shouldn't worry about that, as it's just a ruse, and they are also the only people here. She notes that this makes the situation even weirder, but she's not crazy. However, she cannot explain it outright. Sunhoo notes that he knows, and he called her here to explain her strange situation. He thinks that if she had the skills for it, she would have already read his mind, but she still needs training and time to do something like this. He asks her to decide here and now. Is she going to go back and live her life labeled as crazy, or will she follow him? They get inside, and he shows her a hound, which she's rightly horrified of. He calms her down, noting that this is just a part of his memories and nothing more. Yeonhee's abilities haven't developed fully yet, but he was still able to share some of his memories with her. She begins shaking, and he wonders if this is too much for her. Yeonhee asks if they were really chosen to fight those monsters, and if they will really attack the whole world. Sunhoo confirms it, and he notes that he's been preparing for the day it starts. Below this stairway, there are countless monsters of the same type she just saw. He hands her a folder, and notes that it's a contract, as if she ever decides to raid dungeons with him, she will be rewarded accordingly, per the contract. If she decides otherwise, she should live a normal life like none of this happened until that day arrives, because not everyone will be able to fight. With that, Sunhoo escorts her out and says that he will wait until tomorrow for her answer. This is a life or death decision, so she should think about it very carefully. Ever since she was in middle school, Yeonhee started seeing illusions, the first being a blue window that only she could see. She naturally told her mother about it, but she was dragged to a prayer house because of it. And one day, out of nowhere, she started to experience other people's emotions and tried to find out how they were related, but nothing of importance really came up. And among those people, there was one about whom she felt the most strongly, Sunhoo. At first, she thought she would get some hints from him, but this is quite a lot. The contract reads as follows: 200 million won off the bat, and an annual salary of 1 billion won. 500 million won is also given as an incentive for every entry into a dungeon, and a performance bonus of another 500 is given for making it back alive. The death bonus is also 3 billion won, making her wonder how he got such a large amount of cash. However, this situation makes her think she's cursed or something like that. She makes her way to Sunhoo, and he asks if she's made a decision about what they discussed. Yeonhee rolls her window down and looks very tired, making him understand what she's getting at. He welcomes her to this side of the world as a pre-incident awakening. They drive away, and Sunhoo urges her to drive a tad slower, as she's going quite fast. He also says that if she's doing all of this out of a weird sense of obligation towards him, they should drop it. But she says otherwise, and is actually quite thankful to him. Because before he told her about everything, all she would think about was how she should pass away. There's no real reason she should reject such a huge amount of cash. And there's also the fact that she's really not crazy, right? Sunhoo notes that she's only acting tough, as her hands are trembling quite a lot. She asks if he really has that much money on him, and he notes that she will get it once they get there. Yeonhee looks at him for a second and demands to know why he's been speaking so casually with her. Is he perhaps older? Sunhoo sighs and notes that she could say that. But age won't matter in the world they are going to live in, and she will soon realize this as a fact. They arrive at Jonathan's location, and Jonathan is shocked to see Sunhoo in this state. He asks if he wasn't followed, considering he's a famous person. Jonathan notes that this isn't the important thing now, but knows that arguing further is futile, so he stops. Yeonhee looks at him and asks if he's perhaps the hunter Jonathan. Sunhoo says that they should exchange greetings, as this is the man who will execute their contract. Forbes' choice, the top 20 billionaires in the world. The god of investment, hunter Jonathan later. Yeonhee walks out of the office, mesmerized by the fact that she now has 200 million won, and also meets Jonathan. They both look at her from the window, and he asks why in the world he's giving this girl that much cash. And if she goes missing, her father will also receive 3 billion won. What's with all of this? Sunhoo apologizes, as he can't tell him now, but will soon, so he should hold it in for a while longer. They should also eat, as he ordered the menu he likes. While eating, Jonathan notes that this food is kind of mid-range, and Sunhoo says that's because the restaurant they usually ordered from, which he liked, closed. Jonathan is quite shocked, and notes that they must be in a really bad situation if such a tasty food shop would close. Sunhoo says that this is not just a case in this country. As for the foreign funds that came to Asia, where does he think they went? Jonathan notes that they are in Eastern Europe and Latin America, right? Sunhoo says that there's one other place he forgot about. Russia. Jonathan checks some information about them and is very surprised at the number of nuclear weapons they possess. It's basically a country that can't be touched. Sunhoo says that everyone else thinks so, but they will be going there. He also notes that Jonathan asked him about how great Jillian was, and he notes that he was asking if he took personal action to recruit her, as he's not going to doubt the abilities of a Morgan Group member. Sunhoo notes that they should compete with Russia, as whoever rises higher first will make a profit. But he also won't leave him empty-handed, and he'll give him a friend that's almost as good as Jillian, Brian, with his Korean name being Kim Chung-soo. He also doesn't look the part right now, but if he looks after him, he will find he's an unpolished gem. Jonathan says that if the only thing he has to do is watch him from behind, he can take a rest after a long time of just working. Sunhoo says that there's no time for that, as they need to raise the stakes because there will be a big event selling Russian government bonds very soon. They will set it on fire with around $1 billion, perhaps? While on a plane, Jonathan notes that Russia is basically screwed, as they are basically burning $1 billion. He smirks while sweating, and thinks that it has begun once again. Sunhoo notes that Jonathan, Jillian, Jessica, and Chung-soo, the knights of the financial empire, have begun to move. It seems that it's also time to get ready to go into the dungeon. He demands Yeonhee stab him, who can barely hold the knife and is shaking all over. She notes that all of this just doesn't seem right, and Sunhoo says that if she were in a dungeon, she would have died multiple times already. And she's also disobeying paragraph 1 of the contract. All orders about the dungeon are absolute. Training for the dungeon is also included in this. Did she really forget? He thinks that the ability Yeonhee taught him wasn't significant in the slightest. She has the sensitivity characteristic, which allows the emotions of the target to be transmitted irregularly. This is a thing that is hard to rank, even as a hunter, but there was a skill that caught his eye. Mary's touch, which dramatically cancels the target's inability to fight, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. He has never heard of such a thing in this era, so he has to check the exact effect of it. This is a skill that most likely brings the target's injury to oneself, as right now Yeonhee is stabbing with her knife while also training to be stabbed herself. He says that this training is harsh, but there's no time left. If she were to hesitate like this inside a dungeon, they would both die. So what is she waiting for? Try and stab already. She does so, and after the adversary stops the excessive bleeding, Mary's touch activates. The adversary makes him forget about the pain, but the wound itself still remains. However, with Mary's touch, the wound dissipated, making the adversary trait even stronger. However, Yeonhee suffers greatly because of this. Sunhoo looks at her struggling with the pain, and thinks that with a small body like hers, she will be experiencing near death. Will she really be able to use Mary's touch in the dungeon without hesitation? After a long while, she wakes up and asks how long she was passed out for. Sunhoo notes that she slept for 12 hours, and she says that at first she thought that she was going to die, but it was easier than anticipated. Sunhoo notes that she should be careful for the next few days, as she's not feeling anything now because of the painkillers administered. He puts on his clothes and notes that he will be going out but will come back, so she should make herself at home and most importantly, focus on recovery. Yeonhee looks at him and says that she will, because orders relating to the dungeon are absolute, right? Sunhoo arrives at Junil Investment and says that he's here to visit his father. The father talks with somebody while walking, and that's when he spots his son, so he naturally presents him. The man notes that he has quite a handsome son and also asks which university he goes to. The father notes that he looks mature but is still a middle school student. This surprised the man quite a bit, noting that he must be happy to have such a reliable son. He gives Sunhoo some pocket money. He is the literal boss of the company, but he graciously accepts it. The father and Sunhoo walk down a street, and he notes that he wanted to show him the company at least once, as well as have to talk about something with him. He was promoted twice, and he's keeping it secret because he's going to surprise his mother this very evening. He will also start working here tomorrow. the foreign exchange bank, leaving Sunhoo quite surprised. The father notes that he pushed hard but doesn't know if he did well. He taps Sunhoo on the shoulder and says that this company is a foreign one. But why did their country get to this point? It would be great if he knew, and he would also be happy if his son showed interest in the economy. Sunhoo notes that today is the day his talisman returns to his hands. He was correct, as his father gives him the bank account, noting that he should think about what stocks to buy with that money, and also talk with him beforehand. Sunhoo thinks that he entered the financial world because of this bank account and survived the Wall Street experience. This marks the beginning of a butterfly effect, and with it, preparations for entering the dungeon are complete. At the mental hospital, Yeonhee trains with a crossbow, and Sunhoo sees that she's quite efficient with it, but doesn't know if she could pierce the skin with that. However, close combat is not an option for her. He notes that they will be entering the dungeon tomorrow, and she asks if there's other stuff left to prepare. Sunhoo notes that if there's anything he would recommend, it would be to write a suicide note, as the reality of her returning alive is unlikely. They get inside the dungeon, and Sunhoo starts butchering hounds while she can only watch. She was now realizing that what she imagined the dungeon to be at first was insignificant. They only live to kill other living beings, so there's almost no difference between humans and monsters. Sunhoo screams at her to heal, and she does so, slightly recovering his wounds. Sunhoo frees himself from the heaps of bodies he was stuck under, and congratulates her for not losing her mind so fast. The system rewards them with an escape seal for completing the hunting quest, and Sunhoo notes that he will be taking the reward, if she has no objections, of course. Yeonhee shakes her head, and Sunhoo is surprised by her bravery, as she knows this item is one of the only ways to get out of the dungeon. They go through the dungeon, and Sunhoo thinks that having a healer is quite nice. As if he were alone, he would have to endure the pain. He didn't expect to have the spiritual world as a partner, as the only ones who escaped with abilities like that were two evil people. An ability user who can use surprising attacks whenever and in whatever shape they like is quite horrifying. That's when Yeonhee uses phobia treatment on him, and she begins shaking because of it. Sunhoo notes that this is how they will do it, and as expected, the spiritual world makes him quite sensitive. But he was fine, as he was just thinking of the past. Nothing major. Yeonhee apologizes and asks if they should wait for him to calm down. He denies this, as she's doing just as he taught her. If she has the smallest suspicion, she shouldn't hesitate. They open the door to the second room, and Sunhoo is surprised by what he finds inside. He urges Yeonhee not to forget about the instructions he gave her about two-headed monsters. Sunhoo begins fighting it, but he's outclassed in every way and thrown around like a puppet. Yeonhee can only look, as she isn't allowed to use healing or Mary's touch, and she also can't provoke it in any way. He has a last resort, and the only thing she needs to do is run if any beast comes for her and not look back. She does so while hoping Sunhoo is not dead yet, and with her awful stamina, she feels that her heart is ready to burst, but she still can't use Mary's touch. So what does she have to do to survive? That's when the system notes that she fulfilled the diary quest, and that she should decide upon the agreement of the first and runner-up players. She smiles, and with a beast ready to attack from behind, she says that Sunhoo wins. Sunhoo has defeated the two-headed dog using his skills and attributes, but countless hounds still swarm him. That's when the system says that he met the requirement for the 1v1 combat quest and also decides the first and second ranks by mutual consent. He smiles and thinks that she's still alive. In his last 10 seconds, he has to use Man of Adversity, and he wipes through all of the hounds. When he woke up from his slumber, he strangely thought about the first evil. He also must have experienced this chaos, and his old self envied that guy for his character. But he never anticipated this much pain. Yeonhee comes next to him and notes that she used all of her abilities, but nothing worked. Sunhoo congratulates her on surviving that long, even if she's in a worse state now. At first, she thought she had survived because of the traps she had installed previously, but she was wrong. When a hound attacked her, she quickly dodged and shot him square in the eye with the crossbow. After that, the beast was enraged, but she was prepared and attacked at the perfect time. He thought of her as just baggage, but he was dead wrong. He didn't expect a beginner healer, who didn't even get to be honest, to survive those situations. In the last week, they swept the dungeon clean of boxes. The goal of the final quest is to attack everything, and the dungeon will be destroyed when they defeat every boss. To prepare for that, he got all the boxes and buffed his skills in preparation for a boss fight. Naturally, there were times when curses came out of the boxes, and not even he could handle them alone. But that's why Yeonhee is here. Still, every time she removes a curse, he can only think of the two evil people. To remove a curse, one must put it on somebody else, and having a being that can invade his mind at any time is quite uncomfortable. After a while, they arrive at the last room, where the dungeon boss is being held. He thinks that this dungeon took at least 5 E-class hunters to barely clear, and they are going in. An F rank, and someone who isn't even that. He says that if their plan works, this won't take long, and they've survived much until now, so she shouldn't die here. Yeonhee notes that she's ready, and they both drop their bags as they go inside. The door slowly opens, and an albino hound can be seen standing on a throne with countless regular hounds next to him. Sunhoo notices that there are no double-headed hounds, and remembers that, when he first came to this place, there were some who laughed in this room. But then they realized their mistake, as based on the number of hounds they killed, the Anubis became stronger. However, it was too late, and he had turned into a demon of battle. Sunhoo activates every skill he has, including speed and some armor. He charges and demands they get out of his way. He jumps straight for the Anubis, who only looks at him. Sunhoo tries his best to one-shot Anubis, but he lands near him, and he laughs. A hound tries to bite him, but he protects himself with the iron gauntlet and punches the hound away. The item is quite torn after that. However, even if it's an iron arm, it is still F rank. He continues to punch through the hounds and thinks that now he has no other choice. Yeonhee activates her healing skill while also hiding her presence with an item. It is an F rank item, but it can erase her presence a bit, and that's plenty for these monsters driven by bloodlust. She watches in horror as countless hounds swarm Sunhoo, who still tries to push through, as a man of adversity doesn't have a long activation, and they only have one seal of escape. That's when a hound punches him over the head, and due to being a man of adversity, all of his stats increase, but only for 5 minutes. He thinks that now it's only a battle of time, and with his now D-rank strength, no amount of hounds can stop him. The time continues to tick down, and with only a few seconds to spare, Sunhoo gets to Anubis, who tries to defend himself with a beam. But Sunhoo dodges and throws his knife directly into its chest. He then jumps up to it and crashes directly on its face. But he injured himself gravely, and Yeonhee is forced to use Mary's hands, causing her to take all of that pain. The concealing item deactivates, and the hounds notice her presence. But Kim charges in and sees that she's in an extremely poor state. He picks her up and demands she wake up. The system congratulates them for meeting a requirement and asks her to name the first and second priorities. She can barely talk at this point, and Sunhoo notes that he will be her first priority. He thinks that Anubis's attack grazed his artery, so she's bleeding a ton. However, he won't give up, and will try to save her from this hellhole. Later, he makes his way out of the dungeon but can't remember how or why, only that he barely got out. Yeonhee was able to survive that bleeding due to an attribute she obtained as a second priority reward, Resurrection. It's a pretty good attribute to sustain minimal life force in the event of a fatal wound. What he got from being first priority was Devi's sword, a skill that the first virtue of this generation had. But it's not really only one skill, as even the worst of all used to fear it. To think he would have the attribute and skill of the first virtue, he's nothing short of mesmerized. Additionally, their financial empire has also been growing well. In the news, a major announcement from Moscow appears, which is about the moratorium declaration. In New York, people praise Brian and show his name, and the same is happening in the British Isles, but this time to Jillian. It seems that accounts with a loss rate of 40% skyrocketed, making for a miracle-like return. Jonathan calls Sunhoo and says that they got a profit of 450%, a total of $90 billion. Brian really did it. Things are going crazy in the office and everyone is celebrating. Sunhoo notes that it's nice and all, but they lost. The Isle of Men part of the business reached a profit of 615%. Sunhoo will give this to Yeonhee when she wakes up, the full shares of the new medical corporation. He does so and notes that the dungeon inside this place was destroyed and it can now be used as a full hospital. He also gives her the promised rewards. And with them all rounded up, there's a total of $2 billion in there. Yeonhee finds this amount of cash shocking, and Sunhoo thinks that it must have been hard for her, as she was doing sponsorship activities for a very low income. But now that they have this medical facility, they can help many more people. He asks if she changed her mind in any way about going into dungeons. She looks at the papers and says that she will need a lot of money, so she will also count on him as a leader in the future. A few men steal some glances at Jessica, who meets with Sunhoo, noting that it's been quite a while since they last met. She gives him a new investment proposal from the director who wrote the Russian investment proposal, so now it's up to him. Also, her boss, Jillian, thinks very highly of her, so she needs his opinion on this one. Sunhoo notes that there's no real reason to rush, but why not try and do it like he suggested? To sell the major IT stocks in the NASDAQ market in New York. Jessica is rightly worried but will come around, as $30 billion worth of investment is an unconventional treatment without responsibility or loss. He's just pretending to be modest, but has been watching Gillen's performance closely from the sidelines, so something interesting must have come up. And Jonathan, who was watching Lee Chung-hoo's performance, is also doing his part. He talks with a man who presents him with a new search technology, but Jonathan had already heard about this and notes that it's $1 million idea. The man thinks that the thought of selling his technology for $1 million is quite surprising, as with that much, he can get a PhD instantly or attain it slowly. However, the technology had no buyer yet, and the creators were forced to run the company, but they did it quite well. This is the cheapest time to secure shares after the IPO, but if he were to sell the entire technology now, they would have to return to their PhD programs. Jonathan pulls out a note and says that his first offer was $1 million, but he has a different idea now. He hands him a $10 million check, making the man rethink his whole plan. He notes that he has a partner, so he would also like to discuss it with them. Jonathan looks at his clock and says that in an hour he will be going to Washington, so he has 10 minutes. After a few short minutes, the man comes back, thanking Jonathan for his consideration, and also wanting to refuse. But Jonathan doesn't let him, and instead hands him another $10 million. The man thinks that if the god of investment himself is that interested in them, they will surely make it big. He notes that they are already sure, but Jonathan asks if he knows how he created his fortune. The man notes that he read his book, which was quite impressive. Jonathan notes that then he must know that he bet his entire fortune twice. It wasn't luck or a gambling addiction. He simply seized an unmatched opportunity, and his calculations were correct every time. And he saw his third big change today. So how much does he think he's willing to bet on it now? They currently have over 500 billion in liquid funds ready for use. In the US, Canada, and also Japan. However, they should start from the beginning. When one desires something desperately, they will never reveal their real intentions. But he hasn't done that. Did he perhaps not consider changing his mind? The man asks what he means, and Jonathan notes that at the beginning, he was focused on selling until he met him. So what changed? Is he truly that confident that he can create more value than he proposed? If he really is, he won't stop him, even if he decides to leave now. He picks up his phone and cancels his meeting in Washington, as something with much more urgency has come up. The man thinks that this is a real through-and-through threat. Jonathan says that he will do his best for his sake, so he will be crystal clear from now on. This check isn't the end, and he will have no choice but to come back crawling towards him. The man shakes and sweats, wondering why he would go this far in the first place. He picks up the checks and clenches them while saying that he will consider the situation as seriously as a man could. But he wants 50 of the shares, and those 50 should be guaranteed management rights. If he's truly that passionate about them and their technology, he should at least guarantee that. Jonathan looks at him for a second, smiles, and apologizes for the apparent threats from before. They shake hands, and Jonathan says that fate follows his name and hopes that their new search engine, Google, lives up to its name. The man notes that he's excited to tell his partner about their deal, so he will be taking his leave. Jonathan wishes him farewell, but when he leaves, his face drops, and Sunhoo comes out of a room, congratulating him for doing so well. Jonathan is clearly mad, as that guy just wanted to turn down $20 million. Sunhoo is sure Jonathan thinks that $20 million is a bit much for a starting company, but shares shouldn't be bought at a low price in the first place, and that certain company will grow a ton in the next few years. That's when he gets a call, and someone says that they have found the cat. The call was from John Clark, a former mercenary who has now turned private detective for Wall Street. He changes jobs because he would rather make much more cash without the risk of dying on the battlefield, but he finds the work quite dull. But recently, they got a case that they couldn't solve within the rules, and he proposed a service that is beyond any legal boundaries. Their client just smiled, and John succeeded in getting what he wanted. A connection with an influential person. While in a van, the men get ready with guns and such, while Sunhoo thinks that they couldn't find the first evil right away because he was in a detention center. He was there because of a suspected first-degree murder, but was released due to the lack of evidence. However, it must have truly been him. John gives Sunhoo a look, so he gets ready. He tells his other men to wait around the building, and if the target were to escape, he must be shot on sight. Sunhoo thinks that to commit blatant murder at the ripe age of 13 is insane, so he was probably a psycho long before this. Sunhoo says that he, John, and their new guy T-Boy will be going as a group of 3, but they should not in any way underestimate their target because of how young he is, as that will surely lead to their doom. The payment for success is $1 billion, so they don't care why he wants to hunt down a 13-year-old, but they still find it quite weird. The operation begins, and everyone makes their way into positions. They arrive at the door, and Sunhoo hears water coming from the bathroom, so he must have not noticed them quite yet. But that's when the door opens, and he immediately knocks out T-Bone and John with skill. Sunhoo spots the opportunity to shoot at him, but manages to dodge every bullet that's coming for him. Sunhoo urges the knocked out people to come to their senses, as they should all be shooting. They do so, but Bobby blocks every attack with a magic barrier around him. Sunhoo notices this as a damage-absorbing seal, so this guy must be at least a C grade by now. The other men continue to shoot, and they are extremely shocked that the bullets aren't going in. That's when Sunhoo strikes with Devi's sword, and his attack goes through, sending him crashing into a wall. He rushes in using Odin's Fury, and uses a shackle metal on Bobby, hoping that he can end this once and for all. But his attack gets blocked, and the shackle fails, giving him the opportunity to strike back at Sunhoo. But he dodges and punches him as hard as he possibly can. Bobby falls down and Sunhoo notices that his punches go through. He continues to absolutely wail on Bobby while John and T-Boy watch. But that's when he grabs his arm and holds it back, as Bobby also has the Man of Adversity trait. He headbutts Sunhoo, and the others try to shoot at him, but he instantly disappears using teleportation. Sunhoo screams that the range is about 24 meters, so he is still nearby. He orders one to go on the roof and one to go to the basement while he checks the streets. They do so, and that's when Sunhoo notices the knife that was inside of him all of this time. Because of this, the Man of Adversity activates, and Sunhoo can only scream in rage, as they have been outplayed. Even with their now heightened senses, they weren't able to find Bobby, and as the Man of Adversity slowly wore off, so his consciousness faded. The next day, Sunhoo walks somewhere and notices that even the battle-hardened soldiers, who went through much, couldn't hold back just how nervous they were. But it's to be expected. as what they saw yesterday was a whole new world of violence. He gets inside, and a deceased man is placed on top of a few boxes, with T-Boy and John watching him. Sunhoo notes that he died because of a poison-related skill, so if it was directed at him to make him faint, a mere man like that would probably have his intestines melted from the inside out. He asks what his name was, and John notes that it was Brown. Sunhoo notes that after all of this is put to bed, he will make an insurance fund for the employees, but now they need to focus on catching that rat bastard. John asks how they're going to catch a guy like him, and if they will be able to in the first place. Sunhoo notes that the longer they take with this, the stronger he becomes. So if they just let this moment slip by, not even a large military force will be able to stand up to that guy in the future. John thinks that if what he says is true, this is no longer just a simple job, and he says that he understands. Later, John made a report on what Bobby had done. His victim was a 28-year-old male that he met on an online messaging board. As the murder weapon couldn't be found, he was released, as the evidence was too lacking. Even the letter that he wrote last night in order to plead his innocence was sent to the prosecutor in charge of his case. Quite a clever act. Sunhoo looks at all of this information and comes to the conclusion that this bastard is hunting for potential awakeners. He calls Jonathan and asks how many Gold Online shares they have. The message board used was called Goal, which was serviced by Gold Online. For the sake of carrying out an investigation of a major crime related to them, and also being Jonathan's majority shareholder, Goal gave them access to their server logs. Through them, Sunhoo found that Bobby used different aliases to lure potential awakeners in and eliminate them. He gives John the files of a couple of people Bobby talked with and says that they should put surveillance on these people. John asks if these people are related to that bastard, and Sunhoo confirms this, but they should only observe them from a distance, as there's a chance their target will make contact with any of them. He should also take charge of at least one of those squads, as they need to be more organized if they are to catch this guy. He asks John if he needs any advice for this task, but he denies this, but they should talk about the cost. Sunhoo puts his hand on a container door and says that the cost shouldn't be an issue. He opens it, and a gigantic sum of cash is inside. He has already prepared this with the trust company, so everything is fine now, right? With that, his business in America has ended. While on the plane, he reads about the latest gross earnings rankings, with Jonathan at first, and Jillian at 7th. Sunhoo thinks that first place doesn't feel so bad. A pension fund was created, which has influence over politics in America. The assets of billionaires all over the world go into the groups in New York. The Shadow Bank, which controls the world's economy behind the curtain, such a title wouldn't be far off. His thinking gets interrupted by a drunk man, who demands more booze from a waitress. She apologizes profusely, and Sunhoo can only watch this mess. The man notices and laughs, noting that even though they are both in first class, they are on whole different levels. He grabs Sunhoo's shirt and notes that he's great. But he doesn't get to finish, as Sunhoo zaps him with Odin's Rage, which he learned to control when he saved Yeonhee from the dungeon. It was supposed to be used as a SA defibrillator, but it seems that it also has another use. At the airport, Yeonhee waits for him, who decided to trade the 11 points she gained from the dungeon for 11 bronze boxes. She waited for him, however, so that they could open them together. This was because she didn't want to cause any misunderstandings since she was contracted to hand over any items she gained to him. Inside the car, she wonders what kind of item she will get, and Sunhoo can't help but smirk a bit. Inside his office, she opens one and gains a basic health boost, which she's quite happy with, much to Sunhoo's surprise. She opens another one, but this time she gains an item, the Dagger of the Clown. She asks if this is any good, and Sunhoo can only stare in shock, as he knows this item very well, and its ability to inflict a random negative effect on whoever it damages. Sunhoo notes that it's the same as the 3 one-of-a-kind weapons, but was it perhaps strengthened? Is this really a bronze box item? This was the secret curse that he applied in the spirit world, random negative effects. But if the strengthening were to fail, the item would be destroyed, and the 3 one-of-a-kind weapons are the only ones who were successfully strengthened to S tier. The original owner was someone who never stopped digging whenever he was into something, but he didn't imagine he would have gone that far. At another place, Director Park meets with the chairman, who calls him president, as he's become quite an influential man recently. That's when Park's face drops, and the chairman notices, saying that they should have a drink as punishment. While they do so, Park notes that he's the CEO, but it doesn't really suit him. However, all of his assets are under his fingers, right? The chairman smirks and notes that his eyes can't lie, as at today's meeting, nobody could stand in front of him, like a bunch of scared children. So he came here today to ask for a favor. Could he release the shares that went to the Junil Group? Of course he will be rewarded with 100 big ones, or rather, 1,000. How does that sound to him? This is the equity in the Hanshil Group that's in charge of controlling shares in the Hanshil Group. The Daehyun Group made a proposal of 200 billion won just recently. Park chugs his drink and notes that with his assets, he can also do that. He gets dressed and notes that he has to go to work, while the chairman urges him to sit down and accept the offer, as he needs money in his pockets to feel full, right? Park says that he already listened very carefully, so he should be wise, like the old man he is, and rethink the offer. The chairman tries to get his attention, but it's too late, and Park gets into the car while sighing heavily. He can't believe he just refused 100 or even 200 billion in his own pockets. But if he's honest, it felt damn good, and he's glad he's a part of Janil. That's when someone calls him and says that the meeting will be postponed until tomorrow. Park says that he will be there, is surprised that the meeting got cancelled, and also wonders what happened to that woman who refused the Blue House invitation. At Sunhoo's office, Jamie looks at all the battle equipment he has, making her wonder if he's going to war or something. Sunhoo notes that all of this is just a collection of sorts, so she shouldn't worry about it. He also notes that the media in this country is very censored when it comes to Jonil, so he called her here in order to ask how the group's investment is doing. She says that she brings news that will surely make him a happy man, as they have secured the leashing shares in the top 10 business groups. Amid the nation's turmoil, conglomerates formed slush funds and reorganized their governance structures as well. For example, the equity structure that leads from Ilsung Groups, Dreamland and Life, to Ilsung Electronics, and then cycles from Ilsung Cards back to Dreamland again. This way, the Ilsung Group controls all of the shares in Ilsung Dreamland. The same could be said for Daehyun's group and Elevator, as well as Hanshil Groups and Confectionery. They all play a key role in the management succession process, so they're called leashing shares. Jamie notes that it will be good for investors to see this country as a Geonil republic, both in name and in reality. They have now entered the middle of summer. History has changed a bit, but natural disasters have hit on the exact same dates without exception. On the day the Olga typhoon hit the Korean peninsula, the heat of the stock market didn't cool down at all, despite the heavy rain. It seemed to follow New York's dot-com boom, and the current trend began with $10 billion invested in Jonil from Russia after the financial war. Daehyun Security quickly released Korea Fund products, and the Cyber Korea 21 policy was implemented after. However, on the day Korea repaid their last debt to the IMF, he had to make a decision. He wanted to show his parents that he finished school normally, but he can't put this off any longer. He's going to have to talk with his parents so that they don't worry. At home, he explains to his father what kinds of companies he's watching, and calculates how and when to enter. He also shows his father that he got accepted as an analyst for Jonathan Investment, which surprised him quite a lot. Sunhoo notes that he's been studying since he gave him that account last year, and his father thinks that this is nothing short of being a genius. Sunhoo notes that this should be enough to please his parents, a sort of declaration to lay down arms, but he can't help it and wonders what his father is thinking right now. The father asks what that grim expression on his face is, and he apologizes. The father notes that he has nothing to apologize for, as he's quite special and didn't do anything wrong. He's just upset that he won't be able to be with him during this important moment in his life, as it would be great if he could check up on him and see how he's doing. That's when he hugs Sunhoo tightly and says that he's all grown up, so there's no need to look around for him anymore. He should enter the big leagues and do whatever he wants to do. He also apologizes, as he would have wanted to give him more support had he known. Sunhoo sheds a tear and notes that this is plenty already, as he's extremely grateful. He also talks with his mother about things, and he notes that taekwondo was his only hobby back then. His mother says that they were quite enthusiastic about representing the country, while also noticing how forced his smile was in this picture. She also presumed his working out was for this, but he didn't even last 3 months in there. He apologizes, and she smiles, noting that she's just glad her son found his thing. She truly means it. He, in turn, says that he will work hard enough for her to not need to worry about him ever. It seems that his parents were more prepared for the news than he originally thought. Sunhoo goes back to the office and spots Yeonhee, who looks quite happy. He immediately thinks she's using one of her skills to be so, but she notices his glare and swears she didn't use any type of skill to boost her mood. Sunhoo notes that her words make him feel at ease and asks how their research is going. She says that the explorer wasn't hard to find. Later they trek up a mountain until eventually they come up to a dungeon portal. Yeonhee immediately takes her hood off and notes that this wasn't open yesterday. Somebody must be in there. Sunhoo thinks that this is why he couldn't wait another 3 years to finish high school, as there are traces of awakening everywhere, not just here. Yeonhee pulls out her knife and asks how many there are. Or is it just one person, who must be vigilant if they are alone, right? Sunhoo thinks that he's quite surprised by her attitude, as he didn't teach her to be wary of pre-awakened people. He signals her to come closer, and says that it's difficult to find any real traces because of this heavy rain, so they should just wait and see. They do so, and Sunhoo thinks that hypothermia might start to set in pretty soon, but it's smart for her to forgo the hood, as she can hear better without it. That's when her eyes widen as the dungeon door slowly fades away from view. Sunhoo goes first and urges her to stay behind. He gets a message from the system that says he can enter the dungeon. It seems that it returned to its sealed state, so this means that the person inside is most likely dead. Yeonhoo asks if the person inside is dead, and he confirms this while also congratulating her for being vigilant, which is a good trait to have in their line of duty. While she feels proud because of the praise, he thinks that it's better that they both have escaper seals, but one can never really know what monsters await in the dungeon. They take their coats off and enter the dungeon, and 3 quests are activated: End Zone, Eradication of Graph, and Hibernation. Sunhoo seems to know something about Graph, and says that an arthropod would be quite ugly, right? She smiles and says that she's not scared of insects at all, But what about him? He continues to walk and notices that she hasn't moved an inch from where he told her. Before he can ask her what she's doing, a large tail appears from the ceiling, and the whole beast descends upon them. Sunhoo grabs Yeonhee as fast as he can and blocks the beast's relentless attacks. This is a fully grown fluid graph, and Sunhoo urges her to be careful as its tentacles are venomous. She wonders how something so huge and ugly can be called fluid, and Sunhoo demands she get a hold of herself, as they have been, and will go through worse than this. She asks what he means by this, and he notes that among the monsters, there are also ones that look exactly like humans. While attacking it, Sunhoo thinks of all the strategies to kill a graph, which include cutting its antennas or tentacles, and he executes them perfectly. The system congratulates him and counts 1 graph out of the 30 he needs to complete the quest. He's quite surprised he managed to take this thing down so easily, as they were supposed to be a lot stronger than Anubis. They both look at the body, and Sunhoo says that even though they look like mere plain insects, they have brains, so underestimating one can be a fatal mistake. She should also be careful of its venomous glands, as if she were to get stabbed or bitten by these things. The pain she would experience wouldn't be like anything else she'd felt before. Yeonhee asks if skills are the only way to get rid of the venom, and he confirms this, also noting that if one were to overdose on this stuff, they would wish for death instead. But even if that happens, the venom naturally dissipates from the body after a few days. He begins kicking the body and notes that the stiffness from dying is almost gone, while she asks what he's doing that for. He says that up until now, the situation hasn't been that great or fruitful, but now they have access to some quality stuff. He rips open the carapace of the beast and plunges his hand inside its still warm flesh. She's quite shocked at his actions, and shortly afterwards, Sunhoo finds a glowing blue gem. She asks what it is, and he notes that it's a magic stone, which might be useless now, but in the future, it will be worth much more than gold ever was. But it seems that it wasn't just a coincidence that the first enemy was killed so easily. Gaia's will activates, and countless enemies are now watching closely as they hear the calling. Sunhoo activates a seismic wave and uses the momentum created by it to slice through a few with Devi's sword. The extermination quota rises, and he kills the ones who lost their antennas and are now rushing at him with his knife. He thinks that he's fought a lot of graphs before, but he's only received any injuries from all the high-frequency attacks. He feels that as he gets closer to the E grade, his old senses are slowly coming back. He underwent the countless combat experiences of an A-rank hunter, and he fought with the maximum power ever. It seems that his current state is much more powerful than the system can assess. He notes that they should finish things here quickly, as they don't have to wait long for them to attack. But something nobody would expect happened, as more than 100 graphs attacked them. He slowly wakes up and thinks that it's been 5 days since he was poisoned by their venom. He tries to remember what really happened, but everything is blurry, and the only thing he can really remember is how Yeonhee activated her bravery skill on him. He thinks that this must be the reason he can't remember much, as it's not like him to battle to the death with such a huge swarm. He didn't exactly use his skills expecting this to happen, but what's done is done. He pours some water into Yeonhee's mouth, which wakes her up, and he asks if she's okay. She in turn asks what happened, and Sunhoo explains that they got cornered by a ton of them, and thanks to that, they cleared everything except the boss quest. After they got back on their feet and were ready to go, they distributed their rewards. Yeonhee has 2 dealing skills, hatred and confusion. Those skills will make her indistinguishable from the enemy. He's quite scared that she keeps getting such evil-sounding skills, but she does need at least a few secret moves, right? Among the ones he got, one attribute stands out from the rest. Natural born person, which activates when another attribute activates and gives the activated attribute a low chance of being raised by a single grade. With this, he wonders if he can make a man of adversity go from S to SS. They grabbed the rest of the dungeon boxes and headed straight for the boss, while also sorting out his worries with Yeonhee. Sunhoo thinks that first they must get better, as healers are a must if they are to venture into higher-tier dungeons. They finally arrive at some strange-looking pillars, and Sunhoo notes that they are sealed, medium-sized graphs. And the boss depends on these things. The main body is not a threat, so if they can break this shell, it won't be hard to deal with these things one by one. He tries to punch it open, but it's much sturdier than it looks, and Yeonhee uses a healing ability on him. It seems that he's going to have to try Man of Adversity to check the abilities he's got this time. He turns to Yeonhee, who laments what's about to transpire. The secret of Diva's Knife has been unveiled, as its skill grade has risen to manhood in the face of adversity. Its description of a fraudulent skill that's one of many seems to be true. This ability can also be converted into Shiva's knife, and Sunhoo thinks that this skill was used by one of the 7 evils and was quite powerful at that. It seems that this is why even Bobby was scared of the person carrying this skill, as it's possible to convert it to another skill that holds the name of a deity. He can't help but think of this as an absolute cheat. He tells Yeonhee to step back and activates Shiva's knife, which comes in the form of a fireball. He aims it at the ceiling, and it evenly spreads out to cover all of the sealed graphs. He thinks that Shiva's knife has good range and also does a fire attack. With this, he can boil those bugs inside their own shells. They begin to shake, and all of the graphs come out of their shells, ready to attack the one who disturbed their sleep. This time, Sunhoo uses only Odin's rage to eliminate them. And that's when a humanoid bug shrieks, causing both of them to cover their ears at the sound. He notes that it's too late for it to do anything, and he clashes his sword with its arm blades. This causes the random corrupting effect from the blade to activate, which gives Sunhoo the perfect opportunity to punch it dead. Yeonhee is slow to recover, and her body drops next to her. Sunhoo notes that it's over, and she can't help but cover her mouth at the sight of this thing. Sunhoo thinks that her sensory levels must be rising, so she probably noticed that a certain something is mixed with the graphs. She begins shaking, and Sunhoo notes that only the dungeon boss remains, so she should get ready. He told her previously that she would see ugly things, right? So she should get used to it already. They successfully take down the boss, and the system asks them to decide the first and second candidates. Naturally, the first candidate is Sunhoo, but Yeonhee was also given a good reward for being the second highest awakener to kill the dungeon boss. What came out of the given challenger box was Yeejis's gaze, a skill used by this era's first evil. This skill was something that everyone, including himself, had to avoid, as it could control minds and manipulate them. Now that Yeonhee has this extremely dangerous skill, he can only do one thing: maintain an undefeatable state of mind that can't be taken over or manipulated, ever. Later, Yeonhee's senses skills rose to E, and unlike physical and muscle strength, improving the senses is not easy to adapt to in the slightest. Light pokes constantly at the eyes, breathing starts to sound like screaming, and even the slightest smell is like that from a gutter. He says that there's some food in the fridge and to not open the curtains or turn on the lights. She asks if he's leaving, and he notes that his being here will be of no help, so she should call him when she's fine. She urges him to stay beside her, but he tells her to get used to it, as soon she will become an incredible existence. In the United States, in Arizona, at a hotel that goes through Route 66, a few mercenaries meet up, and the man who hired them, a blonde guy with black glasses, says that from now on, they have to return the items that have an assumed identity. A man there thinks that he acts like a cyborg, and has a much different air around him than the special forces. Another man notes that people who work at Langley are like this guy, the type of people who run the second they face danger. The man wonders if by Langley he meant the CIA, and the blonde man says that new agents are expected to follow grade 2 agents. They should keep their ears peeled, as he only wants 2 things from them: reports and secrecy. If they cannot follow these basic instructions, they should return now, as they will take care of the transportation fees. A man asks what they have to do in the first place, and the blonde man says that they simply have to catch a cat. Later they get into positions, and the guy with the glasses thinks that it's been hours since those guys went inside, so should he just run away? The man with the mustache notices his expression, and says that he shouldn't even think of that nonsense. As if anything were to happen to the first team, they would be the ones who had to deal with it. Glasses says that this doesn't seem to be connected to any criminal organization or such, and Mustache notes that this operation is more like that of an intelligence agency because of how secretive all of this is. He tries to say something else, but that's when a blue beam appears in front of them. Glasses seems to notice something and urges the others not to move. Bobby appears in the blue light and reveals his butterfly knife. They become unable to move, and he's free to butcher anyone he wishes. Mustache tries to beg for his life in desperation, but Bobby doesn't bat an eye as he slashes his throat open. Glasses can only watch as his comrades are butchered by a smiling maniac who's clearly having way too much fun. He moves on to him, but instead of cutting him open like the others, he looks him straight in the eyes and notes that it's a pity. That's when countless shots come at him, but he teleports away, letting Glasses move. The people outside continue to follow him while he tries to catch his breath, as today he looks death square in the eyes. Later, he waits for someone at an airport, and thinks that a monster such as that will bring calamity upon everyone he meets. But he can't believe that there's someone even worse. The man who issued the hunting order was a cat hunting other cats. He introduces himself as Mick, and Sunhoo urges him not to be so nervous, as there was no way for them to catch the target in the first place. They drive through arid land accompanied by a convoy, and Sunhoo notes that he heard what he went through, and that he lost his colleagues in quite a gruesome way. Mick says that everyone in this field is prepared for things like that to happen, but Sunhoo notes that death is a little different. He also asks if he has any doubts regarding the job, as they aren't working for the government, but are doing something that holds much meaning. Mick thanks him for his concerns, and they arrive at their location. They get out, and Sunhoo, while on the phone with someone, confirms that the plan will proceed. The other mercs wonder who that Asian is, and if he's really buying the entire area so easily. Sunhoo turns to them as he closes the call and notes that this has now become their private property, and they should close the roads while also preparing to camp for the next 2 weeks. That day, they hike through the mountain and make a campfire at night, where the mercs discuss what all of this is about. Is it just the hobby of a rich guy or something? Mick urges them to play some card games since they are so comfortable, but he assures them that this job won't be so relaxing and that they aren't just going camping. On the third day, at exactly 1923, they find a dungeon gate, which surprises everyone there, except Sunhoo, naturally. Mick spots the same blue hue that premeditated Bobby's coming, so he gets ready to attack. But Sunhoo stops him and says that all they need to do is guard this place. Mick seems the most serious about this, so he will be the leader until he returns. He asks how long he will be there, and Sunhoo notes that he will be back within a week, by any means necessary. For days they do so until the gate starts making weird sounds, and the merc tells Mick instantly. They all point their guns at the gate and expect the worst to happen. But Sunhoo slowly makes his way out of it, and Mick tells everyone to hold fire. Sunhoo's upper body is covered in blood and cuts, and he looks extremely tired, but the dungeon has been destroyed. While in a tent, he thinks about how he sent Mick and the agents to Point 2, and that he also overcame the pain after he activated Man of Adversity. It was quite hard to recover without Yonhee, but he couldn't hold back his laughter as he managed to clear out a dungeon by himself. Vajrapani's guarding glove turned out to be of great help, as he wasn't affected by the boss monster's magic, and it absorbed quite a lot of damage. However, the brass ring broke in the process. Instead, he received the shadow ring, which he used because it has a secret skill. It's also quite great that his senses became stronger and will reach D rank soon enough. Later, he calls for Mick and urges him to sit down. He notes that he will be the executive from now on, which Mick finds surprising. Sunhoo notes that John probably hasn't told him yet, but he has the authority to do such things. Mick asks what needs to be done, and Sunhoo notes that he wants him to report John's and the other executives' every move. He's not asking him to suspect them, but it's needed as the organization grows. In the future, this whole thing will grow into an Awakeners Association for the management of Awakeners, so it's naturally something that needs to be maintained constantly in order to develop into a large and stable institution. John's camouflage facility was set up in an abandoned residential building near Manhattan. When he introduced Mick, he was uncomfortable, but he accepted it shortly after. John shows them to the surveillance room, where countless screens from a ton of cameras can be seen. John notes that they have agents on every street, and also spoke with the sheriffs in the area, so they will surely find something soon enough. Sunhoo notes that this is great. As with this, Bobby won't be able to jump all over the place ever again, and also thinks that he must have run out of items, being that he was constantly chased, so he didn't have the opportunity to restock. He also asks about the Joshua case, and John says that they have a resident bodyguard who infiltrated his mansion, but through videos and information, it seems that this guy is just focused on business, and nothing else. This is the real second virtue, Joshua von Carrion. He ordered people to keep an eye on his movements, but there's nothing out of place just yet. After having great success with his current business, Carrion will be on a roll with his family at his back. With that, the strongest armed group, a revolution, will be made. Mick drives Sunhoo to a building, and while getting out, he says that this organization will continue to grow and grow. That's why his role is very important. Mick looks at him while he walks away, and notices that he just walked into Jonathan's apartment. He thinks that he should stop inquiring further, as it's already hard enough to focus on the things ahead of him. Inside Jonathan's office, he asks Sunhoo to let him know when he's going into hiding, as he's been writing mail for him. He also asks when he's going to New York, and Sunhoo notes that he's going after he finishes some business here. He finds his question quite unprecedented, and he holds quite a dark expression on his face. Jonathan says that their entire net worth increased by 200%, so it's worth around $300 billion now. Sunhoo thinks that this is impossible, as only crazy stocks are included in a crazy market. So it must be because he's a part of a New York group. If they combine Jillian's group with Jessica's funds, it should be around $500 billion. For a financer with knowledge of the future, it's not a bad thing to achieve in 2 years. Jonathan hands him a letter, noting that he provoked them, and it will be held on September 15th. Sunhoo's eyes widen, as this is a hearing notice, which is basically a warning from the White House that if they don't follow instructions, they will stir up the group with various tax investigations. He asks from when this is, and Jonathan notes that they got it for a while. He asks what it is that they truly want, and Jonathan looks down before saying that the thing they want is him. There's no chance they would just let an Asian child mess around in their own world, so they will naturally craft a ploy to expose his information to the media and capture him in the palm of their hands, where he can't hope to escape. Their reaction is quite slower than he expected, but still. He tells Jonathan that his identity mustn't be revealed, no matter what. He says that he knows all too well, but how much money have these bastards put in by now? Sunhoo thinks that revealing his identity to important people can't be helped, but he must prevent it from being shown to the whole world. The first person would be his parents. If it were to happen, they would live life like a prison, constantly surrounded by bodyguards. The second reason would be that the public attention that would tangle his parents' every action would also be put on him, so he would have an extremely hard time increasing his stats. Jonathan suggests they take out the pension reserve coming from the authorities, as spreading this feud with the White House to the Pension Reserve Committee will certainly be enough pressure. When they take into account the amount of cash they made from the pension reserve, they would go ballistic. Sunhoo notes that something like that would be too weak, so they should arrange a meeting with Russia's current president and the Japanese prime minister, as he will be talking to them in person. Jonathan asks if he's going to talk about the public pension reserve with them, but this is not what Sunhoo meant. He's going to scrape up the US Treasury hold from both countries, so they are basically going to mess with the US's detonator that they have spread all around the world. Jonathan is shocked that he wants to take such drastic action and says that getting involved in the situation wouldn't be that good for them. Sunhoo notes that to fix that, they will issue Japanese government bonds in Russia and the reverse in Japan. That way, if they justify exchanging them for US government bonds, they will be basically left with no other choice but to accept. Jonathan can only sweat and wonder if this guy is really trying to start a third world war or something similar. But he can't help but feel that he's also to blame, and he apologizes, as he was part of the reason all of this happened. Sunhoo notes that this was predictable, as it was bound to happen one way or another. Jonathan inquires about his target amount, and Sunhoo says that, at least for now, all of the net worth of the New York group. However, if they don't back down, he will have to get some funds from the Isle of Man in London. Jonathan calculates all of this, and notes that they have $300 billion to play with now. This is the current US defense budget in 1 year, so even if London and the Isle of Man join, much worse things will arise. Much worse than starting a war. Sunhoo urges him to try and lure the White House for the last time, against their will. He should tell them how big the situation has become. Jonathan gets up and dresses up, ready to meet them in person. This is their last chance anyway, and this can be used to stop a sizable war. Sunhoo says that he's coming as well, and so they are ready to show the so-called officials what they can do. Later, they arrive at the White House, and while walking towards their destination, Sunhoo urges Jonathan to stay still and not say anything until he gives him the signal. Jonathan says that he's pretty angry too, but when he gives him an angry look, he notes that he will stay out of it for now. They arrive at the office of the US Treasury Secretary, Ed. Sunhoo thinks that he originally wanted to meet the president, but the secretary works as well, as they work together most, if not all, of the time. He takes no time in threatening him by saying he will bankrupt the LCTM, so he should take their conversation very seriously. Ed looks at him but smiles and says that this isn't his office, so he should just relax and talk calmly, as they have plenty of time anyway. Sunhoo wonders if he's holding back because of how young he is, and he notes that he won't stop him from doing something so foolish, but the LCTM is an important asset for them as well, right? LCTM, where hedge funds that lost badly to us in the Russian financial war go. Although it was on the verge of bankruptcy, they almost dealt a very hard blow to the US and their economy. He took it over, however, and it now belongs to the New York group. Sunhoo says that they are all indebted to them, so isn't it about time they started repaying? Ed asks what he might be talking about, as he doesn't know of any debt. Sunhoo notes that if they had not taken over LCTM, they would have faced a much greater risk. But LCTM wasn't the only one they took over, as they picked up masses of corpses that would only spread poison, and with that, prevented the second Great Depression they mentioned themselves once or twice. Ed says that those things also filled up their pockets, but Sunhoo doesn't even want to hear it. Ed asks Jonathan why he's standing so still, and Jonathan says that he just understands Sunhoo's anger and is letting him speak. Ed wonders if he's being like this because of his public hearing, and Jonathan notes that it's true that Sunhoo is young, but he's still his boss. So naturally, this isn't a matter that he can just intervene in. Sunhoo begins talking about their donors, and how they must be the reason some large conglomerates and banks in South Korea weren't able to do anything. He turns his back away and says that if he wants to play him, he can do as he pleases. But in return, everything that will happen from now on will be because of him and only him. He would have lived in a world where death penalty notifications were issued while laughing. Speaking in economic terms, though, it would be a world that hides a blade of astronomical size and amount. He's never really encountered such a direct and aggressive attitude. He smashes the table with his fist and asks how a mere child is daring enough to tell him off like this. Sunhoo turns to see him and notes that the same could be said for himself. What's the deal with him letting the situation extend to this? And if he were in his shoes, he wouldn't raise his voice. Ed sweats profusely while he shakes and asks what he's even talking about. Sunhoo notes that he's of course talking about Japan's block, as some young kid would have to stop before playing a joke, right? But no. If he blocks the bonds, he may even risk the target of the yen. Ed knows what this means, and Sunhoo says that he doesn't know if Japan will ever be as cooperative with him ever again because of the dukes they did in the early 90s. He's still struggling with the recession. There are also many people who think that Russia is still in the Cold War, so he wouldn't know anything about that, right? Ed begins sweating even more, and says that never in his life had he thought he would receive a declaration of war from inside the White House, as not even the Chinese ambassador would dare do something like this. Does he understand that he may lose everything just because of what he did just now? Sunhoo says that he and Jonathan have way too much money, so they are confident about their victory, and even if they were to lose, he would still be able to earn money again. Ed gets up from his seat and bolts directly for Sunhoo, and they exchange glares only those who know the financial world can give. Ed asks if this guy really is only 15, and Jonathan says that's correct, and that at first, he also underestimated him because of his age. Ed opens the door and notes that their little jokes went too far, but he will make a separate statement to the media. But they shouldn't forget, as this was just a small mistake that happened at the bot, and they should also take care of the misunderstanding regarding the pension reverse committee themselves. With that, he smashes the doors closed, and it seems that they have won, at least for now. Jonathan is surprised by his reaction, and can't help but smirk at Sunhoo. Later, while they are in the car, He bursts out in laughter, as they have done something that is just plain crazy. Sunhoo notes that it's no laughing matter, and thinks that he heard that the finance department in the White House has raised the white flag, and that the S-ranked financial boss resigned on his own. Because it's something like that, it won't scare him, as he needs to make sure he doesn't upset them too much and start an unnecessary fight. In the past, when the day of beginning came, civilization declined through 3 stages. The first would be that governments and capitalists all around the world panicked a ton. The second would be their self-destruction with nuclear bombs. And the third, the civil war of the 8 evils and virtues. If the first stage was actually well responded to, many issues wouldn't have occurred afterwards because the first monsters that stepped out of the gates were able to be put down with human firearms. As the economy collapsed all over, so did order. In a moment of panic and uncertainty, a nuclear weapon was used, and then many more, causing the world to crumble. In the future, he hopes that when that day occurs, the foundation of human life won't collapse. That is the future he wishes to build. But in order to do it, he needs to save a ton of money. Jonathan talks with someone over the phone, and when he finishes, he tells Sunhoo that gold online just flopped. Originally, the highest point of the dot-com bubble was in March of the year 2000, when the Nasdaq index exceeded the 5,000-point mark. And until October of 2002, it went below 1,000, and 80% of it just vanished. Sunhoo asks him how high the index was yesterday, and Jonathan notes that it was 5,339. So how far is it going to drop? Sunhoo thinks that this is a higher figure than he remembered, but a little change is to be expected. He says that it will most likely drop below 1,000. The subprime situation in 2008 was the middle bridge of the Great Recession in the world economy. He says that it started with the Asian financial crisis, more specifically with the attack on Korea. Jonathan notes that it was during the dot-com bubble, so what happened then? Sunhoo says that because of the financial crisis that was affecting everyone globally, Mexico and Russia's interest rates went down, and a lot of money was lost as a result. The millennium's rosy fantasy also needs to be taken into account, and with all of this combined, the dot-com bubble burst. But he didn't mean to talk about this, and instead, they will continue to lower the benchmark interest rate at the Fed to ease the subsequent stock market fallout. Jonathan notes that they will do as he says, but when should they stop? Sunhoo says that the metaphorical ingredients will be available from today until 2001. They will see the benchmark interest rate hit below the 1% mark and keep watching until they cook it after 2008. Jonathan smiles and notes that if they were to do so, it would be real estate. Sunhoo finds it natural that the real estate would go up. But the real problem is the poison that will build up, as between 2007 and 2009, the biggest bomb ever will explode, an explosion beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Jonathan finds his words quite worrying and asks if it's just a rough assumption. Sunhoo looks out of the window and notes that the world's economy, and the financial system with it, will be paralyzed. South Korea's IMF, the dot-com myth and its eventual collapse, the terror of war, and the great oil era accompanied by real estate myths. And the final piece is the subprime mortgage crisis at its sad end. This is simple cause and effect, and in an economy that unites the world, there are no results that would go without a win-win situation. He alone has to calculate the shock from Hong Kong, which will certainly increase the game, and the Russian financial war, which they must be alert to at all times. He tells Jonathan that this is a long-term revision, so he will send him a draft as soon as he gets back to Seoul. Later, he gets there but doesn't know what to write, as it's quite hard. The reason is that there's nothing that can be proved with data. 9.11 and the Iraq War will soon commence, and if he has to deal with something like that in January of the year 2000, it's not a matter of a tax audit or something similar. The unfortunate event that will happen this year will become a rebellion against the world. And it's like the day of the beginning, but much more severe, as a devastating attack that destroyed the symbol of the world economy at once will occur. But come to think of it, he wonders why just low-level monsters came out of the gates at first, as if the 7 demon emperors came at once. They would have taken humanity out in a second. Anyway, he mustn't let history unfold itself like it has previously. So he has to write a draft that would convince the geniuses. He will start with the US presidential election in September, as the second president was born into a rich family and does oil business. The link between the situation and the Gulf War that his father caused, he will use this as a strand. All of his subordinates received the draft, and Jessica calls Jillian, asking if he got the draft. He notes that he did, but it's not something that they should talk about over the phone, so they should meet as group representatives, of course. She notes that she will get going right now, so he should wait patiently. She swiftly makes her way down and notices that her hair is all over the place because of how much work she's done, so she takes a bit of time to fix it. She drives extremely fast to Jillian's location in a red car and comes inside his office screaming that this is like a novel-like story. Who would have expected Russia to collapse this much? He notes that this case can't be compared to Russia's bankruptcy, and that's not the reason he called her here. She notices how cranky he is, probably because he hasn't slept for a long while, and he says that as long as it's based on this draft, investments equivalent to the group's whole assets aren't their responsibility, but he doesn't like this one bit. Jessica asks what he means, and Jillian notes that it's plenty enough to rely on a genius draft once, so it's just scary. She asks where it is, perhaps Silverman or Lotshilt. She begins caressing his hair and notes that maybe he's mistaken. They are only provided ingredients, so it's up to them what they cook, right? They are the cooks in this situation, not farmers or fishermen, as those are entirely different things. There's no real reason for them to fall before this genius draft. They are great, sure, but those groups are full of experts, and they fight alone. So in that field, they are the best. Jillian urges her to keep it professional, but he can't deny they are a man and a woman, and so they spend the night together. Guillaume thinks of what the draft was about, the Republican convention and the future of the US presidential election, a behavioral analysis of the current governor of Texas, expert observations of the US real estate market, as well as many more things, including the direction of the world's 4 oil markets. This is all a very sharp analysis of macroeconomic trends, which is something that a single person wouldn't be able to put together, as it would take at least 100 people. It's stupid to feel inferior to such an elite group, and he bets a pretty penny that their directing department is active even at this very moment. But where could it really be? On that rainy night, Sunhoo waits outside, almost as if he's expecting someone. That's when a man with an umbrella comes and shields him from the rain, saying that the president asked for his presence, and also thanking him for his understanding and consideration. They drive quite a lot and end up in a very secretive parking lot. The man gets out of the car and bows down to the woman he was waiting for. The woman, Jamie, gets in the car, and Sunhoo asks if the government's surveillance has become that strong. She notes that wiretapping and tailing of executives has become normal, so sooner or later, they are going to hash out the problem. She hands him a folder and urges him to take a look at the contents. He does so, and it's G&L Investments' asset management report. Out of the 902 stocks listed on CoSB, more than 230 belong to the largest and major shareholders. Because of this, the constant surveillance of the government is only natural. While Korea was shaken by the IMF and their unreasonable demands, the Jeonil Group eroded 25% of Korea's economy. If Jeonil Group, a foreign company, only makes profit and turns tail, it would be like the IMF struck once again. But it won't happen, and he tells Jamie that he heard about Director Park Chung-sik, and that now he's called the Chief Financial Officer. Jamie thinks he's mad and tries to explain it, but instead, he wants her to support him further, as he's not the Chief Financial Officer, but rather the Finance King. She is the CEO, so there's no need to change that, but he would like it if she took better care of maintaining the corporation's whole image. Does she forget why they hired her in the first place? Regardless of documentaries, current affairs, or even entertainment, she should just leave it. They need to make sure that the public doesn't see them as foreigners. Jamie did a good job all in all, but he needed to make sure she did her job well, as he's planning to enter dungeons all over the world for more than 6 months, where he will basically vanish. He spends time with his family and tells them that he's going to the US. His father asks where exactly, and he notes that he has a room reserved near the company, so Manhattan. His father says that he will look great there and is quite happy that he made it there before him. That's when he notices the drink he was about to consume and suggests they drink together, much to the mother's dismay. Sunhoo smiles and thinks that this reminds him of the time he was a Wall Street loser drinking with his father, and even then, he always worried about him. His father notes that his favorite quote is, "Life is like climbing a mountain. If the mountain is tall, rest, then climb, fall, rest, and try again." There's not just one mountain, so he can climb any one he wishes. The Wall Street presence will surely be incredible, so if things get really difficult, he shouldn't torture himself with it and just come back home. He and his mother will always be there for him, no matter what. While at an airport, Sunhoo reads this year's billionaire ranking, with him in first place and Jonathan in second place. He thinks that neither his name nor nationality were revealed, so Ed was smart about it in the end. That's when Yeonhee grabs his attention, and he's ready to leave. They get inside a car, where the mercenaries are checking that their weapons are functioning well, which leaves her quite surprised. Sunhoo notes that he already told her, but she just can't shake the feeling that all of these people are very afraid of him, not even counting the driver, but it's not exactly fear, but more like awe. Sunhoo says that they worked together once and thinks that her skills have become stronger, so she's definitely changed. Later, they arrive at a gate that is high in some snowy mountains. Mick hands him a white blade, and he in turn gives it to Yeonhee, as it is now hers. She slowly unsheathes it and starts swinging it around, much to the mercenaries' surprise. She finally stops and notes that it's worse than what they received from the dungeon, but it will have to do for now. Sunhoo finds this quite surprising, as even though she's not using a single skill, none of these guys could hope to beat her currently. He tells Mick that he will trust him with the rest, and he asks how long they will be gone for. Sunhoo just smiles, and while going through the gate, notes that they will be back in 5 days, at most. Yeonhee waves them goodbye, and so begins their dungeon crawl. When they enter, they get the quest to eliminate Xiphos, and another name Common Whipping. Sunhoo seems to know his name, and Yeonhee looks up, almost as if anticipating something. Sunhoo notices, and says that this time there will be no bugs, so she can rest assured. Her face radiates happiness at this information, and Sunhoo notes that their goal right now is to complete the dungeon in 5 days and not use adversity. Yeonhee asks how that's possible, and he notes that she can heal him, right? She also wonders why they aren't just opening more boxes with the points they have gathered, and he says that they need to get used to the skills they upgraded, and more skills will just get in the way. That's when he spots the beasts they will be fighting, and Yeonhee finds them quite cute, as they are fluffy and don't seem to be that dangerous. That's when they begin shaking and reveal their true forms, which are quite ugly, and Yeonhee changes her opinion. Sunhoo urges her to test that ability out, and she begins using the eyes of Aegis. The beast's eyes turn purple, and almost as if possessed, they start ripping each other to shreds. Sunhoo looks at this and thinks that she just defeated a third of the enemy forces in one breath. This is truly an amazing and quite frightening skill. Some manage to go through her skill and go straight for her, but she's ready, as she swiftly takes out her attackers quite effortlessly. Sunhoo demands she stop, as she's exceeding her limits too much. He's quite surprised when they look at each other, as her eyes are filled with murderous intent. He thinks that it must be because she desires to control Xiphos, which seems to have consumed her. It's clear she needs some training, as this is the first time she's experimented with the eyes of Aegis. On the border between dream and reality, the mentality of a person breaks easily, and a feeling of helplessness can be felt. That's when, at the moment his consciousness was gradually consumed by Yeonhee, and this skill, she broke out of it with a scream, and said that what she saw was straight hell. She delved into a part of his memory, and was thrown out. She saw the 7 Devil Emperors, and even though she's already a member of this strange world, and is also earning some cash from it, she experienced fear that would simply break unsuspecting minds. This skill needs to be trained thoroughly in order for her to not merge with her targets, and if she had been in that state during the test site, she would have certainly died with no chance to develop the skill. The second evil was able to gain notoriety and reputation with the eyes of Aegis, but Yeonhee is pre-awakened, so it's naturally harder for her to get used to these things. That's when he notices something, and he swings his knife directly behind him. Before the beast could do much, he managed to slay it, and the quest common whipping has been completed as a result, giving him 1,500 points and a golden box. Sunhoo catches his breath and thinks that 5 days of not using Man of Adversity might not be possible, as it's only been 3 days and he's already pretty tired and overworked. If it weren't for the dungeon box and skill charging time, he would have been forced to use it much earlier. While Yeonhee heals him, he notes that her healing ability has improved, and thinks that even after finding out about the 7 Devil Emperors, she seems to have steeled herself once again. This rookie and her mentality keep growing stronger by the day. Him as well, as he's trying to overcome her overwhelming growth and the dangers that come with it. In the process of monopolizing the dungeons, he memorized the locations of the F-class dungeons, which didn't garner that much interest for him. However, if they take all of this, they will be at a completely different starting point than the others at the test site. He says that next time, they should aim to do a dungeon in just 1 day. Yeonhee is hesitant to answer, but finds the courage to agree, and so the monopolization of the dungeons began. They complete quest after quest and confirm that the F-graded dungeons were not a threat, so it wasn't that dangerous to farm in them. But just from an F-graded dungeon, Yeonhee's stats increased to the next level, including her abilities. While she was adjusting to her newly raised abilities, Sunhoo went into the dungeon by himself, as he didn't want to dwarf his growth. While they drive to their next location, Sunhoo notes that he has 53200 points, and asks her how much she has. 47310 is the number, and Sunhoo thinks that if they collect just a bit more, they could open a diamond box with just those. He's also quite shocked that they managed to clear 15 dungeons within 2 months, meaning 1 dungeon every 4 days, including the time for maintenance and travel. While sleeping, Yeonhee says the names of her skills, which he finds quite impressive. Most of the people in the van are sleeping, and Sunhoo finds it nice to see everyone's faces. He tells Mick to take Highway 115, as they will be going to a hotel. Yeonhee, who is still groggy from sleeping, asks why they are going to one. Are there perhaps dungeons inside of hotels too? Sunhoo tells everyone to stow their weapons away, as they will be taking a short rest in Las Vegas. Everyone's expression widens, and they cheer for him while also hoping he doesn't change his mind suddenly. In the city of Vegas, where everyone gambles and is having fun, the party arrives, ready to have some fun after such a long time. They drink, eat, and gamble like no other, with the people looking at them, wondering if they were kept prisoner or something to act this way. Sunhoo finds the way they act a bit embarrassing, but after so much work, it's deserved. He puts his hand on Yeonhee's shoulder and says that they should go to a quiet place for just a second. She blushes and agrees, clearly expecting something. He takes her to a VIP room that's quieter, so they can focus on the games more. She's clearly disappointed by this, and that's when the manager of Hanshil Group, Jo Chang-ho, spots her and immediately welcomes her in, as he was having a meeting with someone else here as well. He asks who the man next to her is, wondering if he ever saw him somewhere else. Yeonhee greets him as well and notes that the person next to him is her lover. Chang-ho tries his best to contain his anger, and Yeonhee tells Sunhoo that he's one of the sponsors of their hospital and that he's quite annoying, so she asks him to play along for now. He invites them to play a game or two, as they are in Vegas, and that's only natural, right? Sunhoo wonders if this guy is from the Hansel group, and Yeonhee asks if he knows about him. He thinks that the New Hope Medical Corporation he gave to Yeonhee was gaining some fame due to its various stories, and a certain story drew even more attention to the IMF's gloomy image. Thanks to that, many unpleasant individuals got involved in the group, and the Hanshul group was criticized for being the second generation of troublemakers. Chang-ho thinks that this hillbilly and unclassy-looking woman could never hope to afford such expensive games, so he will play around with that plain guy sitting next to her, and with his poker face that was recognized by even pro players, he's sure to win. In the first game, he gets destroyed, the second even more so, and by the third, he's just plain confused. They have to be cheating. Sunhoo asks Yeonhee if she used her skill, but she confirms that she didn't, as what he had was easily read on his face. Sunhoo notes that they should stop, as the bets have also ended. Chang-ho is having none of this, as he's not that guy just because he won a bit of money. The casino guards calm him, as there are people watching. But it's proving difficult to do so, as Chang-ho is extremely angry and quite ashamed that he lost in such a manner. That's when a mysterious force pushes him to leave, as he has an urgent matter to attend to. The guards leave with him, and Yeonhee, who used her skill on him, notes that she wanted to rest, but this guy was ruining the mood. Sunhoo says that she did a good job, but they do have a couple of days left of this vacation. Yeonhee is happy to receive this piece of information, but they need to take care of just one thing before they can relax. Sunhoo calls Mick and notes that he will come through the back door, so they should get ready. It seems that the cat they are hunting is very near. It seems that when they were playing the game of poker with Chango, who was extremely easy to read, Sunhoo felt a strange gaze that kept watching them. That's when he called Mick and said out loud that he was going through the back door. The stalker, hearing this, follows him. But shortly after, Mick comes from behind him silently and knocks him out with a headlock. Mick finds it surprising that he managed to do so, as he expected more of a challenge. This stalker has a special attribute named Chaser, which is an ability that can detect monsters or awakeners, so it's quite useful to have. Sunhoo gets some information about him, that he runs a big fast food chain in the east and has no companion on the hotel guest list. Sunhoo thinks that there were no security cameras and nothing really happened, so he won't be investigated. But what should they do with him now? The stalker slowly opens his eyes and demands to know what he's doing here. Sunhoo notes that he's acting prematurely, as he's been following him secretly, so he thought he was a robber or something worse. He tells Yeonhee to do her thing, and the stalker is extremely worried as he can't control his body. He rises up and walks toward the balcony without his consent. He starts climbing the window as if to jump off, and Sunhoo hopes he understands the situation he's in right now, as they can just make it seem like he committed suicide, almost as if it's nothing. The stalker screeches that he will explain why he chose to follow him, and Sunhoo gives Yeonhee a knowing nod. She removes her ability from him, and Sunhoo says that it's either because of the Chaser attribute or a quest he had to do. He's never met another awakened before, so he should consider himself lucky to be alive, even now. Because there are some quests that require awakening to kill someone. This information shocks the stalker and Yeonhee, but he denies having undertaken such a quest. Sunhoo asks why he should just believe him, and the stalker notes that because of his Chaser attribute, if he lets him live, he could be of help to their group. Sunhoo urges him not to even think of making a fuss, as his friend over here can enter people's minds, so he knows what that means, right? With that threat, he spilled everything, including his status window. His name is Leon, and his stats aren't anything special. He awakened during his graduation ceremony, and acquired the Chaser attribute through a life quest. He met an awakened before, who seemed to be quite evil from his words, so he's extremely lucky he's still alive. Leon notes that he would like to join their group, as he will do his utmost to maintain and assist it in any way possible. Sunhoo accepted, as the Chaser attribute this man holds is an ability that is very needed should they challenge one of the top dungeons. They get on the rooftop, where a helicopter arrives, and Sunhoo urges him to get in, as this is what he requested. He also tells Mick that this guy is no threat, so they should be harsh to him. However, if he acts badly, they are free to fix his behavior. Mick asks where they can take that, and Sunhoo notes that as long as they don't kill him, they can do anything. If he joins them, he will become a formidable force in their party. But if it's the opposite, he will have to be the first awakened they eliminate. So now it's up to him. Which side will he choose? He goes back to their room and spots that Yeonhee is quite moody. He assures her that he just sent Leon to the training center, but that's not what she was worried about. She just can't believe that quests involving murder would be given. Is the system actually just evil? Sunhoo thinks that she spoke just like one of the 8 evils, and says that the system simply wants them to become stronger, so they shouldn't think about its meaning and use it to become stronger. However, they can have that conversation later, as they need to start the main event. Sunhoo summons countless boxes, and thinks that this is more thrilling than any gambling game out there. 30 silver boxes and 30 gold boxes. That night, under the colored sky of Las Vegas, Sunhoo made all of his abilities, other than his strength, D ranks. One day, Jonathan calls him, and is quite mad that Sunhoo is ignoring him so much. It's been more than a year since they started going through F-ranked dungeons, and what Jonathan wants now is to enter the real estate mortgage business, which will certainly benefit them, but now is just not the time. Jonathan agrees, but this is an opportune time, too great to miss. Sunhoo urges him to just be patient until they don't need to be worried about anyone breathing on their necks, at least. Jonathan wonders what he's talking about, and Sunhoo says that he should just focus on the short-term draft for now. Jonathan notes that he's been focusing on that and went to every house that was for sale. IT, media, and communications had the biggest drop in price. Sunhoo congratulates him and says that if he works hard enough, his group will become an empire. They close the call, and Jonathan smiles at that notion. What Sunhoo is trying to get is mightier than a dragon, to become the god of financiers and perhaps hold more power than the Rothschilds. While driving somewhere, Sunhoo thinks that he can't really specify the date, but that a certain event will surely be repeated. The Kosovo War and the governor's election in Texas, so there don't seem to be any major changes in the time flow. After that day, they will be above them and do anything they want, right in their living room. 4 months later, in the year 2001, in England, Sunhoo and Yeonhee arrive at a salon. She notes that this place looks great, and he says that it is, as you can't enter here just because you have large amounts of cash. Yeonhee overhears a conversation about something regarding the Rothschilds and says that these people must be from the Rothschild Bank. Sunhoo thinks that they are, since this very salon is run by the Rothschild family in the first place. He asks if she knows what a Rothschild does, and while sitting down, she notes that she heard some downright silly stories about them, but now that they have become similar, those stories seem like common sense. She starts listening for useful information, as she's raised her senses to see, so now the soundproofing around here is a joke to get past. Sunhoo thinks that they came here to just show her this part of the world, but it seems that the Rothschild workers are having quite a serious conversation right now. She overhears them colluding to do something evil with the Berlin Bank and US Treasury, and tells Sunhoo while asking if she's really hearing these things right. Sunhoo notes that if they are doing that, they must be trying to boost the gold market, so she should invest in some gold once they return to Seoul. She asks how two people can decide stuff like this that could destroy lives, and Sunhoo notes that reality is much more evil than the dungeons, so she shouldn't think that they are the only ones living in a different world. The clock chimes, and in that second, Yeonhee hears countless voices and sounds. Among them is the news that a plane crashed into the World Trade Center. It seems that it has begun. Shortly after, the news confirmed that at exactly 8:46 a.m. local time, a passenger plane crashed into the World Trade Center, and the building soon became a pillar of flame and tragedy. Wall Street is in shambles, as stocks and trades are falling and rising left and right, creating pure and utter chaos everywhere. Sunhoo calls Jonathan and tells him to get rid of their gift positions, no matter if they lose money or not. While texting, he thinks that this situation that caused a tragedy felt throughout the world was not a simple accident, but the market has yet to realize that. He texts 3 people that they need to clear all positions right now and will not accept any sort of objection. Those 3 texts were sent to Jillian, who's in the same kind of hell now, Jessica, who is near the Isle of Man, and Daniel, who recently gained independence from the Isle of Man group. Sunhoo looks at his clock and thinks that 9.11 became 8.11, but the time did not change. What nobody has realized is that in about 5 minutes, there will be a second crash. Jonathan says that the whole market has turned into a strong sell-off, as everyone is selling. It's supposedly funded by the Isle of Man. The problem is that market participants are starting to copy them hard. That's when he hears a sudden crash, and when he looks out the window, he spots that the second tower has been hit. He tells Sunhoo what happened, and notes that they need to get all of their staff out now. The 2 largest mountains of global finance, Wall Street in New York and the City of London, got the brunt of it. Sure, New York was the one directly attacked, but the shock of the CT was no different. It was like a war just started, and the people who could stay calm now can't even be calculated. Among them, those who move quickly are fewer, but fortunately, he's among them. He urges Yeonhee to go back to the house, and he leaves. Now the true master of the world is about to change. An amateur group of 4 university students decided to proceed with their well-thought-out investment plan, and on September 11th, they hit the jackpot. But their luck would slowly become something they wouldn't want as the American authorities initiated an investigation into them. This case, which raised human rights violations, was the beginning of a newly enacted Patriot Act. There was a clear reason why a student of Arab ethnicity was among the 4 unidentified students. The Arab terror forces were behind the attack, and the outflow of oil money from the US market was valued at a gigantic 200 billion USD. Attracting that money and engulfing the oil market and even real estate is when the long-term draft begins to make moves. He meets with Jillian, who apologizes for keeping him waiting, as this whole situation was plain disastrous. Sunhoo notes that it is, as not even the directing department could hope to predict something like this. But did he receive his message? Jillian says that he did, and they managed to handle a portion of it before the terror attacks were officially confirmed. They didn't have time to close all of the positions, but it could have definitely resulted in an even bigger loss. Sunhoo reads the papers and notes that it was beyond their control in the first place, so nobody is responsible. But what's really important begins now. The long-term draft did predict the interest rate cut and the Iraq War. Jillian thinks about this and says that all of this will serve as a trigger. Sunhoo asks if there isn't any oil money in the funds he invested in, and if there is, he should meet them as soon as possible. While watching the president's statement on all of this, Jillian thinks that all of this time, he's been cultivating relationships with billionaires, hoping to one day bring them into the Jonathan Group. Among them are Prince Walalman, the first in line of succession of the Saudi royal family, and Prince Eleceed, his henchman and warehouse manager. These two men alone have the power to influence the Arab investment funds dramatically. All of the preparations he has made up until now have not fit perfectly, almost as if put in place deliberately. So is that guy thinking about taking America's oil money out of the country while the terror attacks are under investigation? He's been mysterious even since he met him. When they lost to the Jonathan Group in Thailand and Hong Kong, when he was just about to get kicked out of Morgan, he got a call that someone had come to meet him. A young Asian, who was difficult to read, came with quite the unconventional proposal. As long as he moves on the basis of the directing department's draft, he will not be responsible for any damages caused. But now that he thinks about it, what can the directing department be? He picks up his phone and tells someone to track down a certain person. Asian man in his early 20s, who goes by the alias Ethan. The guy he called notes that he will start searching right now, and Jillian looks for any security camera footage to send to the investigator. That's when Sunhoo says that he mustn't like his position if he does things like this. He's allowed him to be independent up until now, but he's also ensured his control over management rights. Jillian is at a loss for words, and Sunhoo says that they should solve their matters here, as it's much better than trying to spy on him. Jillian wonders if he will drop him now, as the opportunity to surpass even Jonathan is right in his hands. But besides that, how did this man hide so well? Is he a devil or something? Sunhoo gives him a message on the computer, which says that even though he's childish with his money, he certainly has the talent, so his contract will be extended a bit more. Sunhoo notes that he wrote that in his stead, but this is just the beginning, so he should pay close attention to future events. Joenthan sits in his office and thinks of Sunhoo's words about not worrying about people. Did he really know that the president would issue a hunt for the terrorists and everyone who chooses to shelter them? He just can't sit still, so he calls Jeffrey K. and demands he give him a list of the banks potentially targeted with net exhaust. Inside the training facility, Leon is blindfolded and gets permission to start the exercise. He moves swiftly, and even though he can't see much, he attacks the dummies in all the right places. He manages to finish in 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Mick shows Sunhoo and Yeonhee this, and notes that he's quite skilled, but what does he think? Sunhoo notes that his movements aren't that great, but he's usable enough. Leon, or he should rather be named their casino chip. Leon walks towards Sunhoo and wants to ask one simple question. Is this organization involved in the recent terrorist attacks? Mick punches him in the chest instantly as to shut him up, and Sunhoo notes that they shouldn't talk about that, as they are facing a much bigger threat than that, so they should get going. They lead him to a dungeon, and he asks if this is really a gate for one. Yeonhee confirms this while also calling him Casino Chip. She is called Mari, and the leader, Sunhoo, is Odin. These codenames were put in place to hide their identities, but also for Yeonhee's sake. After all, relationships between awakeners should be very different from relationships in the outside world. They slowly make their way into the dungeon, and the Declan extermination appears. Yeonhee whispers to Sunhoo that it's been quite some time since they've been here, and Leon spots that behind that door, there is a beast. Sunhoo urges him to enter and watch carefully. He blasts the door open, and seconds later, a single scout comes out, thirsty for blood. Yeonhee gets on top of it, while it focuses on Leon, and impales it with the random effects dagger, giving it the bind effect. The beast is now paralyzed, and Sunhoo urges Leon to go and finish the job. He's still quite shocked, and Sunhoo says that it poses no danger to him, so he should just kill it. Leon notes that it's still alive, but Sunhoo has none of it. If he continues acting like this, he will meet a tragic fate, so he should wake up to reality already. There are only two choices in this world, killed or be killed. While breathing heavily, he slowly makes his way towards the beast, and Yeonhee thinks of what Sunhoo said. They need to adjust their level to his F-grade stats, and should not use any skills in the next dungeon, because this is like Leon's final exam. She asks what will happen if he does not pass, and Sunhoo notes that then he would have no use for him. After he did it, they went to the next room, and Sunhoo wonders how many are inside. Leon notes that he feels there are more than 10, and Sunhoo explains that he's the tanker, Yeonhee the healer, and he's the damage dealer. He will draw their attention when he attacks, and Yeonhee will heal him, so he shouldn't worry about anything, even if the injury is fatal. If he manages to stick to his role, he won't die. They survive together and die together. Leon begins shaking uncontrollably, and Sunhoo notices this. He undresses and says that he has already explained to him what will happen on the day of the beginning, so whether he likes it or not, he will be dragged back here anyway. This place is the weakest dungeon to exist, so with their help, it won't be that hard for him. However, should he feel otherwise, he will give him this one chance to escape with this engraving on his chest, which is called a seal. It's an escape seal, to be precise, and if one were to rip off the engraved skin and swallow it, the seal would be transferred to them. Now, he must make a choice. Will he run away and wait for the day of the beginning, or will he stay with this group, which has the highest chance of survival? Leon thinks long and hard and finally comes to the conclusion that he will go with them, while also apologizing for showing such a weak display. They continue to fight the scouts, with Leon at the forefront of every battle. At first, he thought he was meant to be strong and naturally was so. But after battling so many beasts at once, he's considering otherwise. He drags his body while walking, and Yeonhee notices. She whispers to Sunhoo that Leon's condition is too bad, so she would like to use Valder's silence at least once on him. This skill is the highest of the mental healing skills, and its effectiveness amplifies by a large margin once it is upgraded to rank C. He says that he indeed looks pretty pitiful, and she notes that it would be great to have one additional team member, and right now, he just looks like a lonely child crying out for his mother. Family is like a sort of disruptive trigger for Yeonhee's mental realm, as even after she became extremely rich, her family relationship didn't progress in the slightest. If this were the real examination, friendship and such things would be considered a luxury, but perhaps now, he should be more considerate. He allows her to use his silence. She hopes that now his mind is a bit clearer, as this is the power of a real healer. Leon finds this ability quite amazing, and thanks her profusely for what she just did. She looks at him for a second and urges him to prepare for what comes next, as she also didn't have any training when she started, so it will be hard. She continues to take care of him. But Sunhoo is on the other side of this, as he wonders if this guy will turn tail at the expense of the exam, or if he will fight for the team and its survival. However, it is time to think about these things, as his real examination is about to begin. In the boss room, countless scouts lay dead, and Leon tries to wake Sunhoo up with all of his might. The boss, Anubis, is extremely hurt, but still standing. Sunhoo demands he go finish it off. End that devil of a beast. Leon wonders what he can do to fight it, and that's when it screams out, causing him to retreat. But this proves to be useful, as he has landed next to Yeonhee's dagger. With this, he will surely slay the beast. The boss lashes out once again, and Sunhoo, who was faking his state all of this time, thinks that Leon can easily take this guy out if he's not scared, as it's barely holding on. But instead of doing that, Leon moves the dagger close to one of Sunhoo's seals, as, in his sorry state, the only thing he can think of is escaping. That's when Sunhoo grabs the knife, and with a murderous look, announces that his test is over. After they left the dungeon, Yeonhee wept for quite a while. They held a funeral without a corpse, and while she mourned for Leon, he met with Jonathan. He gives him some papers and notes that there's nothing here, even if they were to combine all the lines. Sunhoo thinks that all of this is bringing the heart of the Financial Service Commission to banking, and says that this also includes the Fed Reserve System. That simple henchman from the White House must be boiling with rage by now. Jonathan finds it quite funny that he called him a mere henchman. In the past, he would have looked around to see if anyone was listening to this conversation. But now he has become much bolder, which is good. The US government doesn't actually print dollars. Instead, they borrow from the Fed. The US government is the debtor in this relationship, and financial conglomerates like Rothschild, who basically control the Fed, are the creditors. This is not a conspiracy theory, but rather a fact. The day of the beginning will hold the world by its neck, much like Rothschild. While having dinner at a fancy restaurant, Yeonhee says that if he doesn't do it for her sake, she's fine with anything. Sunhoo asks what she might be talking about, and she's talking about recruiting new members, as they need them. She's clearly just pretending to be calm, but they won't nurture awakeners by themselves. He's pretty surprised to see her trying to match him, but she shouldn't worry about anything, as he has everything planned out already. She inquires as to what that might be, and Sunhoo notes that there is a person who can read people better than anyone, so he would be the best at nurturing and growing someone. Reports have started coming in since last year, when he started operating under the nickname Cat. They've been gathering people who were suspected to be cats, but their number has exceeded 30 by now. They are also searching mental hospitals and eavesdropping on civilian lines. Perhaps by now, he can use the same attribute as a chaser. He tells Yeonhee to stop worrying so much and return to Seoul, as he has some business to take care of in Germany. He arrives in Berlin, where he instantly gets a phone call from Berlin Telecom, as they would like to see him because his travel line has an issue on the corporate level. Leonard Lee, a second-generation Korean-American, is currently backpacking around Germany. That is his current identity. With this, he has added a lot of bait to attract Joshua, so it's about time he takes a bite or two. He asks if it will take a long time, as he's traveling, and will be leaving soon. The person asks which hotel he's currently staying in, and when Sunhoo tells him, he notes that a staff member will meet him there right away. Two people arrive at the hotel lounge, where Sunhoo is patiently waiting for them. He's surprised to see this man, as he was his fourth virtue. This man ascended to his rank solely based on his innate and immaculate fighting abilities. He overcame the lack of kills and inferior items he had, and eventually rose to the very top, so he admired him in the past. But the first and fourth good ones were enemies, if he remembers correctly. He gets up and asks if they are from Berlin Telecom. He confirms it, and the man next to him seems to have confirmed his existence as an awakened. He's clearly signaling something using his head, a characteristic often found in chasers. He thinks that their organization seems to be quite well put together, so they should be worth waiting for. The man introduces himself as Michael, and says that he would like to talk for a long while, so they should change locations. A week later, Sunhoo trains with a firearm inside a facility, and it seems to be a crack shot. Michael saw this and noted that he's very skilled, but Sunhoo regards it as simply trying his best. This is a training camp built by renovating the interior of a mansion, and the fact that this organization is focusing on gun training shows that they have never encountered a dungeon before. He's basically arrived at the perfect time, and he asks when he can meet the chairman, as he's been following him for a week now. Michael urges him not to rush things, but they have received a call that he will be returning later tonight. Sure enough, that night, he arrives, and Michael whispers something to him the moment he gets out of his vehicle. Sunhoo looks at him, and thinks that he's finally meeting him. The head of revolution. The first virtue. Joshua was thinking of going through the first dungeon, as over the past week, they have been investigating the area. He notes that a dungeon isn't just a world filled with treasure free for the taking. Rather, hell itself might be there. The first group of 2 awakeners and 4 mercs never returned from the dungeon, but he gave them information honestly, and respected their choices. Michael says that this time, the president would also join them, so now it's time for him to make a decision. So, will he be a scared cat, or face his challenges valiantly? Sunhoo finds this situation quite awkward, and the next day, they all set out. There wasn't a single awakener that left the team, but Sunhoo thinks that it was probably because of those rewards, as they would get a bright future should they receive them. Michael tells him that he's been training hard for the past year, and while he has a lot of talent, there will certainly be a difference due to his lack of experience. He should just not leave his side, and he will be safe. Sunhoo wonders if he's acting like his caretaker because they are both Asian, and if this happened in his past life, it would be quite an honor. The dungeon plan revolved mostly around the mercenaries. Each team consisted of 2 awakeners and 6 mercenaries, with the team leader being a mercenary. Michael tells him that their leader's name is Oliver and sees him, someone who doesn't speak German and joined recently, as basically a nobody. So naturally he has to show him he's not a pushover, right? Sunhoo sighs and thinks that he would much rather hang them all upside down. They all get off at the dugout entrance, but before they enter, Joshua gives them an inspiring and worthy speech. So it seems that even at this time, his speeches were quite famous. He certainly knows how to get people's attention anyway. He shakes hands with Sunhoo and thanks him for following and believing in his cause, so he promises to split the rewards with him. Sunhoo says that he became inspired because of him, so he will try his best. This attitude of his doesn't seem to be fake, so that's good. They all enter the dungeon, and the awakened get notified that the Kill Barklin quest has started. That's when Oliver notices his flashlight isn't working, and others also find out that their gear and guns don't seem to work. Sunhoo notices that the hysteria has started, and this dungeon is Barklin's lair, which seems similar to Declan, but their strength is much more superior. The chaser of the group tells everyone to shut up, as there's a beast just behind the door in front. With the merc rendered entirely useless without their gear, the plan now switched on, revolving around the awakened. Long-range skills were in the back, and melee skill users were in the front, with the tankers in front, of course. Newcomers like himself, though, were sent straight to the back. But this is a good opportunity to see how well they perform as a team. One tanker slowly opens the door, but it seems to be empty. That's when the beast grabs him by the neck and head, and with a twist and pull, removes his head from his body. He throws the head towards the groups, and they are all rightly horrified. The beast stands tall and seems to be similar to a minotaur. Joshua urges everyone to attack, but they don't have a single effect on the beast, as they are too weak. Sunhoo looks at them and thinks that with those low-level skills, they won't be able to go through the barrier, much less his hide. Since they were awakened with skills weaker than most guns, this op was doomed from the start. The beast starts killing people left and right, so with nothing that can be done, everyone starts pushing back to get away. Since over 100 people are acting like this, rationality was thrown out the window, even though they would have been able to take it on somewhat. Michael, clearly scared too, notes that if he somehow attracts his attention, he will hit it from behind. They will die anyway if they don't try, so they must at least. Sunhoo points at the fight and says that there's no need for that anymore. Joshua blocks the beast using the hand seal, so he has clearly chosen not to die in this dungeon. It seems that his plan to come here had some worth, as he's showing some real talent right now. The first virtue moved in first, with the fourth joining him shortly after. They slashes with their weapons like madmen, but out of the 2, the first virtue went absolutely berserk. The beast lies defeated, with Michael and Joshua trying to catch their breaths, as the fight they just went through was grueling. People watched them in awe and were very surprised that the chairman himself managed to take down the beast. They started calming down after the Minotaur was defeated, but 12 people died, and out of those, there were 5 awakened. So, the happy atmosphere that made them think they could defeat any monsters that came their way soon froze. Sunhoo notices Michael is a bit distressed and asks what's wrong. Michael notes that beyond the next door, there are 8 Minotaurs. Still, they go inside, but this party did not have enough training to deal with 8 Minotaurs at once. Michael begins fighting, but not with weapons, but rather with his own fists. It seems that he just discovered his physical attacks would go through, so his instinct for battle overwhelmed the fear of dying. However, it seems that he was in over his head this time. Joshua calls for the healer and they start taking care of him. Sunhoo thinks that if this had gone like it did in the past, it would have taken them quite a bit of time to get out. Half a year, or perhaps even a few years. He's curious to see how the first and fourth virtues became what they were, but he just can't watch them silently. He attacks the Minotaur that was about to assault Joshua, and moves on to the next, leaving everyone shocked at this display of skill. He even sends one of the Minotaurs flying, and it almost lands on Joshua. Sunhoo now talks directly with him and asks, if it is like this from the very beginning, what will he be doing going forward? Does he really want everyone here to die? Joshua reads his file, but it all seems normal. He tricked all of them, right? Sunhoo notes that he wants to ask a question first. What will he do in the future? Joshua is hesitant to answer and asks him to not cross that line and reveal his identity already. Sunhoo finds his proposal quite funny, as if he were to stay in his line like he demands, he would certainly not like what would happen next. Michael calms him down and asks why he's doing this. What does he truly want? Sunhoo says that everyone's survival is his goal, but he should first look at the facts. Everyone fell into an absolute panic, but the leaders couldn't keep their backlines in check. Joshua sighs and thanks him for saving them. But is the leader position really what he wants? Sunhoo pats him on the shoulder and says that this is his group, so no, but he should listen carefully. He clenches his shoulder tightly, causing him to recoil from the pain. This may be his group, yes, but he is his possession. He lets him go, and Joshua notes that this must be his true goal. Not getting close to this, but getting himself close to them. Sunhoo says that he can believe what he wants, but what's important right now is that he caught his eye. Joshua smiles, as he's curious to see if he can hold that attitude outside as well. Sure, he managed to look into him, but he can't do anything with that information. Leonard must also not be his name, right? He asks Michael to be left alone with this guy for a moment and proposes to Sunhoo that they should become partners. He will give him half of Berlin Telecom's shares and an additional $100 million. Sunhoo notes that Dungeon barely even began, yet he's talking about outside business already. Joshua says that these conditions are for their survival, as he believes it is possible to do so with his abilities. Sunhoo says that even if that's true, their survival costs that little. Joshua notes that this would not be the end of his rewards, as he's connected with a group that he probably hasn't heard about. The Bilderbug Club. Sunhoo thinks that a name that he didn't think would appear just did. So is Joshua's family connected this far into the financial world? Joshua says that this club secretly leads the whole world, and is made up of finance, economics, and politicians. So they are the first to anything they wish. Can he imagine it? With his strength and his mind combined together, they would be able to take control of the entire world. Sunhoo says that is precisely why he can't let him escape his grasp, because of those world domination ideas. Joshua asks what he's thinking about, and Sunhoo urges him to think about things slowly, as he will only be teaching him the basics. He's still a child in this world, so he naturally needs someone to help him. Joshua gets extremely mad at this comment, and notes that this time, he's really pushing his luck. When 5 parties of 5 people join together, one can create an attack unit, and when the 5 party leaders elect a unity leader through agreement, the group will be given the attack unity buff. Fortunately for them, they had exactly 25 awakeners remaining, so creating one was very easy, with the system also rewarding them with a golden box. Sunhoo was anticipating a platinum box, or perhaps something even better, but this reward is just plain underwhelming for him right now. The system is usually generous with people doing something first, so now it's basically telling him to stop expecting much from it. They all receive the blessing of tenacity, which gives minor resistance to crowd control effects. Sunhoo explains to Joshua how the basics of creating an attack unit so that he will be able to do it from now on. After electing him as the new unit leader, they remade the attack unity, and even though Michael was given the position of party leader for his respective party, everyone still looked at him. There is an outsider who got control of their group in seconds, and the mercenaries, who are now basically useless. How will the leader of revolution solve these? With the party leaders as the command group, they have decided to go with their original plan. Michael tells Sunhoo that the vote of the president, who is the unit leader, will naturally be worth 4 points, and the party leaders will be 2 points. With party members only being able to give 1 point, that's how things are decided. Sunhoo thinks that this system they put together is the same as London's The City. It might be because they took note that one person holding all the authority would be quite difficult, but this system would become the main one within the revolution. The first thing the revolution voted on was what to do with their mercenaries, who are now just being dragged behind. 1 would be to use them as porters, 2, prioritize awakeners when distributing food and weapons, and 3, restrain them to stop a potential riot. The third one was decided upon, and in a sense, they will basically be used as human shields, even though nobody had the guts to say it out loud. Michael watches how the mercs are being captured while scratching his head, as this whole situation is plain uncomfortable, if nothing else. Resistance from the mercenaries was controlled forcibly, and if this was the original timeline, none of them would have been able to leave from here with their lives. Sunhoo thinks that this is the reason the first and fourth virtue became enemies, as the fourth virtue would have formed friendship with the mercenaries he trained. He tells Joshua that he doesn't know how this will change anything, but he will surely increase confusion among the group. Joshua asks if he's voting against it, and he notes that he plainly abstained from voting, while laughing in his face. But at the rate he's going, his group will end up coming to him, and that's something neither of them really want, right? Joshua looks at him with an envious expression, and says that he should step down if he wants to make sure that doesn't happen. Sunhoo says that if he wants to, he can leave right now. But does he really want that to happen? His eyes turn red, and he urges Joshua to calm down his glare, towards him, and towards the team. He should just smile like the leader he is, and if he ever sees him making that expression towards him again, the next topic of discussion will be about his life. They go into the next part of the dungeon, and when the fighting began, everyone there hoped that Sunhoo would clean everything up. But he kept his interference at a minimum. The mercs, who could now only run helplessly with their hands tied, exploded in rage, and asked to be killed already. Fights between awakeners had also started to appear, but Sunhoo still doesn't interact in any important way. Michael comes up to him and notes that he has to say something, as everyone is waiting for him to. At this rate, the president himself won't be able to keep the group together, so he must something at least. Sunhoo says that he will only give out his votes, as he has given plenty of advice as it is. The vote to use the mercs as a resource comes at a crossroad, and everyone looks at Sunhoo. He tells Joshua to go with what he voted for, and urges Michael to translate this for him. He completely trusts the unit leader's choice. They proceed to make a written vote without any abstention, so that they can get somewhere with this. There could be errors, but right now, this seems to be the best method. Sunhoo finds his actions quite pleasant, as he's removing his influence from the group, as he knew that it will impact everyone's choices. This is how you lead, so he's quite proud, in a sense. With the written votes everyone had to do, they proved that they had at least a shred of humanity left in them, as they have decided to release the mercenaries and leave the miscellaneous work to them. And should the awakeners break formation, the mercs will also be joining the fight using hand-to-hand combat. Joshua has reached this agreement by offering them much larger pay than previously established. They go to the next part of the dungeon, where it seems that they are being pushed back quite quickly. Joshua asks Sunhoo for help, but he doesn't move an inch, and instead screams at them. Is he dumb? How long will he rely on him? Huh? He needs to make everyone see what a good leader can really do, and make them rely on him. Joshua looks at him and begs. At least, let there be no casualties, as he will deal with the rest later. Sunhoo noticed that look in his eyes, as it's cold-hearted, but sometimes merciful, even to the worst of enemies. He is slowly becoming a man who could embrace anything, if it means victory. They all turn to him for directions, and he tells them to not back down and kill every single one that blocks their path. Sunhoo activates Odin's wrath on his dagger as to improve his image. Now, he has become the embodiment of revolution and freedom itself. The guards waiting outside are tired of waiting, as it has been days since they entered the dungeon. Fortunately for them, the dungeon starts glistening, as everyone is coming out. But one of them is quite shocked, as the mercenaries are shells of what they used to be. They are clearly shell-shocked, to think these guys who were called the Skull Gang of the Balkans during the Bosnian War became like this. What could have happened in there? Joshua notes that he will escort Sunhoo to the mansion, but he only wants a car, as he will go to the Wilson Hotel. They do so, and Joshua thinks that when they got to the boss room, as he took Michael and him to defeat the boss, he thought something entirely different would happen during that fight, but the way he fought was nothing short of amazing. He remembers his words. For now, he's only a child who requires his guidance. Or rather, this is a competition. One where the loser is assimilated into the winner's group. While driving away, he tells one of his subordinates to move Lee, Sunhoo's undercover name, to the penthouse suite, and thinks that if this fight uses the world's rules, he can't possibly lose. The subordinate tells him that there's already someone with the same name staying in there, for an entire month in fact. That room costs $70,000 per night, and it's usually used by the German government to keep quests. So where does he have all this money from? He tells the subordinate that he needs a full report on that guy tomorrow morning. The next day, Joshua slams the investigation papers around. As these are filled with false information, there's nothing true about this guy. After erasing his whole existence, he's just chilling in the best suite room possible. He's most definitely trying to win their fight. But he won't give up, as he will dismantle him piece by piece if need be. After receiving help from the main family, he was able to obtain files from the US Department of Commerce and the Department of Treasury. Money always leaves traces, no matter how secretive one is. So there must be some cash flow for Lee to fake his whole identity and past. He finds some leads, and comes to the conclusion that the money came from the Cayman Islands. Over 100 million was used through layers and layers of front organizations to create Lee and his fake family. With all of this combined, he's certain he will be able to find out his real identity. His greatest dream was to enter the main family's board of directors and become a member of the Bilderbergs Club himself, but not anymore. If he's somehow able to obtain this man, then the next step would be revolution, the breaking of the existing order. The money trail is followed until they find out that Lee's safe name was the corporation Hello Joshua. He doesn't know what to think about this, and that's when a subordinate rushes in, as his main family has just been attacked. This shocks Joshua, but what the subordinate meant by attack was that someone is attacking their stocks, not their lives. Joshua is relieved it is so, but was this somehow started by Lee? However, it must be a coincidence, as this is impossible. At the Carrion family main residence, the family head, Aaron von Carrion, meets with John Doe, Sunhoo's trading name, and would like to talk with him about someone who attacked the Bank of England. After doing so, that man was able to obtain fame and wealth. However, most do not know about the 14 grueling years of lawsuit he had to go through, as most people who know also think that it happened because of what took place with France in '88. Is he not curious to find out the truth? Sunhoo notes that he told him before, and Aaron urges him to stop the attack, as he will give him the money he lost and more out of his own pocket. Sunhoo says that he's misunderstanding something, as even though LTCM is a part of Jonathan Investment Group, the investment this time. But he doesn't get to finish, as Aaron screams that this is no investment, but rather, a plane attack. Silence falls in the room for a second, and Sunhoo still insists. The investment was done solely by LTCM, and not just that, but all the hedge funds under their group. Aaron tries to say something, but he's at a loss for breath, so his butler says it for him. If the hedge funds under his group are moving individually, as he hinted at, then why did he come to them? Sunhoo notes that this is just a misunderstanding, as he came to meet a friend. Joshua arrives, and gets the news that John Doe himself is waiting for him, as he told them they are quite good friends. The butler escorts him to the location, and says that it doesn't matter if they are really friends or not, as this is a golden opportunity. If they wait any longer, the front line will extend, and neither side will be able to turn back down. If he stops the attacks, the main family will pay for the losses. Joshua asks why they would do that before fighting in the first place, and the butler notes that if Jonathan himself moves, and the countless forces he has moved with him, they will cause a ton of damage. The entirety of Europe will be forced into a currency war, and this is something that can never, ever happen. Joshua says that if the situation is so dire, they should get that person on their side, as he's the only one who could stand up to Jonathan's group. The butler says that the elders are meeting with him as they speak in London, but they must do anything they can, so he should convince this friend of his. Joshua's eyes widen when he sees who he's talking with, and Sunhoo welcomes him in German. Joshua just sits in silence for a few good seconds, and wonders if this man is really Lee. Perhaps they just look similar, as it's hard to differentiate between Asians anyways. But if it's true, this man was above him in their game from the start, so he will have to face him until the end. At least, what he needs to do has become crystal clear. Aaron asks how they know each other, and Joshua notes that they met last year in Vancouver. Sunhoo confirms that they in fact did, but can he take this as him having won their bet now? Joshua says that he is making a mistake in judgment, as he will concede that he is one of the richest men in this world, and the owner of the biggest investment group in the entire world. But they are the Carrion family. So if he fights them head on, the only thing will happen is that this war will have no winner. Sunhoo notes that financial wars don't work like that. Unfortunately for him, the winner takes all. The butler announces that Telestar Investment and Gold and Silver have joined the attack against them. Joshua recognizes that Jessica Perry works for Telestar Investment, and the butler also announces that the Zillion Group will also join if things keep going like this. Joshua is shocked, but Sunhoo notes that he shouldn't be, as these are all for-profit groups, who are only out to make themselves richer. But now, shouldn't he concede already? Joshua, with extreme hesitation, announces that he has lost, and will become one of his people, so he begs for him to stop all of this. Sunhoo asks if it's for his family that he's doing this, but Joshua notes that the reason isn't important. He will become one of his people, and he swears that on anything he wishes. Sunhoo finds his words quite moving, and asks Aaron if they can proceed with what they've discussed earlier. He is hesitant to answer, and Sunhoo notes that if he doesn't trust him yet, he will show him. The windows break, and everything in the room starts flying around while Sunhoo uses his abilities. Joshua begs him to stop and let his father live, as he will give him his life if it means that he will let the family go. That's when Aaron grabs his attention and says that through him, the family has spread its wings. He should serve this man well and fulfill the long-cherished dream of the family. The main family will remove the obstacles in his way and step back. The butler, who is also quite shocked, announces that the attacks on their stocks have stopped. Aaron tells Sunhoo to guide his son well, as he will certainly not disappoint. Sunhoo notes that's why he chose him in the first place, and with that, the butler grabs Aaron and they walk away. Joshua asks what he should call him from now on, and Sunhoo reaches his hand forwards. Odin, and he will now enter his order. Joshua looks at him and grabs his hand. Now, he has fully accepted Sunhoo as his master. Eventually, Bobby is captured, the menace that would become the first evil. John presents him to Sunhoo, who immediately takes off his head, so as not to have any surprises. This takes John by surprise, but Sunhoo assures him. They lost him in the winter of '98, 3.5 years from now. Since he was followed constantly by a dangerous organization, the difference between their growth is as distant as the sky and the earth. Maybe that is why he doesn't feel a thing now. He asks if the other agents are okay, and John wonders why he would ask that, but he thinks that he would have resisted pretty hard when he knew his end was coming. John notes that indeed he did, but he wasn't able to do anything about being sniped, and this time, they tried their best to not let him go. Sunhoo notes that he will give him $1 billion as promised, and John asks if his safety will be guaranteed if he were to accept it. Sunhoo hears their plans, as someone close yet far away talks about how they are going to take him out, as to ensure their safety. But they are hesitating somewhat. Sunhoo says that he will be safe and with $1 billion in his bank account, so he shouldn't worry, even if this was a secretive operation. There are countless things that need doing in the future, so they won't change. The funds they invested and the private military company that they made, which is worth over $1 billion already, that's what they are after, as John probably thought that if he just took care of him and Yeonhee, he could take all of it for himself. John offers him a smoke, but Sunhoo refuses. John lights up his cigarette and shakes constantly, as he knows what's about to happen. Sunhoo's eyes glisten, and he instantly kills John with a single thunderstrike. The snipers panic and think of what to do, but Sunhoo just points at each of them, signaling them to keep their mouths shut. With that, he's free to leave, as they can't hope to do anything against him. Somewhere in Iraq, Oliver welcomes a man by the name of Cheney, who seems to have a good track record. He thinks that he will have to fight in another battlefield, but if it's for his kids' medical bills, he will do anything. Oliver gives him the contract, which only tells him that he needs to handle some dangerous goods, but he will know more detail once he signs the contract. Oliver opens a warehouse with eye recognition, and Cheney says that with how secure this place is, he thought it would be a drug warehouse. Oliver notes that he thought the same, but the things inside are much more dangerous. He warns him now that he should only look, and if he touches anything, they can cover him up pretty quickly. In the warehouse, there are countless dungeon items, who in Cheney's eyes seem quite valuable. He asks where they got all of these from, and Oliver notes that he will know once his security level rises, but he's actually better off not knowing. In a D-rank dungeon, named Barbacore Research Center, Yeonhee uses the child who abhors pestilence, and a strange wisp appears. Sunhoo thinks that after the 7th day of entering this dungeon, they used the quest item, but just looks at the appearance of this thing. It's like a fairy straight from fantasy, but he knows what it truly is. It immediately flies away, and Sunhoo notes that it did that because of the item she has equipped, so she shouldn't feel that sad about it. Suddenly he grabs something that was about to attack her, an invisible rat. He rips out its neck, and notes that these invisible bastards are becoming quite annoying. The fairy congratulates them, seeming to Sunhoo that it was testing them. He tells Yeonhee that they will follow it, but she shouldn't let her guard down, because this quest is S rank, and connected to the Doom Enterguasto. It was a huge shock to everyone when they found out there were things above the S rank monsters, as the day one of the 7 demon kings, Doom Kaso, came through the gate. The 8 virtues and evils joined hands for the first time, but they could only push him back, and not defeat him. They didn't bear the word Doom in their names for nothing. One of the items they stumbled upon the dungeon they are in held the power of one of the 7 demon kings, Doom Enterguasto. They receive the quest to disrupt Barba's corpse, with a lot of things that they need to kill and destroy it in order to complete it. This quest is S rank, and related to Doom Enterguasto, with its difficulty being very absurd. This plague research that will turn everything into the land of death is probably troublesome for the system too. Yeonhee is horrified by the appearances of the enemies, but Sunhoo tells her to stay focused, as they are like bombs. Being used as meat for experimentation, such is the fate of those who lost against them. He tells her to find the plague crafter among the, and uses the gifted one trait. With it, he slashes through them with ease, and shows them the real meaning of solo hunting. That's when a giant fist appears, which he manages to dodge. This came from a giant abomination, but it starts acting strange, as Yeonhee is successfully controlling it. Even thought it has the strength of a low-ranked dungeon boss monster. With it, she starts clearing the condition for the quest, and eventually, it is completed, rewarding them with a challenger box. Sunhoo didn't think he would see something like this before the examination, and when he opens it, he gets the Solar Cape of Ra. It boosts all of his resistance to 20%, among other useful things. Sunhoo is very glad he finally got an S-ranked item, and he can also change it into a sword when he wishes to. An item that was never in the hands of the evils and virtues is burning fiercely in his hand. Not long after the 2002 World Cup celebration ended, the guns of war started to be heard in Baghdad. Sunhoo and Yeonhee watch the news about this, and she asks if he still has some prophetic dreams about it. Sunhoo played his knowing of the dungeons and things similar as simply having prophetic dreams. He says that he doesn't, as they weren't fated to grow this strong either. Sunhoo makes his way to Korea and arrives at his parents' door. His mother is quite surprised to see him, and he notes that this is how Americans do it, pop out unannounced. He brought them many gifts, and he asks where his father is. His mother doesn't even want to get started in him, as he's out drinking, and probably won't come home tonight. Later, he indeed comes home, but is passed out drunk. Sunhoo picks him up, much to his mother's surprise, as he should have been quite heavy. Sunhoo puts in on the couch, and that's when his father starts to talk about something regarding a certain friend in his sleep. The next morning, Sunhoo tells him about it, and that he can help. His father asks what he can do, and Sunhoo notes that it's probably difficult for him, so he might try to work something out with a company he knows, Goldwish. His father is quite surprised, and notes that he shouldn't have been able to meet them, as they are so secretive their existence is sometimes questioned. Sunhoo notes that he will be able to arrange something, as the owner of Goldwish owes him, and will be happy to repay him. He should trust him, as he is his son after all. They arrive somewhere with a nice view of the ocean, as his father's friend request was about the Simangium reclamation project. Due to political goes and such, a national project was opened and closed constantly, so considering the business value, there's no real reason for them to step in. Earlier, he went to Jamie with his idea, who said that even if they adjust the plan to use the place for faming as the industrial complex, things do not seem appealing. Sunhoo urges her to continue supporting it, as this is the only place that can be cleaned up without causing problems. She asks what his plan is, and he notes that he wants to create a world-class resort in this country, with a strong defensive wall around it, and a bunker which is able to withstand a nuclear explosion. Jamie asks if it's because of North Korea, and he notes that it's mostly for their employees to feel safe, and to not withdraw their group from this country. She only needs to make the government understand this, and push them completely. He thinks that this will elevate his father's image, so there's no reason for him to not do this. Even thought there's little over 10 years until the day of beginnings starts. The obstructor trait suddenly activates, and the system warns him that a quest where 100 awakeners will aim for him will be created in a minute, but he can stop it with 250 contribution points. Contribution points are extremely hard to come by, and he could pay for this. But this scenario is too unfair. This is just too much, even for the system. He asks what the quest contents are, and it's a simple assassination quest, where a position locator will be provided for the awakeners to chase him. Sunhoo thinks about what to do, but decided to let it play out, and Yeonhee also gets the notification for the quest. The system is rough, as even though he helped it with the plague, it's now targeting him restlessly. Are there perhaps two systems at play here? Yeonhee is quite shocked by this quest, and Sunhoo notes that for everyone getting the quest to kill him, he also gets quests to kill them. Yeonhee is the #1 threat the system is warning him about, and number 2 and 3 are Suzuki Ririka and Chiharu. He needs to decide a place to lure them in, and also he needs to protect his family, so he has no choice but to call Jamie. She has a meeting, and that's when she gets the call, so she excuses herself. The atmosphere is quite grim once she leaves, and Sunhoo tells her that she needs to make a man by the name of Janil and his wife to stay at the group hotel. She should handle this matter instantly, and also supply guns to the security personnel. He tells her to do so without delay, as those two people need protection. She feels that getting closer to Ethan's real identity will prove detrimental for her, so she tries to play it off, and instead, ask what kind of danger that man is in. Sunhoo tells her that a lot of things could happen to him, and she will get to know many things soon enough. With that, he closes the call, as he needs to make a pit for all the awakeners who will hunt him. Jamie prepares all of the things Sunhoo requested, and finds out that Janil is his father. So she unfortunately found out something she didn't want to. But still, she must do what she was commanded. In Osaka, Japan, Sunhoo and Yeonhee arrive at an F-rank dungeon, which is Graph territory. He thinks that this is perfect, as nobody will be able to get out of it alive. A gang of men walk towards them, and a woman notes that they are pretty confident to wait for them like this. These two women are the 7th and 8th virtues. The 7th and 8th virtues, known as the Suzuki sisters, adapted quite quickly to everything after they woke up. The system provided them with a lot of compensation, but that was a given, since the things that they needed to do were quite difficult. For the quest to take over the gang named Sankagumi, they received 2 items as a reward. The Hermes all-rounded anklet, which increases the agility of the wearer by 1 grade, and also has physical and magic damage absorption. And the Emblem of Guanyin, which increases the recovery skills and attributes of the user by 1 grade, while also reducing the cooldown time of recovery-based skills by a pretty nice 30%. Sunhoo plays with the anklet, while pondering the situation. He thought that he had good abilities, despite not having a lot of experience with dungeons. But did he really grow over in a grade quest to take over a Yakuza organization? Well, it is their fault that they looked down on this quest to take him down, which was S grade, so that's that. One of the sisters is still conscious, Ririka, and demands that he not touch Chiharu, or there will be hell to pay. Sunhoo incapacitates her, and together with Yeonhee, throws the sisters and their goons into the big portal behind them. More and more people come to the quest, one named Wang Chen, who is the Glory Group chairman, who, like the others, threatens him rather uselessly. Sunhoo incapacitates him and throws him into the portal with the others. Eventually, a random man comes to the area, who is just curious about the quest, and isn't that high in ranking regarding the quest. Even so, Sunhoo throws him into the portal just like the others. He starts calculating how many people he got rid of, and comes to the conclusion that 35 people were sent to Ant Hell, while 25 were sent in the Revolution. So he took care of around 60 quests, give or take. His remaining hunters haven't moved an inch, so they probably don't have much interest in the assassination request. So it's safe, for now at least. Because of the Suzuki sisters, and other people with a large skill difference, Items were spread based on levels, so if all goes well, some, if not most people, should come out alive. He tells Yeonhee to overlook the situation from now on, and to be ruthless, if she has to. With that, he descends the stairs while leaving, and calls Jamie, asking how his parents' relocation is going. She explains that there were some suspicious people around, but she blocked them in advance. As for his parents, his father is still working in a hotel room, while his wife is getting a massage somewhere nearby. However, there are some rather unexpected attackers at the moment, but not on his parents, so he should watch the news, if he has something to watch it on. Sunhoo opens the laptop, and is shocked to see that the National Tax Service launched a tax investigation, and the targets are the chairwoman of Janil Group, Miss Yang. Sunhoo analyzes this, and notes that this is no mere audit, and something much worse. Jamie says that it's for the entire Janil Bank, and they are probably doing it to summon the executive director, but the director Park and her appeared before the prosecution and defended him thoroughly. That will end with that, because that is what the government of this country wants. But it seems that the real target wasn't his father and his wife. She stops before speaking more, as she didn't want to know any of this, and tells him that this country's Sunhoo went missing, so there is nobody in this country that could touch his parents anymore. He is the one who should be careful about all of this. While doing some research, Sunhoo thinks that they are attacking him, even though they know he is in Japan. Are they perhaps testing the system, or the waters? The only reason they targeted his father was because he is the father of the Sunhoo, but for precisely that reason, he has become powerful enough to move the Korean government, and the entire country with it. He asks Jamie how many people have the same name, and she explains that it's only 9, with 5 of them missing, and 3 are from their side. Sunhoo thinks that she did her work well, however. Since Janil intervened, it has been revealed that he was the target of the quest for assassination. He asks her to pick out those who doubt everything, as he's coming back to Seoul right now. She is shocked, but can't do much about it, and accepts her fate. Sunhoo continues to analyze the situation, while thinking that Washington didn't have such a quest, so where could it realistically be? He gets on the call with Mick, and tells him to confirm if the email he sent went through, and also keep track on the 40 people on the list, not leaving out the smallest detail if something happens. In France, at the Trianon Palace Hotel, some big-name players of the Bilderberg Club are arguing about the US and about how it was attacked. The verdict is split between 2 groups who bicker relentlessly between each other. Jillian is also there, because 1 year ago, after the attacks on the Mark, when victory of that war was in their grasp, they received a strange and confusing cease and desist order, which clearly meant that they couldn't exceed the power of the real players, the Karajan family. However, strangely enough, right after this debacle, he was invited to the Bilderberg Club, and even the new head of the Karajan family, who should have at least shown some hostility towards them, was friendly, strangely enough. This, all of this, is a world beyond worlds, a constant game of chess. He just can't get used to all of the moves going on. That's when a woman comes next to him, and says that he probably knew already, from last year's meeting in fact, that the US will break their promise. This is the Goldstein family head, Cassandra. Jillian notes that he doesn't want to speak about the topic again, as their group has been focusing entirely on the oil market, after the dot-com bubble situation. It's a story before he joined this club, so it's not worth mentioning in the slightest. He also notices how she is looking at him, as it must have been truly heartbreaking for someone like her to sell oil interests to him and the Jonathan Group, which is understandable, seeing as how the oil market rose so much. He asks if Jonathan was not invited once again, and Cassandra notes that it's quite the headache, as they would rather invite John Doe, the real moneymaker. This takes Jillian by surprise, and he asks if his identity has been revealed yet. Cassandra explains that the only thing that has been revealed is the fact that he is Korean, and naturally it might be a pseudonym, but it's only a matter of time until it's revealed who he really is. Jillian is surprised, as he expects him to be Chinese, or something more oriental, and Cassandra says that if the atmosphere around this place wasn't like this, that would have been on tomorrow's agenda surely. Jillian asks what is on the agenda, and that she should have invited him, if it's something important. Cassandra notes that she hopes he means well, for his sake, which makes him think that she means that they are still mainstream. These powerful families, Goldstein, Karajan, and Rothschild, they all still have control. Cassandra asks him, for how long will Asia's capital use its power? When the time comes, and that will be soon, the flow of cash will return back to them. With a final warning to Jillian about being careful around these types of things, she leaves, but her phone suddenly rings, and the man who was hired to keep track of the capital of the Gianil Group apologizes. He explains that Jamie stepped up in front of them, and if they press further, there could be a serious diplomatic issue, so she should reconsider her choices. She is quite surprised that it could really go that far, as an entire country in Asia is being manipulated by a single speculative force, someone who knows his stuff. She uses the location finder to keep track of Sunhoo, and finds out that he was in Osaka, but not returned to Korea, probably because he heard about his father. He is shackled now, as he can't do anything on the matter. She tells the man that the target went to Seoul, so they should keep an eye on him for now at least. She tells them his location, but before the man can say that they are also in the same place, a hand comes from behind him, and grisly sounds can be heard from over the phone. Sunhoo picks it up and notes that this is cheating. Doesn't she think so, his dear Cassandra? Or rather, he should talk more friendly, right? He calls her by her full real name, Melissa White Goldstein, which surprises her. The next day, someone from the Goldstein family, Colton Spencer Goldstein, gets off of a plane and is immediately bombarded by paparazzi, who ask him tons of questions, mostly about the FTA and the European Council. One of his men signals him to take a different path, and while he does so, he asks what is going on, as this is far different than what was originally planned. The man explains that the government was overwhelmed and couldn't stop the journalist's enthusiasm, so he pleads with him to excuse this. Spencer asks if the VIP also knows about this, and the man explains that the VIP is attending a meeting about some troops, so he should understand that there is a change in the schedule again, due to so many changes. Spencer thinks that this means they are simply ignoring him as the chairman of the European Council, which he finds utterly ridiculous. He remembers the talk he had with Melissa, who told him that there is somebody who knows her true name, which shocks him, as even in their family, there are only 4 people who know. Melissa noted that this alone is plenty enough reason to get rid of him, but there are many rights and opinions involved in this matter, so she can't tell him everything right now. But he will find out, one day. Spencer asked why she was telling him all of this, as they have cleaners in the family, who could easily take care of her problem. Melissa told him that their most trusted cleaner, Samuel, failed, as he had to go through the protection of the Gianil group. This made Spencer say that the Gianil group are like the Korean Carlos Halim, or even more than that, as they have much more power. Spencer asked how he could hope to take care of this guy, if Samuel, who was the best, failed. Melissa said to him that he is just like back then, still a child. All he needs to do is hold him so that he can't run away, while she pushes him down, like they did before. This made Spencer immediately recoil, and shake in fear and sadness. She is clearly manipulating him like she has always done, using him only to get what she wants. While in the car, Spencer asks if it's not essential for South Korea to become a powerhouse of economic stature, and the man next to him notes it is so. But the VIP also pulled out a knife with his actions. So this is quite the difficult situation, as Janil is like a symbol of the Korea economy, something which can't be shaken so easily, just by 1 or 2 groups. Spencer notes that they will talk about this later, but he should understand that no matter what, the Goldenstein family will cooperate fully. The man wonders why he is going so far. Maybe he wants the dark side of the world and its economy to move, but now, it likely won't matter. He thanks him for this, but also sorry for what he's about to do. The car stops, and both him and the driver get out of the vehicle. Sunhoo is the one who enters, and looks at him sternly, noting that they have a lot of things to talk about. After giving him a stern beating, as he wouldn't listen to him, Sunhoo gets to analyzing his files, which are about the separation of the banking and commerce. This is the principle of separating financial capital from industrial capital. When the financial capital represented by the banking and industrial capital centered on manufacturing are united as one, it's because there's a high possibility of various irregularities and monopolistic tyranny. If the capital that got Keb is classified as industrial capital, it becomes illegal. So in order to question it, it's needed to reveal the identity of the initial capital that was pushed into the Gianil group at the time of the IMF. Their true strategy was to start there and shake up the entire group as they go. He tells Spencer to make a call, who immediately does so, out of fear. Melissa's phone rings, and she sees that it's her brother, so she asks if he arrived safely. Sunhoo answers, and notes that now, he is pretty safe, but that might change in a few hours. To show that he is serious, he breaks one of Spencer's fingers, which makes him wail in pain. Melissa screams at Sunhoo. That man who he just injured is the chairman of the European Council, so he is a direct guest of the entire country. How does he dare to put his hand on such an important person? Sunhoo tells her that she was the one who messed up. The real reason why she is still breathing is for her to realize this and suffer the consequences. Melissa throws her phone at the wall and huffs and puffs in desperation, combined with a ton of anger. Sunhoo heals Spencer and his broken arm while suggesting something. He will give him the entire Goldstein family, and even though it's broken right now, he should be able to stop it, at a point where it can still be repaired. Spencer looks at him sternly and asks him to stop thinking about what is wrong with his family, as he can't know how long they have been moving in this world. In response to this, Sunhoo calls Joshua and tells him to collect all of the funds lent to the Goldstein family. While Melissa walks through the halls of the French locale, she thinks that the man who attacked her brother will start a war, one where she will be happy to strike first. And if this goes well, they will end up winning more than they lost. She knocks at the door of Aaron, who is enjoying his morning coffee, and notes that she wants to tell him something which comes as an official report from the Goldstein family. That's when one of her subordinates pleads with her to come outside, and he tells her that the loan extensions are being cut off for all business of their family groups, and they only got a one-sided notice. It started with the Carrion group, and is spreading like wildfire. This makes Melissa immediately start screaming at Aaron, who is still enjoying his coffee. Melissa starts running through the halls once again. She thinks that if they fight head-on in this, it will be a mutual destruction, so it will only be good for the Rothschilds. There is no way that an old and wise man like Aaron doesn't know this, but it's clear as day that he formed a mutual agreement with the Rothschilds, like the sly fool he is. She goes into Jillian's room and asks him to stay by her side on this matter, which makes him ask, why? She explains that he has been invited to the club, but he is treated as an outsider around these parts, so if he wants to become a true member, he needs the help of her family, or rather, their status. If they fight together, they just might defeat the alliance between the Rothschilds and Carrion, while also reorganizing the entire club while they are at it. Jillian suddenly gets a message on his phone, one that tells him to shake the stocks of all the groups that are under Goldstein. He shows this to Melissa, who immediately thinks that he is also working under the Rothschilds, which makes her scream and curse at their very existence, while dashing out of the room. Somewhere else entirely, a man thanks Jonathan profusely for letting this unplanned meeting to take place. Jonathan asks how much they want to borrow, and the man explains that they need 10 billion right away, so they will also take any clauses he wishes for. Jonathan notes that he heard that the Silverman and AP Morgan groups refused them, so there are probably good reasons for it. He hands the man a paper, and tells him that they will do it like this. If he accepts this condition, he is willing to lend it to him, and he should hand over these shares of his. The trend has already dropped considerably, so won't he need to hold on to at least a few to leave behind something for the descendants? The man looks at this offer with a scared expression, and Jonathan tells him that he probably won't receive a better offer than this one, so he should consider it thoroughly. The man says that this is something that he can't decide by himself, so he calls Melissa and tells her all of the details. She asks to be connected to Jonathan's phone, and when she does, she apologizes for not being there in person and notes that she will give him the shares she wants. But when can he lend them the 10 billion? Jonathan apologizes, as she didn't hear the amount properly. He is willing to get all of those shares for only 1 billion, as that is what they deserve. Melissa has reached her breaking point, and her screams can be heard throughout the building as she curses at everyone involved. On the news, word about Goldstein and their financial ranks spreads around, as they have dropped a lot, which comes as a shock for most, especially Spencer, who can't believe what he is seeing. He asks Sunhoo if his offer still stands, the one from before, and Sunhoo confirms that it does. He only needs to rebuild the family from the ground. With that, Spencer asks how he can prove his loyalty, as he wants this done now. The transition protocol was created with the time Spencer becomes the family head in mind, as the core businesses of the Goldstein family will be transferred over to the French branch of the Gionil group. Spencer was surprisingly calm throughout the process, compared to Jamie, and her fearful look. After signing everything, Spencer asks one thing of his new master, to let him end Melissa's life. He begs him to. Jamie is shocked that this man just called Sunhoo his master, but he accepts, and with that, he tells him to leave, as their talk here is done. With a final deep bow, Spencer leaves, but Jamie can't seem to stop shaking. Sunhoo notices this, and tells her to stop shaking, as she has nothing to be afraid of. She asks who he is. To be able to bring people of power to their knees like this, she is afraid of him, that is a fact. Sunhoo notes that if she wants to stop here, she can create an European branch under the Gionil group, which will be called the Jamie Corporation. He hopes that truly, the last 6 years, and what she achieved, was adequate compensation. He won't blame her for leaving, as preparation to become an entity that will shake the world economy is about to take place. And soon, he will become a member of the Shadow Bank, the real power holders. In France, Melissa walks through the halls like a zombie, as her situation is dire, and she can't do anything about it. She begins laughing maniacally, as a devious plan pops up in her mind. She goes to Isaac, the family head of the Rothschild family, and notes that she is surprised he got a hold of so many families and groups, but she admits surrender. So how about he stops all of this, as the European economy will fall if they continue to fight. Isaac tells her that she is the one who misunderstood everything and attacked first, which makes her expression fall into a sinister one. Isaac explains that this is good for them. She just needs to accept that the era of the Goldsteins has fallen, and they also have no intention of stopping the attacks. And even if they do, the Carrion family and the Jillian group won't stop theirs. Melissa asks if this really means that he is not the one in charge of everything, and Isaac tells her that he's not. Doesn't she remember when Jillian attacked the Karina family? When they stopped the attack even when victory was assured, it meant that they came to an agreement. Gillian and Jonathan move as one, and Carrion is also a part of that group. In the end, the one who is the mastermind behind all of this is the Korean Na Sunhoo. Melissa didn't know this, and her world crashed down of her, while Isaac notes that he is the real owner of the Jonathan group. He also tries to say that this information was hard to get, but Melissa punches him so hard he is sent flying. She tells him to shut up and listen, as she could kill him now, without even breaking a sweat. People go crazy, at least once in their lives, and she is in that state right now. He just tried to assault her, as he was aiming for the broken heart of the female head of a crashing family. She starts beating him further because of her manic state, but that's when the young master of the Carrion family pops up in the room and sees what she is doing. Joshua asks what she's trying to do to that poor man, but that's when she changes her expression and tries to tell the both of them that it was this man who tried to do something to her. She notices, however, that the man she is trying to deceive is Joshua, who notes that this meeting is probably the worst meeting in history. Melissa, thinking that this guy probably saw more than necessary, charges in and tries to take Joshua's head clean off with a mighty punch. However, he simply dodges, and his assistant gut punches her so hard she is sent flying. Joshua explains that it's not yet time for people like them to start revealing their powers. She just almost ruined everything. Such a waste. He starts laughing, as he is quite speechless at how much nonsense this situation has. However, she should be grateful that the master is not here with them, to see what she has done. Somewhere else in this mansion, the chairman of the Bilderberg Club, Derek Schumacher, notes that, from the ferocious decision of the North American club members regarding the Desert War, to the sudden and rather unexpected attack of the Carrion family, one of the most prestigious families in this club, it seems that the harmony of this entire club has been shattered. Before they can even start to worry about if the annual meeting will take place, he is more worried about this meeting. Will it have to stop here, or not? Joshua explains that he feels insulted about being interrogated like this over it. The club existence is solely to draw out agreements between members, not to coerce them into things. Derek apologizes if he truly feels this way about the situation, but he is trying to mediate the issue, nothing else. The financial system of the French has become stuck in just 2 days. Is there no way they could withdraw their attacks even now? Jillian notes that the financial danger this incident would cause for the Eurozone was not in their calculations. So, unfortunately for him, if he really wants this to stop, there is realistically one way to do it. He will have to give them their losses, or better put, to give their predicted gains. This surprises Derek, although he doesn't show it. These two members are just snorting like little children, while the rest of the group is desperately trying to mediate the scandal between the Goldsteins and Rothschilds. He tells them with a ragged tone, if this is the stance they will take, it seems that they will have to dismiss this year's meeting. With that, he tells them to leave, and Jillian asks Joshua, why did he do things like this? The Carrions attacking the Goldsteins seems to be only a self-destructive act that could potentially destroy both families. Joshua notes that sometimes one cannot afford to calculate the gains and losses when doing something like this, and he thinks to himself that this command is absolute, and it cannot be avoided, even if his entire family is to fall into dust. Jillian says that he is extremely certain that they are both following the exact same commands, and Jonathan too, now that he thinks about it. But who is giving the orders? The Korean John Doe? Or is it another shadow figure behind him? He should know already. How long will he need to feel like this? Like a disposable chess piece? Joshua remains calm and tells him to relax. Does he truly think that he knows anything about the person who gave orders? They are basically in the same position, and to let him into a little secret, a new order is being formed. He should not doubt it, but instead accept it, as he is also trying his utmost to do just that. In another place, Sunhoo gets the news that the Bilderberg meeting of this year has been ended abruptly, and that Melissa is moving towards her residence with a lot of guards. Sunhoo notes that he will be going personally to her residence. Later that night in France at the front of the Goldstein mansion, the hired guards look at the mansion and talk about how beautiful it is, and that they also heard some maniac is trying to mess with the Goldstein family, which is not good for them. One of them notes that it's likely just the paranoia of a rich family, as the more money one has, the more stressed they become about losing it, so these guys must be extremely tired by now. That's when he feels something strange, and looks behind, where Sunhoo is carrying Melissa out of the residence, but they cannot see him, as he is using the shadow ring, so what the guard felt was only a light breeze. Sunhoo puts her somewhere deep into the woods, and when she wakes up, she sees Sunhoo standing over her as the moonlight glistens on his back. She asks what he is waiting for. Does he not have enough metal to kill a defenseless woman? She demands that he say something, but he keeps silent, until her brother arrives with a large bag and demands that she take it, as this is all that he can do for her. Suddenly, a dungeon door appears below her, and Sunhoo explains that this is a lower-ranked dungeon, which will be an opportunity for her, an opportunity to save her own life. She should take the bag while she still can. Without much to do, she reluctantly takes it, and Sunhoo thinks that her strength must be at least E rank. But in this place, it doesn't matter. Melissa smiles and tells him to wait here, as even if this place is going to send her to the darkest pit of hell, she will be back. The brother asks if he really is not going to mess with her if she comes back, and Sunhoo notes that it will be so. He will keep his word. He thinks that it will never happen, as this dungeon is D rank. Sunhoo gets the news that the gang members coming to find the Suzuki sisters are increasing in number, and at this rate, the dungeon will certainly be exposed. Well, he had nothing to do anyways, so it's about time he sorts out this quest made for beggars. In a traditional Japanese home, a businessman tells someone that, as of now, the Goldstein Group has come up with some swift countermeasures. European stock prices have begun to stabilize, and German banks have also lifted their restrictions, so there is nothing more to worry about. The man he is talking with is Sankai Gumi, Ryusei's group leader, Takeuchi Ryusei. He notes that he heard the group chairman went missing from his own home, but the businessman changes the subject as that is an entirely different matter. Has he even considered what he said? Takeuchi says that he will be waiting for Congressman Takeda for some advice, but the businessman tells him that this is not an issue he can solve, as the US government is on the move, to impose sanctions and such on violent groups. Takeuchi thinks that groups like Kimura, from Italy, or Los Jetas, from Mexico, have already started to fall out as they are being sanctioned. So soon, it will also be Sankagumi's turn. He asks what a good action would be for them in this situation, and the businessman explains that it would be wise to start investing in the Jonathan Group, or even the Jillian Group, but it is difficult to get into them, because they are unlisted groups. However, there is a chance, as an IT company named Google will be going public very soon, and it's not only Jonathan's semi-joint company, Wall Street and Citi have also started to sink their claws in. Takeuchi thinks that if he's funding from organizations worth more than 3 trillion yen, he is set. These elite groups are also in need to launder and roll cash that has been earned in unfair ways, so this will be perfect for someone like him. While drinking, he thinks that ghost people are only sitting in the chairman's seat, so it's not easy to find out where they will send contracts. But this is perfect for him, and he's actually quite nervous that it's working so well. Suddenly, a paralysis seal is used on him, and his whole body contracts as Sunhoo appears. Takeuchi spots him, and says that if he's here to meet the chairman, he got the wrong address, as this isn't it. Sunhoo explains that he is here for him, the financial manager of Sankagumi, Takeuchi Ryusei. He asks if his guards are dead, but Sunhoo tells him to not worry about them, as if he does what he commands, he will give him the entire organization. He promises that it will not be any different than how it was, so this is quite easy for him. Without much thinking, Takeuchi accepts the deal, but Sunhoo wasn't looking for this answer, as this isn't a deal, but an order. With that, he crushes his shoulder, and his screams can be heard throughout the home. Sunhoo and Yonhee get back to the dungeon they threw people in, as it is time for them to come out. From the 30 he threw in, only 7 survived, and the Suzuki sisters were not among them. Aoki Yuria was recognized as the leader of this group, and he heard that she succeeded in attacking viciously, while also commanding everyone like chess pieces. He wanted somebody like her to come out of the dungeon, someone reliable, and who knows how to multitask. While in his office, he tells her everything about the day of beginning, and that they are preparing for that day. She should come under him, as she is now a valuable asset. Yuria asks if she has a choice in the matter, but Sunhoo notes that of course she has, but she should look at the conditions herself. When she does, her eyes widen. Somewhere else, a man by the name of Mr. Camille goes to a psychiatrist, who asks if he still knows the location of Sunhoo. Camille sighs, and begs him to stop. Now he is tired of hearing about his delusions. After all of these years, all he can talk about are delusions? Then how can he explain this location tracker, huh? The doctor tells him that this might be because he has dissociative identity disorder, which is often under the name of multiple personality disorder. The current him may not actually remember the personality who brought this item, whether it was purchased in a convenience store or somewhere else entirely. Camille gives up and notes that he can see things, the blue window, and the constant black cars that are following him. Are those delusions too? He pleads with the doctor to help him as he is on his last legs and feels like he's going insane. The doctor says that there are treatment programs directly supported by the government and he will put him on some. While leaving and lamenting having to live his current life, Yuria comes from behind and gives him a card of her corporation, Tomorrow. She came all the way from Japan to meet him and only him. Eventually, Sunhoo gets the news that the last location tracker has been received. While meeting with Jonathan, who seems to be getting some skincare, Sunhoo notes that he is quite diligent to pamper himself like this in his early 30s. Jonathan congratulates him for a job well done, while also noting that he is still young, so he doesn't look like he's aging at all. Sunhoo says that he is getting old too fast for his age, and Jonathan tells him that he should step out of the shadows soon, as it's hard to do all of this alone. Sunhoo asks how the situation is, while thinking that Jonathan is not wrong, as he has managed the takeover of the small banks last year, and is now also working with Google, which will definitely be hard on him. Jonathan explains that this is a complete battlefield, and might he say, the investment in Google was just genius. Who could have guessed that Ape would collapse, and Google would take the charge when it comes to the internet market? Well, except him, that is. Sunhoo says that he's also surprised about the IPO, most of all. When a company usually goes public, the managers will investigate about potential investors to decide on the stock's price and quantity. However, Google did not use this method, but instead used an auction method to target ordinary investors. Because of this, there is a lot of word about Silicon Valley versus the mighty Wall Street. As the main stockbrokers, they did not increase the commission fee that could have potentially racked up tons of cash, nor did they give any privileges to their main customers. Jonathan Investment, the group that represented the entirety of Wall Street, had done something that directly went against its philosophies. Sunhoo notes that the Desert War is coming to a close, and after the situation will settle, the White House will not just sit still. Just like how the Gianil Group was kept in check after being created while the IMF was in utter chaos, after finishing this war, the government will not leave Jonathan be at all. He tells Sunhoo that he knows, but that's why even he entered this banking business. So they will be sending all of this as a warning, that if they dare touch a hair of theirs, they will completely and destroy Wall Street as they know it. Sunhoo looks at his fiery eyes and smiles, as he had the same type when he was a hunter. This man would survive the testing site, even without any training. He agrees with him and notes that this is why they must never fail and keep their power. In the original timeline, Google failed, as the founder said some shocking things at the time, about having a $1 salary, among others. But they only acquired half their initial goal in capital, so their stocks fell from $100 to $80. This was a direct consequence to opposing Wall Street's traditional rules. But what about now? This is an auction that will last for 10 rounds, across 10 days. Jonathan used all of his status to make Google seem a favorable investment, and he also used some ghost companies to push up the stock prices where he could. This war cannot be lost, as it is commanded by the cunning Jonathan, and is supported by himself. An elderly man watches a gigantic screen and sees that Google's price is over $500. This is Wall Street's loss, and they have to take it as such. While in a dungeon, with the monsters, Minotaurs defeated, Sunhoo slowly gets up from his daze and staggers slowly to Yeonhee, who is under one of the Minotaurs. He pulls her out and thinks that finally, they achieved their goal of clearing a B-rank dungeon with just 2 people. Yeonhee is also glad that they had the tenacity to do something like this. Sunhoo picks up the quest item, a blue gem, and the system tells him about it, the disruptor of Backland Corps. The commanders of the Backland Corps contain the authority of the great Doom Arcuda, who is waiting for the authority planted within the souls of these commanders to finish growing. If this comes true, however, the Backland Corps will become much stronger, so his quest is to not let that happen, with one of the commanders already dead. Yeonhee thinks that this quest is pretty hard if they have to kill 4 more of these beasts, and Sunhoo thinks that this is a contribution quest connected to the Doom Arcuda, so naturally it's hard. But the rewards are also much better, compared to a normal quest. It is quite unthinkable that 2 people are actually able to clear B-rank dungeons, so she doesn't need to be impatient about it. After 5 years of constant training, they finally cleared a B-rank dungeon, and these are the results. Sunhoo has pretty good stats all around, and his total points round up to 255,000. He also has 8 traits, all of which will certainly prove useful in battle. Additionally, he has 4 skills, with 3 of them being B tier, and Odin's Wrath is A tier. They get out of the dungeon, and Marco, the Team 1 captain, congratulates him on a job well done while handing him a towel. Inside of this dome, created just in case someone would try to mess with them, Team 1 was stationed, and outside, Mixed Team is stationed. They got pretty used to organizing the loot they get from dungeons. Everyone looks at Yeonhee, including Sunhoo, who notes that she was 24 when they first met, but now she is in her 30s. Yet, her appearance has not changed. Sunhoo tells her that for the moment at least, they have no raids, so she should go date or something. She asks if he's interested in her dating life, but Sunhoo notes that he's just worried, which prompts her to say that he's just like her mother. Her family relationship got better over the last 10 years, and now, she can speak with her mother clearly. She bumps Sunhoo, and notes that she feels alive after he said that, but he should just take care of himself first and foremost. This makes Sunhoo think that it's been quite a while since he visited home, so he hopes that they are doing well. Somewhere else, the South Korean Supreme Prosecutor Investigation Department head, Park Woo-chul, starts looking for Kim Ji-ye, Sunhoo's cousin, but she doesn't seem to be at the scheduled meeting. One of the workers wonders why he's so interested in a newbie that he just started last year, as this whole situation is quite strange. Eventually she arrives, and Woo-chul tells her that she should have come by herself, and not be called like this. She is also quite scared about all of this. Why is she being called to the prosecutor's office all of a sudden? Will she be bribing him or something? Woo-chul invites her to some coffee, and while there, he asks how Department 3 is treating her. She explains that she's trying her best to adapt, but her seniors are teaching her a lot of stuff too. He notes that this is good, as when she gets used to this type of work, she will be moved to this department. Ji-ye thinks that this is a direct invitation and says who she is, as he thinks that this man just mistook her for somebody else. Woo-chul says that her uncle is the president of Jonil Bank, right? She confirms. And he tells her to work hard so that he can live up to his name, and the next time they meet, they should do it with smiles. This prompts her to call Sunhoo's father and tell him all about it, but he notes that he didn't put any request to promote her. He only talked about how much of a diligent worker she is. She thinks that this must be why she is being treated so well, but thanks him for this, as it's an unexpected yet welcome gift. Sunhoo's father says that he is also thankful she grew up so healthy, and asks how she has been. She notes that she has been fine, and asks about Sunhoo, as he must have grown quite a lot since they last saw each other. The father says that he stopped growing in high school, and still, he is very tall for his age. Since he asked about him, he will tell him that she is curious about him next time they meet, so that they can talk a lot about whatever they want. With that, she closes the call, while wishing him well. The overseas subsidiaries of the Gianil Group, Jamie Corporation to be exact, replace the failing Goldstein family. If a person is quick-witted and smart, they will notice that the names of the numerous casinos and hotels in Las Vegas have not changed, but they will see that the group controlling them has. That is how this place became one of Sunhoo's numerous little empires. One of his servants notes that another customer has arrived, and is quite surprised to see him talking with the owner of Facebook, Edward Zuckerberg. Sunhoo wishes him farewell as they close the deal, and Edward thanks him for letting him change the world quicker with this generous investment. With that out of the way, Sunhoo thinks that this year he has two big missions. The first one would be the world's great economic depression, which should happen soon. The subprime mortgage crisis, which even Jonathan profited from, and basically printed money from, will break really soon, and the decline of the bond index will be pointed out by the economic experts. The warning sirens everywhere will just be ignored as a one-time thing for profit margins, despite them blaring right in front of their races. However, on this day, when a giant nuclear bomb is set on the economic world, that will be the day his financial power will enter its final stage. The second goal would be the Destiny Group, a group of scientists who appear this year and succeed in the conversion of the energy of the magic stones into energy. Thanks to them, electricity will be able to exist even in the soon-to-be ruined world, and with the addition of a seal of strengthening, equipment can be easily upgraded, and civilians can also defend themselves now. That certain Destiny Group leader, who goes by the name Steven, has arrived just now. He explains that there is a reason they all remain anonymous, so him exposing them was very rude. Indeed, he answered his invitation, but that was only because he did this. In the future, the Destiny Group succeeded in converting the magic stones into energy, but they didn't have any other interest. They were nicknamed the heretical children of the academics, who studied pseudoscience as assistants to a professor at a university. Until the magic stone research was a success, their thesis was nothing more than a laughingstock for the others. So naturally, they were not a group who had ambitions, like Google or FaceNote. However, if they join him, their story will be very different. He tells Steven that he understands this being quite harsh, but right now, there is no other way. Steven notes that he knows them very well, but the opposite can't be said. But at least they know that he has tons of cash and influence all over, including the academic world. Sunhoo explains that his name is Ethan, and that this is the only thing he can divulge. Anything past this point would cause a risk. Steven again notes that this is very rude, as this doesn't tell him anything about why he summoned him to just boast about his status and money. Sunhoo puts a bag on the table and tells him that this is why he called him. He has the suspicion that this is a new material that hasn't been presented to the academic world up until now. So if it really is a completely new, unheard of material, this will be a huge problem. Steven is extremely surprised by what he sees and asks where he got this from. Sunhoo allows him to touch it if he wants to, and explains that if he follows the rules he puts in place, he will support his research and give him ample time to study this material. Steven asks what kind of rules, and Sunhoo says that he will tell him once they put everything in place, but he should think about it and talk with his colleagues if need be. Steven thinks for a second and asks if he can get some of his colleagues here, with only some simple equipment, of course. Sunhoo allows them, but is quite surprised by the amount of little equipment they bring, thinking that if they brought more, this place would have turned into a damn laboratory. Steven calls him over and explains that this item is not a mineral, but rather something like a living thing. This is an amazing discovery, but where in the hell did he find such a thing? Sunhoo notes that he cannot tell them, but he can provide as much as they need for their research, and also give them the best treatment in the research industry, while also opening up the way for them to become billionaires, based on their performance, of course. However, he will be allowed to get all of the research results whenever he wants. Those are the conditions. Steven's colleagues scream behind him at just how complex this thing is, and Sunhoo explains that when this material is released into the world, he will be putting their names at the very top. He promises at least this. The fact that the West is more free-spirited and free-willed than the East is one of the biggest misunderstandings. As if Park Chung-sik is the president of South Korea, Jonathan is the president of the entire world, and naturally, he is greeted like a king. The hotel's main butler asks him what brings him to this hotel, and Jonathan explains that he's here to see Ethan, something that shocks the butler, as that man previously met with Edward Zuckerberg, and now with the god of investment? Just what is he planning? Jonathan opens the doors wide as he enters the VIP room, and is glad to see Sunhoo enjoying himself, who notes that he looks like he's having tons of fun. He drops the newspaper he was reading on the table, and it can be seen that it's about how Prey Alpha has collapsed, and Jonathan's solid financial empire is falling apart. Jonathan explains that he just can't stop laughing, as even if they wanted to ruin everything, they didn't even touch his toes. What a bunch of idiots. He also thought of something weird. They lost an entire billion to raise the stakes in the Russian financial war. Sunhoo tells him that it's similar but quite different too, as this is only a show to get out of the big arena. This situation is only a stage he worked on for a long time, and the timing of the investment was very important, but the timing of getting out is just as important. Crude oil futures prices have already passed their highest point yet. They are now $120 per barrel, compared to the 15 it was during the dot-com bubble. Jonathan Jillian, and naturally, the Rothschilds are dominating the $2 trillion annual crude oil market. If Jonathan and Jillian wanted to pull out, the market wouldn't allow it so easily. So even if they somehow forced themselves out, they would have to split the profits, and that isn't a good idea. However, if they keep passing the ever-ticking bomb to each other, that 5 years of hard work on the crude oil and mortgage markets will just be passed down to one member of the Jonathan group, one that cannot pass it back, the Prey group. For all of this, they needed to select a hedge fund that had a lot of reputation, like LTCM, but wasn't as big as them. Thus, under that criteria, they chose the hedge fund Prey, as it was fitting. After switching out the board of directors, they proceeded to enact an operation to create a portfolio that would minimize the after effects of the bankruptcy as soon as it came. And over a period of 5 years, after the hedge fund prey grew into the prey group, they hit it. At a news outlet, a specialist talks about the incident, saying that the prey group is one of the core groups in the Jonathan investment name, because it's built almost entirely on the capital of the Jonathan investment group. So, that prey group could have also been Jonathan's and John Doe's personal safe, so they might have actually both lost tons of money in this unfortunate event. Jonathan and Sunhoo laugh their asses off while watching this, as the amount they invested in the prey group doesn't even touch a fingernail of what they really have. Another man notes that if this crisis has started, from the prey group starts to creep up toward their entirety, Jonathan Investment Finance Group would be facing some real problems. This is precisely why they need information about the prey group's internal affairs, which have been hidden from them, and need to be released into the public no matter what, as if they are in danger. The whole world economy could also be considered to be in danger too. They both urge Jonathan Hunter to do so, if he is watching the program, that is. Jonathan just closes the TV, and notes that if he reveals it now, it will look like he was following this idiot's words. But Sunhoo says that the stock price is unstable, so they can't postpone it further. With that, Sunhoo sends the message to announce it, and Brian gathers a bunch of reporters, announcing that he is the CFO of the Jonathan Investment Group, and explains that the capital they invested into the prey group is $100 billion, and as the market had previously estimated, it will be difficult for them to stop the chain of bankruptcies that would happen. However, the current situation is within the parents group's financial goals, and even so, they promise to do everything in their power in order to fully revive the prayer group. With that, he walks away, while the reporters ask him countless questions, none of which will be answered today. News about the prayer incident spreads around, and about the $100 billion that was lost. The entire world is in shock as it wonders if Jonathan Investment is done for, and they also wonder if the SOB will fall too, another of Jonathan Investment's subsidiaries. A lot of companies try to take advantage of the situation, as they are trying to catch whatever they can of the $100 billion the group just lost. And they all think that, since it's something that Jonathan himself invested in, maybe he will also sell Google assets, as they heard that Facebook is the next big thing. Everyone in the investment world is panicking and wondering what to do, buy or sell. But in this situation with many variables, it's almost impossible to know fully. It is highly unlikely that they cleaned their mortgage loan division, and they all find out that Saab's investment operations are all fine, except the mortgage loan, which has the best ratio out of all of them. If they somehow decide to clean up their mortgage loan division, however, it's the same as saying that they will be fully removing themselves from the banking industry. Naturally, oil is also a big subject, as Jonathan was one of the few people who held tons and tons of oil, so they might not just let go of that. The Rothschild tells his investor experts to give the Jonathan Group a little breathing room, since they seem extremely desperate at this point. He also thinks about all the things he didn't get his teeth into, the Iraq restoration operation, the oil development operation, and the raw material wave. All of these were lost to Jonathan Investment, who moved much faster than him. However, seeing the situation unfold makes him smile, as it shows that the real player in this, Sunhoo, is also a human too, and they should know very well that the only person who can help them now is him. With that, he calls and introduces himself as Isaac Rothschild to Jonathan, who also introduces himself, also saying that this is the first time they ever talk, but it doesn't really feel like it. Isaac explains that they should have started doing business much earlier, but it might not be too late still, as actually the current timing should be pretty perfect, considering their situation. It is an opportunity for both groups to become friends, right? They are the ones who are taking most of the oil shares they are letting go of, but it looks like Guillen's side has also started to settle theirs too, so he has simply reached out to them to tell him that this is too much for us to take by themselves. Jonathan explains that he never requested such a thing, and the market will decide the outcome of all of this. Even excluding them, the Rothschilds, there are many who are doing transactions with them. Isaac asks him how long that will last, as yes, it may be difficult to accept the situation, but without their help, he will never be able to sell enough to reach their goal. Jonathan tells him that he's going too far, as he did not take this call to be insulted like this, so he should get to the point and stop wasting both of their time. Isaac notes that he will need to return the oil industry he got to its rightful owner, him. He wishes for him to withdraw all his current and future transactions. Jonathan tells him that he's going way too far. Does he really think that he will ever accept such a one-sided deal? Isaac says that he should calm down, as this won't apply only to the Jonathan Investment Group. He should diligently go and tell his real boss something, that if the Zillion Investment Group does not withdraw, he will not be the last victim in this most unfortunate incident. Suddenly, Sunhoo picks up the phone and asks if he's really threatening him right now. The complete withdrawal will not be happening, and that's that. Isaac asks who he is, and Sunhoo tells him that he is the one they call John Doe, but he already knows his name, right? Isaac bows down and notes that he will show some respect to the great Na Sunhoo. He tells him to shut up, as he feels the mocking over the phone, but he will say this only once, so he should listen very clearly. The day when Rothschilds will monopolize the oil industry will never come. Isaac asks if it's because of Jonathan's investment and its subsequent fall, right? Sunhoo tells him that the American government and the IMF will have no other choice but to support their group. So even without the Rothschilds and their capital, they will not be going anywhere. He can assure at least that. Isaac asks him how long the American government will support a group controlled by an Asian, but if he's like this, he will be acting like he has never made this offer. Suddenly, Sunhoo tells him to wait and asks if it has to be the oil market, as they can exchange shares with other businesses. Isaac tells him that realistically, the oil industry really is not enough, so the mortgage loan operation division of the Jonathan Investment Finance Group will fill up that empty void. Isaac thinks that both Sunhoo and Jonathan must be extremely scared, but in reality, they are both laughing their fucking asses off at how much they are baiting this guy. Much later in Washington, D.C., at the Westfield Marriott Hotel, the Bilderberg Club meeting is being held, and Isaac finally arrives, seeing other big-name investors. Joshua Carrion and Colton Goldstein, accompanied by the Zillion Finance Investment Group, Telestar Investment, Gold and Silver Investment, and Jamie Corporation. Isaac thinks that these are all from Sunhoo's groups, but that's when a few other investors come around and congratulate him on getting to be on top of the oil market. Truly, he was quite prepared. One of them even wonders that at this point, they have to revoke their invitation to Jonathan and John Doe, due to how much they lost. But Isaac suggests otherwise, as even though they did indeed lose a lot, they are still strong. They also have tons of other capital, since they invested in other promising businesses. That's when another investor tells him that Jonathan accepted the invitation this year, which makes Isaac think that they finally decided to follow their orders, after ignoring them for so long, and he also asks about John Doe. The investor says that seeing as there was no response, they can take it as him declining this year too, but Isaac tells them about something that they should all know. The one moving all of those people gathered there is John Doe, or his real name, Na Sunhoo, and they need to get him here by whatever means, so will they be able to follow his lead during this meeting? Naturally, this comes with the Rothschilds' guarantee that everything will be fine, and they won't be able to use a card akin to the currency war like last time. If everyone cooperates, they will make Sunhoo accept the invitation, or just simply drag him out. They both accept his proposition, but that's when Jonathan arrives, and Isaac laughs at him like the snake he is. When Isaac and Jonathan meet, they greet each other with a firm handshake, and Jonathan thanks Isaac for letting him get out of the oil market so easily. Isaac notes that he's thankful for his kind thoughts, and Jonathan says that he did not expect for his family to have such financial mobility. In all honesty, he was very surprised. Isaac thinks that he gathered all of the money needed from different banks, using the family's important assets as collateral. But boy, was it worth it. Now, he has complete ownership over the oil market. The future he always dreamed of, where oil-producing countries can't ignore them, has finally arrived. Isaac can barely hold his laughter in, as it's too funny to see the great Jonathan become an obedient dog. He excuses himself, and Jonathan also can barely hold his laughter in, as Sunhoo said that the price of oil will fall for a while after it hits its peak. But that will be for 10 years at least. He almost bursts into hysterical laughter, but manages to calm himself down somehow. There are 3 ranks of personal credit in North America. That would be prime, alt-A, and subprime. Subprime, of the subprime mortgage loan crisis, created a massive tsunami in the world economy, and it all came from the act of overissuing mortgage loans to people of the subprime rank who did not have many assets. Basically, it was a very dangerous gamer of hot potato, with the loser losing everything. The Asia debt crisis, the dot-com bubble burst, and the terror attack on American soil. Due to these, the economy worsened and worsened, and the American government started to decrease interest rates even more. As people found it was much easier to borrow from the banks, common people have also started to do so to buy houses, as the prices have skyrocketed. Since the house prices would continue to rise without question, they used the house they were going to buy as collateral, which allowed for a 100% loan on the mortgage. This was a magical idea, where one could buy a house without having a single cent to his name. This was stage 1 of the fall. After providing too many of these loans, which most found extreme, the banks started to run out of cash, and so they sold the houses they used as collateral as a security gain to investors. And when the cash was secured and in their hands, they issued tons of loans again. This was stage 2. This was all a masterpiece in the eyes of the banks, who were too blind from the potential interest of these loans, and the common people, who were blinded by the real estate situation. As stage 1 and 2 continued to repeat one after another, the weight of this enlarged market was pushed into the subprime rank. The moment interest rates increased, however, the people of the subprime rank could not hold on any longer. So a cycle began, where they would lose their house, and then lose everything else in it, as a collateral. The structure of the financial system was tied up overcomplicatedly, so nothing seemed wrong on the top, but at the bottom, it was already rotting. This also stands true for the mortgage loan business they sold to the Rothschilds. To them, it probably looks like a golden egg-laying goose, a magical dream, but more than half of that capital is connected to the subprime rank. While he is in his room, Jonathan laughs so hard that he rolls onto the bed. Isaac is a dumbass, who can't see that he's basically holding 2 armed nuclear bombs, and he's holding them with pride, at that. While he still laughs with tears in eyes, someone knocks at the door, Zillion, who asks if he has some time. Jonathan notes that it's the first time they meet face to face, but they already know each other, and additionally, he came at the right time. He was ordered to give him this letter once they meet, and as for the contents, it's something to thank him for following through every difficulty he has been put through. He asks him to check it, and when he does, he says that he's the first one they invited. Zillion reads it carefully, and there's only a date, 5th of May, 2009, place, Janil Hotel, and that this event is sponsored by Sunhoo. Jonathan explains that Sunhoo is the elusive John Doe, but he must already know that. Something he's sure he didn't know, however, is that he's known him for a long, long time, under the name of Ethan. In the future, he will also know him under another name, Odin. When they are done talking, Zillion stumbles out of his room, and right next to Jessica, who sees his condition, and asks if Jonathan told him anything about the directing department. Jonathan told him that the directing department never existed. It was all Sunhoo's vision, or rather, Odin's vision. Zillion tells Jessica that there might be a new world order, and he was invited, which is why he feels overjoyed. However, what would such a genius feel after looking at him? Is it just like how they look at ants on the sidewalk? Jessica tells him to stop with his blabbering, as she's already bored of it. Zillion comes back from his manic state, and apologizes as they should talk about that later. Jessica grabs his hand, and tells him that if he knows he should be sorry, they should make it so that he should never be sorry again. They should just get married, as she will accept all of his complaints and worry when they are in bed. With that, she drags him away, and it seems that they have a long night ahead of them. In the conference room, the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jaden Powell, and Isaac bicker about when to sell, and about some kind of data, which Jonathan just watches. Isaac leaves the room angry, and asks what would happen if the interest rates increased. His assistant explains that the loans from the subprime mortgage would decrease. Isaac already knows he was just asking about how much of the CDO is based on the MBS of the subprimes. His assistant tells him that he doesn't need to worry about that part, as the goods they obtained from the Jonathan Investment Finance Group are all of excellent quality, and they were all AAA rank. Isaac thinks that they have investigated the issue multiple times, and in the worst-case scenario, even if the rates were to increase, there would be only a small change in the returns. He thinks about Jonathan, and how stupid he must feel because of the things he lost in this trade. This does make him feel a little better, albeit not by much. That's where he thinks that he didn't get a chance to talk to Sunhoo, and at this rate this meeting will conclude with nothing good coming out of it. That's when he gets a message from his phone that tells every member of North America to come together in a single room, as they have something important to talk about. When Isaac arrives, they will talk about the danger of his plan, but he tells them that they should just watch closely, as there will be out of money made in this transaction. That's when they all get the message from their phones, and they're shocked at what they see, which makes them ask Isaac if he's gone mad, and what kind of plan is this? His assistant also sees what happened, and quickly gives him the phone where Isaac sees that the Bear Stearns filed for bankruptcy protection. Isaac is also scared now, and this is one of the top 3 stock firms in all of North America, so why did this happen? Gets another call, and finds out that the subprime and the more mortgage goods with it have exploded. Isaac asks what he means and why the subprimes did something like this now, with his assistant also confirming that this is why the Bear Stearns also went down. Isaac thinks that there are a bunch of idiots as they were blinded by the quick games, and they were probably handling lower rank goods. That must be the case, right? His assistant falls to his knees and begs for forgiveness, with Isaac begging him to get up and declare that this is just a sick prank. The assistant explains that the problem came from the AAA ranking goods, exactly what they took from Jonathan actually. Isaac's whole world shatters, and he falls into shock as he tries to tell everyone to sell the mortgage loan quickly. After a while, riots to dissolve the Bilderberg Club rise, and Dresner Rothschild thinks that they have fallen too far to have something like this happen at the entrance of a great club. He meets with Jonathan, and they both present to each other, with Dresner wanting to get straight to the topic at hand. The goods that he sold them had tons of problems, which Jonathan seems surprised by, but Dresner tells him to stop acting ignorant. Did he not sell his family these? Because he knew something like this would happen? Jonathan answers his question with another question. How is Isaac nowadays, as he heard that he's paralyzed from his waist down? He should still be able to talk, however, so he should have heard about this from him, right? The one who went on a binge about buying them was their family head. He should have seen how joyous he was when he put his group in danger. Dresner asks him for some common ground in this situation, and notes that he's giving him a good opportunity right now. Jonathan asks what opportunity, and Dresner explains that their family was built on taking interests and always paying them back. That's how they became so great. So he's warning him, nicely now, to not go earn their family's grudge. Jonathan smiles, as this guy doesn't seem to know what kind of mess their family had caused before he fainted, so he will tell him. He turned the Rothschild away from the North American members. It was really quite a show. He should know by now that this means the Rothschilds are isolated, so what kind of opportunity can he give him? Dresner notes that they will return the mortgage loan operation for $1 billion. Jonathan asks him if he thinks he's an idiot, as that thing is a pile of trash by now. With that, he tells him that they will not get any common ground, so shouldn't they both yield some point of line up their thoughts? They can only give money to them if they give them something sustainable, like the stakes they have in the Federal Reserve. It has been 3 months since then, and Dresner was unable to return to the UK, and instead went to Washington and Wall Street, working hard to recover their relationships. But, as 30% of all American banks went bankrupt, the situation became truly uncontrollable. One day, he gets a call, and someone calls him over to the White House. The man who called him explains that the Rothschilds' chain business occupies 80% of the subprime market, and they must never collapse, so they can provide them with an emergency fund of $200 billion. But what will the chain business really need? Dresner says that they would need $3 trillion, which shocks everyone in the room. The man notes that this is their entire annual spending, and this just feels like the Rothschilds are not willing to fix the problem. Dresner, with a heavy tone, tells him that they can't, as they would have if it was possible. Most of their assets were taken as security, and to save their business, they would need $3 trillion in aid. The man is shocked, as they are the great Rothschild family. But Dresner notes that yeah, they were great once, but not now. He suddenly calls someone and tells them to do it. Dresner claps to the people there, as they just filed for bankruptcy protection. This is a $3 trillion bomb, as Dresner wants everyone else to go down with them, for everything to be over. Sunhoo and Yeonhee continue their dungeon spelunking, and are now fighting a great minotaur, which doesn't seem all that bothered by Sunhoo's constant attacks. He uses a myriad of abilities, and items, like the Blade of Ra, but the minotaur is still standing, which makes Sunhoo commend him for his durability. Suddenly, the minotaur unleashes a swift strike, which hits Sunhoo directly, but Yeonhee swiftly recovers his body with a few spells, allowing him to fight the charging minotaur once again. Sunhoo uses Odin's Wrath on his sword and charges directly into the minotaur, with the attack landing directly in its chest. Having no other option, as his leg has been cut clean off, Sunhoo unleashes every single ounce of power that he has, creating an explosion that also hits him, but the minotaur even more. Yeonhee rushes in to check if he's alive, and he miraculously is, saying that he will leave the rest to her from this point forward. This was a part of the Backlund Corps quest, and this was a commander, with only 3 left. Sunhoo's body could recover from everything within a single day, but after a month of life and death fights, they both needed a good rest, which they happily took. While they spent a whole week sleeping and eating in a Las Vegas hotel, they saw the news about the Rothschilds. While indulging herself with a meal, Yeonhee wonders how such a prominent family could fail in such a short time. Weren't they worth like $5 trillion or something? Sunhoo notes that $5 trillion is too much, but still, they only survived like this because they are the Rothschilds. Yeonhee also asks if something is wrong with him, as his expression has turned dark. Sunhoo thinks that he can't hide himself from an empath, and thinks about what happened when he leveled up. When his strength got to S-class, the system congratulated him, and Sunhoo expected a challenger box, or another reward. But not this. The system offered him the second try special privilege, which is only given to the first 10 people who manage to get S rank. What this does is take all of his stats, traits, and skill ranks and reset them. However, the growth limit for everything will be increased to SS rank, and the possession limit of skills, traits, and items will also be increased by 10. Sunhoo never expected something like this to exist, but he knows this at least, that even if the system offers the first 10 people this offer, only he will be able to try. He would have given up too, however. He isn't alone. Not at all. He tells Yeonhee that there are only 10 years left until the Day of Beginnings. As it will happen in 2018, she is probably bored of hearing about it constantly, but there is one more thing she must know. He thinks that it would be game over if he goes into his second try within the testing site, so he needs to raise all of his stats to S rank before the promised day. Using some calculations, they will need to clear 370 B rank dungeons within 10 years, and since it takes around a month to clear a dungeon, there is no real guarantee that they can accomplish it, even if they would clear it faster. He explained all of this to Yeonhee, but she didn't seem that surprised, and only wanted to confirm if items won't reset. Sunhoo confirmed it, and she said that it's good, since he probably made his decision anyway. Sunhoo thanks her deeply, which makes her grin, and say that she will leave the medical corporation to her younger sibling, as she imagines that for the next 10 years, they will only be doing dungeons. Sunhoo tells her that once a stat rank increases, they can take a short break, to alleviate the mental stress they will be put through. After they settle everything, they both toast, and Yeonhee promises to help rebuild him once he goes to his second try. At the White House, the representative meets with Jonathan, and notes that he's here to tell him about what the administration decided. The president himself is quite worried about the monopoly his group has, but Jonathan hears this tons of times from lots of people, so he asks him to continue. The representative notes that, even though the subprime crisis blew in the face of the Rothschilds, it's something that they have caused. If they keep doing this, while ignoring the requests of the administration, bad things will happen. Jonathan smirks, and asks if he's really serious when saying that his group created this crisis. It's quite funny though, as not even a newbie economics major would say such a dumb thing. They should cut out all the unnecessary parts and get to the point already, as they both don't have time for this. The representative explains that there already is a fund with the exact same purpose as the group he created. Is there really a need for 2 of these monsters to exist? That fund is called the International Environment Fund, and it's one that opposes the Environmental Protection Fund directly, which was created by the Rothschilds and other financial powers. Publicly, it was created to protect the environment of developing countries, but in reality, it was created to buy the environment and the land with it. The Environment Protection Fund would lend a small amount of cash to developing countries and take the land as collateral. The amount of land that was taken away up until now is over 30% of all land on this planet. Jonathan thinks that this includes Amazon, and he's right. There's no need for both of these funds to exist, but it doesn't matter, as soon, they will belong to them. He tells the representative to defund that Environment Protection Fund and start with a new one, called the International Environment Fund. They can cooperate on this, as this is really what he wants. The representative starts blabbering about the president, but Jonathan doesn't care anymore, as if he doesn't want to. He can forget about the upcoming re-election. He doesn't want to complicate matters anyway, so he should just put him on, as he would like to talk with him. The American president gets the call, and Jonathan asks him one thing, as they are both quite busy. Did he get a call from the Rothschilds already? The president confirms that he did, and Jonathan hands over the phone to the representative. The president orders him to do a few things, and after he's done, he tells Jonathan that the administration will attend the launching of this new fund and will help in the organization of the original one. Jonathan is satisfied with this and urges him to hand this to the president, as he has recommended him as the next chairman of the Federation. The representative is extremely scared at this point and asks him, just in case, what is his share of the Federal Bank Reserve? Jonathan just smiles and asks him, how much does he want the dollar to be worth? The day after Zillion was given the first invitation, Jonathan went around again to hand an invitation to the Geonil Club, to the members of the now disbanded Bilderberg Club. Including Dresner, all of the members expressed their malice and anger against Jonathan. In another place, Isaac hears about everything that is happening from Dresner, so he congratulates him. He also hands him an invitation, as it was the same one that Jonathan gave him, the one that he stomped with rage. He did everything he could, including backing the International Environment Fund. So now, it's his turn. Isaac reads it and asks if he really wants him to become a clown. Dresner grabs him very firmly and says that he can't do this, so he should please do his part as the family head, for the future generations at least. That is all that they can do anymore. At Gusan, in the Semanjeum Resort, a manager tells an incoming customer that the entire building is rented out for the day, so they should go back. The man doesn't take kindly to this, so he gets out of the car and starts threatening the manager with his wealth, while his wife rearranges herself. Suddenly, other cars start honking at him to move, and when he sees, he is shocked. As there are tens of Rolls Royces here, each car is worth around 700,000 give or take. Sunhoo gets the message that everyone attended, and so he starts moving, which was to be expected. Eventually, everyone gathers in a single room, and on this day, 2009, 5th of May, every single powerful member of the world is here. Sunhoo takes the stage, and notes that if anyone here thinks that this is a place where they can cooperate, they will need to turn back now. This is the start of the world power, the Geonil Club. He explains that this club's purpose is just like the Bilderbergs, to create a world government, but that process will not occur through simple cooperation. The members who agree can sit down, and those who don't may leave. It's their choice. Everyone instantly sits down, and Joshua can't help but shake, as this is the birth of the New World Order and its leader. With money in his left and sword in his right, he should be called the Emperor. He will also be the strongest when that day eventually comes. He is more powerful than anyone else in history. While he wonders what his first move will be, Sunhoo announces that firstly, they will be talking about what would happen if they were attacked by an extraterrestrial force. Everyone is naturally surprised, but Isaac raises his hand and notes that they should stop people from rioting and creating chaotic situations, right? Sunhoo says that it's better to keep it in the scope of a potential attack, and explains that not long ago, he was able to peep through the White House's military operations, and that the American government has prepared for situations of this nature. These were things that were finalized during the Bilderberg Club era, and among them, there would be things that would halt the global economy entirely, like using nuclear weaponry, for example. That is a big no. They must not let confusion and fear overtake. That is why the agenda they will make clear right now is that if such a day ever comes, they must not close or shut down the financial systems, like banks or other financial services. Most people wonder why he's talking about such nonsense, but Sunhoo tells them to remember this clearly, as an extraterrestrial attack is just an example. No matter what attacks, they will not just sit by and watch while the world collapses on itself. Even if an extraterrestrial attack were to occur, he will stand with his entire wealth on the line in order to not stop the financial activity of the people that are gathered here today. Everyone is shocked, as if it was really that, in the end, even if an alien were to come and try to destroy the order that this man is creating, he will fight back with everything. He is quite dedicated. After that, Sunhoo, Jonathan, and Zillion meet, with Jonathan being surprised that he wants to liquidate the capital like this. Jonathan tells him to calm down, as it's not going to start now, which makes Jonathan ask Zillion if he's alright with this choice. Sunhoo explains that they will slowly begin doing that from 2016 onward, as if they do it too fast. The economic situation will dissolve once again, and nothing will remain. Zillion asks how much cash he's trying to gather, and asks if there's still a market left in the whole world that requires this investment. Sunhoo notes that this is all about the thing that they talked about today, their first agenda. It wasn't just for show or intimidation, like they probably thought. When that day comes, and it will come, they will need all of the cash they can get. So that's why. They both wonder if he's gone insane or hit his head. But to convince them, Sunhoo shows them why he is using the Odin name. He unleashes his lightning power across the room, which scares them both, and the light slowly dims as Sunhoo controls it. He explains that on that day, he hopes to be ready to save the entire world, and that they will help. 8 entire years later, in 2017, a certain politician is mocking his opponents while wishing everyone a happy new year, which makes Jonathan, who is training, think that the determination of the club broke him for the first time ever. They made it obvious that their businesses are doing better. What a bunch of pathetic morons. He continues training until his opponent comes in and throws him to the ground, something which makes Jonathan give up, as he can't compete against him. The man thinks that he's matching him exactly, but the problem is that he has lived his entire life on the battlefield. How can one of the richest people in the world do something like this? Jonathan tells him to take a break, and goes downstairs, where he wipes all of the sweat off. Suddenly, Sunhoo pops up behind him, and notes that he has gotten better. Yeonhee is there as well, and Jonathan says that he's quite jealous of her, as she hasn't aged a year. She notes that she should be the jealous one, as she and Sunhoo will never experience the wonders of the middle age. Sunhoo hands him another present, something small, so as to not attract attention, and Jonathan asks if he will be back on time. Sunhoo hopes so, but still no matter what, today will be the last day they see each other, face to face, like this. Jonathan notes that time flies too fast, as he still remembers the day he told them about everything like it was yesterday. Sunhoo puts his fist forwards and tells him to survive, no matter what he must do. Jonathan explains that he will try his best, for his sake, and with that, they will see each other in the new world. In another dungeon, Yeonhee swiftly takes care of the dangerous critters, but she does it all alone, as Sunhoo has activated his second try, and his stats have been reset. Yeonhee apologizes for not doing better, as this is only a D-rank dungeon, and its reward isn't that great. Sunhoo reassures her that this is plenty, as with the items and other stuff he has, he's safe for the moment. Yeonhee still cries, as she didn't raise a single stat to D-rank for him. Sunhoo hugs her, and tells her not to worry, as they will both survive, no matter what. Sunhoo's father, Jonil, thinks that most people wish they could return to the past, and attempt to do life again, but not him. As he has social status, wealth, and a loving family, with an amazing son, life couldn't be better if he wanted it to be. But, it's time for him to retire, as his body has aged, so he must do it. He goes to hang up his hat, but the woman that he does not know much about notes that if it's his choice, it can't be helped. But he should accept this. It's his last duty after all. These are 100-day VIP lodging tickets. This is given as thanks for all that he's done, so he should visit with family, as he has already done enough for this company. Additionally, the group will do their best in resolving any issues he has while he stays at this 5-star resort. He has worked hard until now, but this is his last assignment, one that he must fulfill. Janil goes to his wife with this news, noting that it's quite a big gift, but he couldn't just deny the gift, as it was given out of kindness. The wife notes that Sunhoo should come too, otherwise it wouldn't feel like a vacation, but that's when he suddenly pops up, almost as if everything has been planned. Eventually they arrive at the resort, and it's quite big, but there are awakeners here too, who seem nervous that the day of beginnings is basically upon them already. The Destiny research team is also enjoying this vacation, while still working of course. After a while, Sunhoo escorts Yeonhee to a cab, and she thanks him for also taking care of her family like this. Sunhoo notes that he would naturally do it, and apologizes for putting her on such a tedious mission. Yeonhee will stay in the United States until the testing site eventually opens up. Through the club's work, they have stopped the use of nuclear weapons no matter what. But the current president is quite unpredictable, so they will have to be careful. With that, they wish each other farewell, and Sunhoo promises that they will see each other at the testing site. 3 days after this, Sunhoo just sat in his room and talked with Zillion and Jonathan, who promised that Wall Street, along with the entire city, will not close no matter what. All that there is left to do is just wait, as everything has been manipulated to the banks, to the stock markets. Naturally, some independent leaders couldn't be controlled, but mostly everything is put in place. Suddenly, Jonathan screams that it started, and they all receive a phone notification, warning them to stay inside. His father runs in, and says that some foreigners with heavy weaponry got it, and they need to get out, as they were talking about monsters and stuff. Sunhoo calms him down, as those are the people who will protect them, and he knows full well how confusing this is, but this place is currently the safest place in the world. In New York, life went on as normal, and in Brooklyn, a financial guru discusses how Jonathan investment has become weaker and much smaller to some potential investors that don't seem sold just yet, as everything points to a war. The man says that this is impossible, since there are no warning signs of any country attempting it. But that's when the whole building starts shaking, and they all get on the phone, where they get the news that real monsters have attacked. The guru never expected something like this, but he can only wonder, did Jonathan Investment know about this? Suddenly, the building explodes once again, and the man is thrown around, but he miraculously survives, as the whole world is going to crap. Suddenly, one of the dogs attacks him, but he is already dead, and it was just a body. He picks up his phone, and notices a circuit breaker that blocks all trade has been put in for 20 minutes. This mostly confirms that Jonathan Investment and all of its subsidiaries are doing something very strange, but it seems that now, they have all the power to take every stock. He attempts to call someone, and a woman picks up, who is crying about the end of the world. He tells her to stop whining, and not dispose of their capital no matter what. They will use it to catch the good flowing out right now. With that, he closes the call, and picks up a piece of rebar, as he will not die like this, not when profit can be made. Suddenly, the army pops up, and it appears that he was saved. Jonathan is bombarded with ideas, mostly about how they should just cash out everything, but he denies these, as if they do that, they will be going back to the Stone Age. They should all understand that this is the last stronghold of civilization, and although it will be difficult, they must do what is possible, for the betterment of humanity. Later, he gets on a call with Sunhoo, and tells him about how the executives have reacted. But even then, the Silverman and AP Morgan groups are selling everything, despite agreeing not to at the club. What a bunch of snakes. Sunhoo orders him to send the authority of the 3rd and 4th programs, as Japan is about to collapse, and they should focus on the London side, where the future market will be opened. Isaac watches all of this, and notes that Odin is stopping the whole collapse of the world. Sunhoo suddenly calls him, and tells him that now, of all times, he needs to make the right choice, and this is the only chance he has. Isaac sits silently, and talks with Dresner about it, about the warning that Odin gave him. With that, Isaac relinquishes the title of family head to Dresner, as he has hogged the position for far too long, and it's time to change. Sunhoo notices that the Rothschilds are not selling anymore, and it seems that throughout the world, fear begins to subside as the monsters are being dealt with. They both work as fast as possible to keep the world going, and Sunhoo thinks that, right about now, everyone with money is going back to their offices and will try to sell as fast as possible. But they will do the exact opposite. They will buy, until they buy the entire world. Jonathan, Zillion, and Sunhoo work tirelessly to keep the stock market up and running during this disaster, as they have probably not slept for days due to how much work they need to do. However, disaster strikes as they hear on the news that Russia's nuclear bomber has begun moving, and its target is the gate that has appeared out of nowhere in the northern province of Moscow. Sunhoo thinks that their agent has failed, but this shouldn't have happened. With one bomb, 3 more will follow, and the world will be sent back to the Stone Age once again. Suddenly, Sunhoo wakes up in a cold sweat, as this was only a dream. He was sitting in his room all of this time while Jamie, who is also there, watches the news about how the government has captured the mystery organisms, and the global financial market seems to have stabilized. Additionally, the New York stock market has successfully hit a rebound overnight, due to a lot of buying force. Jamie sheds a tear as she looks at this and looks back at Sunhoo, wondering what the world would have become if he was not there to save it when he did. Sunhoo is surprised by her reaction, but thinks that even still, it is far too early to relax in this situation. From this day onward, monsters that cannot be defeated with current weaponry will start appearing, but they need to just hold out a bit longer, as if they can evacuate most of the civilians from the monster's path of destruction, while also preventing the use of nuclear weaponry. The awakeners that survived the testing site can return and fix the situation fast. He asks Jamie if the press conference is prepared, and she confirms that it's almost done. Joshua, who is in another room, thinks that they have been preparing for this situation for too long, but he never thought that they would actually manage to make it. Truly unbelievable, as it was the power of one single person that stopped the spread of terror created by the attack of the unknown. However, over this past week, Odin and his forces had bought up every single good that the world threw in their direction, and now the market is stabilized enough to operate, with Odin's interference, naturally. Even with all of this, he cannot stop shaking. But why? Because of fear? Or is it joy? Jamie interrupts his thinking by saying that the press conference is prepared, so he should go. Joshua remembers what Sunhoo said to him, to deal with this with his main team and Team 1, and most importantly, to not let anyone doubt that they cannot control this situation. Joshua at the time asked if it was really fine for him to be the one that is talking about such an important matter to the press. But Sunhoo soothed his worries, as he said that he is someone he can trust to use his built reputation of being the association's leader. There are only a mere few hours before the testing site opens, so he should think of this as a gift, as it is the last thing that he can give him for now. Joshua has regained his confidence by remembering this, and thanks his master from the bottom of his heart. He swings the doors wide open and immediately gets on the conference podium. He begins his speech with this. A week ago, humanity was invaded by the unknown. Somewhere else entirely, the people cry and cheer for Jonathan, as they believe that he is the one that saved the global market, which basically means the whole world to these people. Jonathan knows what they think, and finds it kind of sad that again, there is nobody who will cheer for Sunhoo. He tells Brian, who is next to him, that he will tell him something that he should already know. People will now thank them for saving the entire world, but soon they will approach them with another view, as they use this danger as an opportunity. The moment the holding of stocks is revealed to these people, everyone will start condemning them. That's just how human nature is. Brian understands and notes that they should spread out their shares as far as possible. He also thinks that through cross-trading, they will fragmentize into the ghost companies and erase any transaction record there is. The New York Stock Exchange isn't a government institution, so it should not be that difficult to do what they want. Jonathan says that in a few hours, the rate of how many monsters spawn will be on a whole different level, to the point where even the military will not be able to stop them, so they need to do this then, as it's the perfect window. Brian is quite spooked by this, and wonders if rather than manipulating the shares, they should escape with the others. Jonathan tells him to relax and opens the TV. The higher-ranking monsters are not for the military to deal with, it's their job. At the World Awakener Association press conference, Joshua announces that they will be attacked by the Mystery Force once again, but this time, they cannot stop them with their current weaponry, be it guns or the nuclear option. There is a single way to oppose these beasts. He starts using one of his abilities, that glides throughout the conference room and comes back to him. Naturally, everyone is shocked by this, and Joshua continues his speech. The unknown will be felled by the fervor of those who were granted supernatural abilities, the awakeners. In exactly 1 hour, the monsters will once again begin their relentless invasion. At the exact same time, the testing site will open, and some of the people watching will be selected to enter the stage too. The testing site is a place with a totally different flow of time, so even if time flows here, the time in that place will not. For normal people, it will look as if they suddenly appeared at the right time and eliminated the enemies as if they were preparing for them for years. Instead of fear, they should feel hope and wait for their return, as they promise to come back stronger than ever. Sunhoo's father watches this, and thinks that it might be true, since this man is from the Carrion family. This testing site just might be real. At 5 p.m., it begins, and the higher-ranking monsters have started to pour out of the gates one by one. At 5:55 p.m., the time when in the past, America declared that they will now use nuclear weaponry. The only thing that is on the screen is news about the monster attacks. Sunhoo clenches his teeth and fists, as he really did it. He managed to save the world. When the clock strikes 5:59 p.m., Sunhoo grabs a heavy bag and tells his father that he will be back soon, he promises. Before his father can say anything, Sunhoo is engulfed in a blue light and seemingly disappears. Everyone who was chosen for the testing site gets teleported in, and naturally they are quite confused by what is happening. They all get a system pop up, congratulating them for being chosen, and a guide pops up, explaining that he will be the one that operates Act 1, Scene 1. They all must be quite confused, but it will try to explain as much as possible. This space might look familiar, but it's entirely different from their original world. Unlike the real world, this place operates on totally different laws and times. They are all mesmerized by the magical beast, and some find it pretty. The fairy explains that a lot of stuff has been prepared which will allow them to grow, and one of them is a quest. By completing quests, they can enter the next stage, where they will be allowed to grow even stronger. Before the fairy can leave, one of the men there notes that he has 2 children to take care of, so he doesn't care about any of this dumb quest and growth nonsense. He just wants to go back right now. The fairy's cheerful demeanor suddenly shifts into a darker one, and it asks if it's really difficult to understand the laws of this place. Suddenly, the man starts to convulse, and his head starts to blow, which eventually blows up in a bloody mess. The fairy notes that if they still do not understand, it will explain how this world works as many times as they like. Naturally, the people run away from this scene, and one of them asks the soldier who was also transported here to start shooting that beast, until it doesn't kill them all. The soldier thinks that he would want to, as he has all of his gear from the original world, but nothing is working in here. They get inside of a building and close the doors. Some cry, some have a mental breakdown, and some just simply don't understand the situation at all. The soldier sees how hopeless these people are, and thinks that he should hide the fact that he cannot use a gun, as he needs a way to control the situation. He tells everyone to be quiet, and announces that he is Lieutenant Lee Gyubum of the 34D Infantry Division White Skull Search Team. From now on, they will follow his orders only. He knows that the situation is dire, but they should calm down and work together in order to find a way back to their world. He calls those who are in the military to step forward, and then asks them to attempt turning on their phones. One of them tells them to stop, as if they were listening to the guide. They would have heard that this is a different world, so electronics wouldn't work. The soldier tells him that from now on, he should announce who he is before he opens his mouth. The man identifies himself as Kwan Sung-gil, and he only said what he said because he doesn't seem to understand, not because he wanted to insult him. If he really wants people to follow him, he should know the situation first. He tries to make the soldier say status window, as something interesting will happen, but the soldier doesn't want to, as he thinks this guy will only create confusion amongst the group. Suddenly, Sung-gil pulls out a knife and tells them to try it, as they get this weapon if they do. The soldier aims the weapon at him and tells him not to move, as from now on, he is considered a threat. One of the people there tries to say status window, and sure enough, the man was right, as they all will get something called an awakening reward. The soldier tries to reinstate his dominion over the group, but everyone is ignoring him now, as he was wrong multiple times. Seeing that this group isn't worth its salt, Sunhoo just decides to leave, but that's when he notices a hooded figure and runs up to it. When he gets close, he introduces himself, but the hooded figure only asks if he's really going to keep following him. Sunhoo asks if he can, as if they stay together, surely they will be better off. The hooded figure tells him to do as he pleases, but he should know that there is a high chance that he will die if he continues to follow him. The fairy comes back and tells everyone that they should not be scared of it, as it's only thinking of them and their well-being. Seeing that there are 99 players left, since one person decided to drop out, it will now consider that everyone understands the basic system and move on to the next stage. With that, the first quest, Wave, is created, and they have only 24 hours to prepare. The fairy guide wishes all of them luck, as they will surely need it. Sunhoo wonders what that little creep is talking about, and spots that the hooded figure just walked into an ominous red barrier, somewhere where he will not follow, even if that guy is powerful. He calls over the soldier with the group, while explaining what happened. The soldier probes the barrier with his gun, noticing that all sides are blocked off, but this thing seems to be connected to another place. The soldier asks Sunhoo if the guy who went inside was a friend, but he notes that he just met him, however he seemed like someone important. Without much choice, they all go back and gear up, taking anything useful with them in some heavy-duty backpacks. The fairy likes their determined stance, while Sunhoo just chooses to hover around these guys for a bit, as he has nothing better to do. Suddenly, everyone gets a notification that the Wave quest was completed, and it awards everyone alive with a silver box. Naturally, this was done by the hooded figure, who is actually Sunhoo. While the others analyze what skills they got, the fairy starts to geek out, as the quest was completed very fast. It is truly impressed by their determination. The soldier seems to have gotten a healing skill, which he thinks is kind of useless on him, so he asks the guide if they can exchange skills, or if it can. The fairy explains that it does not have the authority to edit the system, only the challenger has that power. If any one of them fulfill every condition, they too can become the challenger. However, it will not be easy at all. The soldier asks what these conditions might be, but the guide refuses to tell him, as everything is part of a secret they must figure out themselves. Even telling them this much should be considered a bonus gift for completing the quest this quickly. The soldier thanks it, and notes that now, they are going into Act 1, Scene 2, right? The guide's expression contorts once again, as it explains that the preparations for it are not done. But if they do not want to rest, he can give all of them a fun activity to do, another quest. Everyone is shocked to see what this quest is about, as it tells them to choose a dropout among the survivors. The people from the group who were placed to watch the barrier also get the quest notification, and are quite confused by the condition. Suddenly, Sunhoo gets out of the barrier and they tell him to please follow martial law, as they will call the platoon leader here now. All he needs to do is wait. When the soldier arrives, he asks Sunhoo if he was the one that completed the quest, and also asks him to explain what exactly happened if he really was. Sunhoo says that he was just able to deal with it on his own. That is everything they need to know. The soldier notes that, even so, it was far too quick and a problem appeared because of how fast he did it. He should have seen the new quest as well, right? Sunhoo tells him to get used to things like this, as those little creatures will do whatever they like, whenever they like. The soldier asks if he's a member of the World Awakener Association, as he looks the part, and Sunhoo confirms it, but says that he should listen carefully to what he is about to say. They will need to decide on how to select who they sacrifice, but they shouldn't be idiots and interfere with what he's trying to achieve. If they all want his help, it will be better for them to bow down their heads a little more and obey. The soldier thinks that he cannot allow such a thing to happen. Sunhoo arrives, quite angry at the soldier's needless interrogation, as this was the man that told him about the Awakening Award. They should all be extremely thankful, instead of talking about nonsense. Sunhoo begins smiling, as it seems that he wants him to take responsibility for this quest, since he thinks that it happened because of what he did, as expected of the platoon leader, but it seems that he doesn't see how they were able to survive because of him. The platoon leader says that it's not like he thinks it is, and pleads with him to wait until the situation has calmed down, while Sunhoo thinks that the guide is just messing with them and is trying to confuse them in order to get more fun out of the situation. The soldier and his group leave to rethink their plans. Sunhoo asks if he's not going with them, but Sunhoo explains that in most cases, humans are much scarier than monsters, as he doesn't know what will happen to him if he were to go with them. They will naturally think only of themselves from this point forward, which will eventually cause them to go mad. He warns Sunhoo about them too, because as soon as that platoon leader changes his mind, he will be in their sights once again. Sunhoo can't seem to understand why he's siding with him, as if he's a targeted man like he is saying. Doesn't that mean he will also be targeted with him? Sunhoo laughs, as his girl left him because she couldn't understand him either, but he believes that everyone should live their lives and say the things they want to say no matter what. Sunhoo asks what skills he got from the boxes, and Sunhoo notes that he got an item and an insignia, but it was all taken by the soldier and his little group. However, compared to everyone in the group, he has the highest strength, which is the best thing a man can have. Sunhoo finds him pretty amusing, and asks if he said his name was Sunhoo, who wonders if he's going to tell him his name now, as he paid quite a lot for knowing it. Sunhoo notes that his name is much more expensive than he can imagine, but he asks him again, will he really keep following him? His life will be under constant danger if he does so. Sunggil finds his words pretty scary, but he still decides to follow him, as he can trust him more than those guys. He also sheepishly apologizes for running away earlier. Sunhoo tells him to not worry, as it would have been a problem if he was reckless enough to follow him into that. He feels he has earned an introduction from him, which might seem a bit too grand, but he should call him Odin from now on. Eventually, the no-name quest is completed, and the soldier walks towards Sunhoo with a very tired expression, while the others behind him grieve. Sunhoo finds his willpower quite amazing, as he must have been the one that chose who to execute. The soldier says that he wants his cooperation with something, to leave the next wave to them, as they need to experience the fight too. Sunhoo says what he said before, that they will not interfere with each other. About the fighting, he shouldn't worry about it, as they will have their fill soon enough. Suddenly, the guide appears once again and asks if they had a nice rest. Although they didn't do much in the first wave, they will have plenty of time to prepare again. However, this time the wave will come from 2 directions. Another quest wave is created, and they have 19 hours to prepare. Sunhoo tells the soldier that he will leave the south side to them and wishes them luck, as they will need tons of it. With that, the soldier orders everyone to form barricades and keep defending them like their lives depend on it, because they do. After the wave hits, they have managed to overcome it, but few from the group are still alive, and even those who are alive are at their weakest. Sunhoo and Sugul get back too, with Sugul noticing that the soldier did not make it, which makes him sad as he lived a rigid life but died like this. Truly awful. The third wave quest is created, and the two leave the group to grieve for their fallen. While the survivors reorganized themselves with whatever they could, Sugul and Sunhoo dealt with the fourth wave by themselves. There were a few times where Sugul was in dire danger, but they managed to push through and the rewards were truly incredible. The guide is very happy with their clearing speed and notes that they are ranked highest among all of the stages. It has underestimated them for too long. Next time they will have a show that they won't forget soon. But now they should rest. Sugul is pleasantly surprised that the guide didn't throw another random quest in their direction, but this only confirms that the little gremlin does whatever it wishes to. Sunhoo tells him to stay with the group from this moment forth, as he needs to get used to the increased stats. Sugul notes that he's quite generous with those who were considering taking his life, but Sunhoo tells him to do whatever he wishes to. However, he should not do anything for free, and teach them order. Sugul does as Sunhoo suggested, and meets with the current leader, who is Cheolyung, a scrawny doctor, who was selected only because others began trusting him after they saw him perform emergency treatment on the wounded. Sugul notes that from now on, they should know where their lifeline is. More specifically, it's Odin, the guy he was with. He was the one who suggested they help out, but they should know that nothing in this world is free. Cheolyung understands and promises to gather every valuable thing and give it to them once they get out of this place. However, Sugul refuses, as he only needs the stones they get from cutting open the monsters, which are called magic stones. As the magic stones become valuable and get used as currency, order will also come with it. Since big ones are difficult to move around, banks that will hold them for others will also appear, and the economy will bring forth a kind of society. Still, everyone's main priority will be to eat and survive in order to become stronger. That is what everyone will be aiming for in the end. Water and meat could be acquired in the cleared regions, and even though nothing looked that tasty, the important thing is that it was edible. As Sugul enjoys his food, a bunch of fish, he thinks that it would be nice to find an edible monster too, but he doesn't want to risk putting something dangerous in his stomach. He also notices that 2 people from the group are watching him, so he says that he will give them 1 fish for 2 magic stones. There is tons of food here, so they only need to bring him the stones and they will be able to enjoy it too. Since Wave 3 and 4 stopped at their entry points basically, the magic stones that arrived in the town diminished. This is why now, the townspeople say that they don't want to hunt the monsters, and that he should show some mercy, as they are living together after all. Sugul asks where their shame went, as this entitled attitude won't work on him. If they are that scared to cross the boundary, they should just wait for the next wave to arrive. He doesn't like saying this once again, but weaklings like them need to fight monsters together, even if they are scared to. Cheolyung comes behind them and says that he is correct. They cannot rely only on him constantly. They need to make a hunting party and feed the group in order to survive. Sugil gets up from his campfire and notes that he will go with them when they cross the barrier, so they shouldn't be scared at all. Cheolyung thanks him while whispering, with Sugul noting that it's fine, they need to help each other after all. Later, when he meets with Sunhoo, Sugul notes that the doctor fellow is quite the smooth talker, and the more he observes him, the more he likes how he operates. Doctors really are different from normal people, huh? Sunhoo agrees, as putting aside the 20% of all magic stones to be used as common funds for the entire town, he is intelligent. Sugul says that he should go ahead and meet with him later, but Sunhoo tells him to not trust people that easily. Especially the smart people, those are the most dangerous bunch. Sugul says that he shouldn't worry about it. He met with him straight away, didn't he? Another wave quest is created, with 16 hours until the 5th wave pours down on them. Sunhoo wishes Sugul good luck, as there are 5 entry points, so he will handle 4 of them. All he needs to do is clear out the last one. When the monster spawning nest is fully destroyed, and the hidden quest is thus completed, 3 gold boxes will appear per cleared entry point. Thanks to this, Sunhoo has raised his strength and perception to D rank. He calls out the guide fairy, as he knows that it's hiding somewhere around here. who says that having a challenger like himself on the stage he is currently managing is an honor, but also a burden, as he is only on Act 1 of the testing ground. But he is someone with the second try special privilege. How could anyone expect such a thing? Sunhoo says that he has a system he wants to edit out, which makes the guide explain that this will depend on the difficulty of the request. So what does he want? At first, Sunhoo wants to make it so that he stops messing around with them. But the guide gives him a bunch of censored messages, which makes Sunhoo give up on that idea, and he says that he wants to edit the box system. The guide is curious about his choice, so he asks why that system specifically. Sunhoo notes that right now, the rewards are entirely random, and this doesn't stop at just skills and items, but even stats like vitality and strength can be given. With this in mind, no matter how hard one works, their survival is entirely dependent on their luck. He just simply wants to choose what rewards he gets from the box, nothing too extravagant. The guide says that he will get to choose what category of reward he gets, but the contents of that category will be entirely random. Is that correct? Sunhoo says that it is, so what challenge does he need to pass in order to make this come to fruition? His challenger trait suddenly activates, and it presents him with the solemn challenge, where it is revealed that Doom Chaos is the one that is meddling with the system and twisting it to be so random. His quest is to defeat the quest battle, and the reward is a box system edit authority rights, along with some points. Sunhoo is surprised when he sees the Doom Chaos name, as he was one of the highest ranked among the 7 demon lords. But this is just insane. Why is he breaking the system in such a way? The system asks if he would like to move to the quest location, which Sunhoo obviously refuses, as he needs time to prepare. But the guide gives him an evil grin, as it automatically accepts the transportation for him, and wishes him good luck on his journey. Sunhoo can only watch as he is transported to the battlegrounds, where the win condition is to destroy the altar of Doom Chaos, or kill all of the enemies. But his invasion of this sacred place is immediately revealed, and the enemies all know his whereabouts. There is 1 Declan aerial force, 2 sorcerer squad, and 1 giant monster squad. These are only the special forces, as including the ground and air forces, there are about 1,000 enemies he needs to face. Sunhoo is reminded of the first time he went into a dungeon alone, and his survival chances are also similar, as in this situation, his items won't help that much. He uses his domination ring to summon an adult graph, which attacks the air units while he charges in too. Time passes until there are 2 hours left until the 5th wave arrives, which makes Chaeyoung ask Sugal why Odin isn't here yet. He explains that he's most likely just blocking the entry points. He told him that he would handle 4 of them, so there's nothing to worry about. Even with this confident talk, he also finds it weird that he didn't come out, as it's been 10 entire hours. This is the first time he is taking so long. Chaeyoung wonders if something went wrong, but Sugal notes that he's thinking that way because he doesn't know about Odin. There is no way that something could happen to him. Chaeyoung thinks that he's right. He needs to line up behind that guy, as if he had noticed that Odin dealt with the first wave. Or rather, if he had known that the financial system would stay intact when the monsters first invaded, things would have been different. He really missed tons of good opportunities. When he eventually returns, it is pretty obvious that the Awakener Association will become a major power source around here. So if he can stick to Odin, even just to Sugal, things will become much better for him. When the wave quest finally finishes its timer, monsters start pouring out from 4 entry points, and panic sets in, as the monsters prove to be too many in number. Chaeyoung thinks that the Odin bastard died only after stopping a single entryway. How weak. Even if the situation is dire, Sugal still chooses to fight and tell Chaeyoung to do the same, as they shouldn't go down without a fight. Eventually, he is also swarmed by countless monsters, but instead of helping him, Chaeyoung thinks that this whole group is doomed, so he picks up as many backpacks as he can and runs away. He needs to prioritize his survival first and foremost. Before leaving, he gives Sugal one last sadistic smile, as more and more monsters swarm him. Chaeyoung stops at the entrance of the first barrier, wondering what he should do. What if there are more monsters behind this? Should he just go back? As he questions his entire existence, rays of lighting fall on all of the monsters around the remaining survivors. As Sunhoo has returned, although he doesn't have an arm and a leg, he is still able to use abilities. With his return, the system alters, and the box categories are divided into their respective drops. Everyone is glad that Odin is back, but Chaeyoung is stunned. But he thinks that he should remain calm and make it look like he is thankful to Odin. He should not make the same mistake and make a fool of himself. As they walk, Sunhoo tells Sugal to not leave his side until he wakes up, but they will get rid of this bug first. Sugal agrees, and as Chaeyoung is trying to make excuses for his cowardice, Sugal raises his mallet high into the air, and you can guess what happened next. After this, as promised, Sugil stands next to the passed-out Sunhoo, and thinks of what to do with the 5 silver boxes that he got from the quest. He thinks that a man should just strive to be strong, but he nearly died because he was too slow this time. So he decides to put all of his boxes into dexterity, which gives him lackluster results, but his dexterity has still risen to 92. He laments his luck, as the drop rate was between 11 and 40, so he got really unlucky. Suddenly, a lady knocks on the door of their building and says that she is a healer. She heard that they were looking for one. Sugal welcomes her warmly, telling her to come inside, up until the point that she says she wants payment for her services, as most of the magic stones are going to them as is. Sugal immediately gets on her case. How does she dare to ask for payment when Odin was the one that saved her life? Are all of the people around here snakes? She thinks that it would also be beneficial to heal Odin for free, but seeing as Odin wanted to use the magic stones as a type of currency, he must be a logical person, and could even be someone who worked in the financial sector, like her. She says that Odin wouldn't want to be healed for free, but Sugal still feels that this is wrong in many ways. He relents and tells the healer lady Sua to go ahead and take all of his magic stones that are his, as he needs to heal Odin regardless. She refuses this offer, as she only needs to take 10. This peeves Sugal, but he lets it go for now. With that, Sua begins using Cure Body on Sunhoo, but she tells Sugal that he should take a break as well. He doesn't want to do that, however, as he can't trust yet. She says that they need to trust each other in trying times like these, but Sugal says that she is talking all too similar to that bastard he killed off. So if she starts acting like him too, he can't promise her a pretty ending. She should stop thinking about useless things and focus on the damn healing. Eventually, Sunhoo is healed enough to wake up, which makes Sugal very happy. He also tells him that this Sua figure healed him all day in order to recover his limbs, though she didn't do it for free. Sunhoo asks how much she wants, and she notes that it's only 10 magic stones, which comes as a fair price for Sunhoo. So he asks if she's the new leader of the community, as she seems to have some smarts. She says that she isn't, as there was a council formed recently. The system that Cheol-young created was maintained, that 20% of all magic stones were used for the town funds. But instead of one man managing everything, people chose to have 10 members become a council, and also take up the role of leadership. As he dresses up, he asks what kind of work she did before all of this. She tells him that she worked at Daewoo Securities, making Sunhoo think that he figured she was smart, figures she is actually one of them. She asks if he worked in the same business, and he confirms that he worked at Telestar Investment. Sua's eyes light up as she hears this, as that is the company of her idol, the one she always wanted to work for. Sunhoo was expecting this kind of reaction from her, but she must be pretty smart, so he should observe her for a little while longer and see what she's capable of. When he eventually walks outside, he notices that people are now selling things for magic stones, even in this environment that would break most people's minds. These people are now trading goods, and are calculating their worth, while also creating new strategies, even if they are all pretty tired. There is still a sense of hope around everyone. This is exactly what Sunhoo was aiming for all of this time. The waves continued past 6 and 7, and people got used to the fighting, so they stopped having any casualties past wave 6, and the number of injuries also dropped significantly. The guide is truly touched by how well they are surviving, so he hopes that there are no casualties during the last wave either, as he has grown to cherish all of them. Sunhoo expected for things to end and the 10th wave, but he also notices that the guide will probably not let them go so easily, as it's apparently his job to make them suffer as much as possible. Sunhoo tells Sugal to evacuate everyone else from the area, as they will be the only ones that will stay and fight. Sua looks a bit sad at this, so Sunhoo invites her too, which makes her very happy. Sunhoo explains that all she needs to do is support Sugal until his protective live breaks, as the battle will be completely different from anything they have seen up until now, so they should be as attentive as possible. Suddenly, tons of large booms can be heard from the distance, as the wave quest is created and activated at the same time, revealing the wave to be a gigantic beast. The different beasts and the boss start rampaging around, as Sunhoo thinks that when attacks of the same attribute stack on each other, their effects multiply. So after obtaining the solar cape of Ra, he got more fire attribute skills. He transforms his cape into a sword and uses the path of the Fire Demon King, which burns the entire area around him, but not his party members, and they will also gain the same effect, with their weapons being enchanted with fire. Sugal is surprised by the amount of power this guy has now. Is he even human at this point? All of Sunhoo's traits activate all at once, while he charges the gigantic beast, who immediately retaliates as it sees him. So with that, they start exchanging blows. Both Sugal and Sua don't have a clue about what just happened, but Sugal chooses to attack and say that he will use this mace to kill all of the monsters near them, so she should stick to Odin and heal him as much as possible. She says that she can't, as her skills aren't working. He hasn't taken any damage yet. Sugal is surprised that he didn't manage to get hit a single time, so he doesn't really believe her, as something like that shouldn't be possible. Suddenly a monster attacks him, which makes Sua defend him, as he was too busy with the talking. As she cuts down even more monsters, she thinks that it's great that she raised her dexterity, as she can be useful now too. Sunhoo looks at her and notes that he already told her to only stick to healing. This bravado will prove to be her undoing soon enough. As he looks there, the gigantic beast attacks him with a large breath attack, but he manages to dodge it swiftly and beam the beast down with lightning, making the others almost blind from how much light was created. The monster now sits motionless, making Sugal think that it's officially over, but Sunhoo, who is next to them, says that it just entered its invincible state for now. He also thinks that this type of monster you would only see in Act 2, but to think that this thing would appear in Act 1, that guide is really trying to kill all of them. The two next to him will need to put their lives on the line, but he can't let them just enjoy the benefits without any risk either, so if they do manage to survive this encounter, they will prove their worth as party members. As Sunhoo continues to fight the now rampaging beast, Sugal tries his best to keep it at bay, with blood flowing in all directions, making him lose sight of any other thing other than the fight. Unfortunately, he is struck from behind by one of the monster's tentacles, which doesn't kill him instantly, so he wonders where that healing girl is, as he needs her help desperately. That's when he notices that she is passed out on the ground. But when he goes to wake her up, he notices that the only thing that remains of her is her beheaded head, which he picks up. Suddenly, his life flashes before his eyes, with his wife saying that she doesn't want to live with him anymore, and that she is taking their son. He falls to the ground, lamenting that he has to die like this. He doesn't really care for that woman anymore, since she was the one who left him. But he wanted to see his son at least one last time. Even so, Odin will most certainly save the world, so his son will be fine in the future, which he is glad about. That's when a boy resembling his son starts to crawl towards him, as the tentacles rampage around, and uses a healing skill on him, with Sugal remembering that he was one of the first people in the group. Sugal gets up and tells him to wait right here, as he will finish this fight and come back. He charges in once again, as even if his attacks prove to be useless, he needs to distract the monster once. He needs to create an opening, because that is what his role is. His attacks prove to be annoying enough for the monster to focus only on him, but as they start attacking him constantly, the beast suddenly stops moving, and the wave quest is completed. It's over. Sugal survived. As he celebrates, he starts to get nauseous and eventually falls to the ground, passed out. Sunhoo looks at him and thinks that he's rather reckless with his actions, as he could have died easily, but he also has no hesitation. He's a pretty good party member. As Sugal sits patched up and still passed out, Sunhoo and the strangely alive Sua talk about the current situation, as with the magic stones being considered valuable, crimes regarding them such as stealing and robbing have popped up, and the council isn't enough to control the situation. Sunhoo suggests that they should create a bank. Since that's her specialty, things will run smoothly. Suddenly, Sugal wakes up and Sua apologizes to him, as she lost track of where he was during the battle. Sugal thinks that he is in the afterlife. As he saw her head roll on the ground clear as day, she died. Sunhoo says that it was just a hallucination. Just how much did he drink anyway? Sugal is confused, so Sunhoo says that he's not talking about beverages. He's talking about monster blood, which he should be careful of in the future, as drinking that stuff will make him see illusions and hallucinations. Since the blood was everywhere, some must have gotten into his mouth. Sunhoo asks him to describe everything that he saw, which Sugal does in great detail in fact. But Sunhoo comes to the conclusion that only Sua being dead was an illusion. Everything else was actually reality. Sugal asks about the kid that saved him when he was on the brink, which Sunhoo confirms that he was real. He did actually save him. Also, his reward was already separated and put on the side, so he can sleep more as even though they healed him. He should rest to make sure that nothing bad happens. As the kid who saved him sits down and looks at his status window, Sunhoo comes around and asks for his name, which he says is Jasung. Sunhoo asks him why he came out of hiding when he told them to stay hidden. But Jae-sung explains that if they were to die, it would have been their turn next. Sunhoo thinks that this is no regular child, but he is also dangerous as he might go down the wrong path, becoming someone like the sixth virtue. To assure that won't happen, he gives him a protective ring of the Wind Warrior, which gives him some nice stats, but he can't tell anyone about it. Additionally, he should come to him if he has any problems in the near future. The kid is very happy with this gift, but Sunhoo also gives him a bank check of 100 stones, which he should give to Sua whenever he wants to cash it out. Sua lines people up to open up bank accounts, with signatures and everything. She explains that this will be their bank book, and more pages will be added once it's required. The man who made his first bank account asks what happens if it gets stolen, which Sua assures him that the thief won't be able to use the stones since they know everyone's faces, but he should be careful with it as their numbers will increase, so when that happens they can't help him with it. A while later, a strange man accompanied by another man notes that it seems he was right. There are other goods beyond the boundaries set in stone, but what is with the mood around this place? Are they out for a picnic or something? This is Huang Guanho, a criminal who built his wealth through gambling sites, drugs, and loans, and as the most brutal one in his criminal organization, he was given the title of director. The man next to him is Sukju, his right-hand man, who notes that there are at least 50 people around this place, with them only having 34 people. Guanho says that their leader must be pretty skilled to reach these numbers, but this makes it better, as when he defeats their leader, the rest will easily follow after him. In total, they have 34 survivors. These are the people who survived after the weaklings all died. There is no way these losers will be able to compete with them. As two women walk around and talk about how they are glad to have a bank, as they never expected for things like that to pop up, they are suddenly captured by Guanho, who immediately stabs one of them, noting that the healer will save them, but only if they answer their questions. They kill the other woman, with only one remaining. He asks how many people there are in total, with her answering 80. Guanho asks who their leader is, but when she tries to explain that they don't have one, he stabs her in her thigh, and says that she has only one chance left to answer. She explains that there is one man named Odin, and when Sukju asks about more information on him, she explains that he is the strongest among them. That's all she knows. He asks how strong he is exactly, so she explains what he did to the gigantic monster that appeared. He killed it all on his own, with ease. Guanho chooses to cut her head off, as the woman was spouting nonsense, since he already spotted the leader of this place, that fat ass who is walking around all smug. Guanho wasn't exaggerating when he was saying that the 34 people remaining survived because of him, as his battle prowess is amazing, but his hunting senses are also excellent for a man of the modern age. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong guy to fight with, as Sugal is now throwing him around the place, with the other subordinates of his also being knocked out with simple movements. Sugal asks who they are to attack him. They are all dead for trying something like this. None of the magic attacks they used worked on this guy. It's like they are facing a boss monster. Even if Guanho used all of the signals and got all of the bonus rewards from everyone, he doesn't have a chance against Sugal, who notices that he's trying to heal himself, so he deduces that he is the healer of the group, if he has that much stuff on him. He chooses to crush his leg entirely, as healing won't stop him from being injured. As Guanho screams out in pain, he wonders how this guy managed to get this powerful, but it's only natural, as Sugal was one of 2 people who took all of the quests, including the hidden ones up to the 4th wave, and he also received a rank reward on the last wave. Additionally, as compensation for the wave's difficulty being increased by a lot, the rewards were better than the other stages. So right now, the only ones that could fight against Sugal would be people from the Awakener Association, who awakened earlier. Jae-sung starts signaling for Sua to come here as Sugal is fighting right now, making Guanho's men lament having ever come here. In his awful state, Guanho musters up the strength to ask Odin to spare him, but Sugal says that he's not Odin, but where did he hear that name anyway? Eventually, Sua arrives, but she says that she only managed to rescue one of the women that were attacked by that guy, the other one was past salvation. This makes Sugal extremely mad, and he swiftly takes care of him. They undress all of the other goons that Guanho had and interrogate them, with Sukju saying that they had no choice but to obey his orders in order to survive. Sua notes that if this is true, they are the same, but they should await their punishment now, as they will have to discuss it first. Sukju thinks that he knows of this woman. He met her somewhere before, he is sure of it. That's when he remembers that they met during the Geonil Members' Night last year, so he tells her a sight. The Geonil Members' Night is an event that gathers all of the team members and above to discuss different things. Sua also remembers him now. He was an arrogant bastard that ignored her only because she was a subsidiary company team leader. He even openly mocked her. Now she remembers. She remembers him quite well. Excluding the members who attacked Sugil, including Guanho, the other 27 members were exalted back in their underwear. Eventually, the guide also comes back, noting that thanks to them, he was also selected to continue being their guide going forward. So Act 1 Scene 2 will operate differently, since it has 5 stages combined into one. Since they delivered the best performance, they will be the center with the 4 other states on their side. And since they already met another stage, they should have noticed that the central area is where the quest is progressing from. So they will be given a bonus for this, 1 silver box for each. Sunhoo doesn't care about these rewards, as what he is looking forward to is the hidden bonus of this scene. With that out of the way, the guide says that it's time to begin, and that's when a large tentacle tower rises high into the air from the ground, which also has some doors on it. Sunhoo thinks that there are 7 floors in total. One can get to the next floor using the stairs, but each floor has fewer doors than the last. That is why on the highest floor, there is only 1 door. He suddenly tells Sugal that if he doesn't make it back, they should look for Mary, and then sprints away at the top of the tower. The 8 evils and virtues were good in all aspects, but they each had a special main ability. First evil, trait, man who overcomes adversity. Second evil skill, gaze of Isis. Third evil item, skeleton dragon worshipped even by the undying. Fourth evil item, Zeus's lighting spear. Fifth evil skill, form of the Jinn. Sixth evil skill, Set's wave of death. Seventh evil skill, Shiva's sword. 8 evil item, Queen Mother of the West's millennium spider. First virtue skill, Devi's sword. Second virtue skill, Osiris's domain. Third virtue item, Dagger of the Clown. Fourth virtue skill, Hera's madness. Fifth virtue trait, Passionate one. Sixth virtue skill, Odin's wrath. Seventh virtue item, Lakshmi's lucky dagger, and finally 8th virtue skill, Buddha's palm. The point is that among them, there is only one that was obtained through the testing site, that being the skeleton dragon worshipped by the undying. The strongest monster one can obtain is at the top of this tower, which is now retaliating against him as he should complete the tower in order, but he pushes forward still. Sugil expected him to do something like this, as he is of the sort, but what did he mean when he said that? Is that thing that dangerous? As he arrives on the 7th floor, the guide says that he's doing something weird again, but Sunhoo doesn't care. This is just how things are, so he should open the door already. The guide smiles and does as he wants to, wishing him good luck. As he enters, the top of the tower explodes completely, making Sugal's face turn into horror, just what happened to Odin. As Sunhoo enters the tower, it starts to crack and convulse in an instant, and a gigantic draconic entity appears out of nowhere. Sugal thinks that the worst has transpired since this happened. Did Sunhoo really lose against that thing? The dragon starts to roar and flap its wings around as it descends on the ground, making Sugal think that he cannot know what this is. But one thing he knows for sure is that he has never seen something like this ever. He knows that he needs to fight these large monsters, but his body isn't listening to him at all, as it's completely stuck. The dragon slowly starts to approach, making Sugal stricken with even more fear, but also with confidence also, as he promises to get at least 1 good hit in before this thing kills him. That's when the dragon opens his mouth, and a man with really long hair and a few scars appears, with the dragon starting to go into the man's pendant, with this man actually being an older Sunhoo. Needless to say, Sugal is extremely confused, but fortunately, he also recognizes this strange man as Odin. Outside of the group city area, another group appears, and as a large man beats some drums, another calls over the leader of the area, as he wants to fight in order to decide who will command the next scene. Sunhoo doesn't pay them any mind as he looks at the item he got, the skeleton dragon worshipped even by the undying, which summons the dragon upon use. He cannot know how much time passed since he entered, but judging by his large hair, it must have been at least 3 years. He fought countless worshippers of doom enter Guasto. Even liches and undeads showed up there. Originally, the top of the spire led to the Temple of the Dead, but he was sent to the Land of the Dead and started to fight endlessly in that hellscape. After the assassination quest failed to take him down a notch, the system continues to try and find every opportunity to eliminate him, which means that as long as the influence of doomed chaos is still in the system, things like this will keep happening again and again. Now he cannot even imagine the situations he will have to face if he doesn't edit the system to what he wants. Suddenly, Sugal interrupts his deep thoughts and is glad that he woke up so early. He also asks if he's fine. Sunhoo notes that he cannot sleep since things are so noisy outside. Just what is going on? Sugal tells him to not worry about it, as he will deal with it quite easily. It's just some guys from the east and west that are making some noise and asking to fight, because they want to decide who the leader of the next quest is. That's when Sugal also notices his necklace, and notes that this must be where that bone monster is being kept. But just how much stronger is he aiming to get? Sunhoo says that this is only the beginning. Also, being surprised this early will be bad for his health in the future. Sugal doesn't even want to think about it, but he also notices his inventory, which seems really convenient. But anyway, does he want to come and watch the fight? He will make sure that it will look like a child's play to him. The different groups beat their drums as they wait for the leader to arrive, with Sunhoo looking around and noting that editing the randomness of the system seems to be pretty effective, as a lot more people survived than he originally remembered. So it was all worth it in the end, as the survival rate for the other stages should also go up from now on. The most important thing now is to look for Yeonhee, but their stages need to combine first, as then she will immediately start looking for him. As he walks by, a familiar person recognizes him and notes that they were in the same class before, which he remembers because he looks almost identical to what he used to look, and he is quiet as always too. The man also notices that he has no items on him. He was a big shot back in high school, but now it seems that he is not that great. Sunhoo finally remembers that he was one of the bullies he trained to be obedient to him way back then. The bully looks at Sunhoo's face and thinks that he's flustered, which makes him think that he's a nobody now, since he has not a single item on his body. Should he make him pay back for what he did in the past now? He decides not to. However, as kids like him cannot fight when they are young, and a mighty awakener like him shouldn't bully others. The bully hugs him and says that it's nice to see a classmate here, and Sunhoo asks what direction he came from, with the bully noting that he came from the west, which he should consider lucky, as their boss, Chae-young, will most likely take the initiative for this quest. Sunhoo asks if he's really that strong, which the bully confirms. There's not a more powerful person in the entire world, and she is also an amazing leader that makes the group function really well. He will certainly be amazed once he sees her abilities. Having had enough of waiting, Sugil slams his club to the ground and notes that they should come both at once, as he does not have the time to play with them separately. The Eastern Area Leader, Hyunwoo, tells him to not regret this, and the Western Area Leader, Chae-young, tells him that he must be underestimating her because she's a woman, but if he keeps thinking like that, he will certainly lose an arm. Sugil tells them to shut it, as this is not a debate, so they should both charge in already. The two do just so, and a great battle ensues. As they charge in, however, Chae-young kicks Hyunwoo in front of her, with him cursing at her for doing something so devious and backhanded like this. Seeing an opportunity, Sugil starts to hit his shield, with Hyunwoo now noticing how strong he really is. Sugil continues to attack him as he wants to break his shield, but this shield is an item that is high rank, and even with Sugil's strength, it would take a lot of time to go past it. Chae-young jumps high into the air and slams her blade on Sugil back, which surprised him, but she continues to attack him from the behind, while Hyunwoo holds the front. A perfect pincer attack, she thinks, as she will most certainly win this fight with this. They both start attacking him, making Sugil fall to the ground, but they don't stop as he tries to defend himself from their relentless attacks. The bully wonders why that fatty isn't surrendering already, as he cannot hope to win against the both of them. Sunhoo notices that the lady's movements are pretty accurate, but she is nowhere near Sugil's level just yet. That's when he grabs her leg, and doesn't let go. She is quite the cautious damsel, but she finally let her guard down. Chae-young can't believe that this is what he planned to do from the start, and Hyunwoo can't help but defend himself as Sungil slams her into his shield. He can't believe that he would still block a lady like this, but if he keeps going, she will die. Will he be fine with something like that? Hyunwoo can't even answer as he is too awestruck, and that's when Jasung arrives and says that this is his signature move, Human Caliber. Sugil continues to flail around Chae-young like a puppet, which makes Hyunwoo surrender, as he doesn't want her blood on his hands, meaning that Sugil has won this bout. He goes back to Sunhoo to ask how he did, but that's when he notices someone besides him, and asks who he is, with the bully wanting to introduce himself. But Sunhoo tells him to lower his hand first, which he instantly does. Sunhoo tells him to stop acting like he knows him in the foreseeable future, as it will be better for his health. Somewhere else entirely, a man tries to run away from the awakened undead, but he is struck by a phantom arrow and falls to the ground, thinking that this is his end. The monsters from the spire are everywhere around this area. Has nobody taken care of it yet? In the end, he can only wonder, as a skeleton aims for him, ready to take his life. That's when the skeleton is hit by a fireball, with a group of survivors also charging and dealing with the skeletons. The man wonders why they are doing this, but that's when Jasung heals him, which he thanks him for. Hyunwoo comes around and asks which area he is from, which he answers with Area 58. Hyunwoo notes that he is pretty far from home, making the man ask if they are from Area 12. Hyunwoo notes that this is pretty old news, as they are the Heavenly Sky Guild. The man is happy to hear this, as they were just a rumor before, but this shows that they are real. A lot of areas failed to clear the spire, which made monsters from the spire to flow out constantly and dominate their respective area, with the remaining survivors running away and gathering in areas that succeeded in clearing the spire. Among these, the Heavenly Sky Guild created in Area 12 was rumored to possess the strongest force out of every area and became a ray of hope for the unfortunate. The man starts begging Hyunwoo to let him join his force, as he will do anything. He came all of the way here, putting his life on the line throughout, only to find the Heavenly Sky Guild. And even though he knows that he looks pitiful right now, he just wants a chance to prove that he can be useful. Hyunwoo notes that small fries don't survive the journey he did, so he accepts to test him. With that, the man starts to follow them, hopeful that things will take a turn the better. Somewhere else, an entire party is defeated, and a single man stands, as he cannot believe that their guild, who succeeded in clearing the spire, was defeated by only 2 people, or rather just 1 person. Sugal tells him that he doesn't want to tire himself any more than he has to. All he wants from him is the name of his leader. Is it Mary or not? The man fights with great confidence in himself, and proves himself to be body able, as he takes down skeletons with ease. But he wonders why they have to gather these crystals in the first place, as they aren't that useful. Hyunwoo comes around and calls him by his name, Jingyu, noting that he did pretty good. So with this, he is now an official member of their attack force. He also puts a mark on his shield, and notes that the moment he receives it, it marks him as one of them. The square represents their shield raid force, and the lighting marks their Heavenly Sky Guild. He will not have any trouble going into town now that he is one of them, but he must abide by one rule that cannot be broken ever. That is, to not try and learn anything about the name Odin. Jingyu asks if he's the leader of the town, with Hyunwoo noting that he is not, and he isn't even in town right now, with him also never seeing him personally either. He is just warning him about it, because the guildmaster gave them that order. Jingyu asks who the guildmaster is, and Hyunwoo explains that it's a woman named Lee Sua. She is the guildmaster, gold raid leader, bank president, and also the chairwoman of commerce. She is basically the president of the town, as she has the power to do anything. Jingyu is surprised that they have a bank, which also surprised Hyunwoo at first, but he will know more once they make it to town. Sugal asks the last remaining member again if their leader is named Mary or not, which he confirms. But what do they even want with her? Sugal is glad that they finally found her after so long, but Sunhoo feels and knows that this bastard is lying. The man tells them that Mary will be back in a few hours, so they should follow him to camp. Sunhoo thinks that this is the place where the people from Area 100 should be. The only reason they came all of the way here is because they heard a rumor about a Korean female, a member of the Awakener Association who seemingly united the 10 areas around her with ease. He asked for her name just in case, but now he knows that she isn't that person, as Yeonhee would have no real reason to talk about the Awakener Association, and considering that she might be impersonating Mary, it seems like their leader also isn't a part of the Awakener Association either. When they arrive, the man serves them some ramen, which Sugal is stunned by, as he hasn't had real food in ages. He congratulates Sunhoo, as his woman seems to be amazing. Not even 100 magic stones would be enough for this ramen. Sunhoo tells him to enjoy it while he can, but also tells the guy to bring them some soju too, as he knows that they have some. Sugal finds him even more amazing, but after their meal and drink, the woman comes around, with the man explaining that he put enough in their food and drink to knock out an elephant, so they should both be fast asleep. The woman tells the others to tie them up properly so as to not let them make a single move, but Sunhoo is actually awake, and notices that she must be their leader, so he suddenly uses Odin's wrath to zap the others to sleep. As he slowly gets up, the woman asks him how he's still awake. Did that fat guy eat his portion too? Sunhoo says that he also ate. He just used an insignia to protect himself. Can't pass up ramen after all. Sunhoo says that she looks pretty strong, but considering how careful she is, it seems that she has fought someone from the Awakener Association previously. The woman asks if he's that curious about his ally, with Sunhoo noting that he's probably dead. But the woman starts screaming, as there is no way they could let a bastard like that live. He was not that twisted from the start, as he had a sense of justice and lost sleep when he needed to kill people for the greater good. However, at a certain point, he suddenly turned for the worse. He started killing people for even the smallest inconveniences they would cause, and did all sorts of terrible things, in the name of peace and leadership. It was so bad, that on the day when he died, the crowd cheered very loud and festivities carried on for days on end. But something that he said once still bothers her even now. He said that he is a part of Tomorrow, one of the World Awakener Associations. Since they have kept this a secret for a long time, the bonds between their allies are stronger than ever. So when their areas eventually become connected, they will meet again. The woman thinks that if this man is a part of that organization, he won't even listen to her, so she must kill him before he does it first. She summons the 12 faceless stone statues, which rise from the ground in grandiose fashion. Sunhoo notes that this area must have been connected to the Temple of the Dead, as these were the things that were guarding the final boss. But his skeleton dragon is a divine relic that was being protected by the boss, so these things are like toys to him. He uses Tale of Hanuman to get rid of the statues in an instant, but he notices that the woman still has not given up even after this show of power. So it must be true that she was the one that united the 10 areas by herself. He asks why she killed that guy, which he doesn't find important, but Sunhoo says that he doesn't accept just anyone in their team. The woman grits her teeth and tells him that he was like the devil incarnate, and the World Awakener Association he made was supposed to take care of the weak and strengthen the powerful in order for them to survive. But it seems that this is not what he was aiming for. Sunhoo apologizes for this, as he cannot know what every single person is thinking, but the woman refuses to take up his act, as she knows that their bonds are strong. That's when the idea of him not being from Tomorrow pops up. Sunhoo doesn't answer, and instead says that there's a quest that needs completing that doesn't give boxes, but gives 500,000 points at a minimum, enough to open a master box. She would have enjoyed tons of things after obtaining power and authority, but she is still only at the level of a child. Even the things she has now can be taken from her in a second, should he encounter someone with much greater power, like what happened to him in the past. However, She can reach a world incomparable to where she is right now, a world where she will face God. Is she not curious about how to reach it? The edit of the reward system did manage to increase the number of survivors, but it also created an unexpected problem, as people have become complacent in the economic system that was created. These people avoided fighting entirely, and lived lives that normal people would live. What Sunhoo needs is a strong army that is motivated enough to face the 7 demon kings and their endless forces. He must now edit the system once again, to give them a reason to fight, as if the gap between combatants continues to increase. His plans will go belly up. The woman introduces herself as Shin Gyunga, a close-range combatant, which makes Sunhoo think that she will be useful, as now they have 2 damage dealers and 1 healer. Eventually, Sugal also wakes up from his forced nap, and notes that he slept pretty well, with him also noticing the woman, who asks if he woke up. He wonders who she is to be talking to him like that, so she introduces herself, but she also says that intimidation doesn't work on her, just because he's older. Additionally, since she led all of the Spire raids, she could be older than him. He might be considered a Mr. too. Sugal is surprised by this, as he did not expect to be called that by a young woman, but Sunhoo tells them that they can flirt later, as now they need to move. To Area 12, that is. When they arrive, everyone seems to be having a grand old time, with Sugal asking Gyunga what she thinks about it. She says that it's fine, but Sugal tells her to not act so cheeky, as she will fall out of her boots once she sees what's next. He shows her the bank and also shows her the leader of the bank, Sua. Gyunga's face lights up as she sees Sua, with Sua also noticing her, so Gyunga rushes to her side with tears in her eyes, and is very glad to have met her in this place, seeming like very good friends. Gyunga was actually Sua's younger friend in the past, with Gyunga respecting Sua so much that she naturally followed her everywhere, even in the world of finance. Sua tells her that Odin was a part of Telestar Investment before, where her favorite person is Jessica, so she might be able to meet her. Gyunga tells her that this isn't the most important thing, as the World Awakener Association is divided into 2, Tomorrow and Revolution, which Odin is a part of. The leader of Revolution is none other than Joshua von Carrion, so in the end, Odin is just a part of Joshua's faction. Sua thinks that the Carrion group emerged better than ever after the fall of Goldstein and Rothschild, so Odin is directly connected to the leader of that prestigious family. Sua always chose the wrong sides in society, but it seems that she hit the jackpot with Odin, as he keeps leading her to better and better places. Somewhere else, the bully bumps shoulders with someone, who stops him to talk about it, but then he notices the Miracle Raid Force pin on his armor. The bully taps him and tells him to be careful from now on, as even though they have a bank, they don't have a court just yet. This makes the man run away, and with the bully thinking that this sounded really cool, it seems like his time spent at PC cafes was not all that useless. An older man calls him the vice raid leader and says that the raid leader is waiting for him. He also put in a good word for him. The bully thanks him and thinks that this guy who used to be a lawyer is now under him in this world, someone who was a professional bum. He enters a room and apologizes for being late, with the raid leader, Kang Ginam, asking if that person came back. The bully confirms that he did, and he also brought a woman with him, with some nice C-rank equipment on her, but she didn't seem to be that serious. Ginam notes that she must be a big shot from somewhere else, so it seems that he needs to introduce himself to Odin sooner than expected. He needs to make that happen. The bully says that he will try, but that's when Ginam starts to strangle him, as he perhaps heard him wrong. Did he say try? The bully runs away as he says that he will make contact now, but wonders how that is possible, as even the rumors surrounding Odin are horrifying. He is the strongest out of the guild. Both Sugal and Sua are under him. He also holds amazing power, and is cold-hearted enough to eliminate anyone he doesn't like. He also told him to act like they are strangers, so he shouldn't waste time and just not even try. That's when the system swings open in front of everyone, and the guide talks, noting that it has been a while since they last talked. He thanks everyone for reaching the final scene they have been eagerly waiting for. So the final scene of Act 1 has officially begun. The others are glad and scream out, but the guide asks them to not interrupt anymore as he explains, killing one of them instantly as he does that. When the 200 areas became one and the final 20,000 of them took up the stage, what went through their heads? Throughout the scenes, they should have prepared more. However, they limited themselves only to small-scale fights. Their enemies are aggressive and brutal creatures with no remorse, which are also ready to destroy them as soon as they are released. In this final scene, they will confront an army of them, so they all need to fight them as one, as the final scene is similar to the wave of Scene 1. All they need to do is defeat Commander Xipos and his personal army, which are more fearsome than imagined. But if they have completed stages 1 and 2 with so many survivors, he is sure that they will fight with no fear, so he wishes them a final good luck. As the final scene of Act 1 begins, Sunhoo thinks that the testing site is divided into 3 acts. Each act is structured like a scene, so there are 3 scenes, and the final one is the stage where they must fight entire armies. His explorer trait activates, and he detects 23 gates, so he starts looking through them in order to find out which one will spawn the commander, and he eventually finds it. He tells everyone that he will be managing Gate 2, but defending the other 22 remaining gates will not be easy at all, so they should have 5 raid units per gate, the bare minimum. They will be created around the elite forces, and he also tells Sua and Gyunga to aim for the first and ranking bonuses. Sugal asks what he should do, and Sunhoo tells him that there's a hidden item ready to be taken during the final scene of Act 1. He should go and clear that. Gyunga suddenly tells him to wait, as she was supposed to go with him all of the time. Sugal tells her to just shut her mouth and follow his orders, as Odin doesn't like it when people talk back. She tells him that this isn't related to how he does it. She joined this group to work with him only. Sunhoo agrees that he made that promise, but the stage she's looking for is not this one. It's what comes next. However, she should think about it while experiencing this final scene to determine whether she truly wants to get on that kind of stage. If her will remains intact even after this, he promises to go together until the bitter end. The stage eventually begins, and people try their best to defend against the little monsters with razor-sharp teeth. But even after hitting them, their burning passion for violence allows them to push through any pain. Things do not go as planned, however, as this particular group has the unfortunate honor of meeting one of the commanders, who kills all of the attackers in one swing. Seeing this, the survivors decide to turn around and bolt away. But as they do that, they notice a mighty dragon in the air and think that this is the end of them. But Sunhoo orders his pet to incinerate the enemies, which it does with excellent precision. The others watch in surprise as even the commander was damaged by this mighty attack, who, out of sheer anger, jumps at Sunhoo with its remaining arm and tries to slash him open, but he just holds his crude axe in place and tells it to keep something in mind as a warrior of Xipos. The ones who will make his race extinct are none other than humans. With that, Sunhoo has completed his commander quest, which makes the strength and morale of the demonic army fall by quite a significant amount. He screams at the others to stop faltering and deal with the runaways. Sunhoo thinks that the challenger box he received is good and all, but there's something more important that needs doing. He also wonders if Sugal is done with his mission. He only hopes that the information he gave him was correct, but even if it is right, things shouldn't have been easy. He eventually arrives at where Sugal should be, and he does find him there, with an arm and leg fully taken off, but he has succeeded and got the divine artifact of the Xipos item, which can set a return destination. Sunhoo decides to pick him up and go back to the others, and even though these two were tired from the battle, they did not change their minds. He has to do something else. He tells the fairy to come out, as he wants to change the rank system they have now into a level system. In the current system, from F rank to S rank, one needs to raise each rank by 100 before going to the next. Since they do need to raise 4 stats in such a manner, it's too much to keep track of, while also considering what items to get. This is why he plans to change every 5 points into one level. For example, the stats that are displayed like this will be shown as such. Since the 5 stat points are not difficult to obtain, everyone will continue to level up constantly, and the continued chain of level messages and rewards will motivate them further. Additionally, he wishes to implement proficiency into skills and traits, meaning a natural growth for using or activating them regularly and well. Basically, nothing major will change. It's just how it's displayed, and what the system is giving them. The fairy thinks about it, and notes that he's worried that after this edit, the awakeners will not be as thankful to the system. They will treat this as power they should obtain because they worked hard. Sunhoo is tired of this little brat, as one should be able to obtain their powers with hard work. It's not the system who is out here fighting, right? He asks the fairy something. Is the system only thinking of how to increase its devotion, or was it made to prevent humanity from going extinct? The fairy just smiles and says that proficiency can be implemented if the growth rate matches their point increase. With that, the Challenger trait is activated once again, as the Solemn Challenge 2 quest is created. In this one, Sunhoo must assassinate the Backlund King. He knows that this won't be easy at all, as the Backlund King is extremely powerful, but the fairy instantly moves them to the quest area, while he thinks that they should be fine with a party of 4. But the notification he sees next shocks him, as Wu Yanhee has joined the party. As soon as he is transported to the quest area, Yanhee also teleports right next to him. She is the one who would be the most helpful to have around, and the one he tried looking for up until now. But for some reason, this made him angry, as he didn't want her to get involved in such a dangerous quest. He asks how she did it while she hugs him tightly, and she explains that she got a quest that was connected to him, and was accepted immediately. Eventually, the others arrive in the area too, and Sugal thinks that she must be Mary. He has heard quite a lot about her. He tries to handshake her, but she just looks at him with deadly eyes, and notes that he must be favored by him. He can just call her Mary, and only that. Next, she moves on to the other two, and says that she will be watching them diligently, and she also smirks at something called the Best Lifeline, giving Suwa chills. Sunhoo tells them to wait here while he talks with Mary about something, but Sugal notes that this is truly Odin's girl. He didn't expect anything else. Gyunga is in a state of complete shock, so to help her, Sugal pummels her head with his fist. They shouldn't worry though, as he didn't put any strength into it. This seems to have worked, as Gyunga says that there's something wrong with that woman. Suwa asks Sugal how he knows she's Odin's woman, as she has never heard of her. Does he know anything else? Sugal doesn't know much, as he got spooked by her too. Suwa notes that since she will be a part of their team from now on, they need to know as much as possible. Sugal laughs at the notion of them being on the same team, as he can just tell by looking at her that the 3 of them will be on a single team, as there's a huge gap between their powers. As they walk, Yanhee says that Sugal is fine, but the 2 women aren't. Sunhoo patiently waited for her to become a person like this, but after seeing her change so much, he's kind of afraid. He asks how she joined the party once again, and she explains that it's because of the reason she approached him in the first place. This is because in primary school, she received a life quest to help the one designated by the system. Sunhoo told her to get rid of that quest, as its reward was too vague, but she refused to. She also nearly forgot she had it, but a chain quest telling her to help him appeared out of nowhere. There's also something off about the system, as it feels like someone is slowly molding it into something else. Sunhoo notes that he's the one who's doing that. The quest they are on now is also a part of this. Yanhee isn't that surprised that he did it, and it's true that many more awakeners survived because of the changes, but something in her wonders if making them stronger and letting them survive is a good thing. People change a lot when they gain power. Some become a lot more different than they were before. She suddenly gets out of her daze when she sees Sunhoo getting very angry, as he knows that she must have had a hard time because of those fucking traitors. He will lynch them if she hasn't already. She apologizes and says that she gets why he has tested those people so harshly all of the time now. Sunhoo notes that she must have seen a lot of trash up until now. The world is filled with people like this, but they cannot make it with just the two of them. That is why they created the Awakened Association to control the people. Even though they might make mistakes, she shouldn't push away the people he brought instantly. With that out of the way, he begins briefing everyone, and they should understand that everyone's lives are in danger while they are here. Many foreign races exist, and each has a dimension they call home. However, one thing is true for all of them: they worship the 7 demon kings. This is different from regular religions, as their gods, the 7 demon kings, are the most elite beings and directly affect the civilizations that worship them. Among these kings, the Backlund Corps worships Doom Arcuda, and high-ranking members like the commanders receive the authority of their god directly, so fighting the entire army on their home turf will lead them to certain death. So the only way to kill the Backlund King is to force one-on-one. As he speaks, he notices that Gyunga is lost in her thoughts, so he urges her to focus. But since he has done enough explaining, he will now hand them the equipment they will use. Sua and Sugal are the first to get their items, and Gyunga recognizes them as A-rank items, meaning that Odin didn't drag them here only to be meat shields. Their glorious leader will save them. Additionally, since Mary is also here, they don't need to worry about the quest. Sunhoo notices the worship in her eyes, and asks if she can see who is right next to him. He asks her to describe Mary, which she considers rude, but she does nonetheless. She sees her as a surfer dude with a pretty nice mustache. The others immediately check up on her as Sunhoo drags Mary away and asks what she did. She explains that Gyunga only joined for the rewards and didn't have the will to face death. However, she will revert this mind control if she goes too far. But he should know that people like her are always troublemakers, so they should just leave her as is. This action reminds Sunhoo of the second evil. In exchange for not having any forces, she enjoyed controlling others on the battlefield, almost like she was playing with toys. She was commonly known as a demon who annihilated the forces of people without even blinking. He doesn't know her identity, but thanks to the first evil slipping up once, he learned that she was a woman, which almost made the first evil die multiple times. However, it's impossible for Yonhee to really be the second evil, as he also has the first evil traits, among other virtue skills. But if she really does become the second evil in the future, he will have to deal with her, and do it swiftly. 10 days later, as they walk around the sandy plain, Sugal falls behind once again, just in time for a bull to appear, and challenge him to a contest of strength, something the bull loses, as Sugal snaps his hands down and kicks him away. He calls out Sua as he does that, and she calls back as she's being crushed by one of the bulls. Sugal immediately charges in and kicks the bull right in the head. Afterwards, he immediately starts scolding Sua, as she shouldn't have strayed so far away from him, but she tells him to look out from behind, as another bull is charging him with his horns ready to pierce. But Gyunga comes to the rescue, who gallantly jumps into the air and says that he's acting like one of those drama characters, but he shouldn't underestimate Sua at all. Sugal is just tired of her at this point, as fear is still messing up her brain, and Sua isn't doing that hot either, as she has been pretty down since meeting up with Odin's gal. He tells her that since his barrier is gone, her role is going to be more important from now on. Sua suddenly speaks, and asks if Mary is a healer like her. Sugal confirms it, but why is she asking? Didn't she see how she attached his hand back? Sua asked, because she couldn't believe what was going on in front of her, making Sugal look too. Sure enough, she is fighting bull after bull on the ground, while Sunhoo supports her with lightning magic. Sugal finally gets it. They are not falling behind, they are just bait, as expected of those two. He is also quite worried about Sua's mental state, so he grabs her and tells her something wise. If a sparrow tries to walk like a stork, it will only break its legs, so she shouldn't look over there and focus on now, as he will protect her. She asks what he's doing, but he notes that she should just try her best to stay by his side. With that, they charge in once again. For 2 months, they continued to battle while moving over 1,500 kilometers, or 932 miles. Sunhoo's stats started to reach the level he was at before his reset, which Yonhee was quite proud of, but the others were exhausted, so he decided to have a maintenance break, as it had been 5 days since they did. The others are also experiencing a lot of growth, and they will become even more useful by the time they reach their final destination, where the king resides. As Sugal wonders how to approach Mary, he remembers what Sunhoo said, that she is a senior to him in more ways than one, so he should treat her with respect. He finally relents and calls her Lady Boss, which Sunhoo likes, as Mary is older than him too. He was shocked when he heard about this, as she looks a lot younger, but still, this is good, as he didn't get to call someone younger than him boss. His manliness wasn't completely destroyed, since the way they call each other is basically all over the place. He suggests to Sua that she should call him Appa, as it would be easier. She agrees, just as Yonhee comes next to Sunhoo and notes that this is quite nice and peaceful. She also tells him that Sua likes Sungil, and the same can be said about him to her. Sunhoo didn't know, but Yonhee feels that they have had feelings for each other for a while now. Perhaps he still doesn't allow romantic relationships between teammates? Sunhoo thinks that this is dangerous, even though she won't dare to read his mind. He might get caught if this conversation continues. He rises, and notes that the losses outweigh the gains. He knows better than most how personal emotions are the most dangerous during combat. He needs to keep this line between him and Yonhee visible. They can never become lovers no matter what happens. Eventually they arrive at the spot they wanted too, a large city built by the bulls. Sunhoo explains that the Backlund King should be at the center. They need to drag him out of there. Yonhee notes that she can go in, but that is their last resort. So Sunhoo tells the others that they will be a distraction from all of the way here. Entering is prohibited, and should they go in, the last thing they need to do is be surrounded. In 1997, when Hong Kong raised the interest rate by 400% overnight, Seoul crumbled from within, and just like then, what they need now is fear of the other. The fear created on the outskirts will be enough to drag the king down here too. since in their culture the king is also the greatest warrior. If he doesn't arrive, the return stone will be used to engage in guerrilla warfare. Suddenly, a large eye appears in the sky, and Sunhoo recognizes it. It's the gaze of Doom Arkuta. As soon as it completely manifests, they are all hit by a psychological attack, and a new quest appears, the Worship Doom Arkuta quest. If they stay sane until the Backlands finish the ritual, the quest will be completed. Unfortunately, Sugil, Gyeonga, and Sua were too weak for this, and are now walking towards the city to worship their mighty god. Yeonhee knows what needs to be done, but she can only save one of them. Which one will it be? The sky continues to rumble as Sunhoo thinks of who to save, but there's only one that deserves it, and that one is Sugil. He is immediately pulled out of his daze and is rewarded with authority resistance, but he just doesn't get what's going on. The other two are still under Arkuta's mind control and immediately try to kill him, but Sunhoo tells him to duck as he launches an attack that removes Sua's attacking hand completely. Seeing the dangerous aura around their opponent, they decide to run away, while Sugil screams out for Sua. Sunhoo comes around and says that he's fine because of Mary, but she is knocked out as a result. When she wakes up, she notes that the 7 demon kings are pretty strong. Even though one of them looked at them for a moment, they were almost dead. Sunhoo explains that if that thing was aimed at them, they would have been done. They just stumbled on it while the great ceremony was going on. Sugil asks if there's any way for the other two, but Yeonhee says that they are gone, as their minds are fully taken over. He barely survived too. Sunhoo gets very mad at this, as they lost 2 teammates just because one of the gods looked at them. There is still such a huge difference in power. However, there's no need to despair. They must focus on the facts. Gyeonga is the most dangerous, as she could return as a true monster because of her potential. He tells Sugil that, as such, those two will return as enemies, so he should keep in mind that hesitation is defeat. But now they will start to drag the king out of his mighty castle. The 5th virtue and his group were quite peculiar, as they did not progress on quests with nice rewards. Instead, they went around hunting enemies. They were mad with bloodlust. He talked a lot about how he was only watching out for safety, but at some point, he grew so much that he was able to fight any of the 8 evils or virtues. Here, and in the land of the dead, Sunhoo finally understood how he was able to grow so quickly. When he completed the endless fighting spirit quest, he was rewarded with the passionate trait, something that becomes stronger as one fights. Depending on the time spent in battle, he gains bonuses like regeneration speed, physical defense, and other things. With this addition, Sunhoo fulfilled his 10-trait limit. This is how the 5th virtue managed to show amazing performances during big battles. From here on out, men who overcomes adversity and are passionate will have the traits that instill complete fear in the Backlands. As he charges in with the dragon, Sugil tells Mary that he doesn't mind being used as a combat doll, but even if she doesn't like him much, he hopes that one day she will see him in a good light. If she looks favorably at him, he can trust her with everything he's got, right? Mary finds him quite funny, as he's not scared of death in the slightest, and his heart is also filled with the thought of survival for himself and everyone else. In the past, she was sensitive to the killing intent the monsters let out, but she will play around, but only for a little bit. She agrees with him, and asks if he's ready, which gives him more confidence to continue on. The Backlands go on their normal routines until something looms over them, that being Sunhoo's bone dragon, which crashes on the ground and makes the others let out horns to signal an invasion, before the dragon kills them too. After this, Sunhoo calls the bone dragon back, and since the king will have an item of similar power, he will save him up until then. The Backlands get ready with tons of different units, wyvern knights, elite troops, and even high-ranking sorcerers. With this, he can consider this an S-rank dungeon. Not the worst, but not the best either. As the mages unleash their powers on him, he activates the passionate trait and sensitive trait, along with the gifted one, to give his abilities a tier up. With his dexterity at SS rank, he can feel that the entire world is out for his head, but he uses Devi's sword to cut up the wyvern's head, and Odin's wrath to kill some of the S-rank core. He will do everything alone, without any items or other traits. He will become a true monster in order to face this race. Yeonhee uses her mind control abilities to control some of the bulls, and use them against each other, while also cutting through them with great control, something that Sugil finds to be amazing. Suddenly, however, he is met by Sua, who has completely different clothing and auras. He can't lie, he likes the design, but this is far too much. She charges in without a second thought, until he puts her to the ground and attempts to pummel her, but he stops himself at the last second, as he still believes that they can still save her and work as a team. Sua does not even recognize him, however, and even if he keeps getting attacked, Sugil can't bring himself to end her, so he submits to his fate. But that's when Yeonhee saves his life by cutting Sura's dagger hand, and says that no matter how hard he tries, she is like a rabid dog, with the only instinct left being that to kill. Sunhoo continues to kill the bulls while being under the effects of numerous poisons and effects, but the passionate one allows him to resist them. A single wyvern is left, and that wyvern charges him, which he blocks, but only by using monstrous strength, which is not activated at full power because of the binding roots of the death effect. He cannot hope to dodge the remaining bull as he is stuck under the drake, so he is hit by the full brunt of the attack, which allows a man who overcomes adversity to activate, and he uses it to get up and let out a huge lightning strike that the king notices. The others come around too, with Sugil barely being able to walk at this point, but Yeonhee wonders if the king will even come out. Sugil also tells them that he has a trait called Fist Destroyer, which sounds pretty cool to him at least. Sunhoo sees the king coming, and when the challenge quest appears, they will not jump in, no matter what. The king of the species and the greatest warrior of the species appears, the highest priest of Doom Arkuta, who has 210,000 physical defenses and 300 magical defenses. He is riding the dragon, which cuts through the Great Plains, a gigantic S-rank beast with good defense skills. With their appearance, the Prove Hidden quest appears, The king has been waiting for a mighty opponent to appear, and the conditions are to kill him. The reward is the chain quest and the birth of Doom Man, and if they fail, the king will receive the birth of Doom Backlin. Sunhoo wonders what all of this nonsense is about, while Arkuta watches with great interest, and above him, the omnipotent Doom Chaos also observes this legendary battle. The king and Sunhoo immediately punch each other's fist, which creates a shockwave big enough to almost carry everyone away, and it also completely ruptures Sunhoo's muscle structure. Fortunately, he has a regenerative skill, allowing him to continue fighting like a beast. The king is surprised by this, allowing Sunhoo to charge a mighty flaming punch and go right through the king's hand. After the attack lands, an explosion the size of a nuke appears. Somewhere else, Hyunwoo gets a notification about the system being edited. Due to this, some items were deleted, like the rank system and the boxes, but a few items were also added, like proficiency, item level, and skill rank. Now, the power of their skills will be shown as skill ranks, and successful skill uses will increase their proficiency with that skill. Hyunwoo thinks that the skills he got from the bronze and gold boxes started to be different the longer he trained them, but since everything starts at F rank, he always wondered what to train first. He opens one of the skill stats, showing him what it will do if he actually uses it more, which is very intuitive for the user, and a nice change all throughout. Gin comes around and says that the display is not the only thing that has undergone change, which Hyunwoo knows about, as the ranks of skills and traits are different now, and with them, they can raise their level much better than before. Gin is kind of fearful, because they will have a lot of dangerous competition, but Hyunwoo refuses to lose. He orders Gin to get everyone organized, and ready to move out. When he looks at his stats, he can only smirk, as he thinks that there are probably very few people like him right now. Sunhoo finishes his mighty battle, and with it, he also completes the Solemn Challenge quest, and the Hidden quest, Prove. His stats are more than double those of Hyunwoo, and with these skills, he is probably at least 10 times stronger. Even if he is extremely tired from what just happened, the system gives him no rest, as it gives him another quest instantly, the birth of Doom Man. A path has opened for him, and if he completes the expectations of Doom Chaos to prove his worth, he can be lifted to the same level as the ones who were raised by his greatness. The quest is to reach level 561, and the reward is the second part of this quest. Sunhoo can only laugh. Now he gets why the Challenger quest was so hard, because this bastard is trying to recruit him as the 8th Demon King. The system allows Sunhoo to cancel the quest, but it will cost him a whole 10,000 contribution points. Naturally, he doesn't have that, as all of his contribution was reset when he entered his second try, and even if he did have that much contribution, he wouldn't cancel the quest, since he can stop the invasion of the 7 Demon Kings. However, he will play their game for now, and become this Doom Man and the 8th Demon King. As he walks to Sugal, he tries to contact Yeonhee through telepathy, something only high-level awakeners can do. And since Sunhoo has a pretty high level, the transmission distance is far, but there is no response from her. Sunhoo knows full well that they put their return point stones here, but only he and Sugal were transported. Is the system at fault? Before he can think of anything else, man who overcomes adversity finally ends, and Sunhoo immediately falls unconscious from the pain. When he awakens again, Sugal is right next to him. The system announces that the 2 mind-dominated women have been removed from the party. Sugal probably got these notifications too, but he didn't say anything and just stared at the ground to ignore them. Suddenly, someone comes from behind and asks who they are, which makes Sunhoo use his telepathy and order the man to leave them, as he certainly doesn't want to be bludgeoned by a gigantic man, right? That's when from behind the man comes Jasung, whom Sugal is very glad to see, as he is having trouble with his leg right now. Hyunwoo is also here, and thinks that the man next to Sugal can only be one man, Odin. He bows down and introduces himself as the unit leader of the Heavenly Sky Guild. It is truly an honor to finally meet Odin in person. Sunhoo asks how long they have been gone, and Hyunwoo tells him that it has been over 6 months, which makes Sunhoo confused about it, as a similar amount of time has flowed here. He then orders Hyunwoo to leave them for a bit, and pull back the men while he's at it. With that, they all get in formation and patrol away. Somewhere else, Jinam meets up with a unit, and asks where they are from. The unit leader explains that they didn't name it, since they will be disbanding after this job. They made a deal with the people after all. The bully explains to Jinam that among the 25 people in this unit, 20 are clients, and they wanted to gather the small number of magic stones they had previously. Hearing this, Jinam instantly orders his group to arrest them. When he goes back to the city, he starts lecturing everyone about what just happened. This is why he suggested that they restrict the units from using the hunting grounds without permission. Yet a few of the oh-so-noble souls in here kept opposing it. This is the Heavenly Sky meeting, where the 10 unit leaders meet. Jinam asks all of them, what should they even do now? Those who should have lived while doing the odd job here and there have gone utterly mad, and are trying to level up. Chae-young says that they should regulate the hunting grounds and raise the unit application fee to 20 times the original. With that, everything should sort itself out, and the ones below won't go against their masters again. Another unit leader asks how she can talk like that about people, who are still guild members after all. Chae-young knows this guy, Lee, and tells him that they are in public, so he should show some respect when talking to her. Jinam agrees that if they let them as they please, the stability they have worked so hard for will get shattered. During the territory war with the Il-sung Guild, and during all of the events where fear befell everyone, they worked tirelessly to overcome the disasters. Now, it is time to unite like this again. Lee doesn't know what to say, as they are trying to control the public because of power. He can't just sit here and listen to this anymore. Another unit leader notes that they aren't the public. They are just a group that cannot defend themselves. Lee notes that they really are bastards, so he will leave now, but he will still follow whatever decision they make. They just need to make sure to count his vote as against. Hyunwoo appears at the same time and says that he met Odin, who is in the western village of Area 15. Suwa and Gyeonga were missing too. This makes every single unit leader start to sweat profusely, and Ganam says that they cannot allow them here. The fat leader agrees, as this guild only exists because of their hard work. The Ilsung Guild would have completely taken over were it not for them. Another agrees, as this is far from the old Heavenly Sky Guild. They have raised it from the ground up. The Gold Unit leader and Magic Stone Bank resident Ju Pansuk notes that Sunhoo is most definitely a terrifying person. He is originally from Area 12, so he saw some things. Odin does not care about their positions, though he will probably just send someone. He enjoys that kind of authority often. As for justification, they have it, as Odin mercilessly killed the leaders of Area 12 before stepping down. From what he can gather here, some of them will meet the same fate. Since nobody has more seniority than him, he would like to make the decision by himself, since it's probably something they all agree with. They, the Heavenly Sky Guild, completely reject the Odin group, perhaps to forget about the loss he just felt a few hours ago. Sugul went around the boundary of the settlement, and eventually found a bottle of wine, which he is very happy about. Even if Sugul is only thinking about the drink, which to him is quite weak, Sunhoo is more interested in the fist-destroyed trait, so he would like him to talk about it. Sugul notes that he can just look at it, but Sunhoo would like to respect his privacy. Sugul doesn't mind, so he shows him everything, including his stats, and the Fist Destroyer trait, which is S rank, and increases unarmed damage. Sunhoo notes that this is quite the trait, which will probably allow him to only fight with his fist from now on. Sugul notes that he's going to have to get used to it, but he is also very worried about Yeonhee, as he wants to know what happened. How long will they be waiting here anyway? Sunhoo says that they will be staying until tomorrow. So with that information, Sugul goes to gather some magic stones, as he doesn't want to go back to the village empty-handed. As he treks the land to hopefully find more booze, he notices a bunch of men in formation, almost looking like they are going to war. Sugul just approaches and calls Pansuk over, as he's very glad to see him climb the ranks like this. He must be the gold unit leader, right? Pansuk notes that it just happened, but why is he all alone? Where is Odin? Sugul explains that he is in the village of this area, but is there some sort of war they should be worried about? Should he help? Pansuk notes that he doesn't even know who they are fighting, but Sugul doesn't care, as he will clear out any enemy. Pansuk likes his confidence, and Sugul notes that a man with no confidence is like a corpse. But why is he changing the subject all of a sudden? As everyone's faces darken, Sugul finally realizes what is going on, and he can't help but frown. He always knew that he was a wicked bastard, but he always warned him not to cause any trouble with them, as it would lead to his doom. He can only wonder if he realizes the kind of mistake he is making right now. Thanks to Pansuk being in the distribution industry, he is able to calculate things pretty quickly. While other people were hesitant, he was one of the first to start gathering magic stones, and the one who initiated buying and selling things in the market. When injured people came to him, he sold them medicine, and when large battles occurred, he sold attack items, both at very competitive prices. With his goods, he got a vast amount of wealth, beyond just the Heavenly Sky Guild. Even though Odin was strong, a handful of awakeners were also pretty able after the final scene of Act 1, and the northern area had the Ilsung Guild, with the southern area being controlled by the Heavenly Sky Guild, which alone had 20,000 awakeners. Pansuk gathered this many men because he thought that not even Odin could go through them, but perhaps he was wrong, as Sugul is just flailing his fists around and men are falling left and right. Hyunwoo analyzes Sugul, and is amazed by his stats, but even if he has high attack power, it doesn't matter. As he has over 15,000 defense, nothing will go past him. He does manage to block a few hits of his, but nobody seems to be trying to attack Sugul while he's doing that. When he looks behind him, he sees that Chae-young is completely stricken with fear, and cannot move at all, allowing Sugul to eventually pass Hyunwoo's defenses and grab his leg. He notes that he must be wondering why some people are just standing there, but he will find out now why. After he is done with Hyunwoo and Ginam, a few people manage to catch the tired Sugul, who tells Pansuk that he especially left him for Odin, but he tricked these guys, right? Since he doesn't have anything else to say, he should finish the job already, as he's pretty tired. Pansuk unsheathed his sword and apologized, but he should have just run away and left Odin for dead. Jasung can only watch as Sugul is being decapitated. Even with this victory, Pansuk can only think about how to deal with Odin, as they have lost countless men. Sugul drives home this fact by saying that he should stand on the front lines when he fights Odin, as he won't escape anyway. Pansuk refuses, as the others that are below him will do it for him, and gain the glory of killing the Odin. He won't steal that from them, but he can be proud that he resisted that much. With that, Pansuk attempts to kill Sugul, who screams out at Jasung to duck while he still can. At that moment, countless heads flew off people's bodies, including Pansuk, who didn't even realize that he was dead. Sunhoo appears, his aura exuding everywhere, and he asks everyone who remains to convince him why he shouldn't kill them on the spot. 3 representatives step forward, spinning the same tale, that it was the fault of the 10 unit leaders, as they all said that if he returned, everything they built would crumble into dust. Sunhoo asks what they are talking about, so one of them explains that after the system adjustment, the guild meeting started, and they all talked about controlling the hunting grounds and raising registration fees for the new attack units. Sunhoo is furious, as these fuckers did as they pleased while they were struggling in the Backland homeworld. He adjusted the system despite losing Suwa and Gyeonga, yet people around here were plotting to destroy everything he built. He asks the 3 in front of him, why should he let them go? Just because they were following orders? This doesn't please him, so if they don't come up with something, they can consider themselves dead. The woman explains that she knows the internal situation of the guild, as she was part of the general affairs team. Sunhoo spares her, and one of the men says that he led the Gold Attack Unit's satellite units. So since they were actively engaging the northern regions, they know a few people from the Ilsung Guild, so he can talk with the king of the north for him. Sunhoo knows that Gyunga came from the north, so he tells the man to go and send the message that he wishes to speak with them. If they do not come, he will come to them, but they won't be just talking if that happens. The man does as he is ordered, and reports directly to the king about everything that happened. He apologizes for not knowing Odin's intentions, as this is everything he said. The king breaks part of his throne in a fit of rage, as Odin doesn't know who he's dealing with. The king recognizes the man as Kim Yunchul. From what he remembers, he used to have a cafe around the city. Before the man can even ask how he knows, the king says that they have eyes everywhere, like everyone should. He takes off his helmet and asks Yunchul if he recognizes him. He thinks that there isn't a Korean who wouldn't be able to name him. He is the wealthiest person in Korea, the young leader of the Ilsung group, Lee Taehan. He knows full well that this place won't last an eternity. At some point, they will have to go back to the outside world. So he asks for his help, as he will give him much more than what Odin can offer him. Yunchul instantly refuses, as he doesn't want to be dragged to hell like the others. Taehan didn't even finish explaining everything to him, but he doesn't care, as he has not experienced Odin's wrath yet. Before him, thousands of warriors fell in an instant. The 10 unit leaders all died at the same time, all with the same expression of confusion on their faces. He will not work against that man ever again. Taehan laughs, as he misunderstood what he was saying. He told him already about the spies. He knows full well what Odin can do, so he won't try anything. He's going to ask him for help when he enters the guild. With this hand of his, he will give everything to Odin. Every single thing. There are 3 financial powerhouses in Korea. Among them, Ilsung is at the very top, as they are a global business that works on cutting-edge technology and has massive influence over the tech world. Taehan was born the youngest of 5, with 2 daughters and 3 sons. He didn't even have the right to challenge the throne, as the order of succession was made clear. Rather than the lesser brothers, it was the eldest daughter who held all of the authority. Eventually, his father stepped down from his position, and he was curious as to why, as he was still quite healthy at the time. His father told him that Janil Investment held the majority share from then on, and he has consolidated all of their shares under his sister. But even with that, she won't be able to do much. Taehan noted that she would do her best, but his father came at him with an allegory. Does he know how to grow the strongest loaches? One must put them in a pond that has catfish, as they will struggle very hard to survive every day, which will build stress and tension in their bodies. He also ordered Taehan that day to go and stand by his sister's side, no matter what. He didn't understand the allegory or his father's intentions. He still doesn't, but Ilsung eventually ended up in his hands. The road he trekked to get to Odin reminded him of the first time he entered the secretary's office, but now he will see just who the catfish is. Sunhoo notes that he has quite the grand name, which Taehan excuses by saying that it's much easier to run things with a name like this. Before he can even introduce himself fully, Sunhoo tells him the 2 conditions he has. The first would be to not mess with the magic stone economy, and the second would be to not stop the growth of the lower area awakeners through restrictions. If he is able to follow this, the guild will also be his. Taehan introduces himself still, and Sunhoo walks away while warning him not to ignore these rules, as he will end up like the other executives they had. With this set, they will be able to start Act 2 with an even stronger economy. Sunhoo leaves Taehan with one final message, to not bother him with every little thing that is happening around. Taehan is shocked to see that he knew who he was, and still acted the way he did. Just who is this man? Taehan meets up with the bully after the chat, who is pretty nervous about the whole ordeal, but is very glad to see him healthy. Taehan says that he should be promoted from vice to unit leader, since they don't have any, so he will call him Unit Leader Kim from now on. He asks him to say everything he found out about Odin. Kim starts doing just that. His full name is Na Sunhoo. He is a part of the World Awakener Association, meaning that he has ties with the Carrion family. His father held a high-ranking position in the Jeonil Bank. His name is Na Jeonil. Taehan recognizes him as Jeonil's former bank president, Na Jeonil. He is sure that he heard about his only son, who ended up joining Jonathan's investment finance group, and now it has been revealed that he is also a part of the Carrion family. If he connects all of these things, it only leads back to one group, the Bilderberg Club. Taehan can't help but laugh, as now he understands why the world economy didn't shatter when the Day of Beginnings happened. Odin is their pupil, the one they nurtured as their sole weapon against the Day of Beginnings. This is much bigger than he could ever expect, so he tells Kim to stop all investigations on him. Taehan's plan was to use this power to regain the majority shares of Ilsung, but he won't mess with this side of the world he knows nothing about anymore. Since Odin has entrusted the guild to him entirely, from this moment forth, they shall focus solely on the unification of the Heavenly Sky Guild and Ilsung. Thank you for watching. See you next time. After this, the Heavenly Sky Guild transformed into the Ilsung Kingdom, and since it was Odin's direct order, nobody opposed this move. Taehan remembers what Odin told him about not bothering him, but since that day, he has not seen him or his assistant anywhere. However, he still felt as if he were in Odin's palm. The sheer name of Bilderberg shook him to his core. The fairy eventually arrives and says hi to everyone. He will be the one who operates Act 2, Scene 1. Are they not happy? This is all thanks to them. So he will reveal that this time, the 3 different stages will be combined into one, and the people who came from different stages should not worry, as he will not play favorites with anyone. After this, the fairy notes that now he will announce who everyone will be with. Camp 1 is the Ilsung Kingdom, which he congratulates them for, since their entire stage has been unified under one banner. He could be the guide for them again. The second camp is the Blue Dragon Group, and the third camp is the Rune Brothers, who are fierce fighters. Nobody should mess with them. The fourth camp are the descendants of Vikings. The fifth is Revolution 12, a place very similar to the Ilsung Kingdom in terms of unification. Once again, since they survived so much, he would like to congratulate them. Sunhoo and Sugal also get a notification, and Sunhoo notes that this is a welcome name, but they were not able to unite their own stage. Perhaps these are low-ranking members of Revolution. The fairy explains that since the Cheapos army they have faced before is pretty weak, this time they will have to face opponents at the Backlin Corps level at least. Sugal can't believe that he's reuniting with those cowheads like this, and the fairy notes that he will give them time to get closer and share among each other, so they should socialize and make friends while they wait. However, he has not forsaken the shy ones, and has prepared a delectable gift for them. Everyone receives the potential danger quest, which says that everyone knows other awakeners are dangerous, but is it only those in the other camps that are so? The objective is to eliminate awakeners, and based on the amount they kill, they get experience in boxes, to the point where they can even get a challenger box after 1,000 people. The experience will also increase significantly, depending on the number of awakeners that are killed. This is also a repeatable quest, and will continue until the test site officially ends. Sunhoo is seething with anger now, as this quest originally appeared in the third act, yet now this fairy is trying to kill everyone he worked hard to keep alive. Sugal also screams out in anger because of it, and Sunhoo thinks that he wants to open a challenger quest right now. But this is a trap. Everything in this hellish place is. Suddenly, a rumbling disrupts his train of thought, as two large groups have surrounded them, presumably ready for battle. One of them tries to analyze Sunhoo with his enlightenment skill, who is naturally immune to this. He notes that trying to peep in his status window is an act of war and treason, so he instantly cuts off the head of the perpetrator, allowing Sugal to move in and swing people around like dolls while Sunhoo walks below and takes care of any bastards that are foolish enough to attack him. He kills a total of 48 people, until one of them screams at him to stop and falls on her knees. She asks him if she remembers her, which he does. She is the one he saw at Joshua's group. She's Angela. He says that her subordinates lack manners, and points at Sugal and a stranger having a manly fistfight, up until Angela screams at Gunnarsson to stop. He does just that, and Angela explains that this guy joined late, so he does not know the situation. She apologizes on his behalf. Sugal tells Sunhoo that this guy is at least level 330, and tries to say something in another language, so Angela translates for him. He wants to see the fight he was in come to an end, which surprises Sunhoo, as he didn't expect anyone to be this dumb after the power he showed. To give him an example, he activates his power, and beats Gunnarsson within an inch of his life. Afterwards, he notes that he will not die, so healing will not be required. He's not a monster after all. When they go back, Sugal partakes in some candy and acts like a little kid after eating it, as it has been a long while since he has had any, and he wonders how many times Sunhoo hit that guy, as he couldn't follow it with his eyes at all. They kind of deserve it for being so dumb. They were also part of that revolution, weren't they? Sunhoo didn't expect him to know, but Sugal says that Gyunga told him about it, since she was involved with revolution before, and was excited to join it. Now that he thinks about it though, won't there be any issues since they beat them up on their first meeting? Sunhoo says that it's fine. They will not be interacting with these guys at all. Taehan will since he is the president. Sugal didn't expect him to be friends with that guy, and Sunhoo says that he is working under him. Things will get tricky soon though, so he should remember that. Sugal notes that getting phones now shouldn't be an issue, and he hopes that this all ends soon, as he wants to flex his muscles and cash in on his ex-wife. Sunhoo says that nothing is certain yet. Depending on how the politics happen, things might change. Angela appears too, and apologizes for not being able to control Gunnarsson. She has no excuses for her leadership skills. Sunhoo asks her why she wasn't able to unite the stage when she had 2 pre-awakeners under her, with Sugal also wondering that. Angela tells them that they had 3, but they had a problem when the quest aimed at him reappeared again. Sunhoo knows that she's referring to the assassination quest, and would like her to go on. She explains that while fighting against the Cheapos forces, the 3 of them joined forces and fought together, but when the quest appeared, they split up again. Lindegard was the one who messed up everything. He betrayed them, and made a mess of the stage. If he wills it so, she will be happy to kill him. Sunhoo tells her to go and find Taehan. She should leave that bastard to him. Angela does as she is told, and immediately goes to Taehan. She came under the name of Revolution. Taehan can't believe that Odin got in touch with the Revolution, and he also remembers this woman. She was with Joshua in the Berlin telecom office. He understands Odin's intention, but wants to know something. He feels that the root of the World Awakener Association is the Bilderberg Club. Is she also connected to them? Angela is surprised that he doesn't know. The Bilderberg Club has disbanded for a while now, and is under the control of the Jeonil Club. This realization strikes Taehan's mind like thunder, and he asks if she's talking about Jeonil. Angela confirms it. Their first meeting took place in the Jeonil Resort private hotel. Taehan can't believe that everything goes back to Jeonil. It's the shadow government that rules the world. But just how has it come to this? Angela says that she is his senior in Revolution, but their stations will be equal. This is what Odin ordered. From what Taehan can gather, Odin must be at a similar level to Joshua Carrion at least. Perhaps even above him. And even if it's unbelievable, he can see that Odin keeps giving him chances, so he will not disappoint him. Shortly after this, everyone enters Act 2 of the testing site. The stage is reformed. The corp and guild systems are unlocked, and the Pillar of Light is created. A guild is created under Revolution 12, and the Guide Master is Taehan, with over 72,000 people in the guild. Sunhoo thinks that almost everyone is united under one flag, but one single quest threatens this stability and power. Everyone received it, and to complete it they have to kill the guild master, to gain the title and experience. Taehan swiftly chooses Angela and Gunnarsson as vice guild masters, with Sugal being surprised that he's so busy, but nobody will be dumb enough to go after his position now. The fairy announces that Revolution 12 is the best guild for now, so they should keep doing well in the future. He will now tell them about their next quest. which relates to that beautiful tower of light behind him. This pillar is not made for them, but rather for their enemy, as it makes them stronger. Their objective in this act is to destroy that light pillar as quickly as possible. Sunhoo remembers everything about this. Stage 1 of this light pillar is stat weakening, Stage 2 is item nullification, and at Stage 4, everything will become useless, and they will be annihilated. Besides this, there will be ambushes every night. This place has become a circle. The red zone is where the pillar of light is, the black zone is where the ambushes arrive from, and the blue zones are basically safe zones. They have to attack the red zone during the day and defend the blue zone during the night, because if a city is destroyed, the pillar will gain power, so they need to be careful. On top of this, they even have internal enemies to deal with, and people will soon realize this too. Right below the pillar, a faction has risen up under Lindegard, the Great System Guild, who aim to protect this pillar no matter what, as it's a test from the Great System. As he does his speech, Sunhoo crashes into Lindegard with full force, making him instantly incapacitated. Sunhoo asks what the hell they are thinking about worshipping the tower, but Lindegard is waiting for him. Does he really think a man-made organization is better than the system? Although it was long ago, he remembers those words like they were yesterday. An existence that is a threat to everyone is growing rapidly. They failed at the time, and they were punished. Revolution was also a huge mistake, so the test will continue to become more brutal. The system will not let an organization led by the threat of humanity prosper. It will deny it. He continues screaming like a maniac, making Sunhoo kill him, as he has had enough of him. He asks if anyone else around here wants to give their lives to their system, and Suicidal tells them to leave, as this is Odin's territory. As Taehan organizes everything, he notices that they are given points whenever a quest is completed within the city area, and they can use these points to construct and strengthen defenses. It is basically telling them to prepare for the ambushes, and since he doesn't know how many monsters will be attacking them, he should invest now. Suicidal also designates the city of the Great System as Do Not Enter, which Taehan understands. Suicidal asks Sunhoo if they can't just go and destroy the light pillar, as he turned that cow king into roast beef. This shouldn't be that difficult. Sunhoo notes that they could, but they definitely shouldn't. The fact that the system can be altered by Doom Chaos, and he could use the Challenger quest to modify it, means that it's not omnipotent, and as the testing site began, many quests were given out. These are not just to grow awakeners. The goal is to distribute the limited resources of the system to those worthy enough. Because the rank system was changed into levels, and proficiency was implemented, the system became worried about awakeners obtaining power through effort. Knowing all of this, it was understandable that the system wanted the awakeners to feel thankful. To Sunhoo, though, forcing them into a war is unacceptable, so he tells Suicidal to not be hasty. They have to monopolize the rewards. Taking the long route is better. Right now, they will disband the party and depend on themselves for growth from now on. Suicidal knows that he was carried up to this point, but he shouldn't worry, as he will repay his debt to him no matter what. Things will not end with a simple thanks. Sunhoo says that even with the team disbanded, they still move together, so they should go and do the quest. They go to the ferry, who wonders why everyone left such a great city, and Sunhoo asks if they should be leaving too. This seems to be a new ferry, Lua, who was assigned by the guide to this place. Suicidal finds its name quite strange, which makes Lua try to explain it, but Sunhoo doesn't care for his explanation. He just wants the quests. Lua tells him that the quests are within the barrier, so he advises that he listen to this explanation, but Sunhoo only wants as many quests as he can take. Lua didn't expect him to be so impatient, but currently there are 12 quests he can do within the barrier and 9 during the ambush. He advises that he take the quests appropriate to his level, but Suicidal tells him to stop talking and hand over the quests already. Lua has had enough of them, and gives them all of the quests, with one of them in particular catching their eye. Queen, my queen. The first Backland queen is about to be reborn. They must kill 200 queen worshippers for their rewards. Sunhoo gets serious and says that nothing has been confirmed yet. They will know soon enough. Taehan receives the notification that 2 unaffiliated awakeners entered Area 8, which does not enter, meaning that Odin has begun moving. A subordinate comes and says that it's impossible to move through the barriers by physical means, telling Taehan that this is different from the first stage, so they need to create the walls as fast as possible. He orders everyone to focus on the hunting quests and gather points, which they all do, up until they get 100 points, allowing them to build a wall. They donate the remaining points to the cities that are struggling to gather them, leaving only those who do not enter to defend. The subordinate asks if they should send troops there, but when Taehan sees that the first barrier of Area 8 was destroyed, he knows that Odin is doing work, so he tells his subordinate to tell everyone again that the Do Not Enter city should not be entered. After a bit of hunting, the two complete a quest, and Sunhoo gets 37 million experience, while Suicidal gets 30,000. Soon enough, Sunhoo will be able to clear the birth of Doom Man, but he will have to think about it before making such a decision. 5 days later, he goes alone in City 7, where everyone seems to be talking about the economy. Because the monsters keep coming, they have a surplus of magic stones, to the point where their value has dropped significantly. Sunhoo goes to a shop and drops a bunch of purple magic stones on the counter, which are only dropped by commander-ranked monsters. Is he a resident of this city? Sunhoo confirms that he isn't. He is here because he heard that he makes grain whiskey. The bartender asks where he heard this from, but Sunhoo asks why he wants to know. Is he scared that he comes from and does not enter? The bartender says that he jokes too much, and that's when a patron slams their hand on the table and tells the bartender to bring him something already. One of the other patrons tells him to not let his anger out on someone just because he failed a quest. He should save his strength. To appease him, the bartender gives him a drink, which he chugs down. After a while, people have enough time to rest and enjoy food. It is completely different from before when they would hallucinate after drinking monster blood. This is the city that he wanted to see. Sugal is very happy to see that alcohol can be made now, and feels much better after taking a sip. Suddenly, a slender figure appears near them, and Sugal goes to see who it is. Sunhoo thinks that it must be a drifter, but Sunhoo comes around and says that the person wants to meet Odin. Sunhoo tells him to make them go away, but Sugal reveals that this person knows their true name, which surprises him. Somewhere else, the unit leader receives some news about the bank president, Na Junil, from someone who was around his office. He whispers something to the unit leader, who thinks that he can make a connection with Odin with this information. The person who came to see Sunhoo is none other than Ji-ye, his cousin. She thanks him firstly, because it was this ring that he gave her that saved her life. Sunhoo notes that seeing her again is wonderful. Can he take a good look at her stats? She agrees, and Sunhoo notices that she's not that weak. She's actually pretty okay, but her growth is slow considering she has an A-rank item. He asks why that is, and she says that things changed after Act 1 ended, and she needed to stay hidden, because of the Ilsung Guild. There is a rumor that the guild controlling the northern region is connected with Ilsung, and she doesn't have a good relationship with them. Even though wealth and authority were closely related, they constantly kept each other in check. The main goal of the branch Jaya was in, which was nicknamed Wealth Control, was to check everyone's wealth, becoming a thorn in everyone's side. Sunhoo says that he will deal with it, but how did she even find him? She explains that a unit leader in the Ilsung Guild told her. It was Jihoon, his old classmate. The same person stands behind the pile of corpses and hopes that everything goes well, as even if this is his cousin, things might still go wrong. Suddenly, Sunhoo calls for him, making him bow down and ask to be spared. But Sunhoo says that he had no intention of harming him. He just wanted to know something. Is there something he wants from him? Jihoon rises up and says that he only did what he had to do, which Sunhoo likes, and promises to save his life at least once. Jihoon is very glad that his gut feeling was right, and that he got something out of this whole ordeal. Ji-ye joins the party, and they go to deal with tonight's ambush. Sugal assures her that she doesn't need to do anything, just sit back and relax. With that, the slaughter of the Backlands begins, and Ji-ye is shaken by how easily they are killing them. Sugal sees her and asks if she's fine, which she confirms. He notices that she must be surprised, but this much is nothing to them. An arm can be grown back with an insignia, and a good night's sleep. Ji-ye didn't expect such a strong man to be on the front lines alone, as the strong usually send others to fight for them. Sugal notes that Odin helped her quite a bit today, which is an underestimation, though now Ji-ye feels like this is too much to handle. In the past, she was able to hold her own no matter the situation, and she was promoted because of it, but this is too much. There is nothing she can do for him, and since she is useless, she would rather not be a burden. She tells Sunhoo that she's going back, as just seeing him was enough for her, but Sunhoo notes that his dad cares for her. He won't be able to face him if something happens. Is there something she doesn't like? Ji-ye says that he's no child. She just can't keep leeching off of him. Sunhoo advises her to stay here until she reaches diamond rank, but she refuses, as the monsters knew she was the weak link, and constantly came for her. Only people like Sugal can stay by his side. She needs to go where she belongs, and not be scared of Taehan anymore either, because Odin is her cousin. Sunhoo accepts this, and lets her leave with a few more items. Sugal notes that this is the first time he has heard him talk so gently. A strong man should always be kind to family, so he is a man amongst men. That's why he respects him so much. He will also be the same when he reaches his family. He promises to be so. On this day, everyone from the guild gathered, and together they attacked the first barrier of the pillar. Floor 3 was also broken 2 months after entering the act. Sunhoo passed level 500, and Sugal is nearly at master level. Things were too peaceful. Sugal can't believe how much experience he's getting, which Sunhoo likes. The more motivated he is, the more XP he will get. They go to Lua, who notes that there should have been a message relayed to them by the guide, but he is quiet. If he were the one in charge, things like this would not happen. At least he thinks so. Sunhoo asks what the message is, and that's when they get pressured by Doom Arcuta's eye. It seems that the previous guide has defied the system, so now Doom Chaos has intervened. It altered the system, but it did not stop there, as now he's using the authority to answer the ritual of the Maruka tribe. Lua hopes that everyone is ready to have fun, as now a fun challenge has been given by the system, so they should all be happy. They will fight until only one remains. This quest separates people into groups of 3, where only one can leave alive, and if the quest is not completed, everyone in that space will die. Sunhoo is also transported with 2 randoms, who immediately start planning against him, but he doesn't care. He can't believe that this has happened, and that this bastard wants to reduce their population to 1/3 of what it is. He does not know what he is planning, but now he knows that he cannot let such an existence exist. He will rip him apart himself. He will destroy Doom Chaos, and everything that he stands for, but that is a story for another day. The Battle Royale quest swiftly comes to an end, and in it, 51 awakeners were eliminated, with the guild members dropping down to 1/3 of what they were before. Sunhoo can see that even those who survived cannot bear what just happened. They hold rage and resent a target they know nothing about. This was a complete and utter disaster. Taehan comes back too, and wonders what Doom Chaos and the system even are. Is Doom Chaos perhaps a god? Sunhoo asks if Kim Ji-ye is safe, and Taehan explains that they planned for things like this. If something unexpected happened, they planned to gather in the central square, so she probably survived. Sunhoo knows that Taehan feels the most despair now, as everything he built with sweat and tears crumbled in mere minutes. The number of members decreased to 1/3, so defending against the night ambushes will become difficult. He suddenly convulses, and he vomits a bunch of A-rank items out of him. He tells Taehan to take them and share them among the main force, including Angela and Gunnarsson. Taehan is impressed with the quantity of such items and says that he will do it now. Sungal appeared too, after the number of guild members dropped to below 20,000. Since the battle would not have taken long, he must have had a really tough time making his decisions. Sugal can't believe that so many have died at the hands of those they trusted. He feels disgusted more than ever in his life. Sunhoo tells him that the real battle begins now. He should go to the next city and try to help them the best he can. He can manage here alone. Sugal says that he will go to City 7, as sitting in his sorrow will help with nothing. Sunhoo receives a diamond box from the potential danger quest, and the Explorer activates. The authority of Doom Chaos that seeped into the system is basically gone, and with this, the remaining authority has set its sights on the quest for the birth of Doom Man. From now on, changing the system will be impossible, and quests such as Potential Danger and Assassinate will be removed for everyone. Quests of that type will be gone. Sunhoo feels like Doom Chaos is telling him to obey, which he doesn't like at all. He promises to pay him back in full. With that, he summons his skeleton dragon and rushes to help the others in the night ambush. As the oversized cows rush in, he beams them all with the dragon. But while he does that, 2 cities fall, making him think that he has to rush. Somewhere nearby, the nearby people try to defend against the might of their opponents, but they soon realize that there's nothing they can do. That's when Sunhoo rushes in and tells them to stand back up, while summoning the Solar Blade of Ra. Everyone gets back, as Sunhoo unleashes a slash so mighty that it takes out half of the attacking force, and lets out a war cry. Kill every single cow they see. This war cry revitalizes everyone, and they charge in, with Sunhoo also being filled with rage, to the point where he can barely hold out vomiting. Thousands have died for nothing, and no matter how many of these backlands he will kill, his heart is still sinking. Another city is destroyed while he fights, and the Pillar of Light has entered danger stage 1. Even though he sent Sugal out, and spread around so many items, the situation hasn't improved at all. He starts damning everything, himself, the system, and Doom Chaos, to the point where mighty lightning surges out of him completely. This desperate night seems like it would never end, but it eventually came to a close, and a guild that once boasted 70,000 people now stood at 14,000. The biggest problem they have now, however, is that everywhere Sunhoo looks, everyone is utterly defeated. There is no will to live in their eyes. Taehan tries to revitalize them. There is no need to space up. They should gather everything, no matter how little, and wake up from their daze. Do they wish for even more people to die? Sunhoo already planned to replace this guy if he also gave up, but thankfully he also knows that standing like this is useless. He goes up to him to explain something. Every time a city is destroyed, every single time the next floor barrier is not destroyed within the time limit, the danger of the pillar will increase. Stage 2 will make their items useless. Stage 3 will nerf their traits and skills. Stage 4 will rid them of their stats, making them as efficient as fish in battle. If another city falls, they will all die. Taehan understands the severity of the situation, but they don't have enough manpower to go and attack now, let alone defend. Sunhoo tells him that it's fine. He will give him the points necessary to reconstruct all of the cities and their defensive systems. They just need to deal with defending, and he will manage the rest. Taehan wonders if he alone can do that, but there's no other choice but to trust him, although it might not be enough. He tells Sunhoo as such, as even if he gives out commands, nobody is listening anymore. They are afraid that another quest like yesterday will appear. With that, he has one request for him. Fortunately, the power and potential danger quests were removed, so they must declare to everyone that this was done by him. They need to give them hope that a quest like that will not appear. He gets on his knees and begs him to become their hope, even if it's a complete and utter lie. Sunhoo was expecting something else, but it's the truth that he did this. Doom Chaos's authority is now focused only on him, so cruel quests will no longer appear for them. Taehan can't believe it, but Sunhoo tells him that this awful system will no longer harm them. He should go and tell everyone. Taehan thinks about what Sunhoo has faced up until now. Transcendental beings, the 7 demon kings, and their strongest member, Doom Chaos. It's horrifying to think about him, and now someone else can affect the system, but he didn't expect it to be a human. Not just that, but fighting against such a godly being, only to protect and save everyone, is extremely admirable, to the point where they can certainly call him their savior. He tells Jihoon to call everyone, as he has something to say. The remaining people all gather, with doubt and worry in their eyes, but Taehan begins his speech. They should look at each other, as they all have the eyes of pigs or cows who know that they are being dragged to their deaths. He was once like them. He struggled thinking about the next quest, which is a trick of the system. Day after day, he thought that he would die without doing anything. But he has learned the truth, the reason for the system errors. There is a reason the cruel quests disappeared, and he would like to share it with them. He can bet his life on these words. A quest like yesterday's shall never appear again, as they have a savior who is fighting against the calamity known as Doom Chaos. He is the person who they didn't dare look in the eye, the person who they feared. Odin has eradicated it all, the cruelty they took, and is dealing with the remaining authority all by himself. Is this even possible for a human? Of course not. He is already a god. So what are they afraid of when they have a divine protector with them? He changes the name of the city to the Savior's City and tells them not to forget. They are standing in the land of a god, the land of salvation. Everyone is surprised, but one man raises his fist and starts screaming, "Odin!" Everyone soon follows, resolving their issue with morale. As Taehan's words echoed in people's hearts, some started worshipping Sunhoo, creating an organization more unified than even the system. Sunhoo is fine with it, and is now focusing on putting his points in vitality. Since he has enough power, he just needs to endure more. Even so, After reaching the limit of vitality training, there was no answer for sleep. 1 month. In order to maintain stage 7 of Passionate One for the entire month, he survived solely on 1-hour naps. Sugul wakes him up by spinning him around, because he wasn't waking up. Sunhoo thanks him as it's fine, but his head aches constantly, and his nerves are destroyed. Even the smallest thing is making him angry, and his body has reached its limit. But today, he has the possibility of finally clearing the quest for the Pillar of Light barrier. That is the only thing making him move forward. As he walks towards it, everyone cheers him on, but he would much rather them shut up, as his personality might reach rock bottom if they continue. The Floor 7 barrier is eventually destroyed, and the moment Sunhoo did it, a bunch of monsters ran to him. Among them was the boss monster of Act 2, Scene 1. He feels like it would have been fair if he fought with an elite force of his own, but he is able to slash and dice everything purely based on instinct. He moved the least possible amount. He felt like he had completely absorbed the system's growth into him. This extreme situation has made his body reach new heights, but he really just wants to sleep. He takes the boss out in one slash, and immediately falls asleep next to him, ignoring the level and rewards he got completely. The system reveals all the guilds that survived, and how many members they have, with the members of the first camp named Frank, wondering how the Revolution camp even cleared this scene with so few people. One thinks that they got lucky. They surely don't have someone as great as their Indra. Everyone raises a toast to him, while he takes a sip too, and congratulates the bartender for creating such a quality drink. Lua suddenly appears and notes that it's thanks to them he got promoted to be the guide for the next scene. Naturally, the stage will be increased, and he won't bother them with a long explanation. The other guilds will certainly understand that they need special consideration, since they began in the central region. The unit leaders of this guild will also receive platinum boxes, the army leaders will receive diamond boxes, and the guildmaster will receive a master box. Indra noticed that the potential danger and power quest were not given this time, but it's giving them the rewards for it, meaning that the system has weakened. One of the members says that they shouldn't take this for granted, as long as they are in the center. Others will try to challenge them, which everyone agrees with. Check Camp 3, for example. As they say they are the World Awakener Association, they should go and see if that's true. Another says that Camp 4 is certainly a bunch of criminals, who shouldn't be reasoned with. A man named Bale says that Camps 2 and 3 are far too large. They will not work with them, so they should think of assimilating the smaller one first. Indra knew that he would come up with a smart idea, and allowed him to go and do as he wished. With that, Bale entered Revolution's territory, ordering everyone to not show aggression at first. They get to the first city, which is properly named Do Not Enter, and has a single resident, something that confuses Bale. But that's when someone crashes near them. That someone is Sugul, who asks if they are blind, or they can't read perhaps. Bale didn't expect this to be an Asian territory, but that is why their numbers are low. They are a bunch of weaklings. He tells Sugul that they came from the central area, and they want to meet their guild leader. Sugul doesn't understand what he's saying, because he isn't speaking Korean. Bale can see from his face that he's rejecting him, which makes him want to cut this fatty down, but he is here to recruit them. Sugul knows what kind of bastard this is, though it has been a while since he met one. A person who dared to look down on him. Bale isn't here for a fight, and tries to leave since they cannot talk. But that's when Sugul raises his fist and smashes his head with it. Bale never felt such force before. If he didn't have his defense ability, he would be dead. Sugul finds them quite funny. They thought they could leave after fucking with him. Is this their damn backyard? After Sunhoo meets with Taehan to talk, he arrives at Sugul and asks who these bastards are. He doesn't know. They just walked in like bastards. Bale starts saying something about Indra, which he doesn't understand, but Sunhoo sure does. It seems like their lives will be spared if they apologize to the great Indra. Why did he keep this bastard alive anyway? Sugul laughs and notes that this is their first encounter with other forces. He was waiting for him to make a decision. Sunhoo tells him to not wait next time. They entered the area without permission. Their lives were already over. He casts Devi's swords and cuts Bale's head off. He tells Sugul to come with him and change the name of the city to something more appropriate while they are gone. With that, Sugul changed the name to Killed on Unauthorized Occupation. Sunhoo knows that after what happened with Doom Chaos, Sugul is suffering emotionally. He is worried about his family, as they could have also been dragged into this place. He assures him by saying that the awakening rate is 0.6%, and that his family being here is almost impossible. Sugul apologizes for showing him an unsightly side of him, but Sunhoo understands that anyone would be like him if his family was in danger. With that, they circled the central stage to the south, as they wanted to avoid any conflict, but they ended up right in front of one, a large-scale battle that had ended. Sunhoo asks a random person who the leader here is, with Sugul standing menacingly behind him. The man doesn't take kindly to being stared down like that, until another comes and whispers something in his ear. This other man tells them to wait, as their leader will be here shortly. A woman eventually comes and asks if they are Korean, which Sunhoo confirms. They are a part of Revolution. And they are? She says that they are from the cat food warehouse, which was the name of his storage unit, meaning that these guys worked together and made a group. Sunhoo notes that he must meet with the guildmaster, and the woman asks what his position in Revolution is. He says that he's a mayor, so she reluctantly takes them on a ride with a tamed graph. Sugul is quite surprised when he learns about them, but he also finds out that they are easier to defeat than the Backlands. They eventually arrive at Bravo City, where the mayor, Mason Brown, asks the woman if she destroyed those Frank bastards as he ordered. She confirms as such, and notes that she even brought the mayor of Revolution with them. Mason is quite impressed, and congratulates Dorothy for a job well done. The final thing she says is that they are Koreans, which makes Mason very surprised. Mason Brown was one of the contracted mercenaries of the private military company Whitewater. One day, while accumulating achievements across multiple battlefields, he was noticed by the Whitewater executives and contacted by a secret organization. The organization held a mysterious connection to individuals with extraordinary abilities, known as cats. Objects that were classified as cat food could only be handled by these cats, and were moved into a bunker that could withstand a nuclear explosion. The first time he ever saw a cat enter a gate was a day he could never forget. It was his boss, Ethan, and not soon after Mary joined him too. He saw how they tirelessly entered the gates and returned with more cat food. The injuries they both had could only let him wonder about what kind of fights they were having. Now that he thinks about it, that place was quite frightening, as the cat food that filled the bunker were all A-rank items from the master boxes. For a very long time, those two prepared for the testing site while putting their very lives on the line. This was why, up until now, they completely avoided any confrontations with any Korean guilds. That was their doctrine. When Sunhoo finally arrives, he recognizes him instantly, and his jaw drops. He moves in closer and asks if he remembers him, which Sunhoo confirms. Mason is talking in Korean and says that it's wonderful to see him again, with Suicidal being surprised at his pretty good Korean. Sunhoo tells him to not force himself to speak Korean and asks who the guildmaster of this place is. Mason explains that it's Idima, who was the director of the cat food warehouse. They also have Cheney with them, who was a member of the organization, but has moved up to a squad leader. They waited for the day when he would finally join them, as he is the true master of this guild after all. Suddenly, one of his subordinates comes and exclaims that the Franks are at their doorstep, so Mason excuses himself for a few minutes. While they swiftly walk to the gates, the subordinate theorizes that the first encounter they had with them was just a decoy. Too many are now lying in ambush around them. They cannot even go to call for help. Outside, the Franks are raising their flags high and mocking the guild for staying holed up in there like rats. Mason can't believe that these arrogant bastards managed to gather so many people, and in a last-ditch effort to upgrade their defenses, he upgrades their fire tower to level 5. Sunhoo appears behind him and says that a fire tower is useful, but against these many players, it will only buy him some time. Mason is ashamed of his leadership skills, as he was the one who fell into this trap in the first place. Sunhoo tells him that, since he said he's the actual master of the guild, he cannot pass such a transgression. Suddenly everyone gets the notification that they have entered Odin's absolute battlefield, which they try to break through, but they cannot hope to leave this area. After defeating the Pillar of Light final boss, Sunhoo received the Odin's golden armor as his reward. Since it was far too flashy for him, he turned off the visual aspect, but still equipped the set. The armor has the effect of transforming into the god of the dead, god of battle, or god of war, when combined with the Odin's Wrath skill, and Odin's Wrath also becomes Odin's Thunderstorm. All of this, besides the pretty beefy physical and magical defense stats, it was worth it for him to go through such suffering for an item for this level. After some reading, he found out that the god of storms powered Odin's Wrath further, and the god of battle could summon A-rank Valkyries, which are pretty useful, but he liked this entrapment skill the most. It's from the god of war, Odin's absolute battlefield. Nobody can escape this domain until they defeat him. It's just like an authority of doom chaos. Sunhoo turns to Mason and tells him that from today onwards, he should call him Odin. With that, he rushes into the battlefield, and seconds later, everything starts exploding with the sheer force of an atomic bomb. Suicidal notes that the talks probably didn't go well, meaning that they will have to go find Indra later. Mason is in shock. Is this amount of power possible for a human to achieve? After all these wars are over and they are free from the monster's threat, he wonders what will happen if humanity decides to reject awakeners. If a small group of awakeners and the military might of humanity clashed, who would win? He did not hold out any hope for the awakeners up until now, but seeing Odin in action is something else. He is not just the savior of humanity, who will save them from the monsters, but somebody who can suppress the conflict between the two groups. He is a transcendent being, more powerful than anyone could imagine. Eventually, Indra gets the news that the attack force they have sent has wound up dead in the city that was amply named Killed on unauthorized occupation. Additionally, they also could not approach the Cat Food Warehouse Guild, as a huge barrier was surrounding them. When that barrier disappeared, the team they sent for the raid had disappeared, along with any trace of conflict around the area, as if nothing ever happened. Indra feels like no traces of battle means that they retreated, but one of them vows that the team could never betray them, and he had nothing to do with it, since he lost half his combat force. Indra explains that the power balance between camps 1 and 2 changed instantly, with only one betrayal, so he doesn't know what he got for it, but he hopes it was worth it. With that, Indra zaps him until he's not even dust on the ground, while thinking that this nonsense will obliterate anyone who stands in his way. It's also high time they move on Revolution, and then after those cat bastards, who dared to clash forces with them. When he gets to Suicidal's city, he sees the countless bodies and traces of battle around, all done by one person, this town's defender. He presumes that Suicidal is also the leader of Revolution, and if he prefers to fight solo like he has heard, this will be easy. Indra's sword is a skill specialized for single targets. The moment it is cast, if it hits in the first place, it constantly inflicts electric damage and tears the opponent to pieces, a lethal skill for duels. He plans to battle the Guildmaster and assimilate the Revolution Guild this way, so he orders his team to secure the takeover point. They do so swiftly, and with not much to lose. At least he thinks so. Indra begins the takeover. Not even 3 seconds into it, he feels an overwhelming presence fall on him, and he barely has time to dodge the incoming attack. He believes that this is Sugal, but it's actually Sunhoo, who notes that him leaving the center to try and conquer the north is a bold decision. However, he did obtain the best results out of it thanks to his decisive nature, but he should tread carefully from now on if he doesn't want his head taken off. Indra tries to analyze him, but the system refuses. His enlightenment skill cannot work on someone as powerful as him. Unfortunately for him, Sunhoo can see everything about him, including that he's a Goldstein, and his real name is Gerard. He notes that if their guilds fight, they will lose a lot of forces, so since a merge is unavoidable on both sides, he will like to decide the winner without bloodshed by a leader battle. Sunhoo asks if he got his successor education already. Basically, he's asking if he's in the direct line for the Goldstein family. Gerard is surprised that he knows so much, but if he does, he should also know that working under him is the wise decision here. Sunhoo finds his jokes funny, but Gerard was not joking, as many people know of his family, but not many know about them. If he truly knows the details, he must be a big player. So how does he know about the Goldstein family? Sunhoo asks if he has ever heard of the Jonil Club. He is the ruler of that company, so he shouldn't act up because he's a mere successor. Gerard gets up and asks if he really is that Korean, who has ruled over the world for a while now. Sunhoo confirms as such, and says that he should now understand who is supposed to kiss whose feet. Gerard suddenly starts to shake and laughs like a maniac. God has truly favored him this day, that he has brought him his greatest wish, to kill him in cold blood. He planned to look for him as soon as he got out of this hell, but it seems that he will have his and her vengeance sooner. He activates Indra's sword on Sunhoo, who isn't affected by all, but now he has figured that he's Cassandra's line of succession. He allowed his kin to stay in the club, but he dares to bare his fangs at him. Sunhoo uses Devi's sword, but under the effect of Indra's sword, it changes into that attack, although it's much more powerful, so Gerard cannot hope to defend himself, and he is ripped apart from the inside. While Taehan travels swiftly, he gets the notification that the Frank Guild has been dissolved. He is amazed by Odin's speed, as he rushed to this place as soon as he saw the invasion notification. He goes to Sunhoo and apologizes for being late, but he's right on time, as he will leave the cleanup to him. Taehan sees all of the people from the Frank Guild, bowing down to Odin, and also receives orders to go toward the central region once he's done here. With a gulp, Taehan dares to speak, and says that he pushed himself too much in the last scene, so they need more people to assist him. He will assimilate all the forces into revolution, and although he's lacking, he will do his utmost and try to be like Joshua. Sunhoo is surprised by him, and notes that these words must have been hard to say. Everyone out there is living as they please, and Joshua is someone who was prepared to lead the World Awakener Association after the test site ends. However, seeing how the Frank Guild and the like are rummaging about, there is no guarantee that he will survive. He asked the commanders of the cat food warehouse about Joshua, Jonathan, and Mick, but they didn't know anything. With that in mind, he needs a new pawn. He tells Taehan that his contributions will be seen upon Joshua's return, and if he's confident, he can try to rebuild the World Awakener Association. Taehan notes that if he wasn't confident, he would not have brought it up. Sunhoo sees passion in his eyes, so he says that no matter the result, when they return, he will be given the controlling interest of Il-sung and all shares of the subsidiaries. Taehan is shocked, as even though the Jeonil Group took the controlling interest, the subsidiary shares were split between the Jonathan Investment Finance Group and the Zillion Investment Finance Group. But Odin is saying that he will get all of the shares. He knows that this man does not lie, so this is a golden opportunity for him. Taehan tries to ask if all of these companies are his, which Sunhoo confirms, so he should never forget why he created them. He maintained the world's financial markets even with a disaster on their hands. He also shouldn't forget their goals in the future, and what part he plays in that either. He better not disappoint him. He understands that, right? Taehan's heart pounds as he realizes, and he immediately falls on one knee. He thanks Sunhoo for sharing his trust with him. He will prove that it was not a foolish decision. A few months have already passed since Act 2, Scene 2 began. While Taehan united the stage and brought stability with it, Sunhoo was looking for a specific item. This is why throughout the cities, papers tell people that if they have discovered a black fragment, they should report it back to the association for an ample reward. If not reported and used without permission, punishment is possible. Besides this announcement, Taehan himself gathered people and told them about it. But naturally, where there are rules, there must be rule breakers. While Sunhoo is sitting around, Sugal comes back with some information, as he found out who is trying to snatch the item again. He hands the paper over to Sunhoo, which is an invitation to the Xiaoyang attack unit, which promises to boost their capabilities. Sunhoo asks how he found out, and Sugal explains that someone from the inside reported it, meaning that there is at least a person who is still afraid of Odin. But now, what do? Go in and wreck shit? Sunhoo doesn't believe that's the right decision, as it's already begun, so they will do things differently. The black fragment is a starting quest item, and although it appears on all stages, nobody could complete the quest. From the assumptions made by the sixth evil, who made the most progress in this quest, the end reward of this harsh chain quest was related to one of the 7 demon kings. That quest was the first to tell them of the demon king's existence in the first place, but it ended with no result. This item only appeared in Act 2, Scene 2, the hidden reward to be exact. Sunhoo approaches the location written in the paper, where he meets a woman who asks if he came here because of their invitation. Sunhoo, who is under a disguise, says that he is. The woman notices his pretty good-looking gear and asks if he came to the wrong place, perhaps. They can only allow people up to around gold level. What's his level anyway? Sunhoo says that it's 260, which is platinum tier, so the woman asks why he's even here. He explains that he's interested in their unit. Do they not have spots open or something? The woman notes that a platinum like him should be able to join any kind of guild. Why choose them? Sunhoo says that he has circumstances that he will not discuss, and if they don't have a spot, they should make one, to make things easier for the both of them. The woman is impressed by his confidence, but not even they want to get criminals in their team. He should say it now while they are at it. What heinous crime has he committed? Sunhoo notes that it wasn't a crime, just a problem with a woman. The woman is interested. He probably touched something he shouldn't have, but whose woman was it? Sunhoo tells her that it was Kim Jae-hoon's, which shocks the woman, as he's the commander of the Il-sung Corps, yet he went after his woman. Sunhoo confirms as such, and says that the bastard can't even satisfy his woman, so he had to do it for him. The woman is to say the least shocked by what he just said, but he should wait here for a moment. She has to check if what he's saying is true. Sunhoo turns around, as he doesn't have time for games like these. They should know that they are missing out on a golden opportunity here. The woman stops him and notes that they have to follow protocol. She can't just do as she pleases, so he should be patient just for a second. The woman goes to her group and explains everything, and then comes back swiftly. She asks what his name is, and Sunhoo tells her it's Kwon Gicheol. The woman asks what a person who used to have a seat at the association is doing here, but Sunhoo finds this insulting. Is she finding it funny? The woman notes that the situation is, as she didn't expect for him to be a womanizer, that woman must have been pretty good looking for the Il-sung commander to get so mad. However, they understand where he comes from, and even if it won't be easy to hide him, they will do it like this. For the distribution rewards, he will only take the experience. Is that fair enough? Sunhoo emits a bit of killing intent while saying that they shouldn't think they found a weakness of his. Treating him like a pushover won't do them any good. The woman tells him that he won't regret coming with them, and tells him to follow, while also advising him not to do what he did in Il-sung here. When Sunhoo arrives, the other leader introduces himself as Xiao Yang, with the woman being called Ling Ling. They are both at the top of platinum, but the rest of their attack force is gold, and below. He cannot believe that they are greeting a quest related to the 7 demon kings with such a trash roster. A person by the name of Wu Gong also greets him, whom Sunhoo seems to know. He was the bastard who leaked the information, but he's glad that he did. If he had not, these guys would have died for nothing, and the quest would have disappeared. This attack force is unaware of the danger that is about to come from this quest, because those two are concealing that information and deceiving the entire team. They arrive at the edge of the outskirts, which is a quest area that only low-ranking awakeners frequent. Ling Ling immediately tells him to put his hood up so as to not be recognized. But Sunhoo remembers that this is where the deputy association officer that Taehan created managed the area's dungeon attack forces. Suddenly, a bunch of screams can be heard, with a few hunters getting out of a portal extremely injured, and with someone else absolutely tearing into them, as they cannot even handle an F-rank request, so they are forbidden from entering from now on. Sunhoo knows that this situation would have gotten out of hand with the dungeon's opening and monsters coming out, but after Doom Chaos's influence had gone, the rules of the dungeon changed in such surprising ways. The dungeon gets sealed again when the quest is abandoned. After Doom Chaos's influence had gone, the rules of the dungeon changed in such surprising ways. They do not need to prepare an insignia of escape or have a game plan. Now even plebeians can come and go as they please. As they enter the dungeon, Sunhoo thinks that this should have been the case all along. He's actually getting quite mad considering what he went through in the past. This is a rank E dungeon, with the area being the concentrated barracks of the Maruka tribe. Back in his day, Sunhoo did not have this type of information. They needed someone with the explorer trait, which is quite absurd. However, this trait has not lost its meaning, as it tells him that Doom Enterguastro's life vessel is the explorer reward. Unlike what is known, Enterguastro is not immortal. The vessel that contained his essence was destroyed in a long war. If that vessel, which was also his esteemed weapon, can be reformed, it will help in fighting powerful entities. This is just like how the 6th evil has predicted. This is the quest to obtain an item of the great Doom Enterguasto, one of the 7 demon kings. Later on, they encounter a bunch of slimes, which some manage to dodge, but they are proving to be quite scary, as these slimes carry poison. Yang jumps in with his mighty mallet, smashing the ground beneath him in a spectacular fashion, but this proves to only anger the slimes. They regroup around him and begin carrying his visage. With this, the challenge quest Endless Division has been created. Yang attempts to do his best alone, but soon his efforts prove futile, as he's slammed in the back of the head. Ling Ling is surprised, but Sunhoo knows that this is over. Yang gives up the challenge quest and demands to be helped, prompting everyone to charge in, but Ling Ling notices that Sunhoo is not doing a single thing. This is because he's focusing on the life of the ranged attackers. Their movements are different from ordinary monsters after all. She cannot believe that he is scared after bragging about his rank, but she charges in on her own, trying to eliminate a slime. This proves to be a fatal mistake, as the slime dodges her attack and jumps in on the ranged attackers, who are saved by Sunhoo. He commands them to stop moping around and focus on the monsters. With that, the slimes begin to be dealt with one by one, and by the end, most have survived the encounter. Ling Ling goes to Sunhoo and notes that this must not be his first time encountering the Maruka tribe, which Sunhoo confirms she should be thankful that they got lucky. She asks why he did not follow her order, but he had to protect the ranged unit. What was she even thinking when giving a charge order like that? If she wishes to order him around, she should start by giving proper order first. Did she hear about the D-rank Maruka dungeon which was cleared in the central city last month? Ling Ling has, so Sunhoo notes that he was there too, which she doesn't believe at first. Was he truly in Sir Calibur's unit? Sunhoo tells her that if life didn't give him the wrong hand, she wouldn't have been able to even look in his direction. But enough about the past. It pisses him off when he thinks about it. Ling Ling relents and asks him to lead the group, but Sunhoo is suspicious. Why are they challenging an E-rank dungeon with such a poor squad? Are they so desperate to hand the leader position to someone they only just met? Ling Ling tells him that he shouldn't ask a lady so many questions, but if he will help, she will reward him amply. Sunhoo will help them if they truly want to clear the dungeon, but he will not ask them to hand over the command. All they need to do is to follow him, and most importantly, not drag him down. Even after obtaining the black fragment, Yang did not report it to the association. He didn't take the incident of revolution, which was considered the weakest group, seriously when they took over the whole stage. Even if the stories about Odin were greatly exaggerated, considering Taehan, who instantly created the new system, and the human Caliber, who cleared all D-rank dungeons in the area by himself, were under Odin. The rules they created should not be ignored. However, Yang decided to ignore the rules of the association, and went further by putting his entire attack unit in danger. That is why Wu Gong leaked the information. It's highly likely that the man in front of him, Quan, was sent by the association. His being platinum is probably a lie. He is hiding a level of strength that they cannot even begin to comprehend. He is probably strong enough to kill this entire squad and recover the black fragment on his own. However, if he gets seduced by this woman, he is as good as dead. The day before the boss fight, as they did the final inventory preparation on the dry ground they barely managed to find, Ling Ling approached Sunhoo. She wondered what made him so confident to share what he went through, but Sunhoo told her that it's the same no matter where he goes. It's not something he can hide for long. Ling Ling said otherwise. He was confident he could take control of the situation, no matter where he went. She has experienced a lot before, but a man like him is truly a first. The reason the women of Ilsung fell for him, she can understand that fully now. Sunhoo told her that this was a pretty strange way to say that she wants to drain him of everything, but Ling Ling did not care for that. She just wanted to see his status window, because she wants to know everything about him. Sunhoo warned her, more than a dozen men lost their lives because they tried to look at his status window. She should get to the point, and say what she wants. Ling Ling asked if he would do his best during the boss fight, which Sunhoo confirmed. But was that all? Ling Ling came in closer, pleased to hear that it's not a problem for him. He always knows how to say the right things. He probably does not know this, but he is pretty lucky too. Sunhoo asked what she meant, but she shushed him up. There is a hidden quest after the boss fight, and if things go well, he can probably become the unit leader, because it's a huge quest related to the 7 demon kings. The boss battle was pretty tough for everyone except Sunhoo, who managed to lead them to victory, and now, it's time to split the rewards. The exhaustion of the work they did up until now disappeared without a trace, and everyone was fiending for the rewards. Ling Ling tells everyone that they are fine with just the first clear and ranking rewards. They can take the rest and split it amongst themselves. This causes everyone to wonder if this is a test of loyalty or something else, as this has never happened before. Wu Gang tells Sunhoo to choose first since he led them, but he also steps out. He only came in for the experience after all. Now it's confirmed to everyone that these guys are plotting something, but Wu Gang says that they should all be thankful and decide how they should split all this loot. Sunhoo is pleasantly surprised by how quick-witted he is. He will survive until the end if things go well. With everyone gathered, Yang begins the quest, prompting him to start convulsing and froth at the mouth. Ling Ling feels that his body is cold, but he suddenly sneezes, prompting the mucus substance coming out of him to fly out. Sunhoo notices the parasite inside of that mucus, and drags Ling Ling away, who didn't expect for him to be into rough play, but she can get behind it. Yang continues to spit things out, but one of the parasites rushes to the boss and enters it, prompting it to begin gurgling and getting up. Ling Ling cannot believe that the boss is not dead, and begins attacking him, but suddenly, the lost weapon of the 7 demon kings is completed. Sunhoo tells her to stop, as everything is done. She's surprised that this was it, but Sunhoo knows much more. Yang does not seem to notice the huge amount of energy gathering within him, and Ling Ling has not thought that the parasite could have taken his body as host. They will be having quite a hard time from now on, but he doesn't care, as he saved her life once already. With everything done, they return from the dungeon after a whole 2 weeks, with the other members who stayed behind being shocked to see them. Even though 5 members died, clearing an E-rank dungeon was not common around these parts. This was cause for celebration to everyone, but Yang's face remained grim. Ling Ling asks what's wrong, and so he tells them. The next quest is a D-rank dungeon. Ling Ling, Yang, and Sunhoo meet up. Ling Ling noting that since they cleared an E-rank dungeon, more applicants will soon join, and they're also hoping for more support coming from the core. Sunhoo thought they knew. The only people who have cleared a D-rank dungeon up until now are Sir Caliber's unit. If the quest already leads to a D-rank dungeon, they cannot fathom where this chain quest will take them. Do they even know that this quest is possible to finish? Ling Ling asks, what's there to do? Just run from it? Does he not want to return to the association? Yang says that he keeps his promises. If they can complete this quest, he will have the power to help him in any way. That is how much this quest is worth to them. He must trust that they mean only well. Sunhoo notes that saying and doing are entirely different things. They keep yapping about him trusting them, but he's not that stupid. He will just be on his merry way, and their relationship will end here. Yang screams at him to wait. He will use everything he has to bolster his forces, and if it seems too dangerous, he vows to leave right away. Sunhoo tells him that the moment he knows he's in danger, that would be too late, and they will all die. Yang is desperate, so he bows down and begs him for help. Not many people know about what happened in Maruka Dungeon. Sunhoo is surprised by his dedication, or most likely desperation, so he will think about whether they share all the information they possess. Yang and Ling Ling came from the suburbs, and it seems that they were treated quite harshly by the new triad system. After joining the association through the 7 Demon King quest, Yang had been shaking in anticipation of taking his revenge against the executives. However, No matter the reason, Sunhoo has no intention of overlooking that he ignored the association's power without a second thought. Later that day, Yang brings in a man by the name of Lucci, as when he told everyone that they would try to clear a D-rank dungeon, they all left, except Wu Gang. This Lucci character is a mercenary who is nearly at diamond rank. He is an amazing member of the Blue Dragon Corps that Yang is also a part of. Lucci asks if they really wish to challenge a D-rank dungeon after experiencing a single E-rank dungeon, but Yang only wants to do so a little. There is a big difference between experiencing something or not. Lucci figures that they are filled with overconfidence right now, but the difference between the E and D rank dungeons is like night and day. Yang says that this is why they will follow his orders on when to retreat. He knows that he's trustworthy. Yang spent his entire fortune to hire this single guy, but Sunhoo knows that the second trouble arrives, Lucci will run away. So at this rate, Yang will have to give up on this quest. To smooth this process over, it's about time he does something. But before he can say anything, someone rushes through the door, announcing that Caliber has just entered the city. Everyone begins to sweat as they hear this, but the people outside are cheering. Because this is a city where only low-level people gather, most of them were not treated well by the groups they came from. After the association was formed and fairness became enforced, the high-ranking members of the association became heroes in the eyes of the commoners. And even Sugal is seen as such now, even though he thinks it's extremely funny. The commander of the Blue Dragon Corps, Yisan, greets him and says that it's an honor to meet him. Sugal notes that they must have worked hard. He heard that they will attempt a D-rank dungeon soon. Every single one of them is working for the betterment of their community. So since he liked that, he decided to stop by. The association is watching their work, so he wishes them luck. Yisan can't believe that he's actually shaking hands with the mighty Sugal, but Lucci is still against the plan. They don't even have a decent diamond rank among them, but they are challenging an entire D-rank dungeon? Yisan knows, but the Great Caliber has encouraged them. This may have reached Odin too. Everyone in this group should remember how they were treated until now. It would be insane to let go of such an opportunity. They will use all the power they have as the Blue Dragon Corps and draw the favor of the association with this. He calls over Yang and notes that he is the unit leader. The entire group was made in his name, so they will be trusting him with this. Yang vows to not let them down, and Ling Ling tells Sunhoo to not talk, as this is becoming quite a big deal. All the elites of the Blue Dragon Corps swiftly mobilize, but even so, most of these people will not return. The Portal Watcher announces their entry, but deep within the barren territory, the boss of this dungeon sits, watching eagerly as fresh meat enters the portal. But the moment it sees Sunhoo, it becomes enraged. What is happening now is not the memory of Baron Akka, but the memory of a count named Lucera, who was brutalized by Sunhoo in the past. Even though this was a memory that shocked the entire Markua tribe, it was so old that it had begun to slowly fade. This depraved and ugly species that could not even share experiences or emotions, one of these humans had single-handedly killed the Count and his subordinates. Seeing the look in the creature's disgusting eyes, the Baron became sure of the future. The other members of his tribe would soon see the memories of his death, and the warning they must heed. In the original world of the testing site, Sunhoo was in the same position as Yang. As a member of a C-rank attack unit, he battled multiple F-rank dungeons. Facing a D-rank dungeon like this one did not happen until much later, when he was an active North American guild member. Despite this raid being led by an A-rank awakener, he could not do anything, and their entire group was almost wiped out. The one who introduces himself as Orca reminded him of the boss monster from that life. In the end, however, he did not even need to use man who overcomes adversity to defeat such a beast. Since all the other members of the unit are knocked out, Sunhoo receives a diamond box and the insignia of the cure body. 25 people came into this dungeon, yet only 6 remain. Even among them, he was the only one who was fine. The rest had lost their consciousness and had their limbs cut off. Suddenly, Yang's body begins to convulse and spit out the parasites once again. Thus, the chain quest began to start from his body, but Sunhoo quickly eradicated most of the parasites. Even if he stopped them from possessing the other unit members, they entered the body of the Baron and the other beasts. This is not an issue for Sunhoo, as he cuts them up with Devi's sword pretty easily. But the chain quest does not end here. Many more bugs crawl out, before returning to the unit leader with much more energy than before. This energy began to intensely circulate, and through Yang, several chain quests advanced. Wugong lost his legs in the battle, but Sunhoo uses the cure body insignia, prompting him to wake up with his legs recovered. Sunhoo tells him to pick up the other survivors, but Wugong is shocked that he defeated the monsters on his own. Even Sugal would need a team of elites to do it. Wugong feels that it's best he comes to light, and explains that he knew he was from the association. Sunhoo asks if he leveled up, which Wugong confirms. He's at platinum rank right now. Sunhoo tells him to look for Taehan after he leaves. He will not have to return here. He will report what happened, and tell him that he was the one who sent him. Wugong is shocked, and shakes because of what he realized, but he bows down in agreement to the mighty Lord Odin. In his nightmares, Yang is running away with fear in his eyes, but the parasite catches him and bursts through his stomach in a gruesome fashion. This prompts him to wake up, but he is only met with Sunhoo's face. Ling Ling also wakes up, and she asks what happened. Did he defeat those beasts by his lonesome? Sunhoo explains that this quest is 100% related to the 7 demon kings. The things that came out of Yang's body are the reason everyone survived. If that did not happen, they would have just all died. Yang knows what this means. The quest progressed on its own, but he doesn't know what he will tell the Corps and Association. He cannot tell them that he survived thanks to the 7 demon kings quest. Sunhoo notes that there's only one way out of this. They must complete the quest quickly and gain power. At that point, nobody will doubt him. He should start talking about the next quest. Where does it lead to? Yang is reluctant to answer, but he eventually says that this quest is something he should have never even attempted. Sunhoo tells him it's too late to back down and tells him already. Yang takes in a deep breath and tells them that the next quest is an A-rank dungeon, something that they will probably not be able to even enter, let alone beat. Sunhoo tells them that there is one person, which Yang is confused about. Not even Sugul can do something about this. Sunhoo laughs, as he has been waiting to ask this question for a long time. Just what the fuck were they thinking, desiring what is rightfully his? They are both ungrateful bastards that do not know their place. Now Yang possesses the Archduke's key, which is the thing that will open the portal to the palace of Maruka's Grand Noble, the Archduke, Amon. Sadly, he gets informed by Sunhoo that he cannot trade the quest item for a quest that he has already started. The only way to survive all of this is by finishing the quest. Ling Ling tries to say something, but Sunhoo tells her to sit this one out, as she will only get in the way. As for her punishment, he will decide that when this is over. With that, him and Yang walk to the portal, with Sunhoo telling him to change his expression. He is the first person after Sugul to clear a D-rank dungeon, so he should seem happy. Everyone notices that Yang is coming. He has become quite the celebrity around him. That's why everyone is cheering for him, but he doesn't seem all that happy. As he asks the dungeon advisor if there are any F-rank dungeon of the Maruka tribe, the advisor says that there are. Will he be entering? Yang confirms as such, but only the two of them will enter. The dungeon advisor does not dare disrupt him, so they both enter the dungeon, but upon entering, Sunhoo immediately tells him to open the portal. Yang does as he is told, but the moment he touches the dungeon portal, he begins to rumble and convulse, as the mighty A-rank dungeon, the palace of the Archduke, opens. After he lets go, Yang's pupils begin to dilate, and he turns his neck around with extreme speed. Someone else speaks through him. He has waited long for him to come here. Sunhoo knows that this is the Archduke, but he didn't expect for him to come out and greet him like this. Since he's polite enough, he promises him a painless death, but in return, he should stop looking at him with those creepy eyes of his. Sunhoo begins to strangle Yang, forcing the Archduke out of him for now, and he also summons the Valkyries. He tells the scared Yang to get up already, as they have to go. He must already know that Sugul is at the master rank, so each of the Valkyries surrounding him is at that level. They will be protecting him so he can focus on keeping close to him. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Maruka dungeons are the visage of hell. The poison that secretes melts the flesh, and also throws anyone's mind into chaos. It is not uncommon to see people laughing in their hallucinations, even while half their head is melting. Two quests are created, the heirs of the Archduke and Heaven in the Deep Sea, while Sunhoo and the Valkyries are clearing through the dungeon. In this place, even he has to stay focused, or things will go bad. The Maruka tribe and Graf clan originally came from the same place. There are still traces of that in Amon, and the hard exoskeleton covering his hard body is only possessed by the progenitors of the tribe. It's the mark of a noble. He is not like the lower class nobles who were constantly reassembled. He is in existence from the ancient days. That is who he is. He summons Orca to his side, and tells him to greet that man, and not fail him this time. Orca does as he is told, leaving Amon to ponder. He didn't expect to feel threatened by a human. He is undoubtedly aiming for the offering they made to Doom Insectum, which must be protected at all costs. At one point, Sunhoo had to start dragging Yang, who only wished for death at this point. This happens when the Valkyrie summon ends. This bastard becomes a burden until the cooldown ends. But what's pissing him off more is that the structure of the dungeon is ever changing. He has been circling the same place for a while now. There's a greater power interfering with perception, which is not making things easy. Suddenly, Orca appears in front of him, who seems to have a bone to pick with him now. Sunhoo knows that this is not the same being that died in the D-rank dungeon. It's a new body with Orca's emotions and memories. It's something common within the Maruka tribe. He begins to attack with great power, but Sunhoo tells him to resent his father if he wants to resent someone, since suffering will be the only thing he knows in this new life that he has been given. Sunhoo doesn't give Orca time to even feel this new body, as he strikes him down with a fierce flurry of lightning and crushes his ugly head. Next time, he should know his place under him. Perhaps then he will suffer less. Sunhoo also notices that Amon is avoiding direct confrontation, as he keeps changing the structure of the dungeon and reviving underlings to try and drain their stamina. Eventually, Orca appears again, unleashing a surprise attack on Sunhoo that seems to work. But Sunhoo immediately blows up so hard that Orca is ripped apart again. Sunhoo told him to listen, but oh well, more pain for him. Amon and the others discuss what they should do, as they clearly are no match for this human. And even if they fight together, nothing will truly change. All of their Lord's Doom Insectum preparations to pass Enterguasto would have been for naught. How can this be happening? Amon understands, but if he cannot be dealt with, they must seal him away for good. He is receiving much interest from Doom Chaos, so an offering of equal value shall be required. The Maruka chiefs offer all of their treasures and their very souls. They beg Doom Chaos for mercy, as their beings are being seeped out. Eventually, Sunhoo manages to clear the quest, Yang being very glad to see it but also horrified, as Odin did it all by himself. With the quest completed, a reward is also in order, which appears right in front of Yang. He tries to grab it. He feels the promised power of the 7 demon kings inside of it, but he immediately gets pushed back and passes out. Sunhoo analyzes the sphere closer, which is something on the cusp of completion. He guesses this to be the lost weapon of Enterguasto, so he grabs it too, and it violently reacts, pushing him to his limits as it is completed. When he lets go, the completion rate goes back, so he must hold it. Seeing how painful it gets over time, he will need to endure a pain worse than death to complete it. After Yang wakes up, He immediately becomes afraid of Sunhoo, knowing that he is no longer useful and that his death will surely come. Sunhoo didn't just end him. However, he just instructed him to look for Taehan once he leaves. Yang wonders why he's letting him live, but Sunhoo doesn't answer, instead telling him to avoid Sugal as much as possible. He has told him already, but that guy cannot control his anger. Sunhoo knows that this bastard broke the association's rule, but since he now has experienced the true nature of a rank A dungeon, he might be more useful to him alive. Yang bows down, his head first into the mud. He thanks him for this generosity. He will make sure that from now on, he will not disobey him. After Yang leaves, Sunhoo begins to complete the item, which takes a really long while, and the pain is something awful. Because of it, he lost his eyesight at one point, but when he thinks about what will happen if he fails, he pushes harder. At the very end of the completion, the man who overcomes adversity activates. Sunhoo's still holding on. The item finally completes, and the lost weapon upgrades into the life vessel. When the owner dies, they can resurrect through it, so this is basically immortality. Sunhoo cannot believe what he has achieved and begins to laugh. He shows his victory to the Demon Kings. It seems that even this is possible, because they dared to underestimate him. Suddenly, the system warns him that his authority resistance is too low, and the Explorer activates. The Maruka tribe sealing ritual is underway, and Sunhoo knows that this is extremely dangerous. Sunhoo begins to aimlessly walk around the area, finding the bodies of all the guildmates they have. He finds Sugil, who has bloodied fists, and asks what he is doing. He explains that he was just having fun. He shouldn't think so much about something like this. Sunhoo knows that he has gone insane, but tries to wake him up. He has a family to return to after all. Sugil tells him to let it go. If he's talking about Gichil, he is already dead. After being dragged to this fucking place, he didn't even have the chance to survive the first act. He should have been the one who got taken. He should have died in his place. Sunhoo doesn't have any other option but to kill him, but this is not what he wanted, not what he planned at all. After their return to the real world, Taehan becomes president of the Awakener Association and makes a declaration to all humanity. They deny the claims of existing nations, and under their new order, they will now be respected. Sunhoo asks if he wants to start a war, but Taehan believes that normal humans are thoughtless and no different than animals. For those who try to climb without knowing where to stand, it is only right that they get killed. The Awakener Association was made in order to stop people like him, but it seems that human nature cannot be saved no matter what. Yeonhee comes around and tells him that he has no need for worry. A war won't occur because she will control all of humanity's minds. Taehan is just a part of it. Sunhoo's vision becomes blurry. He asks just what the hell she's saying, but Yeonhee warns him to not try and do anything. She has already made preparations for him. Sunhoo sweats profusely, as he knows what she did. His parents are under her authority, to the point that if she dies, so do they. After all this, Yeonhee became the second evil, while Jonathan and Joshua continued to fight over supremacy. They became the new 8 evils and 8 virtues, the things Sunhoo feared the most. He could kill them easily, but others would rise in their place. He's too tired for this shit. This entire life has become meaningless. A few years pass, and Sunhoo is situated at a luxurious hotel, where he is constantly being served food, as that's the only thing he enjoys anymore. His current weight is 320 kilograms or 705 pounds. The servers are shocked. He ate at least 30 people's worth of food, and it was high class too. The others wonder how much money he has. There are rumors that he's an S-ranker. One of them doesn't believe that at all. That fatty cannot hope to be that. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble as Sunhoo approaches. He knew that he will come here to check on him at least once. He pulverizes the waitress with his lighting, who begins to show her true self from the damage. Sunhoo knew that something was up. He knew that he was at it again. Electricity appears in the outside world too, and what was in Sunhoo comes out because of it, scared to bits of his power. Sunhoo catches his breath and sees that Orca was behind all of this. It has been a while. He will make sure that his death will not pass easily. Sunhoo cannot recognize how long he has been in there, but as the seal comes undone, he notices that there's no escape. The return stone he has doesn't respond, and the seawater flows in when he tries to break the walls. Orca is trapped with him too, but his job has changed to that of a guard, which Sunhoo finds nonsensical. He turns to Sunhoo to see what he's doing, and finds out that he has begun eating his sludge. He lashes out against this, but Sunhoo tells him to shut it. This is not his preferred meal either. Since he still gets info from the system, it means that its power reaches even here, so there is a way out of this place. After he is done with his rather awful meal, he thinks that it's finally time to get some information. He slowly approaches Orca and tells him to find a way out. Even if he has to search through the bellows of his memories, he will find a way out or die. After 100 deaths, Orca finally surrendered, and although simple, he finally found a solution through it. He had to create an E-rank dungeon with low-ranking Maruka tribesmen through divisions. As this is being done, Sunhoo thinks that he and Orca are considered hidden bosses. There were double dungeons like this, but they are quite rare. A long time passes as they wait for their guests to arrive. Around this time, Sunhoo begins to consider just breaking through and getting away, but after a lot of waiting, they finally catch something. A bunch of players who can't believe that a Maruka noble is in an E-rank dungeon. Orca is prepared to kill them, but he suddenly gets a steaming slap to the head, surprising everyone. Sunhoo tells him that the entrance will close if they die, so they should just tie them up for now. Orca is mad, but does as he is told. Although it acts like it can't understand speech, Sunhoo has seen that it can. Perhaps it learned while maintaining the illusionary world he was in. He tells Orca to bring a player closer, and through his enlightenment skill, sees that he's only level 225. His name is Sean Brown, and he is shocked to see another human. Sunhoo doesn't have time to answer his questions. He's the one doing that here. Sean tells him everything, that they have entered Act 2 Scene 5, which is weird. as acts have 3 scenes, but the structure somehow changed. Since Sunhoo was sealed during scene 2, some time has passed, but there was one thing that bothered him the most. Sean explained that when the guild leaders changed, a lot of people fled. They became obsessed with the quests and are just throwing people into dungeons. They were also running away from that devil woman and ended up here. She has the ability to control monsters like they are pets. He's surprised that he has not heard of her. She was called Mary. Sunhoo immediately asks where she is, as he must find her at once. In the outside world, a bunch of players are being overrun by zombies who are out of their flesh. Before they could defend themselves, however, a gigantic monster appears and blasts the zombies away with relative ease. The other players just can't get used to a monster being on their side, no matter how many times it passes. Yeonhee sits on the beast's head, seeing that there's a quest about the sealed disruptor of the Maruka tribe. She guesses that this is why Act 2 is not coming to an end, but more importantly, she wonders where Sunhoo even is. As soon as Sunhoo gets out of his prison, he sees only ghouls and undead, not even a single 7 Demon King soldier. This place is slowly becoming the land of the dead. This is probably the price for touching an object of Doom Entergawasto. He would like to clear them up right now, but he must find Yeonhee first, somewhere close. The situation is becoming better, as they are pushing the ghouls back while also having Yeonhee as their support, who is doing over 90 quests right now. However, the guildmaster of the final Rampart Guild, Juwon, isn't all that happy because of what Yeonhee told him. She showed him that she and the monster child she was holding cleared over 200 quests, yet his entire guild didn't manage to clear even 80. That is not right, so this will be their last chance. If they keep this up, she will help them work harder. Juhwan understands the situation they are in. Rather than getting grouped up and turned into that woman's puppets, he should act and do something, even though that is too dangerous. There's no possible way for him to get out of this situation. All these ability users are devils who do not care for them. Suddenly, the wall behind him breaks, sending everyone flying, but once they regain their senses, they see Odin, who is here to see Mary. The pressure everyone is feeling now is crazy. They thought that Mary was the peak, but this is a new level of power, beyond humanity. The information Sunhoo got from Juwon on his way to see Yeonhee linked up with what Sean told him. A life-draining area appeared in Act 2, Scene 4, and a war between the living and the dead erupted shortly after. The reason these quests that drained life were created was because the system wanted a new sacrifice to keep him sealed. All these deaths were unnecessary, and Yeonhee, who tried her best to treat him, is being treated like the second evil. He uses the skill message to call out and tell her to stop. As he is back now, everything is fine. She is surprised to hear him and even more to see him. He jumps down, and Yeonhee cancels the transformation in order to land. He rushes to her, but she only talks about the beast in her arms, which she got in the last scene. It recognizes her as its master, although that took a while. She was worried for him, but she's glad to see that, as per usual, he overcame it. Sunhoo feels something strange as he thanks her. He can feel her pushing him away, but why? He asks her, when she returned from the Backlund core territory, why did she not use the return stone? He has waited for her a long while. Yeonhee takes a while to answer, but does so through the message skill. He shouldn't get involved with her any longer, as she's the witch Mary. She is the public enemy. It's not right of the leader of humanity to be entangled with a witch, who only knows how to do evil. She continues by saying that he must think about what he will do after the testing site. If she really will be by his side, people will begin to doubt him. Her place is really behind him, in the shadows, where nobody can see her. Sunhoo demands she stop saying such nonsense. If she is a witch because of what she did, well, he can be considered the worst human on this planet. He was not bluffing when he said that he was the true master of the world. Does she even realize how many lives he ruined because of what he did with the world finances? He congregated authority, suppressed the media secretly, and even silenced those who dared to disobey them. More people died in this process than in the entire test site. The world has been dyed red by his sins even before all of this. Yeonhee doesn't like this, as this is entirely different. He saved humanity. Sunhoo says that she was the one who saved him, so if he saved humanity, then she saved it too. This makes Yeonhee fall silent for a moment, before saying that she only did it for him. Sunhoo tells her that he's no different. He did it to save his family. Saving humanity was really just a side effect of that. He could give any less of a thought about what anyone says. He has only been able to get to where he is because of her, so she can stop fighting. If he was not here, she would have been fighting the same battle without him for God knows how long. That is the truth behind this situation. No matter their goals, at the end of the day, they are still saving humanity. These common people can say what they want because it doesn't change anything. He suddenly hugs her tightly and says that everything that they have done and will do in the future are things only they can do. Sunhoo has been getting messages from the life vessel ever since he got it, demanding he select an object, animal, or even a summon to target with it. He has decided to be careful with his decision because he won't be able to change it. At first, he considered selecting a Valkyrie, or more specifically, Inventory, Odin's golden armor, and them, because it's a 3-layered protective structure. However, the life vessel is something that must be used against the 7 demon kings. Those are powerful entities that would be able to break through such a small pocket like an inventory. He has come to think that putting the life vessel on something he owns is meaningless. He must choose a safe place far away from him, on someone who would fight for him, even if the world was against him. Someone who would protect this item as her own life. There is only one person like that in the entire universe, and she's right in front of him. He explains that he's not going to hold back anymore. Suddenly he kisses her, much to the surprise of the others, but at the same time, Odin's wrath and even Odin's absolute battlefield appear. The zombies try to strike down Sunhoo as he undresses, but his fire burns them in but a second. Sunhoo will not allow anything to disturb this moment. Even Doom Chaos would die by his hand. All this time, something had been swelling within him. He tried hard and long to keep his distance, to avoid getting swallowed by this simple feeling. He cannot even fathom how much Yeonhee has been suffering all alone, physically and emotionally. However, now it's his turn. He will protect her with everything he has, just like he has done to the world. Loud booms can be heard outside of the battlefield, most people realizing that something incredible is happening inside. Juhwan, however, is sure that if they are still here when the barrier disappears, they will not get out alive, so they should move out before they get zapped out of this realm. After they are done with their little wrestling session, Sunhoo sees the aftermath of what he did, and apologizes to Yeonhee for going so rough. She explains that it's fine, they are Odin and Mary after all. Sunhoo breathes out, and says that they will have to wait and see, but the final scene is probably not too far off. It could also just be the next scene. Just because this dimension's space and time are stagnant, does not mean the armies of the 7 demon kings have ceased their activities. They are probably busy trying to break through the stopped time. Up until now, he has confirmed 2 rituals, one from the Maruka tribe, and another from the Backlund Corps. She should remember it well. The ritual that they saw on the home turf of the Backlund Corps. The system is not really omnipotent. It cannot keep time stopped for as long as it wishes, so it would have become impatient after spending so much time trying to free him from that seal. Sunhoo believes they should confirm it, but Yeonhee wonders how they will do such a thing. They go back to Orca, making her impressed that he actually tamed a Maruka noble since he's a non-mind type awakener. This is quite good for her, as she really wanted to meet these guys once again. Orca knew of this human female. She was just as strong as the males, and since he didn't want to suffer again, Orca lost any will to resist. Sunhoo asks what's wrong with him after she's done, so she explains what he feels. He has sinned against his tribe, as she used him as a screen to look into the tribal memory vault. It is as he said first. They are organizing a large-scale invasion force. Sunhoo was sure of it. It won't take long for the bounds of their dimension's space-time to be broken through. He decides to scream out at them, asking to open the door that leads to his stage, as that is where his main force is. It would be more efficient to progress from there. Even if Sunhoo has a large amount of power, he is still just a pawn on a chessboard. The system could care less about his one-sided request. He does not know if even those he managed to strengthen will be able to survive. He cannot predict the full power of the next scene. They are running out of time, and since they had not been able to progress with the battle schedules for Act 3, he does not know what the system is capable of doing. He punches the wall in rage, leaving Orca to patch it up. He apologizes, as he has always said that trying to find meaning in the system's action is useless. However, when he sees it doing as it pleases, he can't help but feel rage. Yeonhee asks if he has heard of the Old One before. It is a name she saw in the Maruka tribe memories, and even though she cannot convey their language, this is closer to an intent rather than an individual. They believe that the system is a defense mechanism, created by the sheer will of something called the Old One. Sunhoo feels even more ominous anxiety now that he knows that name. The being that is fighting against Doom Chaos, the Old One, is sweeping up the entire universe to join this battle between 2 giants. Sunhoo believes they should keep it to themselves. The system fanatics will go insane if they have that name. Even if they don't know what the Old One is planning for now, they should promise one thing. If the situation becomes dangerous, she must stay away from him no matter what. If an enemy on the level of the 7 demon kings appears, anyone else will become just a burden. Yeonhee stays silent for a moment, but then says that even if he begged her to fight along with him, she would not accept, because she now has a reason to survive. Sunhoo smiles, as inside the absolute battlefield, he chose Yeonhee as his life vessel, so as long as she lives, he will not die either. Even though this was not really romantic like putting a ring on her finger, it's an action that cannot be compared to any other. It's the genuine act of 2 people who have fought together on the battlefield for a long time, promising each other their lives. The word lovers is not enough to explain this relationship. Yeonhee believes that they should avoid activating the life vessel as much as possible. He understands, right? Sunhoo does. They should clear out all quests at this stage and increase their levels. He calls over Orca, and even though he never imagined he would have a monster as a pet, he should follow him. Orca couldn't pretend that he didn't understand him anymore, so he cried out. This bizarre group, 2 monsters and a human couple, is quite strange. However, Sunhoo is ready. He no longer is fearful of others, and has someone by his side. Somewhere far away, Sugal fights a bunch of undead, easily taking out an entire horde with his weapon. He then screams at one Priya to tell him which side he has to go, who uses her mind abilities to tap into the zombies' decaying minds, and tells him exactly where they are. As Sugal prepares an attack, he thinks that if Mary were here, she would have opened up the path instantly, but he cannot expect that much from these children. He rushes in with his punch, and the fight continues until they finally get the necromancer that has been reviving these people. But he's quite disappointed to see that Priya collapsed again after figuring out where the necromancer was. If she continues like this, there's no point in keeping her on the team. Priya tells him that he doesn't get it. The pain she's experiencing is tremendous, because he's not a mind type. The feeling of looking inside of the mind of a zombie, she would not wish it on her worst enemy. Sugal just lets it go and doesn't care anymore. But Priya feels attacked. Why is he attacking her like this, when she did nothing wrong? Sugal calmly tells her that it's obvious. Her ability is poor. Even if she thinks of herself as a skilled user, she should train. She definitely has the time to, since she talks back so often. Priya sighs, as nothing will satisfy that standard of his. However, Odin would have seen her differently. He would have recognized her talents. Everyone's expression darkens as they hear that name, which Priya notices. They have been doing this every time she mentions that name. It seems that they cannot accept reality. That guy has been gone for years. He's dead. Taehan pats Sugul on the back and says that they should move. They are only giving the necromancers more time to recuperate if they stay like this. Priya wonders what will happen if Odin appeared as a zombie. Will these guys be able to handle it? And will he be as strong as the rumors say? This could be an opportunity for her too, as if she can succeed with that secret ability and keep it a secret. She will be able to do much more and not get treated like trash. After a bit of walking, they eventually stumble on another undead horde, where Sugul recognizes someone, Gunnarsson, who has not survived for long. There are other familiar faces here too. Sugul is mad that they gave up like this. He cannot accept it. It seems that they will have to face an awakened zombie of at least diamond rank. They have been lured into this place. Sugul has had enough. He calls out the necromancers. He wants to see if they are stuck in here with them or the opposite. Sunhoo and Yeonhee easily take care of the necromancers they find, and Sunhoo sees that after a necromancer dies, the ghouls also lose their lives, even the ghouls that Yeonhee controls. She is quite sad that she lost it, as it was pretty useful. Sunhoo looks at the undead man in front of him, making Yeonhee ask if he knows him. He indeed does, but not that well. The only thing he remembers is that he was with Joshua in the revolution, and had the same trait as Casino Chips. Yeonhee notes that it's been a while since she's heard that name, making her wonder if he would have survived all of this. Sunhoo doesn't believe so, as even the ones who could have become famous have lost their lives in rather meaningless ways. However, this makes him wonder, how many more are dying as they speak, and how many have survived up until now? Sugul and the others have fought until the entire area is filled with bodies. Sugul himself barely manages to get out of the pile of bodies, but when he looks around, he sees nobody, wondering if they all died. Suddenly, he hears a plea for him to move, from none other than Jihoon, who has surprisingly lived. Sugul likes how tough he is, but one cannot be anything else around him. Jihoon thinks that with this scene should come to an end, which Sugul also thinks they would be crazy if they made them do more, so they should look around for Taehan. The fairy guide appears and congratulates them for surviving so long. Their dedication is certainly appreciated. This is the last scene they will have to participate in. After the end, they can return to their homes, and certainly, they have tears coming out of their eyes. They should be smiling, but oh well, he doesn't control their emotions. With that, he also has one last bit of news. He has been promoted to the guide of the final scene. So in this scene, all awakeners of the 8 camps will gather on a single stage. Sugul smiles. This means that Mary will be joining them soon enough. The amount of people in each camp is shown, with Yeonhee glad that the World Awakener Association and the Jonathan Finance Investment Group are still there, but Sunhoo knows that doesn't prove they are still alive. The final count is of 490,000 people. They started with 5 million, and although they are at the final battle, the survival rate will be about 1%. Since the average level of awakeners is higher, the battle against the dead in the extended second act would have been much tougher. There's no point in just speculating, so they should go and hope that everyone is alive. Taehan looks at the numbers too, and knows that all these camps originated from Odin. However, without him, they are only people of common ancestry, so fights within the same bloodline will be much tougher. He has experienced struggling for power against his sister, so he has a hunch that before the battle against these monster armies, there will be civil war. Sugul comes around and asks what he's thinking about, but Taehan says it doesn't matter, and asks if he has accounted for the war funds. Sugul has, but Priya seems strange. He knows that she and the others are spreading those awful rumors. If he catches them doing it, he will make them pay. Taehan tells him to calm down. They can talk all they want, but he also believes Odin will return. But they still lack preparations, so they should keep a cool head and focus. Sugul is mad, he says that. Yet those bastards want to be treated the same when they haven't gone through half of the shit they did. When Mary gets here, all of those bastards are dead. As they ride to their destination, Priya remembers what Taehan told her, to go speak with the Jonathan group, but not use her abilities on them, as they need to join forces peacefully. Rahul, the vice commander of the Priya Corps, explains that this reminds him of the olden days, the Jonathan Investment Finance Group specifically. Priya knows he was a high-ranking official, so did he have any connection to them? He explains that they are an immoral and greedy group. It makes him quiver in rage when he thinks about all the land they took under the name of the International Environment Fund. Priya wonders, were they not able to endure the Day of Beginnings thanks to them? Rahul says that they only acted in their own interest, as those bastards have control of over 35% of the Earth's surface. Even if they do return now, there is not a single awakener who will not fall for their financial power. If Jonathan is there, he's going to do something about it. Priya asks if he's going to kill him, which Rahul hints at, as what happens in that place will stay in that place. Priya suddenly tells him to be silent and wait, as she can sense something amazing coming their way. She steals the mind of a bird and sees something shocking, a Maruka tribesman. Additionally, that woman is holding a Zephos. Just who are these 3 mysterious characters? Before she can look further, Priya gets dragged down to the ground, where she sees Sunhoo and Yeonhee looking at her. Yeonhee is particularly mad. She does not like spies, but Sunhoo tells her to wait and check if she's from the same camp as him. Yeonhee does just that, dragging Priya's memories out of her and seeing how Taehan and Sugul reacted to her. Yeonhee takes a closer look at Taehan and asks who he is, so Sunhoo tells her, which makes her remember that she has seen him before. Sunhoo is glad that Sugul is doing well. It seems like he was worried for nothing. Yeonhee has had enough fun and asks what they should do with her, as it seems that she was planning to do something rather funny. Priya knows that she cannot reveal her plans, but Yeonhee commands her to, and despite her best efforts, Priya forcefully reveals that if she can succeed in her mind control, even Odin would be of no challenge to her. With those words spoken, Yeonhee takes her head clean off, as she clearly does not know her place. Upon leaving the mindscape, Priya, who was still breathing, had completely lost her mind. Sunhoo thinks that this woman might have been the second evil, She's a mind type who survived until the end despite Yeonhee gaining the gaze of Isis. Yeonhee asks if he knew her, which he perhaps did, but then Yeonhee asks about the woman who is approaching them right now. Sunhoo definitely knows her. She is the fifth evil, Olivia, a woman known because of her powerful summon, Jin. Sunhoo asks which camp she's coming from, so she explains that she comes from Jonathan Investment Finance Group. Sunhoo clenches his fist as he asks where Jonathan is, hoping that he is alive, but Olivia says that her master is waiting for him, their new master. The group eventually make their way to the place Jonathan resides in, who says that he has been waiting for a long time. Sunhoo thanks him for being alive, and thinks that there's no way this bastard would lose to the fifth evil. This is the guild master of the Jonathan Investment Finance Group, Jonathan Hunter, level 482. He immediately brings out an expensive bottle of whiskey he had saved up, making both Yeonhee and Sunhoo extremely happy. But Sunhoo knows why he kept it, just like how he kept his father's bank account with him. For Jonathan, this was a talisman. The man who reigned the world as an emperor was desperate to spend time with an old friend, so Sunhoo obliged, and they started to drink. They tried hard to get drunk, and even if it was just a bottle, their faces were completely flushed. Yeonhee particularly doesn't hold her liquor well, so she started kissing Sunhoo, who kissed back. Jonathan is surprised, but he always expected this to happen, so he congratulates them. Olivia appears, apologizing for interrupting him, but there's some urgent news he has to hear. Jonathan is mad that he doesn't get to enjoy a night with his old friends, but he will listen. Olivia explains that there are a few people who have come with a larger unit, while some others are here with just a small unit led by their guildmaster. Jonathan expected this. Their camp seems easiest to deal with right now, so he asks Sunhoo for advice. He calls over Olivia and tells her that just like how she's naturally under him, they too have a fate that is already predestined. Her work is not difficult. She only has to remember something. She will gather all of the leaders of each camp under Odin, under his name. As Olivia goes to deliver the message, she thinks that when she first thought of Odin, she thought that he would be Joshua von Carrion. But that person is actually the rival of her master, Jonathan. Both in this place and the real world, they will battle for dominance. Jonathan told her that he will be coming, Odin, and he will be her new master. When she came face to face with him, she only saw an Asian man who she has never seen before, and was looking down on everyone. Her heart beats just thinking about him, and with her wondering if this army will heed his words. The first place Olivia went to was the World Awakener Association. As their name suggested, they were an organization that would work well with Revolution and Tomorrow, while also having the most troops among the groups. She looks at them, and sees that they have the diseases of the Barbacore. They all look like ghouls. They have all suffered through much, but this is really terrible. She arrives at the chief's hut, where his assistant invites her inside. Before she can introduce herself, the leader asks if Jonathan is alive, and to answer his question, before something happens. She feels immense pressure from this guy, making her say that he is. The man laughs, and tells her to relay a message to Jonathan, that he will not kill him. As long as he protects him, he does not need to worry about the provocations of others. Olivia doesn't get why this man would protect them, but then starts to recognize him, and asks if he's Joshua von Carrion. The man immediately slams her on the ground before grabbing her by the leg and eliminating all of her item benefits. She knows that she's in danger, and summons her Jinn, which Joshua immediately defeats without even moving, scaring Olivia half to death. He drags her right in front of him, and notes that Jonathan has omitted educating his subordinates, so it seems that he will have to do it for him. Olivia tells him to wait as he strangles her, as she has a message for him, but he only strangles harder. Fortunately, Olivia manages to say Odin, making Joshua let her go and demand she speak. She explains that Odin has ordered everyone to gather, under the name of Odin. At that moment, Olivia saw something she never expected. The being of death that almost took her life was crying tears of joy. At Taehan's fortress, the others come back with Priya, and explain that an Asian woman and man were accompanied by a monster, and did this to her. Both Taehan and Sugal wonder if it's who they think they are, but suddenly one of the subordinates tells them that all of the camps are moving in their direction. There are just too many people. They all immediately go outside, seeing an army of people waiting at their doorstep. Sugal isn't about to go out without a fight, so he tells them to come and stop waiting. Jonathan screams out, explaining that he and the 6 camps are following the orders of the Great Order, to gather at the central stage. That is why they ask them to open their gates and greet Odin's warriors. Taehan is amazed to see Sunhoo united all the camps, and Sugal cries tears of happiness, glad that his leader is here. Later, the main people of the groups gather for an important meeting. Camp 1 is Revolution 12. Taehan is the Guildmaster. Camp 2 is the First World Awakener Association. Guildmaster Osiris. Camp 3, Tomorrow 21. Guildmaster Ian Jones. Camp 4, Revolution 30. Guildmaster William Spencer. Camp 5, Tomorrow 19. Guildmaster Deborah Bellucci. Camp 6 is Jonathan Investment Finance Group, led by Jonathan. Camp 7, Revolution 28 is led by Sugal. Originally it was Juwan, but he was found to be too weak. Camp 8, Revolution 42, Guildmaster Zhang Wulong. Ian Jones and Deborah were not originally a part of Revolution, and Tomorrow, Aoki Yuria, who founded Tomorrow, was nowhere to be found. And the most shocking thing is that the 4th virtue, Mihail, is absent. Sunhoo asked Joshua about his name change, who explained that he had erased his past. The reason he did so was probably due to the mutilated face he now wore. In the eyes of the masses, the marks he obtained from battles that were life or death would only incite fear. Joshua's fear must have been designed as a high-ranking stage, meaning that he endured brutal tests, like the quest to reduce the guild member numbers to a third. Sunhoo tells them that soon the final stage shall be upon them. He doesn't believe that any of them want to drop out right at the end. They would want to get out of here and arrive because, when they return, They can use their power as awakeners to obtain as much wealth and anything they want. That's what they would think, but the world is under military control, and they are minorities. Their numbers will decrease further after the final scene, so what awaits them is not glory, but oppression by their own military. Jonathan agrees, but if he wishes to, could he secure the safety and freedom of all awakeners? He is the true owner of this world after all. Sugal did not understand what he was talking about, but the others were all greatly shocked by his words. This was the richest man in the world, and he was bowing his head to someone else. Jonathan says that everyone should have an idea of who he is. Even here, he has been ranked the richest man every year. However, the power he has cannot be measured by that metric. If someone wishes to oppose him in the outside world, they need to risk the destruction of at least 3 G7 nations. The person in front of them is his master, and the center of the world order, Odin. Sunhoo wonders how many people understand this, and how many could recall the Geonil Club of the past. Well, it doesn't matter, as they must tell the others what he's going to say now. The World Awakener Association is an organization created with the world after the testing site completion in mind. Those who offer their loyalty will be able to enjoy the privileges under its name. However, they must all understand first, who is allowing them to live like this. Sunhoo couldn't even think of reaching this point in the past. As soon as it became clear they would lose the war, the system sent them home. It wasn't just going to let them get wiped. Humanity was classified as the lowest ranked species in the war, and had things continued like that, they would have become the living soldiers of the Barbacore, or a host of the Graft clan. Now it's different though. With these hands, he will shape the future. The final scene is upon them, and everyone looks at it with anticipation and fear. Sugal goes to Jasung, surprised to see that he's grown up so much. Jasung tells him that he's around 30 by now. He shouldn't treat him like a kid anymore. People don't age after awakening, but they do continue growing. Sugal says that it's been a while since they started, but they are finally at the final scene. They should trust Odin and go all the way, as they are ensured victory. Jasung sees that he's in a good mood and asks if something good happened, with Sugal smiling and telling him that they have hit the jackpot. Odin is much more amazing than they originally thought. He drags him away to tell him the good news. All the while, Sunhoo arrives next to Orca and asks what the situation is. Orca tells him that the Marukas are not coming. Sunhoo, surprised to see that his pronunciation has improved, asks what is coming then. Orca says that it's the Backlands, which Sunhoo is not surprised about, but Orca does not stop there. It seems that Barbara, Graf, Declan, and Zephos are also coming, and fast. Sunhoo is rightfully shaken. The 7 Demon King armies are different civilizations. The only thing they share is their worship of Doom Chaos. There was never a time when they worked in unison. Amid his confusion, a new name he has never heard about came out of Orca, and that name is Lunea. Sunhoo asks what that is, and Orca explains that they worship Doom Desir. It was at this exact moment that the final piece of the 7 Demon Kings puzzle was found. Sunhoo only knew of its existence, but he never had any quests related to it. With this, the race that worships Doom Desir has become known. These were the currently known monster races, and the 7 Demon Kings they each worship. Doom Chaos is the ruler of all Doom. Doom Arcuda gives the Backlands primal strength. Doom Enterguasto gives the Barbas power over death and powerful plagues. Doom Insectum is with the Marukas, giving them amazing reproduction abilities and reincarnation. Doom Maun is worshipped by the Cephos, who also share increased reproduction, causing them to be powerful only in numbers. Doom Kaso is with Declan, and their unyielding taste for battle. Dom Desir is with the Lunea, but what they specialize in is unknown. If Sunhoo would learn the aspects of the monsters, he could predict the aspects of Desir, so getting such information is paramount. However, Orca only knew this much, so Sunhoo decided to call in the guide, but he refused to appear again after the final scene began. Sunhoo screamed for him once again, and he finally showed up, saying that he would have come soon enough without his calling. He introduces himself as Luma R. He will be their guide through the final scene. He sees Sunhoo's cold staring and tells him that he's gotten promoted to the final scene, so he shouldn't think of challenging him. It is not adequate for someone who should be protecting him to do this. He's saying too much now, but it's fine, as he would have learned about it soon. Sunhoo asks if it's a quest where they need to protect him, but Luma doesn't know if to tell him or not, as this type of information, not even Explorer can get it. How about they take this as the first step towards mutual trust? Sunhoo agrees, and tells him to keep talking. Luma asks what he thinks was the role of the guides who were responsible for all this time. The system has granted them quite a lot of power, and that impressive power has been integrated with him. Now he, who came out victorious in the competition among the 450,000 other guides, demands some respect. He must get on his good side because he will be the one who will send them all home. That will become the reason to keep him pleased and safe. Does he now understand why mutual trust is needed? Sunhoo has already seen that this guy has no interest in them, but he wonders just how much he will act like this. He agrees and says that they should build on this trust immediately, asking if he knows anything about the Lunea race. Luma falls silent for a moment, before saying that they were once called that in the past, just like how they are called humans now. Where did he even hear that name anyway? He asks again when Sunhoo doesn't listen, but he's deep in thought. He has figured out that Doom Desir is most likely a mind type, which is a troublesome aspect. Luma sees Orca, and is amazed to see a prideful noble of Maruka kneeling for a human. Sunhoo explains that it's the same as if he became a slave of the system. He heard the things that used to be his species will be coming, so does it matter if he deals with them? Luma finds no problem in that. The Lunea race is no longer his race. Sunhoo is glad that he separated from them, because he was going to kill them no matter what he said. Luma is actually more worried about Doom Nazir than his little pet race, making Sunhoo ask if he will be coming personally. Luma confirms that there is a chance. He must be careful if he meets Nazir's incarnation. It just might send him to a past where he can only meet death. And unfortunately, everyone has an event like this. Suddenly, Sunhoo wakes up somewhere else. His mind is jammed. It feels like he was just talking to someone, but there is nothing here. It's probably because of the monster blood he had to drink. He reminds himself to never do so again. Suddenly, someone calling him money asks why he's spacing around. He should get up and go to work. Sunhoo is tired of him. He's been calling him that since he learned that he didn't like that nickname. He will get rid of him soon enough. He gets up, but he's embarrassed that he's in the same group as these dogs. At this rate, his chances for survival are slim. A woman asks why he keeps calling that guy money. So the guy explains that he was a rich finance guy on the outside. He talked about buying and selling stuff in this place too, and ended up becoming money as a result. The woman thinks of him as an idiot. What's the point of trade when they can just take anything they want? Sunhoo lets them laugh. If they continue their lives like this, they will die to their own party members soon enough. Suddenly, the name Doom Nazir beams into his head, making him wonder where he even remembers it from and if it's a hallucination. Suddenly, someone calls him, and that guy Jong-soo, as the commander is looking for them. Jong-soo damns Sunhoo for wasting his time as he wanted to get some fun, but Sunhoo ignores him, as calling 2 pursuers means a dungeon was cleared. It's finally time for him to go to battle. He grabs the old wallet his father gave him, and asks for his protection once again as he goes through this. Both Sunhoo and Jong-soo bow down to their leader, Commander Kang Ginam, who is a powerful B rank. Even without his pursuer trait, he can feel the immense pressure he gives off. His rank is one he must have achieved after burning through many teams, and now, it's his turn to be put in the meat grinder. Jinim tells them to raise their heads and explains that the mission is simple. They will make it so that he can avoid the tentacles that suddenly appear in that dungeon, which Sunhoo knows is the Maruka dungeon. It's easy to say for him, but even though he's investing everything into perception skills, the entirety of Maruka Swamp is like a monster. It's hard to see what's a monster and what's something else. A bunch of messages pop into his head once again, words he has heard before, but he doesn't know from where. They look like messages from guides, but that's impossible. There's no way the guides would talk to a lowly bottom rank like himself. Objection to this plan means death. His fate is already decided, so he agrees to go, promising to do his best. He and his team eventually arrive in the swamp. They too feel that it's different. Its structure seems to be ever-changing. Sunhoo suddenly sees something and tells them to wait, as there's something up ahead. But Jong-soo doesn't believe him. He probably got scared for nothing. Sunhoo screams at him to duck, but it's too late. The upper half of his head is swung open by none other than an enemy that they never wanted to see. A Maruka noble. He immediately starts killing everyone around Sunhoo, who remembers Luma's final words. He will be sent into a past where he can only meet death. This visage of death. This bath of blood has made him come to his senses. It makes sense in the past. The monsters he feared most were the Maruka, but unfortunately for him, that's in the past. With that, the quest to attack Doom Nazir has been created. At the Osiris camp, the anti-Barba outpost, Sugal is being healed in the aftermath of a heated battle, but tells Jasung to be a bit gentler. He doesn't get it. How can a skill be gentler? He should stop whining since he's an old man. Sugal asks about Sunhoo, and when he's going to come out of that barrier. He suddenly created his absolute battlefield around him and hasn't come out in a week. Jasung says they just have to wait. Even Mary doesn't really know what's going on. Sugal guesses she must be worried too. A barrier is not much different from a seal. Jasung tells him that the healing is done, and Sugal is impressed. As expected from such a high-ranking healer. Jasung also asks if Osiris is fine to be around. Why did he choose to join this side in particular? Before the monsters came pouring in, Sunhoo told him that no matter what, he should have the first volume of the Book of the Dead. The supreme commander of the Barba Corps should have it. Sugal asked if he should go with that Osiris guy. Would it not be better to help Mary? Sunhoo told him that worrying about her is pointless. He wants him to take care of Osiris for him. Sugal wondered what that meant, and guessed that Osiris was planning something. He can't even tell if that guy is man or beast at this point. But if he really is planning a betrayal by aiming for that Book of the Dead, that will be extremely dangerous. Will he even be able to stop this bastard? Sunhoo detected the 7 gates using Explorer. The first gate was of the Baklin army, and their supreme commander was the highest priest of Doom Arkuta, Lee Sua, only 2.5 hours remaining until opening. The second gate was of the Barba Crops. Their supreme commander and the owner of the Book of Death, Volume 1, is Shaimar. They come at the same time as the Baklin army. The 5th gate opened really quickly, and out came the Declan army, along with their highest-ranking priest, Chaobaru. Sunhoo left Gate 1 to Yeonhee and Gate 2 to Joshua. He fought the Declans of Gate 5, but while he was doing that, he suddenly got trapped in a memory of the past, a past where he can only meet death. It's not wrong, as at this point, he was a low-ranking awakener who could have just died at any moment. They could have taken his life with just a minor level of interference if they only managed to gain perfect control over his mindscape. Using his powers, he easily slashes the Maruka noble apart. Thanks to Orca and Yeonhee, he has a basic understanding of how a mindscape works. Doom Nazir is definitely hiding around here. He already used the absolute battlefield to make sure that he could not flee, so it's only a matter of time until he finds that bastard. Somewhere dark and bloody, a bunch of men are experimenting by cutting up people and attaching their body parts to others, but unfortunately, neither their quests nor skills transfer over. It seems when the person with the skills and quests dies, they are returned to the system to be redistributed. The first evil asks about the test with the families, but one of his lackeys explains that there's no change in experience gained from killing each other, so it's a failure. As soon as he's done with that, his head flies off. Sunhoo's surprised that he's still doing stuff like this, but blowing up this little stronghold of his was something he always wanted to do. The third evil instantly recognized him, and although his expression should have been one of confusion, he glitched, like a corrupted file. It's because he had never seen him make a confused expression before, so the recreation struggled. In that aspect, the first evil was fine, since that guy never showed emotion in the first place. Sunhoo tells him that the money he knows should be a lowly E-rank awakener, but he wants to know, what does he think he looks like now? Sunhoo cuts his arm off, prompting the first evil to immediately back away, using the insignia of teleportation, then uses the insignia of cure body to heal himself. Unfortunately, Sunhoo is not about to let him do as he pleases, so he kicks him into next month, making the man who overcomes adversity activate. The first evil tries to run away, fear overtaking him, but Sunhoo will not let go of his toy yet. He has always regretted ending his life so easily. He always wanted to see that look of complete fear in his eyes. It's truly intoxicating, so he thanks him for it. With that, he kills the first evil once again, and talks directly with Desir. He may think that he has him trapped here, but he's the one trapped. He wants to see just how many tricks he has up his sleeve. He will destroy every single one. With a gigantic rumble, he annihilates the apartment he was in, and demands that Desir show himself right this instant. The final scene was the opposite of Act 2 Scene 1. They were protecting the Pillars of Light, and their enemies were attempting to clear it. Sugul sees the dark energy surrounding them and wonders how much the plague even spread. It's really grotesque to look at. Suddenly, one of his men arrives. He was sent to talk with Osiris, who said that because the attacks will worsen as time passes, they will deal with the first weakening as quickly as possible, to at least reduce casualties if nothing else. Sugul understands. If that's the plan, then he should announce everyone to get ready. The man is surprised that he's really following that order. He's the only one who can even attempt to stop that guy. They just need to endure. Is there any need to do something like this? Sugul wants to tell him off, but suddenly, the man begins pouring blood from his face, and subsequently blows up in a messy slop. Osiris arrives, clear that he was the one who did this, and asks if there is a problem. Sugul looks at him and apologizes for not being able to manage a random soldier. He is at fault. At the same time, he hears Sunhoo's voice, and then a loud noise, which everyone is affected by. He gets the notification that Desir has entered, he and everyone else in this group, and Sunhoo's battleground shows clear signs of a fierce battle. Sugul knows that he's fighting that Desir guy in there. He feels bad for him, as he's here being pressured by some weak-ass people. He tells Osiris that they will do what they need to. Odin is over there, and they will provide as much support as possible. Osiris raises his hand in the air, letting out a few shadowy beings to help, but also to watch his progress. Sugul understands. He will show him why everyone has come to call him Caliber. He rallies his men, and they charge with him. He screams out words of encouragement, hoping that this will keep them fighting. The onslaught of the beast begins in earnest. Sugul is adamant about going home, so he will not lose this fight no matter what. He will see his son. Everyone in every corner of the battlefield is earnestly giving it their all, and eventually, the battlefield becomes a dumping ground of bodies. Monster and human alike sit together in death, and Sugul would have died too. But because of his pestilence-resistant skill, he is able to hold on and wake up. Due to his skin melting together at his eyes, he can barely see, but he can hear Jasung call out to him. He tries to search for him and comes closer, wondering where the hell his arm went, with Jasung surprised that he does not remember. Sugul tries to, but his mind is really filled with too many thoughts to pinpoint what happened. He wonders what the itch on his face is. It's becoming worse and worse. He can't feel anything because of it. Suddenly, Jasung uses the blessing of the Wind Warrior on him, giving him 5,000 physical defense and 10,000 magical defense. He asks why he used that, as it was an emergency thing Odin was saving. Jasung says he has no choice, as he's pretty much done for. Sugul's eyes become healed enough to see him. Jasung is almost completely melted, and at the end of his rather short life, Sugul screams out in anger and sadness, as today, he lost a true friend. In his mind, Jasung remembers when he first heard of Sugul, but also thanks him for always standing in front of him for protection. It is truly a shame that he will never be able to see the world of the awakeners he talked about. Sugul tries to tell him that he can be healed, and that he will be right back on his feet, but Jasung simply recites the same numbers again, and also the names of his father and mother. Sugul knew what he meant by this, but he should really focus on his survival first. He has to. Jasung continues to do so, until Sugul gives up and agrees. He recites back the numbers, and the names of his family members. He has fully memorized them. He wants 10 billion to be given to them, but Sugul promises much more than that. He is Caliber, the right hand of Odin. He can take half the world if he wants to. Jasung gives him one final smile, and the fear sets in, making him ask Sugul to save him, as he is scared. After Jasung disappears, his protective ring of the Wind Warrior drops, so Sugul picks it up and wipes the tears off his face. He has no time to waste. There are too many corpses here. If a necromancer comes, it's all over. No matter what happens, he has to get the first volume of the Book of the Dead. The Supreme Commander of the Barba Corp has to drop it. Even if that is his main objective, he has something more important to take care of. He will do absolutely everything in his power to achieve it. After he relays Jasung's request, he begins to smash through the rats that are coming for him, going further and further, but the Barba Plague is stacking swiftly. He soon realizes how far he's come. He does not even know in which direction to go, and the Barba Plague continues to grow, making him scratch himself way too much. After the rats see him, he continues to run away, but the Barba Plague is almost at a critical level, so he eventually falls to the ground, the plague slowly rotting his skin away. Suddenly, he sees the tentacles of the Maruka tribe slowly rise from the ground. He knows that he is doomed, so Sugul gets up on his feet as the rats rush him, and knows that the only escape from here is death. One of the rats sinks his teeth deep in his shoulder, but but Sugul has had enough. So he retaliates in kind by biting the rat's head off. He apologizes to Jasung and Odin. He really has no excuse for either of them. This is his deathbed. As he screams out to rally the rats in his position, Orca's tentacles get rid of all of them, surprising Sugul. He also grabs him, slowly removing the plague from his body. But Sugul thinks he's a betrayer before he starts killing even more rats. Sugul thanks him, but Orca screams at him and basically tells him to follow. Eventually, they arrive at Odin's battlefield. Sugul's surprised that they are still fighting, but Orca points at a crack in the battlefield, which Sugul goes through and can clearly see inside. Upon doing so, however, he sees the skull of Odin's skeleton dragon, and besides that, something that shocks him to his core, Odin's mangled corpse. In his final moments, Sunhoo thought he heard Sugul screaming, but it did not matter, as the place he got sent to was the definition of darkness. He has eliminated Doom Nazir, completing the Birth of Doom Man quest, and he is given part 2 of that quest, which he immediately completes because he has enough followers. Sunhoo knows that the system is telling him that he has his own soldiers. Lee Taehan has contributed greatly to this. The third part of the quest is also completed, because he defeated a Doom, so now he has fully completed the chain quests, something nobody has done before. He also has a visitor to congratulate him, Doom Chaos, and even if Sunhoo is basically inside the life vessel now, he still feels trapped with him, his power overwhelming his senses. He also feels overwhelming fear, to the point that his mind is only thinking of leaving, but through that, he also feels Doom Chaos poking at his mind like he wants to tell him something. That something is about the system and the existence whose real name was the Old One. It was a being that rivaled Doom Chaos. While traversing multiple dimensions, whenever Doom Chaos went for a dimension, the Old One would inevitably appear. In this never-ending universal war beyond mortal understanding, the sides of good and evil held no real meaning. Even if they went with binary thinking, declaring either of them good or evil made no difference. What is important to Sunhoo is his family's well-being and that of the human race. If he is able to maintain that, he does not care if either of them helps him. He demands one thing from Doom Chaos, the safety of humanity. Then he will become his subordinate and fight for him. He will give him whatever he wants. His life, his soul, even his world. What he wants, he will have. Sunhoo is given the position of Doom Dazir, making Doom Kaso feel fear for him. Sunhoo does not get a straight answer, but him being above Doom Kaso is a pretty good start. His revival timer is already ticking, but it will take 29 days to complete. Outside, Yeonhee is taking care of some enemies, so Sunhoo tries to communicate with her, but he gets no reaction. She probably did not realize that the life vessel is functioning yet. He also wonders why the 7 Demon King's attacks have not ended, since he joined Doom Chaos. Perhaps he has to finish his revival. Yeonhee hears a group whisper about something, so she immediately teleports to them and asks who they are. One of them introduces himself as Raphael of the Diego Attack Unit. He is a part of the Merry Army. She asks what's going on, but they all promise they were doing nothing. They were just discussing the current situation. Odin said he would deal with the evil parts of the system, so they have no clue as to why this quest even appeared. From reading his mind, Yeonhee sees these quests. The main objective is to kill her, and it rewards tons of starting quest items and 50 challenger boxes. She really didn't expect this, but it means that Sunhoo has finally sided with Doom Chaos. So right now, the life vessel is working inside her body. He tells Raphael to gather all the position locators within the army. Anyone who resists will be immediately executed on sight. With this plan, they will be able to get most of the people who are after her. In this army, that is, as she can hear whispers from the other armies, and it's making her head split open from the pain. Most people have considered the rewards, as it's something that has never been given before. Some think that it's a play by the system to drive a stake and create conflict. But the rewards don't lie. Perhaps there is a way to defeat her. Perhaps Osiris and/or the Fire Demon King could actually do her in. One guy notes that they probably have not seen a mind-type awakener rage before after they enter the rampaging state, because they resonated with the bloodlust around them. They're like wild animals, unable to discern friend from foe. And honestly, they are probably not the only ones thinking about doing that. Some mind types actually resonate with the monster's killing intent and go berserk. So what would happen if she felt the bloodlust of a human? Sunhoo sees them scheming against her in spite of that. And slowly, those who started to communicate through writing began to appear. They agitated Yeonhee even further and pushed her to the brink of rage. She realizes this too. Sunhoo only now realizing that she had experienced this rampaging state before. His heart felt quite heavy from the pain she must have endured. Suddenly she rushes in, past everyone who was scheming against her, and kicks the main informer away. The others try to burn the correspondence, but she stops it with a single slap. While unifying the stage of the final scene of Act 1, she did go on a rampage. Those closest to her since Act 1 were lost in that period, and then she went missing, never seen active during the latter half of the final scene. This is when her Mary name began to take wind, so the Betrayer's strategy is to form a radial formation and have only A rank or higher members. If they successfully restrain her, they will blow her up, no matter how many casualties they go through. Yeonhee and Sunhoo both realize that the guy writing these strategies knows much about Yeonhee, and she knows there can only be one. So she charges Juwon with her blade, who thinks that she's gone on a rampage. Contrary to his belief, she's actually pretty calm. She just hates him for the rat he is. The others just stand there without saying a word, as they don't want to incur her wrath. And Juwon orders them to charge in already, but Yeonhee uses her mind control to deal with him by their hands. Osiris watches all of this, and Yeonhee tells him to get out of the way, causing him to shake for some unknown reason. After all this, Yeonhee decides to go far from the battlefield. In a crevice in the stone mountain, She planned to cut down anyone who used the position locator to find her. After being on high alert for days on end, she fell asleep, leaving her little monster to stand guard. Sure enough, he sees someone, so he wakes her up with a few slaps. Yeonhee is curious to see who her first guest is, but she's surprised to see Sugul, who seems mad at the entire world. In order to look for Yeonhee, Sugul broke through the entire Baklin army. He took the shortest possible route while still avoiding Lee Swa, and nearly died on multiple occasions. If not for the items that Odin left for him, he would have died much earlier. Upon seeing her, he immediately gives her everything that he left behind. But Yeonhee is surprised that it's just these. What about the skeleton dragon? Sugul asks if that's important now. Does she understand what this even means? At least he passed heroically. But she should not worry, as he will protect her. This ugly quest was not given just to him, right? Yeonhee tells him that if he really saw Odin die, then he should not be here. He is confused, so she explains that he would probably have a chance against her if he sided with Joshua. If he even gets the reward on her head, he will become the most powerful person for a while. With some luck, he might even be able to do it alone. Sugul is disgusted by the idea. He is Kwan Sugil. He will never hurt her. Yeonhee is not saying this out of pity, but is he being serious? Will he truly side with her? Sugul screams that she should know better than even him, but she says it is not easy at his level, and people change their minds frequently. Sugul lets it go, as this is not the time to argue, but she should come with him to Okra's territory, as he will help them. It might sound weird, but that guy is more trustworthy than most people. Yeonhee knows this little fella in her hands is the same, but he knows what will happen if he sides with her, right? Sugul asks if he will hold her back, but that's not what she meant. She will not be able to protect him either. Sugul doesn't care for that. He is the one who wants to protect her. She might not realize how bad things might go for her soon. Nobody knows what will happen, but he wants only one thing in return. He tells her all the information Jasung told him. If he dies, she wants her to take care of this debt, as he has to carry it even out of the grave. If she can do this, he will never regret anything. Yeonhee remembers him saying something about having a son, but Sugul can't possibly ask her to take care of him as well, although if she offers, he will not refuse. He suddenly coughs up some blood. It was tough to get through those bovine bastards. That Sua girl is really strong. Yeonhee doesn't understand how he survived getting beaten up that much. He's pretty unusual too. She uses the touch of Mary on him, which greatly heals and revitalizes him, even if she might seem otherwise. She is still a healer. Sugul feels like a newborn baby, but Yeonhee tells him to just protect her and not hold back. He slaps his face and says that he is ready so they can come down now. Osiris and his men are above. Sugul was suspicious of them, and he seems to have been right. How long will he be able to hold out against them? Osiris tells Yeonhee that he will buy her time. The armies have already escaped their containment. Yeonhee asks what he's thinking, but Osiris is only doing his final duty to Odin. He will stop her from going anywhere else since she was his woman. He will protect her until her final days, because he truly loved her. Yeonhee is surprised he knows the meaning of those words, but he seems to be misunderstanding something crucial. It is not him, but she who holds their lives in her palm. He must already be aware of how far she can go. Osiris advises her to stop the unnecessary aggression, and their auras clash, throwing the air in all directions. Well, Yeonhee doesn't care that much. He's admirable, so she will tell him this. Odin is not dead yet. He will soon come back to life. Osiris believes she is holding on to false hope. He has already confirmed his body. Yeonhee knows how it sounds, but he should know that he has made the right decision. On her way to the Orca territory, thanks to Osiris and Sugil, Mary did not walk around as a criminal, but as a mighty conqueror. Sugil is disgusted by the bastards who are attacking them. They are more fierce than the monsters. They eventually arrive in Orca's swamp, Sugil believing that the others will not be able to easily follow them inside. Yeonhee is pleased, as Orca has made a throne for himself. Having gathered a huge amount of experience from fighting, Orca had become strong enough to rival his mother entity, Archduke Aemon. Sugil notes how much he changed, and Yeonhee wonders if they have even just one normal person on their side. Sugil asks if what she said about Odin coming back to life is true. Honestly, it's pretty hard to believe without any proof. Yeonhee tells him that the situation would have been different if she could. They wouldn't have been chased around. Sugil doesn't get it. Is it a skill, or one of those special privileges? Yeonhee thinks of it more as a special privilege. Odin has become an important being. 15 days remained until his resurrection, and having surrounded the entire area, many different groups entered Orca's territory. They had prepared a lot as if they were about to challenge a high-level dungeon. The posts they left to do this were handled by Jonathan and Taehan, who had their hands full. Yeonhee's group was fighting day after day. The rage she felt when looking at the idiots who were blinded by a reward made her fear that she would shatter the life vessel. A few days later, news that Taehan had gone missing after being attacked by his executives had spread. And although Odin's resurrection was almost complete, Yeonhee's difficult time continued. While she was dealing with a headache, Sugil came with some good news, as the citizens of Savior had come to help them. He can vouch that they are trustworthy and have an amazing battle spirit. These were the people on the same stage as Sunhoo during Act 2, Scene 1. They were called fanatical because of their blind faith in him, and even though they separated into different attack units, their unity was unshakable. After his resurrection, Sunhoo planned for them to become the core of the new group he will create. His resurrection timer is complete. He begins to morph into reality, and Doom Chaos gives him an order. He must secure the human army command. A veteran army is being trained before him. He will make them understand who their true master is. No followers of the old one are allowed to remain. He will keep in mind, the fate of the human army lies in the hands of Doom Man. Upon success, the attack order on his territory progressing under Doom Kaso will stop. Upon failure, though, his land and humanity as a whole will be sacrificed as an offering to doom chaos. He will have to find an army in a different dimension to nurture. Sunhoo excluded the system followers a long time ago, so securing the safety of this world is a piece of cake. Another command follows. He will have to eliminate Guide Luma R. The old one will tempt him with power. To prevent this, he must eliminate that guide, as this will also be the start of his authority. Upon success, the old one will give up on his land and escape to another. He will obtain the common authority, gate creation. Upon failure, the human army's fate will be altered by the will of the old one. Sunhoo is satisfied by this. He wanted to beat those things for a long time. With those commands given, he is given an option to choose where he resurrects. He chooses to go near the life vessel, so as everyone is fighting, they get notified that Doom Man has entered. Their minds begin to shatter, as only his presence causes them to go into an altered state. The strong ones are spared, but the weak begin foaming at the mouth, and worship him as the god entity he is. Sugal is confused beyond his wits, but Sunhoo approaches with a smile and thanks him for helping Mary. Sugal says he only did what he had to, but what's this about Doom Man? Is that him? Sunhoo allows him to hate that, but this was the only way he could guarantee the safety of their world. Sugal doesn't see anything different to him, although he hopes he's not going to grow horns or something. Sunhoo says that maybe he will, and Yeonhee stares at him in shock, but he simply smiles back. She bows down to him, happy to see him return, and he holds her, everyone worshipping the birth of Doom Man. Somewhere else, the guide is freaking out. The great picture drawn by the system has been destroyed, all because of these stupid creatures. Guildmaster Ian Jones receives the One Heart with the Guide quest, where he must protect Luma R from Doom Man, and the reward is 50 challenger boxes, another quest, and special privileges, among other things. Jones sees this quest as akin to the one that was tied to Miri, but they are talking about a doom here. Even the great Odin died while facing one of them. If he is to face a doom, what can he possibly achieve? Luma R tells him not to lose focus. If he succeeds, he will receive rewards on par with the Kill Mary quest. Jones knows the guide is desperate too, so he asks for the rewards now. If he receives them now, he vows to protect him with all his might. Luma R can't believe someone who managed to survive until the final scene is acting like this. Has he not learned? He must prove himself before he is granted greater power. This is the one absolute rule of the system. Jones tells him that they will both die by the end of this, so he's canceling the quest. He can just go and die himself. He's fighting no doom. Luma R urges him to do so if that's what he wants, but he hesitates. He knew that he couldn't do jack. At this stage, he cannot let such a thing pass, so he will just pray for his success, as he's sure he can achieve something. Jones knows that he has always been in constant danger. Death was watching him, ready to take his life away. Every time that happened, though, he overcame it and became stronger. More people rallied behind him, and his group was formed. This is an opportunity that he will not let pass up. Suddenly, he enters Odin's battlefield, which scares the living daylights out of him, and he cannot escape from the zone for 24 hours. His confidence is in shambles as he shakes. He tries to reason this away, but only comes out with a shallow scream for the guide, asking what this is. Luma R reveals that Odin is Doom Man. He just didn't tell him because he didn't bring it up. His fault. Jones doubles down. He is not doing something that will ensure his death. Luma R tells him that nothing will change if he refuses the quest. Doom Man is already pretty mad at him. He can just see his rage in the distance, can he not? This would have been much easier if he completed his quests. Honestly, humans are the ones who messed everything up. If the system would have been followed, neither Dom Nazir's death nor Doom Man's appearance would have occurred. He has ruined the great picture the system drew. What a dumbass. As soon as they arrive at Jones' compound, most just surrender to Sunhoo, with Sugal believing it's only right they let them live. Sunhoo agrees, but only on the condition that they show who their true master is. With that, they all charge back at their old master, and the few that remained with Jones are shocked to see this. Because of this display, he is pretty furious. This is basically Odin saying that he does not need to come himself. His army is slowly falling apart. Some just give up completely, and some just take the easy way out, creating a conflict not easily quenched. Sunhoo sees this, and guesses that Jones is not that big a deal, so he goes to his main target, Luma R, who is trying to escape. Sunhoo appears behind him and says that Nazir had no chance in escaping. Does he think that he can? Luma R swings again and tells him to be careful, as he doesn't know where he's cutting now. Sunhoo tells him to try it. He wants to see how long he can muster his strength. Sunhoo knows that the Old One decided humanity is worthless, because they could not overcome Doom Chaos, but he will make him regret that decision. Now he is beyond Challenger. He is an Ender, and if he uses man who overcomes adversity, he can enter the Overlord stage. With this, he is able to strike Luma R from the back and then dash towards him, making him fly away. Now he is getting really mad. He may have Doom Chaos's support, but none of the Awakeners will be able to return without him. Does he really think he can handle that? Sunhoo calls him an insolent creature who will beg for mercy. That's why he won't kill him instantly. He wants to have some fun first. Sunhoo casts Odin's wrath all around them, and tells Luma R that his first quest is to escape from this prison. But Luma R refuses. He can just hide and let him enjoy himself. Sunhoo is not worried. Even if it hides, it will leave some sort of trace. Even Challenger-level Awakeners can detect these small rites. And sure enough, Luma R gets zapped right back to reality. Sunhoo hoped that he understood his position now. This is an unskippable chain quest. Luma R expected him to be so drastically different. He doesn't even care if humanity returns, does he? Sunhoo explains that his army will return using the common authority of the Dooms, a gate, which works the same as their paths. Luma R understands. The playtime is over, as he is really mad now. Sunhoo knows this is his true form. It feels similar to Desir. With the twisting of space-time, a powerful pressure cast down upon him. He could have easily just dodged it, but he let it cast. He decided to smile and say that this is pretty good, and asks if skill has a name. But Luma R believes he is not a dumbass like he is. The system is created only for stupid species like his. They are fools who cannot do anything right. Before his strike goes through, Sunhoo just catches his leg with 2 fingers. He guesses that he was moving in for his eye, but whatever. He will take this as him passing the first quest. So here comes the second one. He just has to endure some hellfire, nothing too big, right? After Luma R is burned to a crisp, Sunhoo moves on to the third quest, where he will beg until he is quenched. Luma R tells him that he will be punished for brazenly using the power granted by the system, but Sunhoo says that he took it for his own. It was not granted to him by the old one. He's the guide, yet he does not know the rules. Luma R believes that he will let him go right. This was just some toying around. Sunhoo wants to hear begging, not this dumbassery of his. Luma R finally relents and begs for his life, which Sunhoo has been eagerly waiting for, so that he can take his life with much more enjoyment. After striking the guide down, he obtains the Gate Creation Authority. The quest tab disappears from everyone's grasp, although they still have their levels and items. Sunhoo knew this would happen, but they all need to get used to Doom Chaos's system. The most important thing now is that after his battlefield disappeared, this little one came to him. Yeonhee feels no hostility, but rather the opposite, so it's up to him. Sunhoo knew these things were all identical in appearance, so he thought that Luma R just resurrected, but he wanted to hear the thing out. Since the old one's system is gone, he needs Yeonhee's help to talk with it. She creates a space where they can talk, although his pressure is too gigantic even there, allowing him to dominate it easily. Now, Sunhoo wants an answer from this guide-looking thing, and he expects them soon. She introduces herself as the mother of all Lumas, Luma A. She understands that her entire race displeased him, but the guides are entities who ran away from them a long time ago. She is not as flamboyant as they are, so she apologizes if she can't express herself much. Sunhoo knows it's trying to win favors with him, hence the human appearance. She only has one goal in seeking him, so. They call them the Monster Army, right? Well, she wants them to stop attacks on that army so that everyone can go back without any more sacrifices. Sunhoo smiles, as that's only her side of the story. Luma A tells him that he will not gain strength by killing more of the Monster Army. The old one is leaving as they speak. Sunhoo believes the items they hold are plenty useful. Isn't that why she came to beg? Honestly, what will be the fate of her people? Desir died by his very hands, so will they follow him now? She apologizes. He has nothing they can express here. They are just hoping that until the birth of a new Doom they can resonate with, they can be spared. This hints that if Yeonhee had become Doom Man, they would have become followers of her, but she just shrugs it off. Sunhoo believes there is only one answer. From now on, they will properly begin claiming all the spoils of war. He demands the first volume of the Book of the Dead, and all the head commander's equipment. If this turns out to be a ploy to give them some time, he will personally visit the homeland of Lumea and make sure that it is no more. Sugul and the others continue their search for survivors, and Sugul uses his keen sense of smell to find Tane, who is in a pretty awful shape, but Yeonhee is there to try and rescue him. Jonathan notes that he's pretty impressive, but when will they be able to go back? Sunhoo tells him that when all the power of the old one disappeared from their home, they will be returning through the gates. They will have to wait less than an hour, just a few minutes more. Jonathan has a few people in mind already, more specifically, those they need to get rid of. Those addicted to the taste of blood. He plans to clean up those who have gone mad in battle. Honestly though, it was too long, the time they spent here. They divided members by nationality and where they would be going. Even while still in disbelief that the testing site had truly come to an end, everyone divided up. Sugul calls all of the Koreans too. While walking aimlessly, Cataline stumbles upon Jones, who begs to be healed, but she only shuts him up and takes her revenge for all that he did. A shape appears and asks where she's from, which she tells him, the United States. He points her toward her destination, so she continues walking around, but suddenly, a portal appears right in front of her. They are all scared of it, thinking that monsters would appear, but Sunhoo tells them that these gates were created by him. They are going home after all. Sugul is amazed and very happy that he will see his daughter again, but Yeonhee is more surprised by the low number of Koreans left. They came here in the hundreds of thousands, yet there's barely 500 left. Sunhoo feels enraged by these two absolute beings. They must think of humanity as a tool. He must hide his claws until the time is right. Surely an opportunity will surface where he can get rid of either the old one or Doom Chaos. Yeonhee also says that they need to escape Doom Chaos's control after getting back home, which will be their biggest work yet. Sunhoo is surprised she knew, but she's not so naive as not to notice. The gates to the homeworlds finally fully appear to Washington, Seoul, and Tokyo. They all became noisy as they saw this, and Sunhoo decides that their first mission after getting home is to eradicate the monsters left in their homes. After that, they will await orders. All they need to do now is go forth, to their lands of birth. Everyone cheered as they went inside, signaling the end of an era. It has been exactly 1 hour since the testing site began, and the chosen ones were taken away. But since that testing site was in a different plane, they had to hold the line against the beasts that came. Unfortunately, no matter how much firepower they dished out, these unnatural monsters would not fall. The army desperately tried to hold the line, but it was becoming clearer and clearer that they had no way of opposing this invincible army. That was until everyone came back from the testing site. However, these measly creatures were nothing to them. Sugul is glad to be back. It's been so long since he smelled the pollution in the air. They will deal with these pricks now, so they can fall back. The soldiers point their guns at him and tell him to follow the army's commands, but Sugul just smiles. As for who they are, They are the warriors who have ascended from hell. Near the Guachin City Hall, a soldier desperately asks for help, but Sunhoo zaps the radio out of his hand, as the monsters will soon be suppressed. The soldier immediately raises his weapon, as this place is under martial law, but before he can finish, Yeonhee just silences him. Sunhoo has some simple orders to give him. Will he bring the martial law commander and the president right to this spot? The soldier can only wonder what he is, but Sunhoo suggests he ask the chairman about Janil. After getting a call that Jamie was arriving, the attitude of the soldiers had changed. This place was naturally Korea, a nation controlled by Jonil. Jamie gets out of the plane and looks at Sunhoo. It has not been long since he disappeared, but now he seems like an entirely new being. Sunhoo notes it's been a while, so she should prepare a press conference as swiftly as possible. Jamie asks how long it has been for him, and Sunhoo guesses it was around 20 years, but numbers really don't work in that place. She can hear the rest from Taehan. With a click of his finger, he appears, bowing before him, surprising Jamie. Sunhoo notes that he will form the association with him. She needs to start by getting an understanding of what's happening first, though. Jamie asks what the situation is, but Sunhoo knows that nothing has changed. He's talking about the Operation Snare. It was carried out in the other timeline, and he suspects it here too. It was a way to manage awakeners. The current Korean president is a lot like other politicians. Despite the club's interference, he succeeded in getting the presidency. Sunhoo would like for Taehan to do the interview. He has survived well up until now, so he will make good on the promise they have made in the testing site. Taehan is extremely grateful and bows down to him, once again swearing eternal loyalty. The president's aide is worried. These people are extremely dangerous, so they should reconsider. This is not something that can be solved by simply increasing security personnel. The president doesn't want to increase it. He wants them to be put away. More than that though, what does the martial law army commander say about this? This is the president of Korea, Kim Woo-seop. His aide notes that his attitude is rough. To have a private meeting with that man will put him at risk. Woo says that this is not private. The chairman of Jonil and Il-seong are also here. He enters the room swiftly, first seeing Taehan, wondering if he was always like this, always so serious. Woo explains that the awakeners have been recognized for their efforts in surpassing the creatures. The nation will be forever in their debt. On behalf of the nation, he thanks them. Taehan is direct. He should stop the Operation Snare immediately, as only the soldiers will have to suffer. Woo sweats, and asks if the aliens weren't suppressed already, so Sunhoo taps Taehan on the shoulder and leaves the room. Woo admits that there have been some unfortunate incidents, but an operation called Snare is not something that was on his agenda. It seems the awakeners have misunderstood, so he would like to apologize. Taehan notes that there's no need. They will act like that operation never existed. Jamie notes that, more importantly, the reason they hurried this meeting is because of martial law. Woo adjusts his glasses and explains that there is no guarantee that an invasion will not take place again, but she is sure that this issue can be resolved within the association. This kind of large-scale invasion will not appear ever again, but Woo doesn't get this association. Does she mean the World Awakener Association? He guesses that Chairman Joshua is still at the resort now, so he will want to meet him. Jamie promises to arrange a meeting, which makes Woo smile. He feels the same way as they do. He wants to return daily normal life to their citizens soon, but lifting the martial law is not simple, as regardless of whether it passes through their council, changes in the world situation are also an issue they must consider. The invasion on this country has been suppressed, but not in others. Jamie explains that other countries will soon have the same discussion, so he should confirm and start right away. Woo notes that he will consider it, but Taehan is not asking here. Woo is spoken, and says that his words are becoming a bit too much. Jamie is not speaking to him as the president of the country, which makes Woo think that this is the club they are talking about. Taehan notes that if he continues to refuse, even after meeting the club's owner directly, he can't guarantee the fate of this country. Woo realizes that the man who just left was the true leader, and he was not here to negotiate, but to give an order. Sugul deals with the remaining soldiers. He would have really liked for them to listen while he was nice. Was it that hard to grasp their situation? The soldiers explained that they were just following orders. They were caught carrying out Operation Snare and were subsequently suppressed. Sugul knows it's always the low-ranking ones that suffer. They tried hiding their tracks, but they know already. Sunhoo enters the room with Yeonhee and explains that they will only give treatment to those at risk of losing their lives. Everyone else will be moved to the hotels. Sugul bows his head down and explains that he wants to go to Gichil now, since this is all settled. Yeonhee congratulates him on doing a good job and gives him a piece of paper, as he cannot go empty-handed to his son, right? They should give him this gift. It's a wish coupon for him, from Odin and Mary. Sugul is obviously shocked by this, and thinks that this is too scary, like the launch codes to a nuclear bomb. But Sunhoo doesn't know if this is a good gift or not. It might be awkward to bring up now, but he wants him to take care of him in the future too. Sugul thanks them both from the heart, and rushes in to finally see his son. When he gets home, he stops for a moment before ringing the doorbell, and the wife answers, asking why he's here. Sugul doesn't get why he's not allowed to come, but his ex-wife wonders, now that the world has gone crazy, does he want to play dad? He should leave before her new man comes, as that will cause her trouble. Sugul notes that he didn't come for her. He just wants to see Gichil, only for a moment. Before she can deny it, a man begins speaking, letting him in. Gichil immediately rushes to his father, who begins shaking with tears. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have made it back alive. The simple thought of seeing him again helped him live so much. Gichil doesn't understand why he's crying, and the mother intervenes, asking why he's acting like a madman. He should stop crying and let go, as they have to evacuate. Sugil tells them that this is not necessary, but his wife doesn't believe him. The monsters made it all the way to Seoul. How did he get here anyway? There must have been monsters everywhere, right? Sugal tells them to watch the news, as it is all over now. Sure enough, news of the martial law being lifted and of the monsters being defeated surfaced. Due to the attack by these strange life forms, the areas of Guanshon, Anyang, and Gunpo are under strict curfew, and to add, the Global Awakened Association is holding a press conference as they speak. Sugal hands him the paper and tells him to use it only when he really needs it, as this has cost countless lives. Suddenly, Taehan steps on the stage, with Sugal glad to see him better. Decades ago, he was a businessman in Asia. Decades ago, he trembled with fear and doubt under the ruthless assault of the aliens. Humanity was powerless against the onslaught, and found itself in a position where it had no choice but to consider nuclear weaponry. But with the power they now possess, awakeners will appear in an instant. They will be killing all the threats. The words of Director Joshua have become reality. He introduces himself as the president of the World Awakened Association, Lee Taehan. In the space of a different timeline, the field of trials began with 45 million people, but by the end, only 200,000 were left. In that place, where only struggle could be seen, they fought under the name of Odin, who is the king of the gods and ruler of the field of trials. They should keep in mind that they all fought under him and sacrificed themselves. Director Mary, Director Osiris, known in the past as Joshua, and Director King of Yama, who is Jonathan Hunter. Last but not least, it's Director Caliber, Kwan Sugal. Starting from today, humanity will make a move against this alien civilization. They will reclaim the things that have been taken from them. They will not settle for just reconstructing, but will usher in a new world. Their World Awakener Association vows to build a new era for all of humanity. Today's victory marks a great first step, and also a big turning point. They will prove themselves, so even the gods will see just how strong they are as a species. After watching the news, everyone just stares at Sugal, and Gaichiol opens his fight. Who can't believe it? Sugal confirms as such. His dad is Caliber. As a journalist drives around, he wonders who this Odin figure is, what they're trying to do by just pushing the media away like this. At such times, the Blue House, which should be releasing info, is totally ignoring reporters. The invasion ended, and humanity officially declared the counterattack. At this clear turning point for humanity, the only info that is public is the content of Taehan's press conference. He gets out in the rain, noting that the Republic had awakened people in their gang too. In a tiny country like this, only the privileged are getting richer. He stopped by the Joint Memorial Hall, where the souls of those who fell in the trial ground are put to rest. He remembers his nephew as a middle schooler. There's no way a kid like him could do anything. As he walks through the halls of the dead, he thinks that a lot of people, like politicians and businessmen, are paying their respects. Are they cooperating with the Awakeners? Suddenly, he sees something interesting on one of the memorials. A letter of condolences from none other than Sugal, which is a big catch for this particular journalist. Sugal subsequently calls Sunhoo and explains that a reporter got in touch. Apparently, there was a number that the parents left for a relative. It seems to be someone from their family. Sunhoo tells him to gently reject them. If they do not understand, they will be handed over to the response team. Yeonhee notes that they expected something like this, which Sunhoo confirms. Everyone must be itching for some news. But the problem is not this curiosity. The real issue is the countless forces that are still refusing to cooperate with them, like China. Yeonhee wonders if they should go deal with it, but Sunhoo knows that would be only temporary. They need to make them submit to their own people. They will give those who think of them as just powerful a nice surprise, as they will impose the highest level of economic sanctions. Just pressing them like that wouldn't work though. A bigger problem will soon arise, as if the money that should circulate suddenly ceases. It will be no different than forcibly imprisoning the awakened people. In America, at Jonathan's investment group, someone rushes in and tells Brian that it's done. Even though the scale is small, the global stock prices have started to rise altogether. Brian Kim, the CFO, Chief Financial Officer, thinks that this is something he did with everything on the line. He cannot even get in touch with Jonathan, but he's selling shares with $1 trillion. Because of those who liquidated basically all of their assets on the day of the beginning, an unprecedented amount of cash came into the market. If left like this, the entire world will soon plunge into hyperinflation, and their currencies will be worth squat. Since they survived for so long, he will not let it all go to waste. Normally, a deal that should have taken months was concluded in a mere day. The greedy opportunities are running around like headless chickens, and the profit margin was enormous because things were bought at a bargain and sold high. Brian will take full responsibility for this. They should keep their eyes on the market, as this is but a small ember of what's to come. The worker is shocked. Is this an unapproved transaction? He can't believe it. Brian made a $1 trillion transaction on his own. So much money that most countries don't even have it in their GDP. The chief trader of this financial group saw this small Asian man as an individual, no different from the monsters they saw back in the day of beginning. Brian explains that the sale funds will be transferred to the World Awakener Association, so he should send a cooperation letter to Washington. Doing this was instinctual. The Odin mentioned by Jonathan on that day has something to do with this. If the leader of the world capital markets and the leader of the workers are one and the same, then this would be the right move. Suddenly, Brian gets an email from Odin himself, congratulating him on his spectacular move. He hopes he has enough strength left to act. As he's attaching the detailed info below, Brian immediately rushes out and gets a car right to Washington, where deals are already being made. Someone is telling the current president that they are not going to pay a single cent of taxes while managing that $1 trillion. But mostly, they are saying that a private company will do what they should be doing, and if he stops it, he will carry that burden. The president asks if they really think giving each awakened 200K is normal. If so, making money really is easy these days. The man explains that awakeners are violent, and they have no way to suppress them. If they don't guarantee a basic life, at least, they will rebel. The president tells them that when money moves, taxes are normal. But the man explains that that is better for their administration to spend through the Jonathan Group from the World Awakener Association. The president feels that they are using this as an excuse to disperse the capital, but the man shows him that SOB and other banks are cooperating already, only his approval is left. The president knew the club had pawns, but this is too much. Do they think they can use him as a puppet? Watching the club take control of awakened monsters right in front of him is too much, so he signs. After he's done with them, Brian appears too, not wanting to waste any time with formalities. He hopes he will implement a strong economic sanction against China and the countries hostile towards the awakened, starting tomorrow. The president is naturally surprised by this, but he will hear him out. How strong does he want them? Brian suggests a complete ban on the import and export of all products, including oil, while also banning direct flights from the US to the other nations. For now, they plan to impose these two restrictions as only a first step. The president can't help but laugh. The ones who are all over here claiming this is a trade war are going to flip out. Does he plan on making the US fight his war? He should go and make things clear for his little club. If they want to do this, they will have to impeach him. Brian doesn't need to. He is doing better than the candidate they expected, but he shouldn't worry, as the same economic sanctions will be implemented by countries all around the world. Besides all this business talk, Odin has a message for him. The president asks if he's talking about the Odin, who is the leader of the awakened ones, but Brian asks if there's any other Odin they know. Inside the envelope, the president finds an invitation to the Jonil Club, directly from Odin. Yeonhee is quite mad at Sunhoo, asking when he's coming back, but he cannot give her an answer, although she should let him know if Jonathan contacts her. Yeonhee notes that she barely gets rest as is. She feels busier than when she was in the trial grounds. Sunhoo knows, but these things he has to personally oversee. He thought it would be easier if he just opened a gate to London, but since he's a Doom man, every action he takes could be seen as following Doom Chaos's order, so he has to be attentive. If that thing has any sense, they will have to wait until the association is established. They already have posters, urging awakeners to register according to a schedule. As he flies to London, he gets interrupted by a woman called Carrie, who asks for a moment of his time, if it's not too much trouble. She is a journalist from the paper he's currently reading, making Sunhoo feel honored as a subscriber. He introduces himself as Ethan, and Carrie feels that he's someone who works in the financial sector. What is his view on this whole situation, about the US's economic sanctions? Ethan believes it's appropriate, considering the countries that are trying to use awakened people as weapons. Carrie believes most powerful awakeners are escaping. It would be more accurate to say that the detained awakeners are weak, making it unreasonable to think of them as a threat. With the global economy as strained as it is now, playing the ultra-strong economic sanctions card is not rational. Ethan notes that she's basically saying they should turn a blind eye to the detainment of some awakened, but from the public perspective, that is understandable. Yeah, however, the World Awakened Association slogan is a leap into a new era. To achieve that, the awakened must be accepted into society. Carrie asks if he's working with the association, but Ethan reveals he's with Jonathan's investment. Carrie knew there was something about him, but does that mean that Jonathan is involved? Is he implying this situation could escalate? Ethan explains that he's just expressing his opinion, as someone working in that financial section. Carrie tells him to stop playing dumb. That 1 trillion big deals yesterday was proof. It was a preemptive move, anticipating the sanctions. Ethan notes that since this is not classified, he will give it to her straight. The global economy won't falter from this. After all, they were the ones who held the line on the day of awakening. Soon, a massive amount of shares will circulate, enough to completely offset the sanctions shocks. The worst-case situation is no longer feasible. What does she think will happen when all those pushed out of the market on the day of awakening return? He can promise her, what is coming is a period of amazing prosperity, unlike anything in the history of humanity. China's leader is in talks with people about what is happening, and assumes that everything is true for the argument's sake. But why doesn't this Odin simply take control of everything? The man next to him can't say, but even within the field of trials, he made efforts to build a social structure, even a currency system based on mana stones. The leader understands, and asks to be left alone to think. All the Awakened say the same thing, that even if all of humanity, including the Awakened, joined forces, they could still not stand before his might. It might sound ridiculous, but in a world where monsters like these exist, and Taehan's speech, maybe these claims are not as absurd as they say. However, there can never be two emperors in a world. They will neutralize US economic sanctions and prepare for a showdown with the Awakener Association. Unfortunately, he gets a call that decimates his entire plan. China had a single way to counter the sanctions: induce a collapse of the dollar through a surge in gold prices. If they break through the upper limit of gold prices with a massive supply, the US dollar will collapse. This is no different than detonating a nuclear bomb in the global economy, which would shock the world. Sunhoo knows. If it wasn't for Jillian and Jessica preparing, they could have used that card for negotiations. However, Russia and the gold cartel are also allied with the Rothschilds. China has stockpiled a lot of gold, true, but they were able to counter it. On top of that, Sunhoo adds, there was a sudden surge in the stock market. To drive up the gold prices, China will need a lot more. He congratulates the both of them on a job well done, and soon, they all join hands in one singular place, where all the powerful people are gathered. The new era's Geonil Club's General Assembly begins. Sunhoo gets prepared to speak, but sees a spy with a pretty good stealth skill, which he uses as an example as he kills him. The spy does not leave behind a single trace. but the stench of death filled the hall, giving everyone a taste of Odin's power. He advises them to hold off on wasting money hiring awakens, as quite a few of them are not under control. Most suspect that it was from China, but they do not dare speak. With this, the members begin to lay down a few requests, while representing their families and their nations. Since this was the first meeting that was held after the day of beginning, there were extreme requests too, like reviving the Tessera project. The tokens that were needed to be held by slaves of the ancient Roman Empire were called Tessera. It was a symbol meant to represent ownership, though a modern implementation would be a microchip within the individual. This was a topic that was brought up in the Bilderberg Club after the terror attack. It was billed under the action of preparing against disasters, but it was shut down, as it was too inhumane. Sunhoo notes that it should be carried out for the awakeners. It'll become a part of the association application process. The mood split between awakened and non-awakened, but the biggest topic was just about to come. Sunhoo tells everyone about the agreement to be made between the WAA and the UN. They should all check their documents. When they do, all the members are shocked upon reading it. This is an agreement between WAA and the UN regarding their position in the association. Association members regard only those who officially joined the World Awakener Association by going through official means. The WAA will be granted access to facilities and areas under the control of UN members. The WAA Association will be granted authority to operate, secure, and manage those facilities and areas. The WAA Association will be granted authority to police the facilities. But to put it bluntly in one sentence, none in the world should interfere with what they do. In return for putting microchips in their bodies and being controlled, unbound authority was requested. Everyone was shocked, but soon they all agreed they had no other option. Currently, the entire world boils in a bloody conflict between awakeners. News about them is coming out all over the world, and in Japan, something happened. A case of collateral damage. Apparently, a fight between a male and female awakener took place, and the members of the public and police suffered injuries, and some even passed away. Sugil's son watches all of this on his new phone, but he doesn't like how awakeners are treated, because his dad is also one. Fortunately for them, he's just your regular old man, other than the fact that he has one of the most expensive rooms in the Ilsung Hotel. Suddenly, his friend Yongju arrives, surprised to see all this luxury around him. Gichil explains that his uncle, Taihan, got it for them, the president of Ilsung. Since his dad is a strong awakener, money is not an issue. Yongju is surprised, but upon seeing Sugil, who is glad to see that his son has friends, he asks if he really is Caliber. If so, has he killed anyone? Sugil's expression turns dark as he hears this, but he lets it go. He did mess up a few people. He couldn't let them live in the same world as them. He'll make sure that this world where they live is all nice and clean. If there's anything he wants to do or eat, he can go for it. They can use his name and do whatever. Suddenly, Yongju finds his dad really cool, and Gichil agrees. After they leave, Sugil's face turns to worry, as he has been designated as one of Doomman's 4 great priests, beyond Taehan, Mary, and Osiris. They all learn the rite of the human army, change, along with a command from Doom Chaos. Execute the change rite, as the constellation battle between the army of Dragoran and the armies of the 7 demon kings will soon end. The time left until the human army's entry into the war is near. They can prepare now. Remnants of the Old One's dungeons remain in their home world. They will need to change the entrances of the dungeons to the battlefield. The rite of change will make it possible for them. Sunhoo expected more free time, but he did not expect the human army's participation in that gigantic battlefield to happen sooner rather than later. A directive from Doom Chaos arrives, which is to perform the rite of conversion. The battle between the Legion of Star Dragoran and the Legion of the 7 Demon Kings is nearing its finale, and the humans' participation will soon be upon them. He warns them to prepare themselves, as on the homeland of the Human Legion, there are still dungeons left behind by the Old Ones. These dungeons must be redirected toward the battlefield, and conversion will make that possible. In the news, they are talking about the whereabouts of Chief Carrion, the former Association of Awakeners president, as he is just now entering Korea. On the site, tons of reporters are taking pictures of Osiris, previously known as Joshua von Carrion. He has just emerged from the arrival gate with his subordinates. Director Carrion appears to refuse any press conference and keeps moving forward. Until now, there have been many questions regarding his whereabouts. Suddenly, they receive some breaking news. Jonathan Hunter, the CEO of Jonathan Investment, has arrived in Korea too. With the Awakener registration date just 2 weeks away, the association's key figures are all gathering in Korea. Contrary to previous concerns that the association would split over the microchip implantation, what they are seeing now is unity, demonstrated by high-ranking officials. Meanwhile, the fact that the Global Awakener Association HQ has been established in Korea and that Lee Taehan has been appointed as the new president is drawing the world's attention. Sunhoo briefly greeted his parents and then moved to their HQ, the former Jeonil resort. Yeonhee notes that Orca played a part in this too. It was smart to hand over one of their buildings after all. Sunhoo thinks about what must be done, about the rite conducted by the priests of Doom. The altar was made of gold, and the offering required was just money, any type of currency, anything humans perceive as valuable. To him, the realization of this is terrifying, because Doom Chaos has grasped humanity at its very core. He meets up with Jonathan, asking how it has been. Jonathan notes that there was some business he had to wrap up, but thanks to that, he got a whole speech from Brian. Sunhoo thanks them for gathering, but since this is a priest quest, he cannot intervene directly. This is Doom Chaos's first directive, so it will be pretty harsh. They do not know how long it may take, but he hopes that they endure it well. Sugil tells him to relax. They are going to pull it off somehow. With the offering at their feet, Taehan initiates the conversion, letting the money burn. Yeonhee immediately feels something. A laughing woman and a weeping man, an even older man screaming, and a cacophony of voices, twisted by pain. Sunhoo is informed that his party is carrying out the conversion. To respond to their wish, he should conserve authority. Sunhoo felt his steps becoming heavy as he left. But just as they have their role to play, so does he. Somewhere else, an important man cannot believe what he is reading, with his assistant noting that even if they refuse, each nation will individually sign the same agreement. The agreement is on associate membership status between the Global Awakeners and UN member states. The man wonders if he is being deliberately ignored, a permanent member of the UN Security Council. It has to be, as there exists a force greater than the Bilderberg, a power that can move the world. This country's president tells his Minister of Economy that the problem never came from the Bilderberg Club. Their vision was narrow. They were frogs in a well, all along. This means that they must break down the walls of this well. So that plan, can he put it in action right now? For its name, the Golden Frog would be rather fitting. They will start fresh and wipe everything else. The minister knows what he is talking about. He wants to wipe the structure of the global economy. He notes that he is right. Even if they are crushed under the walls of that well, they will get out. In New York, Manhattan, a woman gets off from a date, noting that she will give the man a message after getting inside. Instead of going inside the apartment, however, she descends down to a bar, where a man is waiting for her. She notes that this deceit will not work for long, because he keeps calling her suddenly like this. He suddenly hands her a red letter, which means Code Red. The missions under this envelope involve nuclear strikes, cyber blackouts, or operations that could trigger a world war. The man asks Sabine if she has secured the chairman of the New York Mercantile Exchange, which she has. He is one of the people they invested a lot of effort into. The man notes that to connect with the chairman, she must know a few important things. He will hand her a framework later, but how much does she know about the 2008 subprime crisis? She only knows that it marked the point in Jonathan's investment finance group that swallowed the world. The man keeps it brief. The Wall Street geniuses were skilled at wrapping waste in fancy packaging. They condensed and condensed until they created a deadly poison. Sabina knows the Rothschilds swallowed it up, which the man confirms. That complex mechanism was a deep inspiration. What was created from that was this, the Golden Frog. They will begin distributing it throughout the New York Exchange. Though the first attempt was foiled by the Gold Cartel, even they will not be able to stop this. He does not know if he was charmed by Sabina or something else, but the chairman of the New York Mercantile Exchange promised to list the Sogyumwa. Well, they are all screwed as is. Might as well find a way for the country to keep going. Somewhere else, calls are being made, and this man, Mickey, shows up, with one of the men there surprised to see him. He thought he went to China. He invites him for some coffee, as he was waiting for his contact. After getting some, the man explains that a market targeting the awakened is forming, and they need to get in before martial law is tightened. Mickey is surprised. This guy has more nerve than he expected. He did come here for this, but still, he tells Chris that there is something much bigger than that. He wants him to give him contact with the Jonathan Investment Group, as he will make it worth his while. Mickey does manage to contact Brian, who is grateful for the info he provided, despite the risk he took. However, he is leaving the lesser Golden Frog as is, and only telling him out of basic courtesy. Mickey says he does not get it. If there is a lesser Golden Frog, that means there are greater ones too, which could explode. Brian does not really care, as they are the Jonathan Investment Group, and he will see him in a more private setting, soon enough. The key currency that forms the basis of international payments and financial transactions has the dollar as the host of the party, with the euro, pound, and yen as its supports. The yuan has been continuously trying to join the party, backed by China's massive gold reserves. As Sunhoo is on a call with someone, the Greater Golden Frog begins, wreaking havoc on the economic ground. But Sunhoo knows what to do. He has already told Brian what to do, and he will also immediately contact the other club members. Raiding the People's Bank of China to steal their gold does not fit the future he is painting. Even without resorting to such barbaric methods, whether it's a small frog or a big one, he can crush them all with the eternal power of gold. All he must do is extract the spoils inside, as until now, he has used history, but now it is time to make it. He welcomes the world into his history, that they have no choice but to obey. The Minister of the Economy is very happy, seeing that the dollar is going down. This is the taste of the capitalism people live and die for. The explosive trading on the New York Mercantile Exchange was a raw display of capitalism's nature. With the transaction value approaching a colossal $10 trillion, the tiny frogs were poised to consume the world economy by evolving into its perfect form, the supermassive frog. What comes after that can be dealt with later. For now, they can enjoy the situation. In the end, their endless greed became their ruin. Suddenly, though, he hears a bunch of commotion, as a countertrade is coming in, on an unbelievable scale. The minister says it is fine. It is just useless jest. But then, he looks at the monitor. All the buying power they had completely evaporated. The wave of purchase orders from all over the world disappeared in a flash. From that moment on, every deal moved in flawless sync toward peak profit, like a widespread game following a predetermined plan. The minister cannot believe it. This is not possible, even if the heavens were to descend. He begins foaming at the mouth as his brain fails to compute what just happened. Something like this would not be possible even if all the money in the world was combined. Suddenly, the chairman's men come and drag him away. Brian tells Sunhoo that it is over. China has halted the issuance of the new currency, but still, including their group's flush funds, Odin's assets will be revealed to the entire world. They have the media in check, but the public is not foolish. They will weigh the day of Advent against this struggle and easily reach the evident conclusion that the Jonathan Investment Financial Group and the others have assets well beyond their imagination, a reality beyond the figures that even China's economy minister could not have foreseen. He must have detected the presence of front companies that had been meticulously hidden. The chairman swiftly contacts Sunhoo, as he was told he was the master of the Golden Frog failure. Sunhoo notes that he connected him through the President of the United States. Why is he being suspicious? The chairman apologizes. There was a problem with the product composition is all. Sunhoo does not care. Can he pay up now, or not? The chairman notes that if they were to collapse, it will have major repercussions on the entire world. What they are doing is for the public good. Sunhoo begins laughing, as he tries to take down the world with him, but now he is the one going down. He understands his frustration. However, he best not think of even deceiving him, as he is Odin, and soon, he will personally come and claim what is rightfully his. After this exchange, Sunhoo goes down to meet him, but he is greeted by his aides, the network made up of his hometown associates or direct subordinates. Liu Wang greets him, but Sunhoo notes that salt and tile had two faces, as did the gold and the new yuan. Does the government plan to issue more yuan notes? They were designed to inflate the bubble to its peak and then burst it, and issuing more now would only worsen the national crisis. Liu Wang could not answer because he could not predict what consequences his words might bring. The gold cannot simply be handed over, but how will they compensate for his losses? His calculations put that at $2 trillion, and he is being generous. For breaching the contract according to custom, they must pay 3 times that, which is $6 trillion. But considering their situation, he will cut it down to 5. Wang is shocked. He is asking for 30% of their GDP. Is he serious? He asks if they can substitute with the US Treasury holdings, but even if they did, that would leave $3.5 trillion. Wang is angry now. How much more does he plan to bleed them? To hell with his customs, he is a damn bandit. Sunhoo notes that if they combine the Panama Papers and Mossack Fonseca funds, they should cover it. Wang refuses, as he knows touching not only their regimes, but also the previous regime's funds would cause enormous problems. He begs him to consider their position. Sunhoo knows he is fearful about rebellion, but if that is the case, then he can simply hire awakeners, including those they are secretly holding in forced confinement. Only 2 days after the yuan's currency reform began, it collapsed. The Chinese government halted the issuance of new yuan notes. What's their view? China likely wanted to resolve matters before financial sanctions cut off transactions. At first, their strategy was successful, and the dollar crashed while gold prices soared. But then, trading volumes at the New York Mercantile Exchange overpowered that trend. Chinese capital fought back, of course, but as they know, the outcome could not be changed. Still, one question remains. How did such trades happen while the dollar was crashing? Seeing as this is not part of the script, the news cuts down the broadcast and they tell Rachel, the one speaking, to stick to the script. She notes that this is what the people want to hear. How can she skip it? The producer does not care. They could be dying of curiosity. She has a script, and she has to read it. After this, she calls Bastion and says that there is pressure in that entire newsroom. Not just from Washington or advertisers, but the entire damn world. Bastion decides to look into it. This guy is an investigative reporter with the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, the force to bring China, the world's second largest economy, to its knees instantly, and to command the US media. In capitalism, it is a certainty that riches gather in the hands of a few, but this has gone far past that. The big four of finance, moving as one when their interests align, that being Jonathan Investment Group, Jillian Group, Tealsta, and the Gold and Silver Group. Their existence is far more daunting than any awakener or alien invasion. Suddenly, he gets a message from A, who asks how the weather is. He responds by saying that it is snowing on Jupiter. This is the method A, the unnamed informant, uses to confirm identity. The initial contact was 2 years ago. They sent secret information from Mossack Fonseca, one of Panama's biggest law firms. Over 2.6 terabytes of files, brimming with records of tax evasion by influential individuals, politicians, business magnates, and sports celebrities. These included $4 trillion in illicit funds that Chinese officials had concealed abroad. The International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICIJ Panama Papers Project, began with the documents this unnamed source supplied. After that brief uproar, though, it faded, and after the day of beginning, it was buried. Considering the data they got, the results were pitiful. He does not even know how to reply to this. He tells A that he regrets the result of the Panama Papers, but A believes he did his best. Bastion thanks him for saying that, but they should have drawn more public interest. A sends him the new data, as this time it will be very different, because he will be in much more danger. Somewhere else, a bunch of armored trucks are driving in unison, carrying 1,500 tons of gold. Even at 30 tons per truck, they would need 500 trucks. This is the most gold transported ever in history, and Sunhoo got a message from Jamie. She explains that a blue barrier, like the Day of Beginnings, has appeared. All internal contact is cut off, and entry is not possible. Sunhoo knows what this is. A quest to disrupt the transition ritual. Since it is where the Human Legion priests are gathered, it must be an SSS-class dungeon. He tells Jamie to expand the restricted zone as much as possible, enough to withstand missiles, as this is likely going to kill him. Sunhoo immediately goes back to HQ, thinking that when they entered the Seven Demon Lords dungeon, that entire region must have been sealed like this too. When they fought Doom Desir, they said a crack was made in the absolute battlefield, meaning that breaking it is not impossible. But he wants to see who wins, him or the old one. A huge shockwave penetrates the HQ as he jumps down, with Jamie remembering what he said and admiring his power. Sunhoo sees that the quest ended, and he wanted to shatter some bones with his own hands. He goes forward, seeing a bunch of dead enemies. One of his men puts another enemy in the pile and explains that these guys are not that different from humans. They were strong, but not strong enough. They must have been scouts. Sunhoo asks what happened to the ceremony. It still seems to be going. Orca and Xiphos rampaged around, so the enemy could not even get close. Sunhoo tells him to clean up. They have imposed an embargo, but soon, the press will come. As soon as this rite is finished, they will be sending out some statements. Somewhere else, these elf-like beings find something incredible, which appears to be a manuscript. The elder elf tells the younger one that it is likely the Chronicle of St. Cassian. The young man notes he had the blessing of Lacrima. He envies him for this. The older one notes that he hopes this blessing stays with them until they return. Perhaps this is why the red-faced orc tribe came here too. The younger one thinks it is suspicious that those savages suddenly proposed an alliance. The older one believes they can only trust in Lord Malice. This relic has to be protected no matter what. The younger one tells Aelin that he needn't worry. That is why he is here. Elend, however, does not know. This boy, Maris, his eyes are glowing brightly, and not with good intention. As they leave, an axe suddenly flies towards them, but Maris blocks it. It is crimson-faced orcs. Damn it, their chieftain has also received the Lord's favor. If battle erupts, they will be annihilated. The chieftain approaches and wonders why they are sulking around like rats. Seeing the Declan heads in his hand, he guesses that he is not after them. So Maris notes that they heard him sign a treaty with the duchy. This place is where they conduct research. The chieftain notes that the treaty was a farce. Does he think it was for their benefit? Maris asks for forgiveness. They will leave soon. The chieftain decides to let them go and count themselves lucky. Maris thinks they noticed, but Elend notes that if they did, why did they not attack? Maris notes that the red-faced orcs are cunning. They may be setting an ambush, so they should prepare for battle. As night falls, the chieftain is informed that the elves stopped and are forming ranks. The chieftain notes that they are smart, but it does not matter. Before he can give out orders, a strange man sends one of his men flying. Suddenly, the elves hear it too, and prepare for battle. A figure appears from the sky, jumping right in front of them, but their fear suddenly turns into bewilderment, as they see the chieftain is dead. The strange being in front of them begins speaking an entirely different language, but they all know that he is the one who did it. As Sunhoo arrives, he looks around the portal. With the end of the conversation, he tried to go into Dragoran personally, but his entry was blocked by the Great One, and a command arrived from Doom Chaos. Star Dragoran is the Old One's final fortress, a battlefield created by concentrating its own might. However, his master, the powerful Doom Chaos, has achieved many victories, so he must also produce results that will satisfy him. To do this, he will secure the access route to Star Dragoran, have his legion occupy the Whirlpool lands within the Greenwood continent, and either capture or eliminate the Holy Knight Caldoran and other Holy Knights. He will seize the Old One's power embedded within the Holy Knights. Sunhoo thinks this is why the monsters that entered the day after the beginning were so low level. As he thinks, Yeonhee shoves a phone in his face and asks if he saw this. She shows him a video from Sugal's son's channel, who filmed his father in an interview-like manner. When they approached him, they saw his father begin to get absolutely shredded, which scared them. Sugal noticed them and asked if the camera was really necessary. His son's friend asked what he did, as he showed an incredible display to them. Sugal notes that he was adjusting his muscle strength, like stretching. He asked his son if they got permission to film this, and he confirmed as such. Sunhoo watches as the interview goes on, while Yeonhee notes that his son put in a lot of effort, with his subscriber count being massive. Sunhoo notes it is not bad. This will help with awakeners blending in back to the normal world. Yeonhee hopes Sugal is fine, with Sunhoo believing so, but despite saying it, there was an unease in the air. After all, he was instructed to return immediately, but hours passed. Eventually Sugal does come back, noting that coming out was harder than entering, and confirming that the clock works, meaning that time flows the same. Sunhoo asks how he reopened the entrance, with Sugal admitting that he panicked at first, but after beating up some monsters, he found an exit and dashed out. The moment he entered, the atmosphere felt different, the energy too, as it was sharp and intense. Sunhoo looks at the two entities he brought back, and notes that he has some questions for them. After probing them, Yeonhee learned of the new demon war. That is what they call the trial grounds they went through. The weird part is, a lot of time passed, although it was not that long ago. It would be faster to show him, but she cannot. When she connected his mind to Lunea for conversation, Yeonhee sensed a terrifying energy inside of him. This is probably his authority, and since they do not know how it will react to Doom Chaos, they forbid it. Yeonhee also found one of their abilities concerning. Even without being awakeners, they can use similar powers. As they talk, Elend feels something from these two, something extremely ominous. Yeonhee also notes they have a platinum strength level, so Sunhoo wants to confirm it. He brings one of his men to shoot his barrier down, and as he does that, Yeonhee notes that they are weak here. Their world's mana does not exist here. After breaking his barrier, Sunhoo tells the man to stop. Firepower is moderately effective, so they might buy some military stocks. Yeonhee wants to say something, but Sunhoo refuses. She just wants to be heard out. In that child's memory, exists a family that produced a great mage. They are knowledgeable not just in magic, but also in the real truths of the world. If mana is similar to Awakener stats, their abilities are not limited to just skills and items. They can also find a way to escape Doom Chaos. Sunhoo does not feel the need to rush, but Yeonhee shushes him. He should trust his old teacher, as she wants to become a great mage too. Inside a mighty keep, a subordinate informed Lord Ronkius that Count Shutean had arrived at the towering structure. Acknowledging his subordinate was quick to notice, The Lord declared it was time to help Gemalan, instructing the subordinate to tell the visitors he had shut himself up in the lab and would not be coming out. The subordinate confirmed she had already relayed the information, but added that this time, even the temple had come with the count. Lord Ronchius reacted with surprise, repeating the phrase, "the temple priest." As the Lord followed his subordinate, he wondered when Sylvia had stopped calling him grandfather, and if he had raised her too strictly as the Great Mage's heir. Lord Ronchius continued his thoughts, reflecting that everything the Great Mage's heir owned was his, and yet she could find no joy in it. As Ronchius arrived at the gathering, a figure seated at the center greeted him by name, announcing that a prophecy had come from Elslandi. Ronchius silently questioned if the prophecy was from the great cathedral of Elsland, and if it came from the very heart of the Lacrima order. Ronchius questioned what kind of prophecy was so urgent that they sent word all the way from Elsland, and the priest revealed the entire message was simply, "Night is coming." Count Shutian revealed that in the south of the domain, the red-faced orc tribe had been wiped out while hunting Declans, and it was there they found undeniable proof of the prophecy. Ronchius realized the location, the southern Declan range, was where Elend had been searching for a relic, deciding that helping Jemilan would have to wait. He then recalled that they said Bakian had suddenly begun using advanced sorcery, making him difficult to handle. Lord Ronchius agreed to the urgency of the situation, declaring that they too would prepare to stand against the night. 1 month later, an injured rider collapsed from his horse upon arriving at the structure. Sylvia questioned what was happening, and the injured man pleaded for help, gasping that the castle had fallen. As Lord Ronchius descended from the tower, he recognized the injured man as a soldier of Count Shutian. Wielding his powers to observe the distant scene, Lord Ronchius saw what appeared to be the invaders, noting that they looked no different from them. Lord Ronchius saw the slain Count Shutian and expressed shock that a sword expert like the Count had been defeated so easily, then observed that the invaders looked to be only around 30, questioning how so few men could have taken the castle. As magical energy flared violently around the tower, Ronchius cried out, realizing the barrier protecting the structure was breaking. Ronchius mentally warned that something was coming, questioning where the attack originated. Ronchius noticed the presence of a dark, malevolent being laughing maniacally beneath him. The ominous being spoke, calling Lord Ronchius a cautious old man, and noting that he had prepared quite a bit. Lord Ronchius launched a powerful attack that struck the dark being, sending it flying with a cry of pain before the mage gasped for breath. While Lord Ronchius struggled to breathe, the entity, now bearing the face of Sylvia, smiled ominously, declaring that now no one would be able to interfere with him, and that he could look forward to it. A visibly distraught Lord Ronchius asked the being who it was, to which the entity replied by asking him what he was saying, and if he did not even recognize his own granddaughter. Lord Ronchius, growing more distressed, demanded the being answer his question and reveal who it was, but the entity replied that its identity was what would decide the fight. The malevolent being challenged Lord Ronchius by asking if he would be able to uncover its name. The location shifted to the World Awakener Association headquarters, specifically the Directorate General, Central Situation Room, where personnel monitored numerous computer screens. A large monitor displayed information for registration number A92, identifying the zone as the Ronchius Holy Knight Command, Principality of Folklian, Greenwood Continent, and the operational status as infiltration in progress. One of the female workers thought it was hard to believe that they were invading another world, just like the monsters that had stormed in on the day of beginning. Startled by her supervisor, the female worker quickly returned to her task, nervously stating the authorization code before apologizing. The worker recited the full authorization code, and simultaneously, the system announced the infiltration was complete. The division chief of the World Awakeners Association, Korea Branch, Yu Wonjin, cautioned his subordinates to stay sharp, stating that this was a historic day, the day the association began its advance into other worlds. An unseen person spoke through his headset, informing Director Yu Wonjin that a guest had arrived in Meeting Room 7. Upon entering the meeting room, Director Yu Wonjin was greeted by the guest. The guest, Jung Wooziak, identified as the senior vice chairman of the Daehyun Group, smiled and explained that since Division Chief Yu came from his group, he figured he would at least meet with him, considering everyone at the association was just so busy. Director Wonjin silently reflected that after transferring to the association, he had even met with President Park Chung-sik, and compared to that, the Daehyun Group vice chairman just felt like a local senior. He sat down and responded that since it was only the first day, it would be safer to wait for other strike teams to return before entering the new world. Jung Wooseok complained that none of the Daehyun Group's proposals had been approved, asking if their group had somehow fallen out of favor with the association. Division Chief Wonjin dismissed the notion, stating that the association was far more impartial than the vice chairman thought, even if their group had somehow fallen out of favor. Wonjin internally noted that the Daehyun Group was the largest defense industry conglomerate in Korea, reflecting that a new age of exploration had dawned with ships ready, but since they could not yet set sail, it was no wonder the vice chairman was restless. Jung Wooseok asserted that foreign capital was already entering the new worlds aggressively, urging Wonjin to lend them a hand since the information would be public knowledge soon anyway. Division Chief Wonjin replied that the current round of approval was limited to the Principality of Folklian. A surprised Jung Wooseok stammered to ask how many dungeons remained in the country, and Division Chief Wonjin firmly replied that there were none, adding that even if the vice chairman turned abroad, there would be nothing left. Division Chief Wanjin suggested that Vice Chairman Wusiok try revising the entry point to the Maelstrom Expanse before it was too late. Division Chief Wanjin concluded his meeting with young Wusiok, stating that he expected they would be seeing each other often. Young Wusiok bowed to the Division Chief, thanking him for the favor and promising that he would surely repay the kindness. A large sign warned that the area was a civilian-restricted area, and that absolutely no entry was permitted, as the space fell under the jurisdiction of the World Awakeners Association Status Agreement. Sunhoo stood at the edge of the forbidden area just beyond a glowing portal, as Joshua's army, clad in dark cloaks, appeared on the other side. Sunhoo stared intensely at the opposing forces and stated that he knew what must be dealt with. Joshua spoke of the Holy Knight of Maelstrom Land, Galdoran, declaring that he would sever the knight's head and lay it before Sunhoo. Sunhoo warned Joshua to be careful not to lower his guard, reminding the subordinate that they still did not know the extent of their enemy's abilities, and Joshua affirmed the warning by replying, "Yes, master." After they dispersed, Sunhoo considered that if they were to face Joshua's strike team as enemies, it would be nothing short of a nightmare, yet he had no doubt they would open the gate that would let him step into the other world. Subordinate Brian asked Sunhoo what he would do if the government and private corporations established a joint venture to enter the market. Sunhoo replied that he did not intend to restrict the government and private corporations that far, noting that such movements were already happening in countries all across the world. Brian explained that RMC, Rothschild Military Company, and CVA, Chris Victory Agency, were group-led firms, but AGMC and TTA were established through U.S. government investment, concluding that things were flowing exactly in the direction Lord Odin desired. Brian continued, stating the success was only because Lord Odin created the environment for it, and that while Rothschild was a member of their club, Chris was not. He privately admitted that just between them, he did not trust Rothschild either. Sunhoo calmly asked, "So?" In response to Sunhoo's question, Brian stated that he would like to see CVA and RMC undergo a merger and acquisition, which visibly shocked his female and male colleagues. Speaking urgently on the phone, the male colleague confirmed that Brian and Rothschild were club members, and that Chris of CVA played a key role in stopping the day of beginning, while the female colleague Jessica pointed out that if their capital moved aggressively toward the new market, most companies would have no choice but to shrink back. Jessica continued, concluding that such an aggressive move would run counter to Lord Odin's desired flow. Brian clarified that he was only wary of capital slipping beyond their influence. Jessica challenged Brian, saying that even he believed that if Odin gave his approval, they could immediately merge and acquire CVA and RMC, adding that in truth, they could take over their businesses anytime they wished. Brian countered Jessica, asking why there would be any need to rush when they were financiers, and then declared that when money was in sight, they must take it. The third club member urged Lord Odin to please make the decision. After the video conference ended, the matter of the merger and acquisition was dropped, and Brian contacted Sunhoo separately. Sunhoo asked Brian how many years he had known Jessica, to which the subordinate replied, 10 years. Sunhoo then stated that 10 years was long enough to sense something, before questioning if that was true or not. Brian replied that Jessica was unusually aggressive, and Sunhoo acknowledged the subordinate had endured it well, remarking that no matter how much of a genius someone is, once swept up in emotion, they always reveal an opening. Sunhoo informed Brian that he had heard there were leaked internal documents from the Carl and Jane accounting law office, and then questioned if Jessica would have access rights to them. Brian promises to look into it. While holding a glass of wine, Jessica reflected that even if she had not stepped forward, Odin would not have allowed the merger and acquisition, concluding that her aggressive action was a foolish thing to do. While her phone vibrated on the table, Jessica's residential bodyguard, the silver rank awakened Lucy, asked if she was not going to answer the call. Lucy observed that Jessica seemed different than usual, to which Jessica replied by asking if even Lucy thought so. Jessica questioned why Lucy did not go to the other world, noting that everyone was scrambling to grab a share there. Lucy countered Jessica's suggestion by asking who would then protect her. Lucy observed that Jessica seemed different from other awakeners, explaining that she gave off a sense of composure. Lucy smiled and replied that while she might not have as much as Jessica, compared to the trial grounds, the current situation was like paradise. Jessica abruptly asked Lucy if she wanted a child. Jessica sadly confided that her husband and she had tried everything to have a child, even going through multiple procedures, but that God never granted them one. Lucy addressed her, stating that drinking would not help her at all. Jessica then changed the topic, asking Lucy how she survived the trial grounds, and commenting that those were terrible times. Lucy replied that she survived by drinking monster blood, but that was only back then, and now it actually worked quite well. Lucy explained that she had brought medicine with her from the US, which was not addictive, but had an effect stronger than any stimulant. Jessica questioned if the medicine was legal, and Lucy immediately confirmed that it was. Lucy continued, saying the medicine was incredibly difficult to obtain, and then asked Jessica if she had heard of spiderweb. Lucy offered the medicine to Jessica, telling her to try it if she liked, because she would feel much better. Jessica thought about pharmaceutical companies developing new drugs from monster corpses and blood. Staring intently at her computer screen, Jessica concluded that the pharmaceutical companies developing the new drugs were on the verge of going public, and naturally, the real owner of those companies was Odin. Jessica continued to reflect, stating that since the day of beginning, countless new companies had gone public, and there was no way to hide them all perfectly. As long as their shareholding structures are not too complicated, everything is possible. A man received a message from A, who asked if the weather was clear. The man thought that even the dystopia of 1984 was not this severe. realizing that the absolute ruler here even wielded real military might, and all that remained was for the masses to awaken. The man declared that he would reveal the truth of this world, the truth itself. A news reporter announced that Daehyun CA, an affiliate of the Daehyun Group, had successfully recorded 3 consecutive days of gains since its IPO, explaining that with the approval of 3 dungeon entries, Daehyun CA had been drawing investors' attention. Sunhoo read a report stating that the Principality of Folklian was practically in ruins, and focus was being directed toward additional entry into the Maelstrom lands, which was driving related stock prices sharply upward. He then noted that Doom Chaos had set a deadline of 50 days to secure the entry route, meaning only about 10 days remained. As Sunhoo thought about the remaining time, Taehan appeared and stated that within that time, Joshua had to deliver results, before reporting that Jessica and Jillian had arrived at Incheon Airport. Sunhoo asked about a third party, and Taehan replied that it cost a little, but the matter had been taken care of. Sunhoo asked if the informant knew it was Jessica, and Taehan replied that the informant only found out recently, adding that Jessica had planned to reveal her identity and hold a press conference herself. Sunhoo reflected that Jessica really meant to let go of everything, questioning the idea of someone enjoying such wealth and prestige becoming a whistleblower. Sunhoo concluded his thought by remarking that he heard she had depression, but Jessica was not the kind of woman to do something impulsive like this. As their car approached, the driver asked Jessica if they should drive past the man standing up ahead, but the chairwoman instructed the driver to pick him up. After getting into the car, Jillian expressed disbelief at Jessica's actions, questioning what on earth she was thinking, doing something like this, because she knew what kind of man Odin was. Jessica calmly told Jillian not to worry, promising that she would make sure nothing harmed him. Jillian argued that the point was not her safety, stating he thought things were finally getting better, wondering why Jessica would sabotage their relationship when it seemed like their strained connection was healing ever since they stopped the day of beginning together. Jessica smiled faintly and remarked that it felt strange to say the words with her own mouth, concluding that Jillian would never understand. Jillian looked at Jessica and asked if her strange behavior meant this was about the child again. Jessica confirmed that his suspicion was correct, explaining that she doesn't want to raise a child in this kind of world. Jessica offered a faint smile, agreeing with Jillian that the situation was pretty laughable, to give up everything for a child that did not yet exist. Despite his frustrated denials, Jessica asserted that he wouldn't understand her distress. Jillian placed his hand on Jessica's shoulder and stated that not even he could forgive her for a reason like that, instructing her to just beg forgiveness instead. Returning his touch, Jessica revealed that someone among them had to do it, musing over whether it should have been Jonathan or Brian, but ultimately concluding it had to be her. Jillian demanded an explanation for Jessica's choice, asking what exactly the sacrifice was for, and questioning whether she thought this little exposé would change anything. Jessica calmly insisted that Odin would come to fear public opinion, arguing that even if he strayed onto the wrong path, fear would set him straight out. Jillian yelled at Jessica, stating she was saying she would throw her life away for her cause, and commanded her to turn the car around immediately. Jessica screamed at Jillian, asking him what he was doing and if he was insane, as he lunged forward from the back seat. Jillian desperately insisted that Odin would forgive him if he settled everything and disappeared, at least once. The driver asked where to take them, and a frantic Jillian shouted to go anywhere, specifically, anywhere far from the association headquarters. Looking distressed, Jessica told Jillian that she did not want him to suffer because of her. Jillian angrily asserted that Jessica shouldn't have created the situation in the first place, questioning if she did not know he would react this way. Jessica responded to Jillian's anger by stating she thought he had lost interest in her, warning him not to do something he would regret. Jillian told Jessica that her regretful actions went for her too, before frantically asking what on earth she was dissatisfied with in this world, since when their child was born, he would grow up safer than anyone else's. Comforting the distraught man on her lap, Jessica called his desires utterly ordinary, advising him to try being a little selfish. Jillian questioned Jessica's definition of ordinary, asking if she meant a world ruled by the Bilderberg Club. Jillian continued to argue with Jessica's choice of ordinary, asking if she meant a world where humanity collapsed, dressed in rags, scavenging for food, and hiding from monsters' eyes, insisting that such a terrible scenario was their child's future. While cradled in Jessica's arms, Jillian pleaded with her to beg forgiveness for him, suggesting that she claimed she went mad for a while because of depression. Crying as he clung to her, Jillian desperately told Jessica that he did not want to lose her. As a tear fell from his eye, Jillian submitted, saying, "Fine." Jessica then told the heartbroken man she understood his feelings well enough, suggesting they go back to the headquarters. Still crying and holding Jessica, Jillian asked her if she still loved him. While comforting the distraught man, Jessica asserted that she knew what she needed, apologized for the commotion, and instructed the driver to head to headquarters, to which the driver confirmed understanding. Jessica and Jillian proceeded into the headquarters, where Sunhoo was waiting for them. After Jessica and Jillian arrived, Sunhoo addressed them directly, asking if they had something to say. While waiting for a response, Sunhoo thought that unlike those who had stabbed him in the back in the trial grounds, he had given Jessica the chance to speak because she acted not to protect her vested interests. Instead, she relinquished everything and acted true to her conscience. Sunhoo concluded his thought, observing that the words Jessica spoke were as unexpected as her change of heart. Jessica asked Sunhoo how she could be forgiven, surprising him, as he had been wondering how he would persuade her. Sunhoo realized that the faint heartbeat within Jessica was another surprise. Acknowledging the surprise of the faint heartbeat, Jessica revealed that it must be past 6 weeks. Sunhoo then calmly asked the couple if they had given the baby a name yet, leaving a shocked Jillian to stammer a confused question about what he meant. Sunhoo received a directive notification that Priest Osiris had eliminated Holy Knight Caldoran, and the command to secure the entry route had been completed, making him realize that the entry route had at last opened. Sunhoo realized that the path that took him there was not an entrance, but a kind of coordinate. Sunhoo concluded that the place to pierce the gate must be where Joshua defeated the Holy Knight, immediately casting gate creation. When Sunhoo opened the portal, he was shocked to see Joshua sitting amidst a pile of defeated, bloody figures, and yelled his name. Wounded and covered in blood, Joshua weakly addressed Sunhoo as master, begging the leader to please save him, and warning him to let go before someone came. After saying this, something descends on Joshua at an incredible speed, crashing seemingly right into him. But fortunately, Sunhoo is there to defend against this new enemy. He drops the corpse he was carrying, and Sunhoo asks if this is the Caldoran he mentioned. Joshua confirms that they barely managed to take him down. Caldoran tells him to step aside, as he will have enough time to deal with him too. Sunhoo tells Joshua to return immediately. It doesn't matter which method. With that, Joshua opens a wide portal and throws himself into it, landing right where Jillian and Jessica are. He slowly begins to lose consciousness as the others rush towards him, and he hopes that his master is safe. Sunhoo clashes with Caldoran, unleashing a devastating strike against him, pinning him down to the ground. But Sunhoo noticed he's a fire user, meaning that flame magic won't work on him. If there were another monster like this, he would have really been in trouble. Suddenly, before he can even dodge, his left side is assaulted by a flaming attack, which was thrown by Caldoran, who has finally revealed his true form, that of a vengeful, angry spirit. He unleashes another mighty strike, making Sunhoo put on the sun mantle of Ra, but cracks immediately appear in the barrier. Caldoran rushes in, and they begin exchanging blows, Sunhoo seemingly being pushed back after every blow. He has no time to swing his weapon, and they are nearly equal in speed. This bastard, is he a human from the 7 demon lords perhaps? Just when he thinks he's about to win, Sunhoo dashes behind him and kicks him mightily into the ground, before kicking him down again and again, as they crash into the ground. He has gained this power boost because of the traits he held back, knowing this bastard was keeping something in reserve too. Even without triggering overdrive, these traits push his agility into an extreme state. Caldoran pushes against his leg, but Sunhoo just tells him to try to do anything, as he will crush him right now. Unfortunately, Calodran unleashes a torrent of flame, and were it not for Odin's battlefield, it would have reached the heavens. It's an endless roaring destruction, combined with his lightning, creating a force none could survive. Finally, when Caldoran's muscle tissue melted away, exposing his bones, Sunhoo understood why he possessed near-immortal resistance. The skeletal dragon, revered even by the Undying, the powerful energy that once lingered with the original dragon's remains, was now flowing through that creature as well. Energy coursed through its very bones, gathering power toward its maw, and Sunhoo knew exactly what it meant. He immediately created a gate, and with mere seconds to spare, gets out of Odin's battlefield, his legs having suffered the explosion. He heals them right up though, and thinks that if he were hit by that fully, he would have had to use a life vessel to survive. His master was pleased with this victory, and gave him 60 authority. He is also given the task to eliminate the bloodline of the Great Red quest. If he destroys the direct bloodline of the Great Red among the ancient dragons, the Great Red will be forced to awaken. Only one bloodline remains, and is suspected to be the Queen of Elsand, and that's who he must kill. Sunhoo understands that the ancient dragons are the old one's final card. If a direct descendant is this strong, then they will be quite troublesome to deal with. So he will have to gather some intel first. Had his stats not been amplified by Advenristi's Chosen, he might not have noticed that gaze piercing through space and time. This is perfect, as every time he sees something like this, he wants to try it himself. Suddenly he pierces the gaze with his thunder spear, causing the one who is looking to lose an eye. Immediately, the assistant calls for a priest, but the one watching tells Canonis that this wound cannot be healed by any priest. There is not much time. What she's about to tell him must be delivered to Her Majesty directly. Not through his faction, nor through her, only through his own lips. Canonis tells her to speak, and she explains that 2 holy knights have already fallen in the Greenwood continent, Caldoran and King Onyx. Caldoran is the guardian of the Maelstrom Plains, and King Onyx is one of the strongest among all holy knights. But how were they defeated? She explains that Caldoran was slain by the Demon King's high priest, which is how the gateway was opened, and King Onyx fell after a battle with the Demon King. As the electricity begins to overwhelm her, she tells her son to tell the queen about this, how she uses this. It's up to her. She also tells him to beware of the court intrigues. Fortunately, the queen has taken a liking to him, and when that time comes, there will be an opportunity for him in the queen's bedchamber. With that, she dies in the hands of her own son. Back on Earth, the healers are trying their best to heal Joshua, but his condition is extremely bad, and they are fighting a losing battle. Jessica thinks that over 10 top-ranked awakened from the association rushed in to extinguish the flames that clung to his body. If Joshua's level had been 1 point lower, the fire would have consumed him, along with the building. She begins to shake, as just what kind of monsters live in that other world? Jillian asks if she's alright, but she shouldn't worry much. They said the baby is perfectly safe. It's not that. Jessica tells him that it's her first time seeing Joshua since he returned from the trial grounds. The world seems to need a different kind of balance than she previously thought. Suddenly, someone comes and tells them to prepare, as they are both heading at the other world right now. Hearing this, Jillian tries to tell him that his wife is pregnant, but she says it's fine. The guy tells them it doesn't matter what they think. This is Odin's command, but it won't take long anyway. They swiftly get to the teleportation area and pass through, finding themselves in a strange world with 2 moons. but the same kind of war. The man guides them through the area, allowing them to see the carnage left around by humanity. At first glance, it looks like a war zone on Earth, but seeing two moons is what's striking. Eventually, they arrive at where Sunhoo is, who is standing right in front of a bunch of craters that are flaming open. He asks if they are familiar with the system. The true name of the system is the Old One. He's broken away from the Old One, and now fights under Doom Chaos. They're both surprised, but Sunhoo explains he only did it because it would serve Earth's safety, and the monster attacks do not stop. He asks Jessica specifically what she thinks now that she has seen the battlefield. She notes that it's much more horrific than expected. It looks like several atomic bombs went off. Sunhoo explains that here he fought one of the Old One's minions. What does she think will happen if such a battle tool is placed on their planet? He respects her conscience. He was also moved by her resolve to lay everything down and reveal herself. In a peaceful world, that would be a virtue. But they are now in the age of war. This world and all of humanity must fight to survive, because this is the final battlefield, created for the Old One, and Doom Chaos to end it once and for all. Can she kill the beings of this world for her husband and her unborn child? The race here, who look like them, who think like them, can she do that? She may not have been awakened or even trained as a mercenary, but her signature alone has the power to end 1,000 lives. He forgives her and will give her one last chance to fight by her side, but it's her choice. Will she stay, or will she retreat, hoping that this all blows over? Jessica did not say much, but her silence and her firm look told him everything. She would stay by his side. Her return gave the homeland a brief respite, but new doubts are clouding Sunhoo's mind. Did the so-called ancient dragons truly prove their power? If they built their main base here from the beginning, why did they push humanity into the heart of the battlefield? Anger wells up, but there's no information. He has to read the flow now. If he only chases the events in front of him, he will end up like a small investor, losing money in the market. How much did the other Dooms really know? And those so-called dragons? Suddenly, the healed Joshua appears, noting that his shortcomings put him in danger, and he apologizes for it. Sunhoo notes that he performed his duties well. As a reward, he will be granted the territory of Caldoran. With this, though, they should go and collect their spoils. They go to the nearby castle, where the natives bow immediately. Sunhoo is glad that they accepted defeat with grace, and Joshua notes that they were supposed not to interfere with matters of the other world, right? Sunhoo tells him this was the doing of his group. It's separate from the Awakeners Association. Joshua will accept it if that is the case, and the elder of the people begs to be spared. If he lifts the plague, they will all swear loyalty to him. Joshua notes that their castle held out for quite some time, but ordinary people cannot endure forever. They couldn't finish it fast enough, so reinforcements arrived. Sunhoo tells him to dispel the plague mist, as there is no point in conquering a place if everyone in it is dead. With that command, the mist dissipates, and the people are very happy for it. Sunhoo tells one of them to lead them to the stronghold, and not think even for a second of doing something foolish. One of Caldoran's maids took on the role of guide. When the villagers pointed her out, she looked like she already resigned herself to her fate. Sunhoo tells Joshua that he can look forward to it. This quest will have some very worthwhile treasure for them. The king can't believe this is happening, just as recorded in St. Cassian's Chronicle. The demon king has finally descended. This is the king of the kingdom of Zilvier Remus. He asks the son of Caldoran, Leo, if he's certain that Duke Calrodran has fallen, and he confirms as such. If not for Onyx's aid, he would not have lived long enough to tell him either. Remus is surprised he had the gall to flee after witnessing the death of his father, but he is his bastard son. After all, he can still hardly believe it. Both Caldoran and Onyx struck down at once. What can they even do now? Must St. Jaden himself appear for them to even have a shot at making it out of this? Leo explains that he wished to fight alongside them till the bitter end. However, his duty forced him to live. His father entrusts him alone with a secret of their family. The maid takes Sunhoo and Joshua into a place their family has guarded for generations. Beyond that, she knows nothing more. It is the truth. Sunhoo can feel something, slumbering deep below, and jumps into the water, leaving Joshua rather confused. As Sunhoo descends into the water, something dark and evil tries to deny him, but Sunhoo will not be so easily defeated by a mere item. Eventually, he spots it, the second volume of the Book of Death, one of 3 black grimoires forged by the power of Doom Antiquastro, with an item level of 620. Sunhoo thinks that his highest level item is the Odin Golden Armor, and the Book of Death matches that level. After putting his hand on it, the book begins to resist, different from when he completed the life vessel. It's resisting with an energy of polarity. To purify this item, he needs 300 authority, and residual abilities inscribed in the book will not be affected by this. Sunhoo thinks it's trying to stir something up between him and Doom Antiquasto, but it doesn't matter, as they are destined to clash anyway. Suddenly, a pure beam of light comes out of the master. It's Sunhoo, who has conquered the grimoire. If this is how Doom Chaos rules over his lords, then he welcomes it. He hands the grimoire to Joshua, noting that this will be a reward for his hard work thus far. Joshua asks if this is not something he's been searching for ever since the Field of Trials. Something that important. Is he truly handing it to him? Sunhoo notes it's a little different. This one is volume 2. The first volume, along with the main commander's primary equipment, should have been fetched by Runea, but there's been no word from her. It seems that polite requests do not work for those bastards, so he will have to get just a little physical. Sunhoo notes he went after it for his sake anyway. It suits him much better than it does him. Joshua thanks him, and the book begins to glow, slowly returning Joshua to his former self. Sunhoo notes that he can walk around without a robe now, and Joshua is extremely touched. Sunhoo notes that it's been a while since they saw his face, and upon seeing him look at the woman, he tells him to follow his instincts. Joshua closes in on the woman and suddenly gnashes his teeth into her neck, slowly draining her of all life. He is the one who carried the plague, the vampire lord. Truly magnificent. Remus looks on outside of his window, as he never expected Caldoran to possess something like that. The Book of Death, a relic from the divine demonic war, mentioned even in the records of St. Cassian. If so, they should have used it to prevent the demon kings from coming, but they never did, because it was a tome of black magic. That was extremely foolish. What is the point of honor if one dies? He asks his assistant how it went, who explains that it's difficult to expect aid from the other kingdoms. However, a delegation has arrived from the kingdom of Atreus. Remus damns it all. He would rather surrender to the demon king than bow down to those bastards too. Has a deep grudge against those fucking dogs, doesn't he? The assistant agrees, but even so, the demon king's forces have already penetrated too deeply into their territory. He knows all too well that at this point, even he is thinking the same. They intend to hire the mercenary king, Onur. He is known as the incarnation of the Spirit King, but he is infamous for his boundless greed. The royal treasury alone will not be enough to bring him here. They will need the full support of him, and every other noble in the realm. The assistant thinks that either way, the kingdom's future is nowhere in sight. All they can even do now is pray for Lady Larima's blessing. As drones fly past him, Sugal, who is enjoying a cup of ramen, wonders why those things are so noisy. Someone comes from behind and explains they are mapping the surrounding terrain, while also doing some recon. Sugal is glad to see Jihoon. He's bulked up nicely since they last met, it seems. Did he have some fun? Jihoon sits down and says it was rather rot. The magic traps were a real pain to deal with too. Sugal doesn't believe that. Yeonhee already has the strong ones tied up inside that place. She's been there for a while, but what brings him to this place? He will find more loot closer to the capital, won't he? Jihoon explains that the area has been taken by RMC, the Rothschild military company. They are here to clean up what is left. Sugal notes that they are a step too late then, but also wonders how much he's making these days. Jihoon notes that 6% of the spoils are his, plus a separate annual salary from the Ilseong group. Sugal can't really tell if that is too much or too little, so Jihoon explains that he also gets 6% of all profits from occupied zones. Sugal is shocked that they will keep paying him like that. He really hit the jackpot there. Jihoon notes that this is why everyone is fighting for their life on the line, and he should get his share too. Sugal plans to take something once this operation is over, but who knows if there will be anything left to eat. There'll be little profit from just taking a small magic tower. That's when Jihoon recognizes this as a wizard tower. The market value for magic items is at an all-time high. If he sweeps it clean, he can make more in one go than he ever would in his life. Sugal notes that he's quite the sweet talker, making this sound very good. Suddenly, the barrier around the tower disappears, and out comes Yeonhee, who seems rather ticked off, making the two recoil in fear. She notes that the mages really are annoying creatures. Are there any other strong ones nearby? Someone known to be like, powerful, excluding mages. Jihoon notes that he does have something to actually report. They suspect it's a mercenary group of some sort. They were tracking a force of about 10,000 when suddenly, their recon drone was shot down from an extremely high altitude. It seems that someone strong is among them. Sure enough, as one of their PMC group meets this mercenary band, they can only let out a few shots before being killed in a matter of a few seconds. The villagers are glad that they are alive and cheer for the kingdom of Xylover and King Remus. Unfortunately, Onur gives out the order to wipe them all out, letting his band enjoy the laughter. Even if they kill and plunder like this, those idiots will blame it on the Demon King's army. If they are lucky, they might even loot Rontius's magic tower. That would be a rather just reward. Suddenly, Sugal arrives, wondering why they are thinking they are some hot shit. He asks Onur if he is the boss as he drags two of his men. Is the bastard that slaughters his boys? Onur thinks that the brute in the front has some size to him, which is meritable, but he knows the important one is the woman in the back. Before he can even hit her, Sugal throws one of his men in his direction, which he is forced to kick away. Onur is extremely mad at this, but so is Sugal. What the hell is he doing? Lackeys should fight other Layakis. With that, they begin fighting, Sugal using one of Onur's subordinates as a club. This style of wild fighting instills fear in his enemies, but that is not the only reason he's doing it. It's also because of his trait, Fist Destroyer. Since it amplifies his attack power while he remains unarmed, it's an effective tactic to avoid being counted as armed. Onur dodges again and again, but he never expected that he would have to use skills against such a plain-looking bastard. He rushes in with a really wide slash, but Sugal dodges, asking who would get hit by such a sloppy-looking move. Suddenly though, the attacks come back and cut Sugal up. Try as he might with his strength, he is no match for somebody like him. Yeonhee recognizes this as a mana blade. It doesn't just fire in the direction the sword swings, it's determined by the mana flow established way before that even begins. Mana flows like a living being would. How one decides to handle it defines the distinction in one's swordmanship. According to Rontius's memories, that is. This had ended in a complete and utter failure. Rather than let her control him, he chose death. She put in quite a bit of effort too. Sunhoo notes that it's not like they came away empty-handed, so she should relax a little at least. Yeonhee really wanted to possess him though, because mere memories were not enough to grasp mana, and they would never be able to fully wield it at this point. Mana is defined as the breath of Lord Lacrima, infused into the boundless nature. It exists as both a mechanism that the Old One operates to defend this place, and as an intrinsic part of the Old One's being. Sunhoo understood the logic, so it had stopped working correctly because they had switched over to the Doom Chaos system, but he wondered if the contents were still fundamentally the same. Yeonhee explained that if a Grand Magus had examined them, they might have been able to find another answer. Sunhoo understood, But he pointed out that the guy they were fighting wasn't a magician, right? Yeonhee clarified that swordsmen handle mana differently from mages. She expressed a desire to check the other side too, asking if he would come with her. Sunhoo asked if the will of the Doom Man would cause problems, but Yeonhee shrugged and said it didn't matter. Even in the worst case, the only thing that would be destroyed is his mental world, so there's nothing of value lost. Eventually, Suicidal managed to land an extremely hard hit, allowing him to finally throw his makeshift club aside. He jumped high into the air and pounced down on the bastard, starting to pummel him again and again with his remaining hand. Yeonhee told him to stop and not to kill him, as they needed him alive. He remarked that it was quite rough, complaining that this bastard had fought in a really weird way. Yeonhee noted that he had actually done rather well, and it was a good experience, right? Suicidal grumbled that 2 more of these good experiences, and he would wind up dead. He asked what they were even planning with this bastard. Yeonhee gave him a knowing look, and Suicidal understood. If that was all, they should get going. With that, Sunhoo and Yeonhee jumped into his mind, landing in a small rural village. Sunhoo was now Karail, and this was about 26 years before the current day. Sunhoo looked behind him, noting that this was rather different than her usual mind adventures. Thank you for watching. See you next time.